butler to oversee everything, so he questions whether this level of cooperation is not enough. Iris only grows more disappointed upon hearing this. This battle against the church is incredibly important, and she wanted him to manage everything personally. The father and daughter go back and forth, with Iris repeatedly reminding her father of the responsibilities he should be handling. Eventually, after being firm with him, she gives him a well-deserved hug and welcomes him to Valley Town. As they sit down, Iris reminds him that they are waiting for Roland to arrive in Valley Town. But there is much more to do than just that. They need to transport everything required for battle, food, horses, fabric, medicine. She also received another secret letter from His Majesty. They will need to move as much metal and bronze here as they can spare. While Carlin is unsure if Roland can completely uproot the church and seize Hermes, Iris has complete faith in him. She believes that stopping the church from invading the kingdom at Blizzard Town will not be too difficult. Time is the resource His Majesty lacks the most. Since her father has not seen Roland's factories, he does not understand the true might of Neverwinter City. The firearms Roland has invented are incredibly powerful, and the factories just keep churning them out. Any citizen can kill an enemy with only half an hour of training. To sum it up, she is 100% certain that Roland can defeat the church. Since Iris holds Roland in such high regard, Carlin questions her in disappointment. If she thinks so highly of him, then why did Roland never respond to his letter? When she asks which letter he is referring to, he reveals that it was a marriage proposal for her. Given how much she praises Roland, he questions why she has not considered marrying him. Not to mention, she even rejected Timothy in favor of someone better. Iris finally decides to explain her point of view. Timothy needed an ally, or rather a lackey he could rely on, and marriage was just a pretense to make that happen. If she had refused, he would have discarded the Candle family and chosen someone else willing to obey him. But in Roland's case, he does not even need the Candle family. He chose her to work for him because of her abilities, not because of her background. Carlin, however, still believes his point stands. In fact, he argues that it is even better that Roland holds her in high regard. She could become the queen and give birth to a prince. He then reveals that the Candle family will become an indisputable ally to the royal family, and her brother's well-being will also be secured. But then again, she refuses his idea because Majesty Roland believes in love, and he is already interested in a witch. For a moment, Carlin thinks that Roland might be in a political marriage with a witch for an ulterior motive. But Iris corrects her father, revealing that he just so happened to fall in love with a woman who is a witch. And he strongly believes in love and envisions that love will be the protagonist in marriage. His father quickly reminds her that witches can't bear any children, so there won't be any heirs. But Iris reminds her father that this is a problem for Roland to worry about, and they do not have any right to enforce their beliefs either. We then cut to the First Army, which has currently unfolded into Blizzard Town. Captain Brian questions Iron Axe if they are not going to evacuate the Blizzard Town civilians beforehand because the Holy City may forcibly transform them into berserkers. Iron Axe does not want to risk alerting the enemy, or at least they can't take this risk before they finish setting up their base. He further assures Brian that they will be ready in 3 days, so afterward, their only responsibility will be to evacuate the villagers. This is when we see Maggie, who reports to Iron Axe that there are large troops moving towards Blizzard Town, and they number about 1,000 people. They don't have any supply carriages, and she did not see any civilian soldiers either. Some of them were carrying huge shields and spears. Iron Axe asks her about the scale of those big shields she speaks of, to which she reveals that they are just as tall as Iron Axe. Brian is seemingly worried to hear the report. The enemy is marching at an unusually high pace, and it's going to take at least 2 to 3 days for Roland to arrive at Valley Town. And the fortress cannons are not ready either. It looks like the church's response is faster than they had thought. But regardless of whether Roland is here or not, Iron Axe believes that they must carry out their duties instead of retreating a single step. He is not willing to let the enemy step 1 foot past their line of defense. Later, the church's soldiers finally come across the First Army. The church soldiers quickly draw their shields and hide behind them. The First Army, from the other side, also begins the barrage of bullets. While some church soldiers manage to withstand the barrage of bullets, some of them are dead on the spot. As the church soldiers march forward, the First Army has no option but to engage in hand-to-hand combat. While Iron Axe is distracted with one soldier, another enemy soldier tries to pierce him down. But Iron Axe quickly pulls out his revolver and takes the bastard down. All the while, Roland has also arrived at Willowtown on one of his best ships. Iris is also there to greet Roland and offers congratulations for the victory the First Army just snagged. Roland is glad to hear this, though he was already briefed while he was still on the ship. He also heard from Iron Axe that the Candle family ensured that all food and supplies were delivered, which helped successfully trick the enemy. Iris is glad to hear this acknowledgement, and also believes that it was the duty of the Candle family to perform. The northern region merchants were also glad to assist him, She then decides to take him into his newly acquired office in Valley Town. Actually, she talked to Duke Hall, and he promised to lend his castle for Roland to occupy during his stay here. She has further remodeled the guest office according to Bordertown's design. Floor-to-ceiling windows have been installed on the room's east side. Roland is quite astonished to hear this, though he is a little worried about the Duke and where he is going to stay until then. Iris reveals that he is staying at a countryside manor to avoid disturbing Roland. She then questions him if he wishes to meet him. Well, Roland believes that meeting him is not necessary, so there is no point in bothering him if he simply is not interested in these matters. In this case, Iris decides to escort him to the castle. For a moment, Roland feels absolutely smitten, given how much protocol he is getting. He is really enjoying the taste of absolute power. As Roland sits in his newly furnished office in Valley Town, he reads the recent exploits of the First Army. This recent battle was actually a notable event, as the First Army managed to take down 156 Divine Punishment soldiers in action. While the numbers seem small, it's going to serve as a huge slap to the church. He is also glad that the First Army did not encounter any difficult pure witches. If this had happened, Sylvie and Evie would not have been enough. This is when Iron Axe joins the scene and reports that there were 2 casualties and 21 severe injuries. All losses resulted from spears thrown at close quarters. But thankfully, the wounded have fully recovered and resumed their duties. Roland then instructs Iron Axe to arrange for a ship to transport the deceased back to Neverwinter. It looks like Iron Axe has some extra tidbits to share. After interrogating the church's military officer, he found very special intel, and it's related to Divine Punishment soldiers. Later, Roland meets the captured soldiers to interrogate them personally. He asks if any of them have participated in the Divine Punishment ritual before. He wants to know the entire procedure required to become a Divine Punishment soldier. However, not a single person speaks. Seeing this, Iron Axe grabs one of the soldiers by the collar, making it clear that cooperation is not optional. The soldier, rattled by the threat, quickly insists that he has already told them everything he knew, but Roland warns him that lies won't take him anywhere. Eventually, the soldier reveals that the ritual takes place in the Sky Tower, and that only Divine Punishment soldiers, their controllers, and the Pope are allowed inside. Everyone must remain completely silent to ensure nothing goes wrong. When Roland asks why silence is required, the soldier hesitates before revealing that the newly transformed warriors determine their commander through sound. Roland then inquires this bastard if he ever get the chance to command any punishment soldiers. The captive concedes that he once managed a small team of 10 Divine Punishment warriors. While those 10 soldiers obeyed his commands, all Divine Punishment soldiers ultimately followed the Pope's orders. Piecing things together, Roland deduces that the Pope must be using sound to control the soldiers. Initially, he had considered the possibility of brainwaves or a soul connection, but this information suggests otherwise. He notes that sound-based control is an incredible vulnerability. If communication between squads and Central Command is disrupted, it would cripple their coordination. Finally, he has identified a weakness to exploit. Since every Divine Punishment soldier has a designated controller, Agatha wonders what happens if their controller dies. The captive hesitates before claiming that he does not know. Roland can tell that he is lying. If this shithead does not want to suffer for half a month in the dungeon, he better stop playing games. Faced with no other option, the soldier confesses that Divine Punishment soldiers who lose their controllers instinctively head toward the Badlands. That is all he knows. Agatha presses further, but it appears the soldier has no more information. He claims he only heard rumors that long ago, some Divine Punishment warriors who never received orders set off toward the Badlands and never returned. Agatha then asks if he knows the process required to create these soldiers. In response, the captive reveals that only the Pope possesses that knowledge. Given this, Agatha asks how the church was originally founded 400 years ago, and if the soldier has heard of names like Alice, the Alliance, or Tequila City. The soldier's response remains negative. Even Roland can tell that this time, the captive genuinely does not know. Having extracted all useful information, Roland decides to leave. Before he does, Iron Axe asks what they should do with the prisoners. Roland simply reminds him to fulfill the promise he made earlier. Later, as Roland sits in his office, he questions Agatha about whether she knows anything regarding the production of Divine Punishment soldiers. As far as Agatha is concerned, research on Divine Punishment soldiers should have ceased after Tequila was completely destroyed, so she lacks concrete knowledge. However, she is certain the process cannot be as simple as the prisoner described. After all, his explanation does not clarify how a new pope inherits control over the existing soldiers. Furthermore, it is strange that Divine Punishment soldiers instinctively move toward the Badlands after losing their controllers. That region once contained fertile lands 400 years ago, but now there is nothing there besides the ruins of Tequila. Roland decides not to dwell on this mystery for now. The more pressing concern is how to deal with the Divine Punishment soldiers. If they are truly controlled by sound, perhaps Sister Echo could interfere with their commands. However, Agatha believes this is impossible. Echo would need to mimic the exact sound of a controller, which would require Nightingale's mist ability to get close enough to the controller and observe. During that time, Roland would be defenseless, and a single pure witch with special abilities could easily assassinate him. That is a risk they cannot afford to take. Although Roland is a mere mortal, weak and powerless, he is temporarily indispensable in the battle against the devils. Protecting him is the highest priority. Hearing this, Roland is unsure whether to take it as a compliment or an insult. He assures Agatha that he will keep a stone of divine judgment with him at all times. However, Agatha reminds him that the stones are only one line of defense and cannot guarantee his safety. Even Nightingale cannot ensure his survival, but having some protection is better than none. Nightingale takes this comment personally, responding sharply that as long as she is alive, she will not allow any harm to come to Roland. Speaking of protection, Agatha recalls why Lady Alice was able to become the Queen of Stars and the Chief of the Council. Beyond her incredible strength, her intelligence and strategies surpassed most witches. Many of her decisions saved the Alliance from destruction, and without her, Tequila certainly would not have lasted as long as it did. So she can't stand the fact that divine soldiers, which Alice created to protect witches, are now being used against witches. From her words, Roland deduces that the current divine punishment soldiers are not the same as those from 400 years ago. Agatha admits this is just speculation, she cannot confirm it. After all, only the Church knows what truly happened to the Alliance after Tequila fell. Later, Roland reflects on the current state of the divine punishment soldiers. Once the Queen of Stars, Alice, paid a hefty price to create them, but now they are nothing more than mindless killing machines for the Church. Suddenly, the listening sigil picks up Lightning's transmission. She reports that she is above Blizzard Town, facing northwest, and the enemy is currently retreating. They are all fleeing back to the Holy City. The report brings a smile to Nightingale's face. It seems the enemy is starting to feel fear. Roland thinks the same. This also means that the Holy City is temporarily unable to send reinforcements. He had predicted this would happen, as the army of 1,000 soldiers they faced was likely just a hastily assembled vanguard. Seizing this opportunity, Roland decides to evacuate the townspeople. Additionally, he sees this as the perfect time to negotiate with the local aristocrats. He assigns Ironaxe and Iris to handle the task. We then cut to the Holy City, where we see these devastated archbishops, who are in shambles after receiving loss in the battle against Roland. To them, defeating Blizzard Town should not have been a problem. After all, the Church had sent an army of 1,000 soldiers, accompanied separately by 300 divine punishment warriors. Not to mention, the commander leading the army was a veteran, with hundreds of battles behind him before he became an archbishop. There was no way they should have suffered such a catastrophic loss, even if they had faced devils or beasts from the Badlands. Just then, a priest rushes in, bringing urgent news. Archbishop Soli has regained consciousness. The two priests stationed outside immediately rush inside to interrogate him. The first thing they demand to know is what happened in Blizzard Town, and how he could have possibly failed so miserably. Still traumatized to his core, Soli quickly blurts out that Blizzard Town was a death trap from the start. The firearms Roland Wimbledon used were far deadlier than Timothy's. He insists that Pope Maine must be warned as soon as possible. However, one of the archbishops grows furious and grabs Soli by the collar. He is convinced that Soli is merely making excuses to avoid taking responsibility for the disaster. The priest demands that Soli answer for the terrible loss and the dire state of their remaining forces. Word of their failure has already begun spreading in the Holy City. If the Church had not silenced those spreading the rumors, this would have been the talk of the town by tomorrow. At that moment, Zero enters the room. She informs Soli that the Pope has summoned him and asks if he is able to walk. With the help of a few guards, Soli manages to stand and follows her. The two archbishops attempt to join the discussion with the Pope, but Zero denies their request, telling them to remain where they are. She reminds them that His Holiness does not wish to reveal the secrets of the divine punishment warriors. The mention of a secret only makes the archbishops more curious, but Zero reiterates that it is knowledge they are not meant to have. As they walk, Zero asks Soli how he intends to explain his failure to the Pope. Soli does not attempt to make excuses and acknowledges his defeat. He admits that he underestimated the enemy and is willing to accept any punishment the Pope deems necessary. Furthermore, he expresses his wish to become a divine punishment warrior. Zero suddenly stops, turning toward him. She asks if he truly wishes to abandon his position as an archbishop and become nothing more than a puppet. But Soli insists that the divine punishment warriors are not puppets. In his eyes, they are brave fighters, and he has dedicated his life to fighting gloriously for the Church. Zero, however, remains doubtful that the Pope will grant his request. Soli is positive that if he insists enough, he can convince Pope Maine to allow it. He has complete faith in the Pope, but Zero reminds him that it is not a matter of persuasion. You see, the transformation requires the witch's blood, and even then, it is not a simple process. Since Soli has already lost an arm, even if the ritual succeeds, his combat ability will be greatly diminished. So why would the Pope waste precious witch's blood on a cripple? Soli picks up on her suspicious tone. He recalls that the divine punishment ritual is a closely guarded secret known only to the Pope. So how does Zero know that it requires witch's blood? Soli is certain that Pope Main would never have told her such information. Zero smirks, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, Main never told her. But she does not need him to because she is the Pope. Before Soli can react, she eliminates him instantly, absorbing all his memories and experiences for herself. Later, Zero walks into the secret temple and begins to relive Soli's memories of the war. Through his memories, she witnesses the devastating defeat firsthand. The divine punishment soldiers were utterly overwhelmed by the First Army, unable to even get close before being taken down. Seeing this unfold, she finally understands why Soli lost the battle so decisively. This revelation piques her interest in Roland Wimbledon more than ever before. The scene transitions to Border Town, where Tilly seeks a conversation with Evie regarding Bloodfang, Heidi Morgan, and Annie. When Evie inquires about Heidi's whereabouts, Tilly explains that she has been punished. Skyflame resisted arrest back on Slumber Island and met the same fate. Tilly wants Evie's help to restore order to Slumber Island. While it is unacceptable for battle witches to oppress support witches, the reverse would be just as destructive. She believes that the remaining members of Bloodfang, like Evie, were merely deceived by Heidi and do not deserve discrimination. Evie is ready to assist but is unsure of what she should do. Ash advises her to share her story about Annie with the other Bloodfang members, while she herself will reveal the extent of Heidi's crimes. After the church is completely eradicated, Tilly plans to launch an investigation into the nobles of Wolfheart who imprisoned witches. If any of those witches are still alive, she is confident that Roland will be able to rescue them. As they discuss the witches Heidi sold to nobles, Evie recalls her friend Annie and begins to cry. Annie had been her warmth and comfort during her darkest times. The story then shifts to Roland in Blizzard Town, who appears extremely stressed. Sensing this, Nightingale arrives and offers him a much-needed head massage. An officer interrupts, reporting that a woman is waiting outside the castle, insisting on meeting him. The guards attempted to stop her, but she kneeled on the ground, pleading to see him no matter the cost. She has been lingering around the castle since yesterday. The officer further hesitantly reveals that the woman claims to be Wimbledon's wife. Nightingale goes absolutely bananas hearing this. She assumes that it must be Roland's illegitimate affair. Roland, on the other hand, struggles to process the absurdity of it. Since when did the fourth prince acquire a lover from the north when he had never even visited it? Determined to get to the bottom of this, Roland orders the officer to bring her in. The supposed wife enters his office and greets him, introducing herself as Livy from Blizzard Town. Roland demands to know why she is making such a claim, and what exactly she means by it. Livy apologizes for spreading a false rumor but explains that she had no choice. She was certain he wouldn't see her otherwise. She clarifies that while she may not count as a legitimate wife, she had a relationship with his brother. This revelation shocks both Roland and Nightingale, who immediately assume she is referring to Timothy. However, Livy quickly denies this and instead claims that she was involved with Gerald. While she was aware of Gerald's ambitions to seize the throne, she hopes that Roland will be willing to help her for the sake of his deceased brother. She elaborates that she met Gerald while working as an escort in a pub. Due to the stark difference in their social statuses, they could never marry legally. Instead, they spent time together in a small countryside cabin. After Gerald's death, she was forced to return to the pub, where the owner was displeased with her sudden absence. He continually harassed her, recently even attempting to drag her into his room. She wants to escape but doesn't know how. The only person she could think of who might help her is Roland. Roland suggests that she return with them to the western region, promising to arrange food, shelter, and a job for her. However, Livy expresses her desire to stay in the north. Nightingale speculates that she might be skeptical of Roland's intentions, perhaps fearing that he, too, might take advantage of her. Given that she is nearly as beautiful as Iris, it's no surprise that the pub owner lusted after her. Roland assures Livy that he will contact Duke Calvin and arrange safe transport for her to Evernight City. Feeling deeply indebted to Roland's generosity, Livy expresses her gratitude and vows never to forget his kindness. As she turns to leave, Roland asks her one last question. Did she and Gerald have a child together? Unsurprisingly, Livy denies it. However, Nightingale can immediately tell that she is lying, and even Roland senses it. Livy does not seem particularly skilled at deception. This would explain why the pub owner was so persistent in harassing her. He likely knew of her connection to Gerald and suspected she had borne his child. He also understood that if Timothy discovered the child's existence, it would be doomed. To protect the last remnant of her love for Gerald, Livy had no choice but to obey the pub owner to keep him from exposing her secret. Nightingale suggests investigating the matter further, should Roland wish to pursue it. Roland considers her words and asks what she has in mind. In her response, she assures him she will do whatever he asks. For now, he simply tasks her with massaging his sore shoulders a little longer. The scene shifts to Zero and Isabella engaged in a private conversation. Isabella is visibly frustrated, lamenting how much of a nuisance Roland Wimbledon has become. She suggests that instead of focusing on the Kingdom of Dawn, they should prioritize Grey Castle. The other pure witches can be left behind in order to handle the situation in the Kingdom of Dawn, ensuring their control remains intact. Zero, however, does not immediately respond. Instead, she gazes out of her tower window, observing the Holy City's citizens below. To her, they appear small and insignificant, mere ants slaving away without understanding why. In her eyes, even she is no different than a tiny and insignificant pawn in the eyes of God, destined to fight senselessly until her inevitable demise. Isabella, not catching up, presses her to get to the point. Zero finally elaborates that she believes she is one step closer to fulfilling God's will. All she needs to do is devour Grey Castle's new king, and victory in the divine war will be assured. In her mind, Roland was sent as a challenge by God, and she intends to overcome it. Annoyed, Isabella attempts to bring Zero back to reality. She reminds her that their primary goal is survival. With their recent defeat, it is obvious they need to reassess their priorities. Even if they gather all of the church's forces and somehow manage to defeat Roland, the cost will be immense. His armies and witches will be annihilated, but so too will most of their divine punishment soldiers. Their real objective should be preparing for the incoming threat, the demons, who will arrive in less than 6 months. Zero challenges Isabella, asking what she proposes instead. Isabella suggests an alternative. Explain the truth to Roland Wimbledon. Tell him about the church's history, the 400-year-long alliance, and the real reason for their actions. Perhaps with understanding, he could be persuaded to work with them instead of against them. Zero scoffs at the idea. What if Roland refuses to believe them? She then further snaps at Isabella, reminding her that Roland is nothing more than a mortal, fragile, weak, and short-lived. His mind will deteriorate with age, and a simple illness could take his life at any moment. She refuses to entrust humanity's future to such a fleeting existence. To Zero, she alone is God's chosen warrior. She refuses to allow a mere mortal to stand at the same level as her. Isabella, realizing there is no changing Zero's mind, instead asks how she intends to defeat Roland. She reminds Zero that disabling the Stone of Divine Judgment requires close proximity. Additionally, the Alliance's high-tier sigils, which could aid them, are limited and can only be used once. If they use them now and fail, they will be left defenseless for the true battle ahead. Zero remains confident. She reminds Isabella of the thousands of souls she has devoured, proof of her strength. She urges Isabella to have a little faith in her abilities. After all, she is the only one capable of leading humanity to victory in the divine war. The scene shifts back to Blizzard Town, where Roland and his forces are conducting cannon tests. The devastating explosions cause Iron Axe to tense up. By now, he is convinced that no ordinary enemy could traverse the mountain paths under such fire. However, Roland reminds him that their enemies will not be ordinary. Worse still, their limited supply of ammunition poses a significant issue. If they had an unlimited stockpile, just 2 fortress cannons would be enough to wipe out the opposition. Meanwhile, Lightning is positioned near the impact site, marking the craters left by the cannon fire. She excitedly reports their successful hits, marveling at the sheer destructive power of the cannons. The sight fills her with renewed hope. They might actually stand a chance against the devils. As dusk settles, Roland returns to his camp, visibly anxious. Though they have done all they can to prepare, the final outcome is now left to fate. All he can do is wait. His thoughts are interrupted by Maggie, who arrives with an urgent report from the frontline defense. The church has finally made a move. The enemy has left its stronghold. It looks like everything is going according to Roland's expectations. Now, all that remains is rallying the First Army for the decisive battle. However, one lingering uncertainty remains, which is regarding the Pure Witches. Their role in the upcoming war is still unknown, and Roland has no way of predicting how they will be deployed. Well, it seems like Zero's plan is also going as she had intended. She too wanted Roland to come out and fight, just so she can get the chance to go near him. As Roland stands outside, wide awake and lost in his own thoughts, Nightingale and the others notice him and ask why he isn't sleeping. In response, he reveals that something seems to be under his sheets, and he always feels like something is poking him in the back. Andrea then recalls having the same feeling. There should have been at least 2 blankets underneath as cushioning, but it seems like the Northern Duke does not seem to know the meaning of hospitality. But Ash believes that just having a roof to shelter them from the cold nights is already more than one could ask for. So making these kinds of comfort-seeking complaints is inappropriate. While Ash and Andrea butt heads over the argument, Roland continues to gaze at the sky, anticipating the looming war ahead. He feels a little overwhelmed by the possibility of being unable to defeat the church. But Nightingale tries to assure him that as long as she is alive, she won't let him get hurt. Later, on some random day, Roland receives a personal letter from the Pope. The letter serves no purpose other than roughly explaining the origins of the church and mentioning the existence of devils. Nightingale wonders if they might be requesting a ceasefire through this. But Roland believes that if that were the case, the Holy City would have never tried to occupy Blizzard Town. Then again, they can't deny the validity of the letter either. After all, the handwriting in the letter is indeed the Pope's. For a moment, Roland entertains the possibility that this might be a scheme orchestrated by the Pure Witches. On one particularly sunny day, Lightning reports that the enemy has advanced to Sector 9. It seems like the church is trying to launch an unexpected attack. Whatever the case, Knight Carter quickly alerts his soldiers to ready the cannons, as the enemy is right over their heads. Soon enough, the troops set up the cannons and begin blowing up the church's soldiers, as if they were nothing more than bowling pins. Maggie and Lightning, acting as scouts, further report to the First Army that the enemy has passed Sector 12, so they order the soldiers to open fire. And so, the First Army begins bombarding the hell out of those zealous bastards marching toward them in numbers. But it looks like the First Army is about to run out of luck as they prepare to face a pure witch. This witch seems to have the power to control bugs because, with a single command, a swarm of insects begins to flood the battlefield. The horde of bugs coalesces into a giant monster. Seeing the threat before her, Lightning quickly pulls her goggles over her eyes, ready to engage, and instructs Maggie to keep providing coordinates to the artillery. Meanwhile, the foot soldiers steadily close the gap between themselves and the First Army, having already breached the 300-meter line. Now that the church's soldiers are close enough, they start throwing spears at the First Army. The poor First Army soldiers begin dropping, while others get slaughtered in hand-to-hand combat. Roland, meanwhile, watches the entire battle unfold from a safe distance atop a watchtower. Some of the enemies have breached the first 3 trenches and are already advancing toward the 4th. But judging from the retreating enemy vanguard and their reinforced defenses, the Divine Punishment Army's assault is clearly weakening. If this keeps up, they won't be able to touch the remaining 5 trenches and artillery squads. Then suddenly Sylvie notices something shocking. The ground beneath the First Army soldiers is sinking, all thanks to Vale, who pops right out of the ground. She uses her magic to control the soldiers, forcing them to take their own lives. This absolutely shocks the hell out of Roland. He is so stunned that probably the most shocked we've ever seen him. Meanwhile, the First Army soldiers manage to take down one of the witches who summoned the insects. She gets riddled with bullets, making her death inevitable, and thus, she falls in a pool of her own blood. Zero grits her teeth at the losses she's facing. She absolutely did not account for this many casualties before launching this surprise attack. She can't afford to lose this time. She meticulously prepared for this day. She even made sure to infect the letter with some kind of powder, and she's certain that if Roland touched it, he must be infected by now. You see, this powder has a scent that mortals can't detect, and it can seep into the skin as well. Once Vanilla, one of the Pure Witches, activates her ability, they will be able to pinpoint Roland's position in the crowd. While her plan is thorough, she still seems to have underestimated the strength of his snow powder weapons. His weapons were able to attack from miles away, severely injuring her forces before they even reached the perimeter. And Vale can only buy them limited time with her abilities. Vanilla quickly reports that the barrier concealing their presence is about to collapse. She can't hold it together any longer. Eventually, the cube they were in suddenly explodes, and all the witches inside are revealed. Zero quickly gestures for Vale to clear the way, and Vale follows the command without hesitation. But as she marches, she begins to fear that she might not survive this. Anyhow, while Vale occupies the soldiers in front, Zero signals Isabella to perform her role as well. Right away, Isabella activates her magic ability, known as Infinity. The blinding light not only throws everyone off guard, but it also nullifies all the divine stones of judgment. Now the stage is completely set for Zero to make her move. She zips past all of the soldiers and appears right in front of Roland. As soon as she tags Roland with her powers, he finds himself inside the virtual world she created. The place he falls into is his school. Of course, none of this makes sense to Roland as to why the hell is he seeing his school. For a moment he wonders if he's dreaming. Then he considers the possibility that he has somehow returned to his own world. But if he really did return to his home planet, then why is he still occupying the fourth prince's body? Then he spots Zero standing behind him and immediately recognizes her as one of the Pure Witches from the church. But in her introduction, Zero makes sure to add that she is also the 15th Pope of the Holy City of Hermes, and her name is Zero. And given how strange this place is, she's certain that he is definitely not Roland Wimbledon. Roland asks if she created this place, to which she claims that he is the one who did. This place is buried deep in his memories and appears frequently in his daily life. She is very, very curious to know what exactly this place is. After all, The fourth prince of Grey Castle absolutely never lived in a place like this. But Roland doesn't feel the need to tell her anything. He starts analyzing his situation. He's not sure what to do to escape this illusion. Based on past experiences with nightmares, jumping from a high place would normally wake him up. Meanwhile, Zero is confident that she'll learn everything there is to know about Roland sooner or later. Who he is, where he came from, and why he became the fourth prince of Grey Castle. Everything will become clear to her once this is over. Usually she explains to her opponents all about her illusion, its effects, its rules, and the impact of her ability. But this time, she decides to keep her mouth shut. With that said, she stabs the hell out of Roland. But even after dying, Roland finds himself back, with no wounds at all, though the ground is still stained with the blood he lost. He's trying to figure out where that sword she summoned came from, and how he's even alive again. Zero charges at him once more and delivers a slash that kills him instantly. And once again, he spawns back. By now he's sure he's not in some twisted nightmare. If it were, killing himself would have let him escape it. It feels more like an eternal battlefield. And if he's thinking right, there must be some conditions he needs to fulfill to leave. If she can summon weapons out of nowhere, he wonders if he can do that too. So, when Zero jumps at him for another strike, Roland imagines a shield in front of him to save himself. An invincible barrier appears just in time, blocking the direct hit. Now that he's figured out he can conjure anything by imagining it, he pulls out guns and starts bombarding her with bullets. But that's still not enough to defeat her. She appears right behind him and kills him on the spot. Roland is back again, and she can't help but commend him for the unique perception he's showing. She's quite astonished at how he figured out her illusions without needing any prior explanation. And the weapons he's summoning are pretty interesting. She's never seen anything like the lump of metal he's conjured. His creations are indeed terrifying, but she makes it clear they're not as threatening to her. She's been watching him the whole time, while he's never been able to notice her actions. In all these years, she's devoured countless warriors, including transcendental witches. There's no way a mere mortal like Roland could win. Suddenly, Roland conjures a little box right in front of her eyes. It explodes on her face, causing her to die instantly. But of course, she respawns. As Roland stands tall after figuring out how to fight with her, he calls her out for her filthy tactics. He doesn't like how she makes her opponents despair and concede defeat, just so she can steal all their knowledge. But Zero isn't fazed by his righteous ramblings. She just suggests that Roland admit defeat if he knows this much. That's when Roland summons Optimus Prime to attack her. But this sassy woman suddenly appears right behind him and slits his throat with her dagger. The back and forth continues, and every time she kills him, she demands he concede defeat. She points out how he's losing stamina and mental strength, and if this keeps up, he won't be able to achieve anything except suffering. Hearing this, Roland realizes that she's continuing to pressure him to give up, even though she could just keep attacking him. This only means her stamina is running low as well. But as if Zero heard his thoughts, she reveals that worrying about stamina is the last thing on her mind. She has enough stamina to die over 100 times, so Roland's basically making things harder for himself by not conceding. Roland begins to weigh his options. He thinks about ways to trap her, like caging her, using proximity mines, or maybe electric field lasers. But then again, none of these things would truly trap her. Just like she said, if he can't restrict her movements, he'll definitely lose. Roland then asks her how many battles she's fought in the past 2 years. She claims it's probably 1,000 or more, though not many have impressed her. Their wills were stronger than Roland's, but they still lost to countless deaths, and not many chose to endure the hopeless defeat. She reminds him once again that continuing this torture is pointless. Meanwhile, Roland rhetorically asks her if no one has ever defeated her in those 1,000 battles. He wonders if there's really no one mentally stronger than her, no one who won by creating lava or oceans. Zero reiterates what she had said. Even if she had been defeated, she wouldn't be standing here now. She further points out that even if someone tries to change the surface they're standing on, it would deplete their mental stamina so much that it would be like suicide. No one could ever change the entire world like this. Only a god with omnipotent strength could pull off something like that. Roland responds by saying that gods don't exist in his world. Zero then questions if he concedes defeat, especially since he has no way to turn the tides in his favor. But Roland refuses to quit, not without trying one last time. He wants to try once more, and if he fails, he'll concede. Hearing this, Zero readies a sword crackling with intense energy, prepared to give Roland the final blow. But that's when Roland pulls out his biggest trick. He makes the ground beneath her unbelievably slippery, so slippery she can't move an inch. She's left confused, wondering what in the world he just did. Roland smirks and boasts about making a minor adjustment to the battlefield. Without the support of friction, her speed doesn't matter. She won't be able to move at all. To educate her further, he explains the law of motion. When an external force isn't acting on an object, it will remain static, just like she is right now. This phenomenon is known as Newton's first law. After rendering her a defenseless husk who can't even move, Roland produces a bunch of machine guns and begins bombarding the hell out of Zero. The scorching heat burns her alive over and over. But more than the pain, what hurts her most is the fact that she's getting her ass whooped. She refuses to believe that he's able to create something that doesn't exist, and that what he says is true. Roland then breaks it to her that he simply altered the atomic distribution of the floor. The atoms are now tightly packed together, neat and organized like soldiers. The surface is incredibly slippery and tough, so tough that even the hardest diamond would be like marshmallow in comparison. So, it's basically over for her. As Roland intensifies the scorching flames, making her die over and over again, we shift to the real world, where Nightingale is watching over Roland's unconscious body. Tears well up in her eyes as she thinks it's her fault. She failed to protect him. Just then, Lightning appears and reports that the pure witch is awake, meaning it's finally time to interrogate her and get all the secrets she knows. Along with Nightingale and Lightning, Agatha joins them. As they walk through the corridor, Lightning points out how the witch woke up by herself, sitting on the bed when Ash was checking on her. She also said that this prison is meaningless to her. Once they reach the room, they hear Isabella muttering about how Zero seems to have completely lost, even though she was supposed to be a spoiled god's child. Nightingale is intrigued to hear the mention of a god's child. Isabella, on the other hand, is willing to share everything she knows, and she's ready to accept whatever they decide for her. She starts by explaining her abilities. She can disable the effect of the stones of divine judgment, and no amount of stones can stop her if they're within her range. But otherwise, she can't go through walls or dig underground, so they don't need to prepare any special rooms for her. Hearing this, Nightingale deduces that she must have been the one who disabled Roland's stone. Isabella admits to this, saying she had no other choice, as Zero was already blinded by God. She believed that only on the battlefield could one receive the smile of God. She further reveals that Zero used the battlefield of souls on Roland. The Battle of Souls is essentially a fight of wills and consciousness. The loser surrenders everything and the winner takes it all. Ever since Zero awakened as a witch, she's never lost on the battlefield. She's devoured over 1,000 mortals and witches, absorbing their memories, knowledge, and lifespan. She's lived for 200 years. However, Isabella never expected Zero to lose to a mere mortal prince. But since Roland has won, Nightingale asks why Roland hasn't woken up yet. Isabella reveals that the outcome of the battlefield of souls should have been decided instantly. If Roland didn't turn into Zero on the spot, that means Zero failed to devour him. This means Roland can't wake up because he can't handle such a gigantic memory. Basically, Isabella has no clue when he might wake up because there's never been a precedent for this. She can't explain it. But there was one time when Zero had devoured Garcia, that Zero was completely exhausted for a while. She recalls finding some interesting details in Garcia's memory, so she spent more effort than usual to process them all. It might also be that Roland is trying to absorb Zero's memories, and he needs more time to do that. As long as he's alive, he will eventually wake up. Hearing this, Nightingale gets scared when she considers the possibility that Roland might not be able to handle the 200 years' worth of memories. In the worst-case scenario, he might never wake up. Pushing this aside, Nightingale and Agatha continue interrogating Isabella about the church and how much she knows about the Alliance. Isabella claims that the letter they sent contained everything regarding the Witch Empire and the Devils, but Agatha reveals that the letter wasn't particularly useful to them, since they already know that much. She herself is a witch from the Alliance. Of course, Isabella is shocked to hear this, so Agatha decides to make it easier for her by explaining. Agatha is from the holy city of Tequila, from 400 years ago, and she's seen its destruction firsthand. Devils aren't exactly rare. They have camps in the misty forest to the west of Grey Castle, as well as at the end of the Redwater River. Furthermore, Roland has already fought those devils once. What Agatha really wants to know is how the Alliance became the church. Isabella then reveals that the records mentioned there was a conflict within the Alliance during the escape. It happened on the northwestern side of the mountains. There weren't many details, but the Alliance split into two factions. One group mostly consisted of Tequila witches who were attuned to enter the labyrinth ruins in the mountains. The other group consisted of witches from Comet City, who wanted to keep heading north, uphold Lady Alice's will, and settle in the Hermes Mountains. These witches became the church. Hearing this, Agatha is shocked to realize it was basically an internal war among the witches while they were on the run, which was nothing more than suicide. Isabella further reveals that it was also to kill the non-combat witches who didn't belong to Comet City, because that was the only way for the church to bury the history. If it hadn't been for the internal conflict among the witches, the Four Kingdoms wouldn't have been able to escape the Alliance's control. However, it also meant that the church couldn't have as many divine punishment soldiers. So, the church buried the past to make capturing witches easier and create mindless divine punishment soldiers. In Nightingale's eyes, it's all madness. It's like every witch in the church went insane. But Isabella reveals that she never cared about who controlled the continent. Her only wish was to defeat the devils. After all, this is the whole reason the alliance was created. Zero was incredibly deranged. But her beliefs were stronger than anyone else's when it came to defeating the devils, and that's why Isabella decided to help her. After hearing all of this twisted information, Nightingale draws her daggers, ready to kill this piece of shit on the spot. But Agatha manages to calm Nightingale down, explaining that killing Isabella won't solve their immediate problems. It looks like there's also another interesting tidbit Isabella wants to share. Zero did allow pure witches to read the text in the Holy Temple, but absolutely no one except for her was allowed to reach the prayer room on the top floor, because whoever stands there can directly face God. Later, we see Nightingale releasing her frustration by punching the wall after getting no leads on how to wake Roland. Agatha reminds her that they've already done all they can, so all they can do now is wait. No matter what, they should tell everyone what they've learned. As for Isabella, she tries to assure Nightingale that killing her won't benefit anyone, as she's still a very useful asset to them. Nightingale then heads back to Roland's room to check on him, but before entering she spots Anna beside him, so Nightingale retreats into her mist. While Roland may be unconscious, as long as he's alive, Anna is willing to keep waiting for him to wake up. A day, a year, or even her lifetime, she will stay by his side forever as long as he's still breathing. So she wishes him to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Nightingale can do nothing but shed her tears as she watches this. I'm not sure if she's crying because of Roland's miserable state or because Anna might be his true love. A while later, Roland wakes up in his bed. He's spooked to find himself in the bed out of nowhere, because the last thing he remembers is standing in the thick of battle with Zero. Since he doesn't want to lose, he tries to summon more guns to keep fighting. But soon he realizes that nothing is happening, which makes him believe that the rules of the game have changed. Roland takes note of how this place is entirely unfamiliar to him. It doesn't resemble anything he has seen in his previous life, or the life he had in the border town. Confused, he runs through the space and enters another room. He notices a collection of mysterious books, none of which he remembers owning, either in his current life or his previous one. The TV in the room is on, broadcasting a news report. It states that last night, an unknown explosion occurred at the city university. A lecture building was completely destroyed, and the roof had collapsed. This shocks Roland. He was supposed to be in a fictional world of illusions, so how is he back in his previous world? Rushing to the balcony, he looks out at the bustling streets below, only to realize that nothing resembles the previous world he lived in. As he stands there, a woman appears in the corridor and starts berating him for blocking the way. Roland eventually returns to the room and immediately demands Zero to come out and fight him. But no matter how much he yells, no one appears. He sits down, deep in thought. If this is another illusion from the Battle of Souls, then there must be a way to escape. He decides to use one of the oldest tricks in the book, stacking tables and chairs on top of each other. He figures that jumping from a height might jolt him back to reality. But just as he's about to do so, a little girl enters the room, calling him Uncle. She looks almost exactly like a younger version of Zero. The sight catches Roland completely off guard, and he loses his balance, slipping and falling. And then he wakes up. He finds himself back in his bed in Neverwinter. Anna, who had been watching over him, is absolutely shocked to see him awake. Overwhelmed with emotions, she rushes to him and embraces him passionately. Roland gives her a reassuring pat and apologizes for making her worry so much. He then asks how long he had been unconscious. He guesses maybe 3 days, or at worst a week. But Anna breaks it to him that it has been almost 2 months. To be specific, 1 month and 22 days. Roland is stunned. He quickly asks how he even survived that long without food or water. Anna explains that Twilight, one of the Bloodfang witches, has an ability that allowed her to plant a leech seed in him. All she had to do was eat an extra meal every day, and all the nutrients were absorbed into Roland's body. Roland finds this fascinating. But what amazes him even more is that, despite being in a coma for so long, he doesn't feel any fatigue or muscle soreness. He expresses his gratitude to Anna for taking care of him all this time. But Anna brushes it off. To her, whatever she did for him is nothing compared to what he has done for everyone. He has already fulfilled the promise he made to the witches. The promise to eradicate the church's armies. Every witch in the Union is indebted to him. Any of them would have gladly sacrificed themselves for his safety. Even if he wasn't here, there would be plenty of people willing to take care of him. But Roland only wants her to be his caretaker. Just when Roland is in the perfect mood to play clap-clap, Anna suddenly remembers that everyone has been eagerly waiting for him to wake up. She reminds him that he has just regained consciousness and should focus on recovering first. Roland insists that he's already strong enough to clap her, but Anna bonks him on the head and runs out before he can say anything else. As she heads out to call the others, Roland's mind drifts back to the moment in his dream, when he saw Zero as a child, calling him Uncle. It's a mystery to him why she said that. Even stranger, he has never lived in the city he saw in his dreams. Before disappearing, Zero had also hysterically screamed that she would never let him go. He isn't sure if her words were a curse or something else entirely. Anyhow, he is sure that there is something he has yet to figure out. He is soon jolted out of his thoughts when all the Witch Association members enter his chamber to meet him. While everyone expresses their relief at seeing Roland alive, Agatha makes sure to scan him for any traces of magic, and thankfully, she finds nothing. She then asks if he remembers anything, like Zero's memories. Hearing this, Roland questions how she knows that he holds Zero's memories. In response, Agatha explains that one of the pure witches they captured had already spilled all the beans. Ash also considers the possibility that his mind might be scrambled by 200 years of memories, making his previous personality fade away in a sea of new ones. So, she wants Roland to prove that he is actually Roland and not Zero. Nightingale confirms that the person before them is indeed Roland. Then his sister also meets him, expressing her relief and welcoming him back. Later, Iron Axe, the old man Parov, and that priest guy in charge of infrastructure also pay him a visit in his office. While Roland was in a coma, there were no abnormalities in the city, though some people did panic. Roland believes that improving public morale is the most important task right now, so he wants them to spread the news that their king is still alive. He wants the message out by tonight, followed by a grand banquet at the castle. As dusk settles, the streets are decorated in celebration, and food is being distributed for free. We then cut back to Roland, where Nightingale also arrives, hesitant to make eye contact with him. After all, she had failed to save him. But Roland assures her that she is not to blame as it was clearly not her fault. He then hugs her warmly and expresses his gratitude for the great job she had done on the battlefield. As the night deepens, Roland heads back to bed to get some sleep. But as soon as he closes his eyes, he is once again transported to that annoying dream from before. And just like last time, he spots little Zero, still calling him Uncle. She wants to know why he was acting strange yesterday. She sets breakfast on the table and tells him to eat. Roland is seriously spooked, experiencing this weird dream all over again, and wants to end it right away. So he grabs a knife and decides to kill her. But before he can act, little Zero starts berating him for yesterday's antics. She wants to know why he had been standing on the furniture. Did he spot some roaches on the ground or something? Roland lies, saying he was trying to clean the dirty ceiling. But the little one isn't buying it. If he really wanted to clean the roof, a wet rag attached to a tall stick would have been the easiest way to do it. Besides, why the sudden urge to clean when she's been the one handling the chores ever since she arrived? The mention of her just arriving catches Roland off guard. The girl, on the other hand, demands that he cough up some money for groceries. The fridge is almost empty, so she has to go to the market today. Roland begins rummaging through clothes he's not even wearing. Tired of her uncle's unusual behavior, the girl reminds him that the money is in the drawer. So Roland finally starts going through the table and eventually finds his wallet. He asks how much she needs and she demands $20. Only because she can't carry more groceries than that, though. Instead, he gives her $50 and tells her to use the leftover for next time. She takes the $50. That's when he notices her index finger wrapped in a bandage. When he asks about it, she responds that she got cut while picking up glass shards. With that, she heads off to school. She won't be coming home for lunch, so he'll have to do the dishes today. But he quickly reminds her that it's already summer vacation. To this, she replies that she's going to cram school. As she leaves, she suggests that he go to the hospital if his head still hurts. On her way out of the apartment building, Roland notices her greeting her friends that are her age. Not gonna lie, the more he searches for answers, the more complicated this whole thing gets. For a moment he considers following her. It's then that Roland spots Garcia Wimbledon walking down the corridor. His instincts kick in, and he prepares himself, knife in hand. Garcia merely requests that he step aside so she can pass through. Seeing this, Roland asks her if she doesn't recognize him. Garcia simply sneers at his strange question and continues on her way. Roland, undeterred, asks her to confirm if her name is Garcia. Upon hearing her name, Garcia quickly spins on her feet and throws a fist at his face. Though she doesn't know how he knows her name, she warns him that if he keeps this up, things won't end well for him. With that little threat, she barges into her apartment, numbered 0827. Roland notices that the apartment number has 3 digits, and the corridor stretches on endlessly, lined with a plethora of apartment rooms. As he thinks about it, he recalls how Zero once claimed to have devoured thousands of warriors, one of whom was even a transcendent witch. That basically means all the residents living here are those she's devoured. By now, Roland has no doubt that Zero created all of this, but he wonders if it was her intention. He still doesn't understand why she would create such a bizarre dream realm, where she doesn't even recognize herself as a pure witch, instead role-playing as a middle school student. It's pretty obvious that this modern environment has to do with his own memories, but he's not sure what role he's supposed to play in all this. He knows he isn't supposed to be in this building of the defeated people. After all, he still has all of his memories, and he's aware that he's dreaming, so he can leave this place at any time. Since his head is slightly throbbing from falling last time, it suggests that the dream feels incredibly real. If that's the case, he wants to figure out just how far this dream goes in terms of realism. Roland heads back to his bedroom and then takes a look into his storage room. Afterward, he enters Zero's room, where he finds a diary. He opens it and starts reading a few illustrations she's drawn of herself and him, mostly writing about day-to-day life. February 16th is the day she moved between schools and was eventually assigned to live here. The landlord's name is Roland, and he's not very orderly. She writes that he works at a bar and always smells of alcohol. She doesn't like this place, but her parents said it was the cheapest apartment. They told her she'd have to go back to the countryside if she complained. Roland is creeped out by all the nonsense she's written, but he continues to read nonetheless. On February 27th, her school started, and at the same time, Roland lost his job. He now only eats instant ramen for dinner. By March 2nd, he used up all his allowance on ramen, so she had to talk to him about it. On March 3rd, he agreed to her suggestion and decided to give her a bit of money every month to buy fresh groceries. By March 8th, she had started to get used to living here. The final note, from June 25th, mentions how terrified she was when she saw Roland fall from a chair as she came in. But at least the sofa absorbed his fall. Roland finally shuts the diary and begins piecing things together. It seems like everyone in this dream world has a backstory that fits the modern setting. However, all these stories are quite complicated, and he probably doesn't have the mental capacity to create them. He also notices a few textbooks. From the cover, he can tell he used these books in middle school. The book he's currently looking at is chemistry. Seeing the periodic table inside, Roland gets excited to read it, especially since it could help him refresh his knowledge. But as soon as he attempts to read it, everything begins to distort, and he wakes up in reality. After entering the dream world twice, Roland has finally figured out some sort of pattern. The first thing he noticed is that the passage of time is not the same as in reality. If he spends 8 hours in the dream world and then wakes up, it's still nighttime in the real world. The second thing is his brain activity. Maybe it's because the dream is so realistic, and when he acts in the dream, he doesn't have time to sleep or rest, which is a major challenge for him, as he'll always be sleep-deprived at this rate. If he can use the time difference and rest while dreaming, he's sure it will make things much more efficient. Thirdly, the dream world itself. He's not sure if this place even has an end or any boundaries, or how many fragments of memory it contains. Lastly, he wants to figure out how much hidden or forgotten information he will be able to discover here. The next day, in the conference room, Roland holds a meeting with all the government representatives. Now that the threat of the church is gone, there's no question they need to prepare for the devils. Neverwinter will have to devote all their efforts to the upcoming divine war. This means they'll need to direct their attention toward the other kingdoms as well. They'll have to recruit the Everwinter and Wolfheart kingdoms to combat the devil threat. Though Barov is concerned it won't be that easy. Roland points out that the news of the church's fall will undoubtedly spread across the entire continent, and he wouldn't be surprised if some church-affiliated aristocrats retaliate. However, this is a good opportunity for Neverwinter. It doesn't matter if it takes money or military strength to deal with the rebelling aristocrats, they just need to pull everyone into Grey Castle. Moreover, with the arrival of next spring, the Neverwinter seaport will also be put into use. Barov's task is to formulate a recruitment plan, rent ships from the bay merchants, and find places to accommodate the newcomers in the city. Additionally, Roland officially incorporates Iris Candle into the city hall, appointing her as the vice head of the department. While Barov is grateful for Roland's consideration, he is confident he can handle this on his own. However, Roland makes it clear that his decision has already been made. He then shifts his attention to Sister Scroll, since education will also play a major role in their preparations. Roland asks her how the training is progressing for intermediate-level teachers. The girl reveals that only Ferlin has passed the exam so far, and she worries that this might not work out. Roland gives her permission to choose new intermediate teachers from the student pool to encourage the top students to continue their studies at school. He also suggests adding scholarships, reward systems, and advises her to work alongside Ferlin to figure it out. Once the students pass the exams, they'll be able to become intermediate teachers and receive a monthly salary of 50 silvers. Scroll is unsure if spending this much to gather intermediate teachers is necessary, but Roland has a bigger picture in mind. Becoming a teacher won't be the only future they can choose. They will also have the freedom to enter any field or industry they like. After all, an educated population is useless if they can't be utilized, so funneling them into industries they're suited for is an important step. Furthermore, Roland plans to write a curriculum for introductory logic and critical thinking for her soon. For now, he tells her she's free to go. After dismissing the meeting, Roland asks Kyle Sichi to accompany him to the office. Once Sichi enters the office, he quickly expresses his desire to leave if Roland doesn't have any new ideas for production to share. Roland tells him to relax and take a seat, as he has something important to give him. First, Roland asks if Sichi has ever considered becoming the director of the chemical manufacturing department. Of course, Sichi responds with a resounding no, as he has no interest in abandoning the vials and jars in his laboratory for pointless management responsibilities. But Roland asks him to listen before making any hasty decisions. He acknowledges Sichi's devotion to chemistry, driven by his desire to learn its secrets, and his unwillingness to spend time on anything else. However, Roland promises him that he can help him uncover the very essence of chemistry. This much is enough to get Sichi interested. Roland finally places the periodic table in front of Sichi. Roland promises to give him the periodic table permanently if he accepts the director's position. If he performs well in the role, Roland further promises to send him a complete version of intermediate chemistry. Unsurprisingly, Kyle Sichi takes the deal. Roland wishes him the best of luck, confident that the history of chemistry will bear Sichi's name. We then cut to Isabella's prison cell, where she has been held captive for almost 2 months. Roland has not come to see her, and it's driving her crazy. Though the amenities provided to her don't make it feel like a traditional prison, she has no freedom. She writes down everything she knows, hoping that Roland might spare her when he reads it. And then, the moment arrives. Roland comes to meet her on this fateful day. Isabella is astonished that he is finally here. The first question Roland asks is if she is Isabella, the witch who dismantled the stone of divine judgment he was wearing. Isabella makes sure to show proper respect, while Roland, on the other hand, has a lot of questions for her. The most pressing one is why the results of his battle with Zero weren't like she had described. Being the winner of the challenge, Roland didn't exactly inherit everything. Isabella finds this impossible. Roland has a hunch that he's not a witch, which is why he's unable to inherit Zero's knowledge. Isabella then elaborates, the sole prize in the battlefield of souls is memory and lifespan. Since mortals already possess these two things, they can inherit them from others through this challenge. However, witches' abilities can't be absorbed, because magic can't simply be spliced onto someone else. Otherwise, Zero would have devoured her long ago. But since Roland is the first case she's seen where he didn't absorb a single piece of memory, it's a curious situation. Roland then asks her if Zero ever mentioned where the defeated go. She reveals that the losers always disappear completely as if they never existed. Roland presses further, asking if there's a difference in the results of the challenge if someone voluntarily surrenders or resists until the end. Isabella claims that all of them disappear. However, Zero once said that there were 2 types of memories she could absorb. One type was disorganized, with residual consciousness from the losers, which would affect Zero herself. The other type was fully complete, allowing Zero to examine every last detail. It seems Roland has figured something out. He decides to put this topic aside for now and focus on Isabella herself. Roland tells her to be grateful for her ability, not because it's particularly unique, but because it can't be used to directly harm someone. No matter what she's done, even though she aided Zero in attacking him, she is no more than an accomplice. Therefore, he won't execute her, but she must pay for her crimes, just like everyone else who has broken the law. Isabella falls to her knees, willing to accept any punishment necessary as long as Roland defeats the devils. Roland reminds her that devils are the enemies of all humans, and of course, he will fight them to the end. However, he won't go about it the way the church would have. He won't waste the potential of humanity in winning the divine war. He wants her to change the habits she had in the church. Isabella clings to the ground, saying she's willing to adhere to any command Roland has for her. Roland is startled by her submissive behavior. He quickly orders her to get up, telling her this is not Hermes, so she doesn't have to act like a servant. Here, all she needs to do is help Agatha in her research on magic. Furthermore, there will be no concept of pure witches, and she will be called the Repenting Witch from this point onward. Before Roland leaves, Isabella asks him about her friends, Vanilla and Mary. Roland assures her that they are being treated better than she is. With that, he leaves. Isabella is left staring out the window. Seeing the beautiful day, she cracks a smile as if she's finally found the salvation she's been seeking. Later, Nightingale complains to Roland about how easily he let Isabella get away, even though she almost killed him. Roland reminds her that it was Zero who almost killed him. Isabella merely made it possible. Since Isabella didn't do anything unforgivable, and most importantly, he didn't suffer any permanent damage, he wants to leave the matter as it is. She will be a good PR example. Her case will help people understand that crimes can be repented and forgiven, as long as they aren't too severe. After all, devils are the greatest enemies, and using Isabella's abilities to bolster their chances at victory is the best form of redemption. Nightingale finally relents, deciding to keep an eye on her. As Roland stands there, he reflects on what Isabella said about the 2 types of memories, one chaotic and scrambled, while the other is complete and ready to be examined. He begins to wonder if this is why Zero kept pressuring him to surrender during the battle. The only explanation is that if the loser willingly surrenders all of their memories to Zero, then she faces no side effects. This is probably why she didn't solely focus on killing Roland. This process seems very similar to the one in which Roland possessed the real Roland's body. Specifically, he had taken over his memories and was able to examine his past however he liked. He didn't have to spend time memorizing it, and there were no consequences to pushing his memories to the back of his mind. Given that Prince Roland had been killed by Garcia's poison and had no willpower to resist his death, there were no consequences when our boy took over his body. He then thinks about what would have happened if a person with a strong will lost. Based on what Isabella had said, memories of people with strong will would affect Zero herself, including changes in thoughts, personality, and even beliefs. Absorbing thousands of souls had made her complex. Technically, a very different person from who she had been before. So, her way of revenge was probably to inject all these wills into her own thoughts. It was very likely that she had tried to incorporate all these wills into her own mind as a form of revenge. But in doing so, her own mind would be lost in the storm, which meant his mind would suffer the same fate as well. There was also a slim chance that, in the chaotic storm of memories, each unyielding soul's willpower would strive for dominance, and Zero would try to take this chance to make her come back. However, Roland was not a man of this era. The amount of information a person in the modern age absorbed in a single day was equivalent to what someone in ancient times would take in over months or even years. So, as a man from an era of information overload, his mind naturally filtered out the useless information while keeping the important parts. After all, the ability to retain vital information and discard the rest had been hammered into him. In the end, Zero lost everything she had gained, including her own memories, forming a strange new world, her dream world, where she became a child and started a new life. And now, he was responsible for raising this newborn. As the night settles, Roland returns to the dream world again. First, he wants to figure out a solution for the sleep hours he has been missing out on. He has been awake for around 20 hours if he counts the hours in real life. So, he decides to take a nap in the afternoon later. As he walks into the drawing room, he comes across Zero, who looks startled to see him awake so early, even though she hasn't even started making breakfast yet. She quickly decides to make breakfast, and after a while, she returns with the food in hand. After serving the food and having a brief conversation with him, she proceeds to leave for school. Since she won't be coming home for lunch, he will be responsible for washing the dishes as usual. As she leaves, Roland notices that she has been wearing the same clothes for 3 consecutive days. And what's more, why do they even need to survive on money if they are living in the realm of dreams? Since the money is going to run out soon, he decides to look for an opportunity to start earning. First, he gathers all the valuable stuff lying around. But the items he has aren't particularly high in value. Currently, the only valuable source of income he has is the $1,500 that Zero's parents wire her every month. But there's only $12 left in the account, and there are still 4 more days until the next transfer. Even if this jewelry is made of gold, he can probably pawn it for $1,000 at best. Though, he only wants to use it as emergency funding. He then enters the storeroom, and surprisingly enough, there's a lot more stuff than he initially thought. After scanning the room thoroughly, he estimates that he could sell some of these random appliances for around $100. Then, suddenly, he notices a locked door in the storage room. The door looks spooky as hell, like something designed to torture people in the middle of the night. Seeing the giant lock, Roland suddenly remembers the 2 keys on his keyring. After unlocking it, when he finally opens the door, he finds himself staring at the holy city of Hermes for some reason. But he quickly shuts the door. He then peeks at the other side of the wall where the door is located, but from the outside, there's no sign of a door at all. There aren't any signs of renovations either. This only means that when the apartment building was constructed, the door was wedged into the wall. He wonders if his apartment is the only unit with a door like this, or if other units have them as well. If so, what kind of spaces would those doors lead to? After putting on his winter clothes, he opens the door again and ventures inside. But even his jacket isn't enough to keep him from freezing. For a moment, he wonders if leaving the door open would help cool down his apartment as well. As he walks further, he thinks that maybe this is a memory Zero left behind. There are houses in ruins, and when he enters one of the storage units, he finds supplies. The food inside is incredibly fresh. The grapes he picks up were probably shipped from the old holy city. As he eats, he decides to keep searching for something valuable. Eventually, he comes across a box full of jewelry. He picks up the jewel box and decides to leave. He is sure that if he can sell it, he's going to hit it big. Just as he starts enjoying the thought of all the treasure he's found, he suddenly begins to feel dizzy. And soon enough, he opens his eyes to find himself lying in bed, with Zero sleeping soundly beside him. Seeing himself lying so close to Zero sends Roland into an absolute frenzy. Zero wakes up as well, startled by the commotion he is making. She recalls how he had gotten heat stroke, and thanks to her, he ended up in bed. Otherwise, he would have spent the entire night on the floor. though she believes he should be thanking her. First of all, Roland is having a hard time believing that a kid her age managed to drag him to the room. But nonetheless, he pats her on the head and expresses his gratitude. The girl gets a little flustered upon receiving praise from her senior and decides to get going to make some breakfast. But Roland assures her that he will take care of breakfast, which of course shocks the hell out of her. Eventually, he prepares the food, and once it's ready, he presents it to her. She is astonished to see the meal they are having, which is quite extravagant compared to their usual diet. For a moment she wonders if he bought the meat himself, to which he says yes and reveals that the entire fridge is now stocked with this juicy deliciousness. Zero is absolutely astonished to hear this and has a hard time believing it. Roland further gives her the good news that he has gotten his salary, so he bought some food to celebrate. Now that she thinks about it, it means he must have gotten heat stroke from being in the sun too much while job hunting. Roland goes with it and confirms her doubts. He further assures her that they don't have to worry about money anymore. They then engage in some good banter while they eat. Once she is done with breakfast, she decides to get going to school. But before she disappears, he reluctantly asks if she knows any bookstores nearby. We then cut back to Neverwinter, where Roland has finally woken up from his dreams. While he spent 3 days in the dream realm this time, it's only noon when he wakes up. One night in reality equals around 2 days over there. During this trip to the dream realm, he was pretty productive and finally managed to sell some things, making a lot of cash. With the extra money he earned, he bought new clothes for Zero and some old books as well. However, only the books he had read before contained any content. The rest were blank, which means the dream world only consists of the information he already knows. Fortunately, he had spent a lot of time online in the past, so there was a ton of knowledge that had been useless to him in his old world. That information, which he had once considered useless, had always been buried in his deep mind. Even if he had only glanced at a blueprint once in his previous life, the memory of that blueprint existed in his dream world. Thanks to that, he extracted a lot of useful information that he could now use in the real world. Suddenly Nightingale appears, reminding him that it's lunchtime. Roland acknowledges it and instructs her to bring him some food from downstairs as he intends to eat in his bedroom. She then notices the notes he is preparing, making her curious about where he is getting all this new information and these ideas. To which he reveals that all these ideas had always been in his head. It's just that he had forgotten about them. She picks up one of the notepapers and begins reading, only to feel dizzy after skimming through all this sci-fi nonsense that is way above her head. Anyhow, she remembers how Barov was hoping to meet with Roland as he has 2 letters that require his private attention, to which Roland simply tells her to fetch Barov and bring him to his bedroom. Once the old man arrives, he is bursting with joy, barely believing that he has been invited into Roland's private quarters. Anyhow, Barov begins revealing that Roland has 116 pending letters that arrived while he was unconscious. Most of the letters were from regional aristocrats regarding commerce or visits. The aristocrats were expressing their unwillingness to give up their power to the government, wanting to maintain their traditions and prestige. Well, Roland has no issue with that. When spring comes next year, those guys will understand what the wise decision is. Roland questions Barov about the letters that require his personal attention. He wants to know who sent them. The old man reveals that one letter was from the astronomers, and the other was from the Kingdom of Dawn, but they arrived while he was in a coma. When Roland reads the letter sent by the astronomers, he learns that the Star of Doom has appeared in the night sky. According to historical records, it's a crimson star that never changes its position. But if the red moon appears in orbit, Roland is sure that it would definitely influence the planet, though the observation also shows that its size is extremely small. So the crimson moon is not a natural celestial body, but a man-made satellite. Though this clearly does not make sense to him. To get to the root of it, he instructs Barov to invite the astronomers to Neverwinter City. But Barov reminds him that the astronomers previously refused to come to Neverwinter, so he isn't sure they would come this time either. However, Roland reminds him that the situation is different. The astronomy tower has found what they have been looking for, so the only thing left for them is to continue observing it. He wants them to know that Neverwinter City has developed a new and improved telescope, and that they have found some old texts regarding the Star of Doom. Now, Roland shifts his attention to the second important letter, which concerns the Kingdom of Dawn. It appears that the news is not good. Prince Appin of the Kingdom of Dawn seems to have developed a deep hatred toward witches due to the actions of the church. This means that, for now, Roland will not be able to maintain friendly relations with the Kingdom of Dawn. He instructs Barov to send a formal diplomatic letter to the kingdom. First, Roland wants to congratulate Prince Appin on becoming king, and urges him not to hold a grudge against witches. He wants Appin to understand that the pure witches who once served the church are different from other witches. Furthermore, Prince Appin should know that Grey Castle has already established an official witch organization, and any aggression toward them would also be considered aggression toward Grey Castle. However, Baroff is uncertain whether Appin will accept this message. There is a possibility that he might even perceive it as a threat. Roland clarifies that it is indeed a threat. If Appin Moya decides to recklessly attack the Holy City next year out of spite for the Church, then it will be time for the Kingdom of Dawn to have its ruler stripped of his seat. The next ruler of the Kingdom of Dawn must be someone willing to stand by Grey Castle and fight alongside humanity in the Divine War. For example, Andrea of the Quinn family would be an ideal candidate for this position. With that said, Roland dismisses the old man. Later, Roland meets his sister Tilly. Ash leaves to give them some privacy. Once they are alone, Tilly informs Roland that she is preparing to leave soon. She plans to make a round trip to Slumber Island. Roland sighs in disappointment upon hearing that she is leaving so soon. However, as her words sink in, he realizes that she is only making a round trip, meaning she will return. Tilly further reveals that she intends to bring the good news of his victory against the Church to the witches of Slumber Island. She wants them to know that Neverwinter, the city of Grey Castle, has completely eliminated the threat of the Church, meaning no one will have to hide on the island anymore. She warns him that she will be bringing more witches to Grey Castle, and hopes that it will not be burdensome for him. Roland, however, sees this as a dream come true. The gates of the western region are always open for new witches. Tilly teases him, remarking that even his apartment buildings will not be able to accommodate so many witches. Even if only half of them decide to come, the number of witches will be many times larger than the current witch union. Roland assures her that he will ensure the construction of more buildings to accommodate all of the witches. Tilly is pleased, but has 3 conditions she wants him to agree to. First, if any witch wishes to leave Neverwinter for other towns, she hopes Roland will not restrict their freedom. Roland has no issue with that, though he reminds her that Grey Castle has not yet been fully unified, so he would not recommend venturing beyond the western region. Tilly assures him that she is merely speaking hypothetically. The second condition is that if any witches do not wish to serve him, he cannot force them to. Roland responds by asking if he is free to persuade them to serve, to which Tilly agrees, as long as his methods are not coercive. Lastly, she hopes that Slumberspell can continue as an independent entity. Of course, the organization will still share a portion of its profits with Neverwinter. Speaking of Slumberspell, it is a witches' organization created to resolve conflicts between battle witches and support witches. It also generates income for the island through contracts. In other words, nearly everyone on Slumber Island is part of the group. If Slumberspell remains independent, it means all of them will remain under Tilly's command. To Roland, it sounds like a private company, so he has no objections. However, he reminds Tilly that they will still need to abide by the laws of the government. Tilly is pleased that he has agreed to her terms. She then decides to prepare to gather her belongings, as her ship will arrive in 3 days. Furthermore, she is taking Evie and Softfeathers with her. However, once the Bloodfang situation is dealt with, she will bring them back. Roland asks if she will return before the Months of Demons. Tilly assures him that she will, as she intends to participate in the Months of Demons just like last year. Not only that, but she also wishes to fight alongside him against the devils until winter ends. Later, Roland holds a special feast for the witches. Everyone is astonished when they see the otherworldly cuisine for the first time. They are unsure how they are supposed to eat it. That is when Roland reveals that this feast will be called Hot Pot. The eating process is simple. Each person places their desired ingredients into the pot and eats them once they are cooked. And so the witches eagerly grab pieces of meat, boiling them in the steaming pot before devouring them with delight. The atmosphere is lively as everyone enjoys the feast, reveling in the unique dining experience. Later that night, as Roland sits in his bedroom, Anna arrives with exciting news. The new steam engines she had been working on are finally completed. Overjoyed, Roland embraces her, expressing his admiration and gratitude for her hard work. However, amidst his happiness, his thoughts drift to Nightingale, and his mood darkens. He reflects on how, in this era, it is common for nobles to have multiple women. Yet, despite this societal norm, he struggles with the idea of having 2 women with him simultaneously. So he is uncertain about how to handle the feelings Nightingale harbors for him. Anna, noticing the sudden shift in his attitude, immediately understands his worries. Astonishingly enough, she is already aware that he wants to confess the love Nightingale harbors for him. However, she also makes it clear that she wishes to remain the only woman in his life, at least for now. Then, out of the blue, Anna questions his origins, suspecting that he may not be from this world. She explains that, regardless of one's social standing, no man in this world would hesitate over the prospect of having multiple women unless there was a vast difference between the values of his world and theirs. Similarly, while some people might be tolerant of witches, no one would befriend them as closely as he has. She reminds him of the bet they made, where she was supposed to guess his true identity. In her journal, she had written that he was a visitor from another world, not from hell, but from a much better place. Roland is completely astounded by her intelligence and observational skills, realizing that she has pieced together the truth with remarkable accuracy. He admits that while she may be wrong about some finer details, her overall conclusion is correct. Anna then reveals that she also predicted he would confess to her about Nightingale. She tells him that she will think about accepting Nightingale into their relationship, but for now, she needs time to consider it. She reassures him that she understands his concerns and is willing to talk to Nightingale, but for now, she suggests he get some rest, as it is already late. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Dawn, we shift focus to Yorko. Through his thoughts, we learn that ever since Moya ascended to the throne, the kingdom has been in turmoil. The most common topics in the pubs revolve around rebellions from lords at the border. Foreign commodities in the markets have dwindled, and merchants have stopped transporting slaves for trade. Soldiers are frequently seen breaking into civilian households to conduct unwarranted searches. In a surprising move, Moya has not only taken in all the Wolfheart slaves, but has also granted them identities as free citizens. While this might seem like a noble act, it directly interferes with Roland's plans, as he had intended to bring all the refugees under his rule. Yorko, unable to send more slaves to Grey Castle, finds his profits disappearing. However, he remains optimistic, confident that his position as ambassador will present new opportunities sooner or later. That said, he is aware that Prince Appen's hostile stance toward witches could lead to conflict with Roland, who has taken on the role of their protector. Yet Yorko decides not to dwell on it too much, as his duties only extend to representing Roland in the Kingdom of Dawn. Wanting to enjoy his evening, he considers asking Denise if there is anything fun happening that night. However, before he can leave, his path is blocked by Otto. Yorko is less than thrilled by Otto's arrival, as he has never brought good news in the past. Nevertheless, they sit down in the living room for a discussion. This time, Otto is not here to deliver a message for Roland, but rather to ask Yorko for a personal favor. He hands Yorko a letter, and upon reading it, Yorko learns that Otto wants him to participate in an auction. However, Yorko is unsure if he even has sufficient funds to bid. Otto quickly reassures him that finances are not an issue. He further explains that if Yorko agrees to help, it will be equivalent to directly assisting Roland. Rumors have surfaced that a witch is being auctioned this time, and Otto wants Yorko to acquire her. However, Yorko is hesitant given the risk involved. Prince Appen is actively capturing witches, and if he discovers Yorko's involvement in saving one, it could jeopardize their relationship. Otto, however, dismisses the concern, arguing that they can deal with the consequences later. Besides, Prince Appen is not foolish enough to jeopardize the crucial alliance between the two kingdoms over a single witch. While Yorko is willing to follow through with the plan, he is not sure why Otto is so determined to do this. In response, Otto reveals that he has a witch friend currently living in the western region, and he is doing this for her sake. Roland believes that every witch is precious and that their reputation should not be ruined by the lies of the church. Later that night, Yorko arrives at the location where the auction is being held. Upon arriving there, a refined lady takes the special letter Otto had given him and personally escorts him inside. Shortly after, the host appears and presents the audience with the first item of the auction. Yorko is in disbelief upon seeing such an unfamiliar product. The woman who escorted him notices his surprise and explains that these crystals are often referred to as sunstones or light crystals, but the auction house calls them magic stones since they originate from the nests of devils. Seeing that Yorko is new to underground auctions, she assures him that she will provide any necessary explanations. It's common for newcomers to react this way. Everyone who attends an underground auction for the first time is awed by the magic stones. Finally, the main highlight of the auction is revealed: a witch. She is introduced as a refugee witch from Wolfheart. She has no name, and her ability allows her to use the power of devils to heal herself. Immediately, the bidding begins with a starting price of 510 gold royals. The bids rise quickly, eventually reaching 1,000 gold. The escort accompanying Yorko asks if he intends to place a bid. Yorko replies that he wants to wait a little longer. While Otto assured him that the special letter was worth a lot of money, Yorko is uncertain about its actual value. He estimates it might be worth around 2,000 royals. As the bidding reaches 1,260 gold, Yorko is forced to bid 2,000 gold royals. However, someone from the crowd counters with a bid of 2,300 gold, leaving Yorko a little unnerved. The assistant of the opposing bidder appears to be a man. Since the assistant's gender is determined by the bidder's gender, it means the bidder is a woman. The audience is curious as to why would a woman want a witch. Eventually, Yorko raises his bid to 4,000 gold royals. No one makes a counteroffer, and the witch is sold to Yorko. Later, Yorko meets the witch he has just won. Seeing her tied up with her mouth gagged, he removes the cloth covering her mouth and politely asks for her name. She introduces herself as Emmy. She then questions why he has not untied her hands, especially since he saved her. Yorko explains that he does not want to risk her escaping. After all, he does not have another 4,000 royals to spend if she were to get captured again. For her safety, it's better if she remains restrained. He promises to arrange for her freedom tomorrow. Not only that, but he also wants to introduce her to a sanctuary for witches. There are many of her kind waiting for her there. The life of hiding and running will come to an end for her. All she has to do is wait until tomorrow. With that, he prepares to leave. When she asks where he is going, he simply replies that he is off to enjoy the nightlife. Later, Yorko goes to find the escort who assisted him during the auction. However, he cannot find her anywhere. Instead, he is ambushed by a witch named Annie. Annie turns out to be a friend of Emmy. When Emmy notices Annie restraining Yorko, she quickly explains that he is the one who saved her. However, Annie refuses to believe it. She finds it impossible that someone would spend 4,000 gold royals just to save a witch. Seeing how familiar Annie seems to be with auction prices, it does not take Yorko long to realize that she must have been the one bidding against him earlier. Yorko quickly clarifies that he is not trying to deceive anyone. In fact, he is here to save witches under the direct orders of Roland. Roland, the king of Grey Castle, takes care of witches. He firmly believes that witches are no different from humans, and he even waged war against the church for their sake. Annie presses him further, asking why he did not untie Emmy if his intentions were pure. Yorko reiterates that he was afraid she would run away. Despite his insistence, Annie remains skeptical and continues to interrogate him. Yorko even tells her about an organization that provides shelter for witches, hoping it will convince her of his sincerity. However, the mention of an organization only makes Annie angrier. She immediately recalls Bloodfang, a group with whom she had a terrible experience. Annie then drags out the escort, who is battered and bruised. While she initially had no intention of letting either the escort or Yorko live, she ultimately decides to spare them, given that the king of Grey Castle had defeated the church. With that, Annie proceeds to leave, taking Emmy with her. Yorko warns her about the dangers lurking outside, but Annie reassures him that she has already considered the possibility and has taken precautions. Realizing he cannot force them to go to Grey Castle, Yorko gives up on the idea and shifts his focus toward his escort, whose name is 76. That night, Yorko spends his time with 76, despite her being unconscious from the ordeal. The next day, Otto visits Yorko to check on his well-being after hearing about the attack. Remembering the events of the previous night, Yorko becomes irritated. If it had been anyone else in his place, he is certain that 76 would have been killed. At that moment, another figure enters the room, the supervisor of the auction house, a man known as Silverface. He sincerely apologizes for the incident, expressing relief that Yorko remained unharmed. The auction house has already launched an investigation into the matter, and the only clue they have gathered so far is that the witch's escape was a well-planned operation. Yorko acknowledges this and insists that, since he won Emmy in the auction, she should not be handed over to anyone else. He then inquires about his escort from the previous night. Silverface informs him that 76 will be punished by the auction house, as it was her duty to protect customers, and she no longer has the privilege of working there. Seizing the opportunity, Yorko requests to buy 76. However, the supervisor reminds him that she has been officially labeled a criminal. Despite this, Yorko offers 500 gold royals. Eventually, Silverface decides to gift 76 to Yorko, considering it a form of reparation for the trouble he endured. Since she is no longer fit for service, the auction house sees no better use for her. Meanwhile, the story shifts to an old man, whose identity remains unknown. As we peer into his thoughts, we learn that he has been managing his family business for years after inheriting it from his father. Under his leadership, the Merchant Guild has grown into a massive organization, gaining influence among upper nobles and powerful businessmen. However, he worries about the future. As long as he is alive, the elites who support him remain reliable allies or useful tools. But with the current chaos, he is unsure whether the business will continue to thrive after his passing. At the end of a dimly lit path, he arrives at a gate and instructs his escort to wait outside. Once he passes through the gate, we encounter a moat, where soldiers clutching magical stones inform him that the emissary is waiting for him. As he crosses the moat and reaches its center, he calls for the emissary to appear. A sinister purple energy begins to coalesce, forming a weird pulsating heart that speaks in a chilling voice. The heart demands a status report. The old man regretfully reports that Prince Appin is capturing witches, and he does not have any intentions to stop either. However, he assures the heart that he will find a way to make things right. The heart acknowledges his efforts and places its faith in him. It then expresses its opposition to Prince Appin's policy of exterminating witches. Unlike the prince, the heart believes that witches are invaluable assets in preparation for the day of doom. Furthermore, the heart reveals that God is searching for a candidate capable of wielding its immeasurable power. Since the old man has been a good help so far, the heart offers him the possibility of immortality, on the condition that he successfully executes the intended plans and also finds a suitable candidate. The old man inquires whether Grey Castle has any potential candidates. The heart admits that it does not know but instructs him to keep searching before the impending doom consumes them all. Finally, the heart questions the truth behind the rumors of the church's downfall. The old man confirms it, claiming that the area beneath Blizzard Town has been completely destroyed. It's littered with craters and holes, and the entire holy city is dead. There's no trace of its former glory. With that, the heart decides to dismiss the meeting as it's feeling quite tired. Once the heart, which is also referred to as the emissary, leaves, one of the knights hands a potion bottle to the old man as a reward from the emissary. It's a gesture of generosity, given in recognition of the old man's loyal service. Without hesitation, the old man quickly chugs the potion and immediately feels strength surging through his body. Just 3 years ago, he needed a wheelchair to move around, but now he can walk as if it's no big deal. If he can fulfill the emissary's demands and achieve immortality, he's certain his family's progress won't be destroyed. Honestly, I have no idea what's up with this heart, but hopefully we'll find out soon. Cut to Roland, who's enjoying some tea with Nightingale. As they settle into their seats, Roland hesitantly asks if Anna has told her anything. Well, Nightingale admits it, but she refuses to reveal anything, claiming it'll remain a secret. Still, she's glad that Roland told Anna about her wish. At the foot of the northern mountains, we discover that Neverwinter has successfully created an oven capable of smelting steel. The workshop workers are skeptical, doubting if this oven can really pull it off. After all, smelting steel requires an extremely intense fire. But Roland reveals that fire isn't the only possible heat source. He gestures for Anna to begin the experiment. I honestly have no clue what in the hell this thing is. I even read 2 separate translations for it. Either I'm too dumb to understand it, or the translations are trash. But once they activate this oven, fire erupts out of it. Seeing the sparks dance in the air brings a smile to Roland's face. Because to him, these sparks symbolize humanity's next great leap forward. Unfortunately, at their current level of technology, they can only smelt steel using air. But Roland is confident that if he can acquire pure oxygen in the future, the fire will burn even stronger. Beyond handling day-to-day matters, Roland has also been piecing together his memories. So, as soon as he hits the bed, he finds himself opening his eyes in the dream world. The first thing he does there is to check his phone. One of his clients wants to purchase more supplies. After that, he goes to check on Zero, who is still sleeping soundly. Then, he heads outside in search of food. At a restaurant, he orders some beef noodles for himself and sits down to enjoy his meal. As he eats, he reflects on his experiences in this city. He's mostly stuck to the same 2 streets, but in the distance, the city looks lively and prosperous. Still, he wants to see just how big this place really is. That's when he suddenly spots Garcia jogging past. Everyone on the street is mesmerized by how gorgeous she looks. Judging from their chatter, Garcia is preparing for an upcoming competition. Apparently, if the weather is nice, she runs here for an hour every day. Roland doesn't understand why everyone is so familiar with Garcia, nor does he know what competition they're all talking about. That's when the shop owner walks over to fill him in. Turns out Garcia is a martial artist, and not just any martial artist. She's one of the most famous people around, even making appearances on TV. Not to mention, the reason they're all able to live here is thanks to her. To clarify further, the shop owner points Roland's attention to a demolition notice. As fate would have it, real estate developers have been trying to tear this place down for years, hoping to replace it with new skyscrapers. They claim this district is too old and no longer fits with the rest of the city. They wanted everyone to relocate to the urban areas, and if Garcia hadn't stood up to them on TV, they all would have been forced out a long time ago. The shop owner is confident that now that Roland is staying here, he'll come to understand this place's charm too. Later, Roland still has no idea what the hell is going on. Sure, the dream world pieces together memory fragments in some incredible ways, but this is just too bizarre to believe. And what's this nonsense about demolishing these apartments? If this place gets torn down, he has no idea what he's going to do, especially since all the doors connected to his memory fragments are inside this building. And so is the creator of this world, who of course is our boy. The next day arrives, and Zero steps out of her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Looks like Roland woke up before her. And not only that, he even made sure to prepare food. Zero is quite surprised to see him up this early. Roland explains that he found a job, so he's not the lazy guy he used to be. With his monthly paychecks combined with Zero's allowance, he's confident they can live a pretty comfortable life. As Roland sits down, he asks Zero if she knows anything about Garcia. Zero reveals that Garcia joined the Martial Arts Association at 20 years old, and there are rumors that she has never lost a single match during tryouts. Because of that, she's been regarded as a celebrity ever since. Roland finds it interesting that there's an entire organization dedicated to martial arts, leading him to believe there must be a lot of martial artists around. But contrary to his assumption, Zero denies it. Only those who have awakened their natural force can truly become martial artists. And awakening is just the bare minimum. Without tenacity and perseverance, one will only become a puppet to power. Curious, Roland asks where she learned all this. Zero casually replies that she learned it in school. Her teachers even said that if someone has time to daydream about becoming a martial artist, they'd be better off spending it on extra practice problems. With that, she heads off to school, leaving Roland reflecting on this natural force she mentioned. Perhaps a puppet to power is similar to how witches experience antiphase when their bodies are brimming with uncontrollable power. He then turns on the TV and watches a martial arts match. The arena and intensity of these battles seem very different from traditional mixed martial arts. From a competitive perspective, it doesn't seem more entertaining than boxing, but as he watches the fighters, he notices something intriguing. Their durability far surpasses that of normal people. This makes him believe that the natural force doesn't just enhance strength and speed, it seems to grant special abilities as well. Then, he notices something shocking. Devils are also participating in the competition. Even stranger, the audience isn't panicking at the sight of a devil in the flesh. It's as if devils are just part of everyday life. This only makes Roland believe that people see the devils as foreign fighters, rather than actual threats. Suddenly, he starts feeling hungry. It's almost lunchtime, and he also realizes that Zero hasn't returned yet. Just as he gets up to grab some food, an unexpected news report catches his attention. Breaking news, an armed robbery has been reported on Central Mountain Road. Roland feels a wave of shock because Central Mountain Road is the same route Zero takes to school. The reporter goes on to say that the police have sealed off the area and advise people to stay inside. A sense of panic grips Roland. Zero has played a huge role in creating this strange dream realm, so if something happens to her, the entire world might collapse as well. Without wasting another second, he dashes through the streets, determined to reach her. When he arrives at the reported location, he doesn't find Zero. Instead, he sees that the criminal has already been handcuffed by the police, which means she should be safe. But he still doesn't know where she is. Seems like he got worked up over nothing. Just then, a blood-curdling scream reverberates through the area. Reluctantly, he follows the sound. In a quiet corner of a dark alley, Roland finds a man who turns out to be a zombie. Bro's not actually a monster, but he's consumed by some kind of natural power, something little Zero explained to us earlier. He then twists his neck around to make eye contact with Roland and asks if he's a martial artist. Of course, Roland denies it. But that doesn't stop the monster from wanting a taste of him anyway. Roland questions the mindless zombie if he's being consumed by the natural force. The zombie just scoffs, saying Roland is talking complete nonsense. He believes people have no clue where this power comes from and know nothing about its true essence. While the monster himself can't tell exactly what this power is, he can feel its presence inside him, and he's sure of one thing. It definitely doesn't belong to this world. It's a gift from the deities. He had thought that the robbery commotion would attract one or two martial artists, but that robber got arrested before any martial artist even showed up. Roland, on the other hand, simply balls up his fist and delivers a devastating punch straight to the bastard's nose. The poor sucker staggers backward as Roland keeps pummeling the hell out of him, treating him like nothing more than a punching bag. It looks like the zombie guy can't use his natural force against Roland, so he ends up getting completely wrecked. Then, Roland grabs the natural power lingering over the dude's head and yanks it right out of his body. Suddenly, the dark red energy Roland snatched begins to coalesce, erupting into a brilliant yellow light, causing him to absorb a newfound power. He can feel warmth coursing through him. Later, he heads back to the apartment, where he finds Zero already there. The first thing Roland asks is where she's been all this time. She claims the cram school kept them in overtime. Plus, she doesn't have school tomorrow. Now it's Roland's turn to explain himself, what he was up to. He simply says he went out looking for her since she didn't come home on time. Zero reminds him that she's not a little kid who gets into trouble so easily and suggests that next time, he should just wait at home unless it's an emergency. Roland acknowledges this and decides to have dinner. As they sit down to eat, she mentions again that she doesn't have school tomorrow and doesn't need to start her homework right away. Roland then suggests she tag along with him tomorrow since he's heading to the library. But Zero isn't so sure she wants to hit the books right after finally getting a break from them. To persuade her, he offers to buy her some clothes too. And so, the next day arrives, and they head out from their apartment to the city's commercial hub. First, they'll go to the library before buying her clothes. That way, they won't have to carry bags around. Though Zero reassures him that she doesn't mind if he doesn't buy her anything, Roland just pats her head, saying she should have more outfits, dresses, shoes, shirts, the whole deal. A while later, they finally arrive at the library. There, Roland finds the book he was looking for, one about the properties of alloys. Seeing him reading, Zero looks a little confused, wondering since when did he get into studying. But it looks like Roland didn't find what he was looking for, so he puts the book back and decides to move on to the next destination. When Zero asks if he's done reading already, he just shrugs, claiming they should hurry and get her some clothes before the day is over. And so, They walk around, and Zero ends up checking out a ton of different dresses. Finally, Roland buys her a bunch of clothes, along with a burger and juice. Zero starts feeling a little concerned, seeing how much he's spending. But Roland remains nonchalant, assuring her there's nothing to worry about. He even offers her this new phone just so they both can stay in touch. Later, Roland wakes up in the real world after spending 2 straight days in the dream realm. He can still feel the lingering sensation of that natural force he absorbed back there. He has no idea what that thing was, but one thing's for sure. If it was some kind of natural power infused with magic, it shouldn't have been tangible. He also has yet to figure out who that sickly man was. There's no way in hell his brain could house such a massive dream realm. If it doesn't exist in his subconscious, then where the hell is all this happening? For now, he decides to push aside the mystery of the dream realm. He's got more important things to focus on. Thankfully, the dream realm allowed him to revisit a lot of knowledge he had forgotten. His memory is still fresh on the book about alloys he read in the library. If he utilizes this newly acquired knowledge, he can significantly cut down the time Anna and Lucia spend experimenting. If he's successful in producing the 3rd generation of machinery he's envisioning, he'll be able to craft even more sophisticated parts. In the coming days, Neverwinter City will have the chance to step into the gates of the Industrial Revolution, and the Western region will undergo a drastic transformation as they enter this new era. Later, the priest guy responsible for the construction side of things arrives with good news. Since I can't remember his name, let's just call him Cheeky Ass until we figure it out. Cheeky Ass gives the report that Road 67 has finished construction. Roland is glad to hear how they're getting much more efficient with these new projects compared to past ones that took twice as long to complete. Cheeky Ass has plans to assign the workers to new housing projects only if Roland doesn't have any more road projects. It'll cost a bit more, but Neverwinter City's neighborhoods are in dire need of expansion. Roland already knows this. Their new town has at least tripled in size in just 1 year, not including the farmland they've developed from the Redwater River. But Roland also mentions that the road projects aren't going to end anytime soon, and that he plans to build a steel road from the mines all the way to the port. Of course, Cheeky Ass hasn't heard of this steel road before, so Roland explains that, as the name suggests, it's literally a road made of steel rails. It's similar to the system used in the mines, but it's constructed entirely of steel. Cheeky Ass acknowledges this, and further asks how many workers are required to build it. Roland simply states that they need a lot of them. He doesn't want it to be as limited and basic as just some steam engine pushing carriages over tracks. He wants a proper transportation solution on a grand scale. He essentially wants to create a network of rail tracks for trains to support land transportation. This would be a huge leap for the transportation sector. It won't be easy, but constructing the railway that connects the northern mountains to the port will help develop their first generation of rail workers. The route will travel along the misty forest all the way to the second perimeter of the wall, so Roland decides to start with 200 workers to lay the foundation. But Cheeky Ass reminds him that the railway will be exposed to demon beasts, given the route they've chosen. Roland reminds him that the beasts wouldn't be interested in steel, and besides, he doesn't plan on finishing it before the month of demons. As for next year, he's confident they won't need to hide behind the shoddy mud wall anymore. Of course, Cheeky Ass has no clue what Roland is talking about. Roland points out that the border town is getting really cramped with all the people, and it's become difficult to rely on a thin wall to protect them from demons. So, he plans to expand along the western border. When the Divine War begins, the Devils might place troops at the ruins of Tequila, and if that happens, their scouting stations could extend all the way to the foot of the mountains. If they can turn the mountains into a wall, Roland is sure they'll be able to protect the kingdom. He also plans to build steel rails to places that don't have access to the rivers to make transportation easier through trains. Furthermore, Roland envisions building an architectural landmark at Neverwinter City. The mention of a landmark makes Cheeky Ass wonder if Roland is talking about something eye-catching, like a memorial or a clock tower. Roland confirms this, though he believes calling it a landmark would be more fitting. It won't be like any other construction project. Roland plans to build a residential building along the Redwater River behind the industrial district. He then hands over the blueprints for the project. It may be the grandest project they've ever undertaken. 15 stories for each building, with each story being 11 feet tall. That means the total height will be more than 50 meters. Cheeky Ass is so overwhelmed by the blueprints that he's sure these buildings will touch the sky. Roland reassures him that it's not going to be that dramatic. It's just a typical high-rise building. But in this primitive era, he's confident buildings of this height can serve as a landmark. It seems Cheeky Ass still doubts whether they can build buildings this tall. Roland assures him it's more than possible. Not to mention, this is far below the limit for reinforced concrete. He plans to personally oversee the project to ensure it happens. We then cut to the education department, where the witches are taking exams, and time is already up. Evelyn looks quite relieved that she managed to finish the exam on time. It seems she's finally caught up with everyone else academically. She suddenly notices that Anna isn't there, which isn't surprising. There are rumors that Anna is already on a different level from everyone else. Compared to Anna, the rest of the witches might as well be weak sauce. Suddenly, Evelyn gets hit by a crumpled piece of paper. She turns to see Candle, who grins mischievously, as she is clearly pleased with herself after doing well on the exam. Nightingale, on the other hand, looks as worried as ever about her academic performance. She might not be the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to studying, but no one can deny her skills. She's an admirable figure, capable of going toe-to-toe with Ash in battle. We also catch a glimpse of Maggie, who seems completely disappointed with how she did. 3 days pass and the exam results are finally here. To Evelyn's delight, she scores big this time, 113 points. She can barely contain her excitement, but then comes the shocker. Maggie has scored 117 points. Evelyn can hardly believe it. Given how Maggie was beating herself up over the test, no one expected her to do so well. Maggie, on the other hand, is feeling incredibly proud of herself. Sister Moon is just as surprised. In fact, she briefly wonders if Sister Scroll made a mistake while grading. After all, she had seen Maggie spending the entire exam sketching and doodling pictures of honey-glazed meat. Lily, however, isn't so sure that accusing someone like Scroll is the right thing to do. She's clearly dissatisfied with Moon's attitude, but Moon isn't ready to drop the matter. She suggests they investigate and get to the bottom of this. Lily, however, makes it clear that no one is sneaking into the office unless Nightingale and Roland return. Moon reassures her they aren't planning to steal any exam papers. They just need to take a peek at Scroll's gradebook. To do that, she suggests calling Summer. With her magic, she can conjure an illusion of when Scroll was grading Maggie's paper. Evelyn reminds them that Scroll usually works in the City Hall, so they can't exactly barge in there. But Moon points out that City Hall is a public place. They aren't sneaking into Roland's office or anything. Lily, however, is skeptical. The education department is on the second floor, and she's not sure if the bureaucrats there will just let them walk up. That's when Candle speaks up. She has a plan. She tells them to follow her. Later, they arrive at City Hall. To their surprise, Candle has brought Nana along. Nana, of course, is practically a local celebrity at this point because of her healing powers. Watching Nana casually negotiate and chat with the officials makes the others anxious. They knew she was famous, but they had no idea she was this famous. Eventually, they make it to the education department. Moon wastes no time, quickly instructing Summer to activate her illusion. But Summer hesitates and feels jittery. After all, only City Hall officers are supposed to be here. After some convincing, she finally casts her magic. The illusion reveals a hologram of Sister Scroll inspecting Maggie's answer sheet. And sure enough, all Maggie had done was doodle pictures of meat. Her actual score is only 17. The group collectively groans, realizing Maggie had tricked them all. Maggie, on the verge of tears, insists her score is supposed to be 117 and points at her paper. To understand what went wrong, they shift their attention back to Scroll's hologram. There, they see a man walk up to Scroll, whisper something in her ear, and then leave. Scroll also leaves her desk for a moment. Then, as if fate itself was playing a prank, a gust of wind blows in through the window, sweeping several papers off the desk. At that exact moment, Scroll's writing quill also gets caught in the wind, tumbling through the air, before landing right on Maggie's exam paper. And just like that, it accidentally scribbles an extra 1 in front of the 17, turning it into 117. The mystery is finally solved. Candle can't help but give Maggie a pat on the back for her incredible luck. Evelyn, meanwhile, feels like a complete clown. They went through such a thorough investigation, only to uncover something that could have been laughed off as a joke. Though it's peculiar that the exam sheet didn't seem directly related to the quill, the two objects created an interesting coincidence. It wasn't just those two items either. The wind from the door and the messenger's timing were crucial as well. If even one factor had been off, things wouldn't have turned out that way. This also reminds Evelyn of her mixing of alcohol. After her sudden epiphany, she runs to her room, grabs a glass of water, and creates a new drink. When she tastes it, she's surprised. It's a mixture of juice and milk, or maybe tea and honey. It's definitely a new flavor, and she confirms that it's not alcohol. Later, when Evelyn visits Roland, Nightingale notices something strange about Evelyn's inner core. She realizes that Evelyn's magic has evolved. Her core now looks like a gray sphere, but its shape isn't solid. Nightingale also notices that her magic capacity is decent, somewhere between Soraya and Maggie's level. Evelyn is here to show Roland the new drink she's created with her ability. Roland tries the first sample and is absolutely blown away by how rich and flavorful it is. Evelyn tells him to try the other one as well. After tasting it, Roland realizes that this second one is even better. The heat hits him like lava rushing into his mouth, followed by a strong fruity aroma that overwhelms his senses, while still retaining the richness of fermentation. This is absolutely mind-boggling stuff, and Roland feels like a dragon after drinking it. He quickly decides to name it Fire Dragon. Roland then asks if Evelyn can manufacture this drink regularly. Sadly, Evelyn responds that she can't replicate it, as her new ability is not consistent. Hearing this, Roland finally understands why Evelyn doesn't seem happy about her magic evolution. She has always felt that her magic was terrible, and now that it has finally evolved, it's unstable. Improving the support witch's abilities will still take time. Roland reassures her that there's no need to be upset about not being able to replicate it. After all, it's the unique and beautiful experiences that make memories unforgettable, and there will always be people who want that. Besides, in these hard war times, flavorful drinks like hers can greatly boost the morale of soldiers and strengthen their will to fight. Roland decides to create a dedicated storage space for her to work in. She can hone her new ability there, and he's confident that anyone who tries her concoctions will be mesmerized by them. He even has a name for the drinks, turbulent drinks for now. Evelyn feels truly happy to have her abilities recognized. She's always felt inadequate compared to the others, thinking that she wasn't contributing enough. In the next scene, Barov reports to Roland about the arrival of astronomers in Neverwinter City. It's been 3 days since they arrived, bringing their families, artisans, and apprentices, a total of 312 people. Barov has arranged for the 9 astronomers to stay at the Foreign Relations Building, while the others have been temporarily housed in guest residences. It seems Roland plans to throw a welcome feast tonight in the plaza for them. He wants all the citizens to know that another field of academic study has now come to Neverwinter. Barov suddenly grows anxious as he reports recent incidents in Longsong Fortress. Apparently, several problems have surfaced. Most notably, the district city hall there has shown signs of neglecting duties and accepting bribes. Additionally, Scroll has uncovered multiple cases of accounting fraud. Even 2 officials from Border Town were caught engaging in illegal activities. The reason Barov is so tense is that the convicted individuals were once his apprentices. However, Roland assures him that even if they had been his apprentices, Barov himself will not be held responsible for their crimes. That said, these 2 weren't actually Barov's direct apprentices. They were part of the second batch of students who graduated and joined the city hall after passing the entrance exams. They, along with the rest of their graduating class, had been sent to Longsong Fortress, and it hasn't even been a year since then. Those who committed crimes have been dealt with harshly, receiving severe punishments to deter others. Roland then decides to gather the entire city hall in the castle lobby tomorrow. He plans to hold a short meeting to emphasize responsibility and discipline. Once Barov is dismissed to carry out his duties, Roland reflects on his primary concern: the lack of government officials who remain loyal to the administration. Mismanagement is an unavoidable issue, but he had thought it would take at least a decade before corruption became a real problem. Instead, it took only a year for it to appear within his government. This recent incident, particularly involving officials with civilian backgrounds, has taught Roland an important lesson. From what he understands, commoners may be more prone to corruption when they attain power compared to aristocrats. While it's true that he could use Nightingale's and Scroll's abilities to weed them out, doing so might create further tensions against witches and potentially incite rebellion. One way or another, he needs to find a solution as soon as possible. Later, the chairman of the Astronomy Association, Miss San, meets with Roland. Without wasting any time, they immediately dive into discussing the sighting of the Red Moon. From what Roland knows, the story of the Red Moon began 1,000 years ago, back when Grey Castle did not exist, nor did the Wimbledon family. However, Miss San claims that there are no historical records dating back beyond 450 years. To this, Roland states that those records had been intentionally hidden. He reveals the true meaning of the Red Moon. It is the signal for the devils to begin their assault. Miss San is stunned by this revelation, and without hesitation, demands to know how Roland learned of such a thing. Roland explains that the truth lies with the Witch Empire and the Church. The creation of the 4 kingdoms, including Grey Castle, is tied to them. He also mentions that he has already encountered devils near the western borders. They are not mindless beasts. They have their own culture and armies, making them a formidable alien race. Miss San then asks about something referred to as the Smile of God. Unfortunately, even Roland has no concrete information about this. However, he is certain that they may uncover more after the end of the Divine War. After absorbing all the astonishing details Roland has shared, Miss San begins piecing together his thoughts. The Red Moon is not actually a sign of God's wrath or an omen of doomsday. This revelation directly contradicts everything the astronomers had been led to believe. Furthermore, the Red Moon has no connection to the Wimbledon family either. If all of this is true, then Roland's stance on witches finally makes complete sense. Since witches' powers do not originate from the devils, they are not humanity's enemies. This means that the rumors circulating in Grey Castle about witches being innocent were merely the tip of the truth. Miss San is forced to acknowledge Roland's cunning and cautious approach, like how he selectively disclosed information about witches while withholding the parts that could cause mass panic. Regardless, the old man is now fully prepared to listen to Roland and follow his orders accordingly. While the discussion about the Red Moon is crucial, Roland has another matter to discuss with Misan. He pulls out a book and presents it to him. It is a book on geometry. Roland explains that he wants astronomers to use arithmetic to calculate shapes. With specific data points, it's possible to map out entire patterns, and the illustrations in the book are actually arithmetic expressions. These expressions will help them mark out complex shapes with greater precision. The more Misan delves into the book, the more overwhelmed he feels. The knowledge contained within its pages is simply unreal. He spends half an hour trying to grasp the contents. While he understands many aspects, there are still several areas that elude him. Some of the symbols and methods differ from what is taught in the royal academies, making it difficult to correlate the calculations. Although dissecting this new information is fascinating, it will take time before he can fully comprehend its applications. It's not surprising that Misan struggles to grasp the book's content. After all, he has never learned equations. If he truly wishes to understand it, he will need to study the prerequisite books first. And it's not just Misan. Roland wants all the astronomers and their apprentices to study these concepts as well. Furthermore, Roland reassures them not to stress too much about the Red Moon. The Astronomer Society will only become valuable in the war against the devils if they first master this knowledge. This book is merely an introduction, as there are far deeper worlds to explore. Not only will they be able to map out paths, but they will also be able to describe everything they see in the sky. Roland hopes that Misan will embrace this new knowledge, using it as a tool for exploration and discovery. It might be difficult, and obstacles are completely normal. However, all Roland wants is for them not to give up, and he has complete trust that Misan will be able to absorb this knowledge in time. We then transition to Yorko's residence. There, we find Yorko indulging in a free massage from 76, a woman he received as a gift. The man is living the dream. Not only is 76 exquisitely beautiful, but her features surpass those of the average woman, though, of course, she still can't compare to witches. Her lips are full and red, she has a balanced physique, not as chubby as aristocratic women, nor as thin as peasants, and when she stretches, her lightly toned muscles make her look incredibly alluring. Yorko's moment of bliss, however, is abruptly interrupted by Fox. Fox immediately takes notice of 76, but makes it clear that he doesn't want anyone overhearing their conversation. Eventually, she has to leave. Yorko, trying to ease the tension, assures Fox that she is merely a servant, there's nothing to worry about. But Fox reminds him of the current chaos engulfing the Kingdom of Dawn. Given the situation, staying cautious is in their best interest. Hearing this, Yorko questions why Fox is so wary of 76 when he fully approves of Denise. After all, Denise Payton is far more prestigious and comes from a strong background, so why is she not a cause for concern? Fox explains that Denise is always in the spotlight, meaning countless people have already investigated her. However, someone trained by the black market has no traceable history. Yorko insists that he has already figured out 76's background and offers to share what he knows. He then starts spinning a web of nonsense, but surprisingly, it's enough to convince Fox. Fox moves on, returning to the real reason for his visit. He presents a letter to Yorko. As Yorko reads it, his once relaxed demeanor shifts into utter horror. The letter is an official diplomatic message from Roland, demanding that the King of Dawn stop rounding up witches. Yorko points out that this is the capital city of the Dawn Kingdom, not Grey Castle's western region. But Fox makes it clear that Roland prioritizes the safety of witches over securing an alliance. If this letter reaches King Appin, Yorko fears that every relationship they've built with the aristocrats here will collapse. The noble families of Dawn will mock him, treating him like a fool. Roland himself will become the laughingstock of every banquet. Yorko fails to see how this empty threat from Roland benefits anyone. However, Fox believes that Roland isn't merely throwing his weight around. Timothy Wimbledon had also dismissed Roland as all talk and no bite, yet history has proven otherwise. Roland has never made a meaningless move, and the past serves as undeniable proof of that. Eventually, Yorko decides to deliver the message to the King of Dawn. In the next scene, Yorko meets Appin in his chambers. Skipping unnecessary formalities, Yorko delivers Roland's congratulations on Appin's coronation, expressing hope for continued friendship between their two kingdoms. But Appin was expecting more than just a few words of congratulations from the King of Grey Castle. Yorko quickly clarifies that the caravan carrying gifts is still en route. The letter was simply sent ahead as a priority message. Appin reflects on how, when Wimbledon III was crowned, his father sent a caravan of 200 men to Grey Castle, with 11 carriages filled with gifts. He is eager to see what kind of tribute he will receive from Roland. Moving on, Appin is more curious about what made this letter so urgent. Yorko finally reveals the real reason behind Roland's message. Roland demands that the Dawn Kingdom revoke its harsh policies against witches and grant them the same rights as free citizens. Otherwise, Grey Castle will not tolerate such behavior. After all, the church serves as the perfect example of what happens when oppression goes too far. Naturally, Appin's expression sours upon hearing this threat. He can't believe that Roland actually wrote such a thing and demands to read the letter himself. As he scans the letter, he only finds him in further disbelief. Grey Castle's attitude toward their alliance is far more hostile than he expected. Appin isn't ready to stomach how Roland considers them innocent. For Appin, it's the witches who destroyed the Moya family from within by invading the castle and massacring their soldiers. They even forced him to obey the church by threatening his father's life. If those witches hadn't poisoned his father, he would be the one sitting on the throne. Yorko tries to calm the angry king down. He argues that the witches under the church are not the same as the rest. The other witches are just regular people like everyone else. But poor Appin, traumatized through and through, isn't ready to believe it. Only he knows how terrifying and frightening these witches are. Even the stones of divine judgment can't stifle their devil magic. Appin isn't ready to stomach the fact that Roland is trying to ruin the relationship between both kingdoms just for some ridiculous witches. So Appin plans to write a letter to Roland and urge him not to be tempted by those lowlifes. Grey Castle may be powerful, but Roland should not forget who gave him that power. Without the support of the aristocrats, there's no way he would be able to send armies to Dawn. In the worst-case scenario, even if Roland ended up invading the Kingdom of Dawn just for the sake of saving measly witches, Appin is sure the people of this kingdom will resist until the very end. Furthermore, Grey Castle's aristocrats won't support him as they did when he attacked the church. With that said, he dismisses Yorko with a cold tone. Later, Otto meets Yorko, who has gotten the gist of the situation. It looks like Otto is also in favor of Roland, as the policies Appin has been enforcing against witches are very harsh. His constant sweeps and captures are creating unrest. Yorko suggests Otto try to convince Appin, but Otto already knows Appin won't listen. Once Appin starts talking about witches, he becomes an entirely different person, though Otto wishes he could be more like Roland in that aspect. Anyhow, he decides to find another chance to talk to Appin. Suddenly, 76 comes in and reports that the witch he had bought has returned. It's, of course, Emmy, who begins begging Yorko to help them because Annie and the others are in danger. Well, this zesty-ass bastard certainly doesn't want to help them after all. He doesn't want to get into trouble. Anyway, he tries to assure the crying girl to explain what happened first. She begins to explain that while she was out looking for food, she saw a lot of soldiers. She and her fellow witches had been using the orphanage as their hideout, but it got exposed, and a lot of guards surrounded the place. They also locked down the streets nearby. There were multiple squads of knights, and they were kicking down alleyways to look for more witches. Yorko then questions her if there were any other witches besides Annie. The girl admits there were, namely Hero and Blade. All three of them are currently stuck in the orphanage. Hero lost her legs, so Annie usually carries her around. And if they get captured, there will be no way out for them. Later, Yorko and Otto have another conversation. In order to help the witches escape, Otto decides to take help from Duke Quinn, as he is the current prime minister, and the patrol guards are under his command. But Yorko isn't sure if this will work. I guess it doesn't hurt to try. Besides, Duke Quinn is the father of Andrea, one of the witches, and Otto's friend. Dawn begins to creep over, and Yorko impatiently waits for Otto's arrival. But, speaking of the devil, Fox comes back along with the other three witches. Emmy is absolutely delighted to see her friends alive and reunites with them. Yorko then questions Fox about how he managed to get them out. Well, it's a long story. Their current worry is leaving this place immediately. Fox reveals that he has already prepared carriages, 5 in total. The first 2 are for wheat and fruit cargo, and the last 3 are for transporting the witches. Yorko will also have to travel with the witches, while Fox intends to stay behind, as they can't afford to lose important intel on Dawn. They have to follow Roland's plans at all costs, but Yorko reminds him that, as the ambassador, he can't leave. But Fox reveals this is precisely why he must leave. After all, there are rats involved who helped rescue these witches. Ever since he arrived in Dawn, he had been maintaining relationships with the local rats. When the rats tracked the 3 witches to rescue them, those witches were already surrounded by soldiers. This means the King of Dawn had already known where the witches were hiding for a while and stayed one step ahead of them. This is why it's dangerous for Yorko to stay in Radiant City, and leaving is the best option. Yorko then worries if Fox is captured. Well, getting captured is the last thing Fox has in mind. They can only capture people with names, and since he's hidden in the shadows, no one knows who Fox is. In their eyes, he doesn't even exist. And so, as the dawn begins to settle, Yorko departs in the 5 carriages. Once the night falls, they take refuge in the forest. The men escorting them are people provided by Fox, and they are indeed very reliable. Annie then, out of the blue, apologizes to Yorko for the trouble she caused that day. Though she may not be handing them over to the King of Dawn, she still can't fully trust him. But Emmy vouches for Yorko, claiming he's not a bad person. It looks like 76 is also accompanying them on this journey. She feels quite happy that they are all from Wolfheart. Annie admits that while they were not born in the same city, they indeed belong to Wolfheart. 76 then recalls how Wolfheart was forcefully merged with the church, which caused the native witches a lot of trouble. Seeing Hero's missing legs, she wonders if the church is responsible for her leg loss. Annie reveals they were cut off by the very people Hero was protecting. You see, when Wolfheart was going through its darkest times, Hero took it upon herself to save everyone around her. But those people only returned her gesture with hatred instead. If they wish to hear the story, Annie is ready to share, but she gives them a clear warning that it's an unsettling one. It all started years ago, when the church's armies forcibly made their way into Wolfheart City, catapulting corpses infected with the plague over the city walls. But because of her, the plague didn't spread, as she was able to transfer illnesses to other living things, such as rats, cats, dogs, and other livestock, which became the victims of that plague. Still, some humans got infected. So the citizens dug a huge pit in the slums, and everyone infected with the plague was gathered there. Hero transferred the plague to animals, which were tossed into the pit to burn. Slowly, people viewed her as the savior of Wolfheart and started calling her Hero. Hero saved many people, and Emmy and she were also cured because of her. But in the end, there were only so many animals around, while the church kept spreading more plague. And even when the Wolfheart citizens collected every animal around to burn in the pit, there simply weren't enough animals to cure everyone. As the war dragged on, a few of the stronger began using the weak to save themselves. So everyone lost their humanity and became selfish in order to protect themselves. Still, to this day, Hero is haunted by the memories of when she infected the living people with the plague with her own hands. At first, the people thrown into the pit were criminals and prisoners. Then it became the elderly injured soldiers and captured judgment soldiers. Hero didn't want to give in to infecting humans anymore, so everyone's attitude toward her changed. They locked her up in a cell and threatened her, but Hero still said no. In the end, the guard she once saved cut her legs off. She had worked so hard to heal everyone and stop the cries of pain, but they chose to ignore her own cries of despair. In the end, they started a fire in the cell. As fate would have it, the one who saved the legless Hero was a captive from the Judgment Army in prison. The church's soldiers helped Hero out of the cell, and with their help, she finally managed to escape. After the war, the surviving Judgment warriors even provided her with food and clothes for a while, until their army returned to Hermes, and they had to say goodbye to her. Since she was able to save thousands of citizens in Wolfheart City, she earned the title of Hero. This story gives Yorko a lot to think about. The sheer amount of pain these witches have gone through. If he were in their shoes, treated harshly, he too might have viewed everyone as his enemy and killed them all for revenge. Yorko then assures them that the hero's legs might be able to be healed. After all, there were over 300 witches in Grey Castle, so there's a possibility that one of them has the ability to regenerate amputated limbs, or even grow new ones. 76 questions how in the hell the King of Grey Castle managed to gather so many witches. Well, it's a long story, and Yorko doesn't want to bore them with the details. Instead, he gives them a brief explanation. An old friend of his was practically born to be a ruler. He saw through the church's schemes long ago. Not only can witches live like normal people in his territory, but he also spread the news to every corner of Grey Castle. As time passed, plenty of witches arrived and pledged their loyalty to him. Furthermore, in Neverwinter City, every witch is promised a suitable job. Emmy gets excited upon hearing this and asks what kind of jobs they can have. Yorko reveals that it all depends on one's ability. For example, witches who can use fire help smith metals, while those who can control wind operate windmills and other similar tasks. Since Roland plans on building a new capital city in the western region, he needs a lot of manpower. Even if their abilities aren't particularly useful, there will still be plenty of opportunities for them to work as normal laborers. Once again, Annie butts in, trying to convince Emmy not to fall for these lies. Yorko understands her concerns but assures her that she'll see the truth for herself once they get there. The next day arrives, and Yorko has made it to the Breeze Mountains of the Kingdom of Dawn. Given how much they've traveled, they should reach the northern region of Grey Castle after another day heading south. Suddenly, one of the escorts reports that they're being followed. This throws poor Yorko into an absolute frenzy. The escort reveals that there are knights 7 or 8 miles away. They can't see them from here, but they're approaching. The knights aren't moving very fast, but since Yorko's carriage is slower than before, they'll eventually catch up. The escort suggests abandoning the carriages and continuing on foot since there's a dense forest nearby where horses can't pass. If they move through the forest, the knights, who are all on horseback, won't be able to catch up. But if they continue on the carriage, the knights will get closer, and if they catch up, everyone will be as good as dead. Someone also has to stay behind with the abandoned carriage. In other words, someone has to make a sacrifice. Yorko isn't thrilled to hear this. But then, 76 volunteers to stay behind. While Yorko isn't happy about it, he doesn't have a choice. Before leaving, he turns to 76 for one last conversation, just worried about her well-being. 76 reminds him that she was trained for 5 years in combat by the auction house. She's fast on her feet, so there's nothing to worry about. By the way, that auction house is also called Black Money, so if the name comes up later, don't get confused. 76 then reveals her plan. She'll travel to a nearby village and blend in with the villagers, becoming practically unrecognizable. Once everything blows over, she'll rendezvous and meet them at the border. But Yorko isn't sure she'll make it out unscathed. The village she's talking about is 30 miles away. There's no way anyone who stays behind will reach it before the knights do. If she gets caught, the knights won't show her any mercy. Yorko even considers sacrificing himself instead. If he's caught, King Appin will probably just demand a huge ransom from Roland, but he wouldn't face execution. 76 snaps him out of his thoughts, telling him that this is her choice. Not to mention, Black Money drilled into her the courage to make sacrifices in situations like these. Initially, she thought she'd spend the rest of her life in Black Money, grinding her days away to appease her customers. But thanks to Yorko, she got to see the vastness of this world. She has no regrets. With that, she waves one last time, rides the carriage, and takes off. As dawn descends, she's eventually caught by the knights. There are about 35 of them. The captain of the platoon, Duke Logan, orders his knights to search the carriages. The soldiers immediately surround them and find 76 alone. They report back to Duke Logan, saying there's nothing in the carriage except this woman. Duke quickly realizes what's happening. Yorko, the ambassador of Grey Castle, intentionally left someone behind to buy time. So, he orders his knights to search for footprints. Since the others fled, they must have left tracks behind. As for this woman, Duke decides she'll have her limbs amputated before they begin interrogating her. But 76 comes clean, revealing that the others escaped into the forest and can't be far. With that said, she suddenly jumps onto one of the knights and snaps his neck, killing him on the spot. The more suckers tries to attack her, but she slaps the fuck out of them. She then further grabs the dagger off the ground and goes on town with those bastards, killing the hell out of them. This lady is one hell of a fighter. She is literally smashing these guys like numbers on an abacus. The surviving knights are in utter disbelief at the kind of monster they've stumbled upon. The knights on horseback try to attack her, but the lady literally grabs the horses by their legs, swings them like it's nothing, and crushes one poor guy under the horse's weight. The remaining survivors try to run away, but those poor souls also end up meeting their demise. By now, I have a suspicion that she is not a normal person, but rather a witch. Anyhow, during the night, she drags the dead soldiers and hides them under branches and dry leaves. After taking care of the bodies, she walks to the carriage and grabs a shiny ring embedded with a stone. After sliding it down into her cleavage, she decides to head to the village. From there, she will rendezvous at Grey Castle with a driver. She fears that Yorko might not wait for too long at the border, so she needs to hurry back. But she is sure that as long as she reaches the western region, she will be able to find the witches. As she gazes up at the starry sky, she reflects on how it has been 400 years, yet the night sky remains unchanged. Well, it seems like she is one of the witches of the Alliance who got separated from the witches of Comet City and refused to be part of the church. To understand who this lady actually is, we cut back to the past. There, we learn that she used to be that ominous heart we had seen before, and now she has possessed this body of 76. And these random hearts are actually witches in hibernation. Right now, the witch possessing 76's body has a mission. In order to fight the Divine War, these witches are searching for a candidate who can activate the Divine Retribution apparatus. This so-called Divine Retribution is currently unknown to us, but let's hope we find out soon. But 76 is certain that once she finds the Chosen One, the devils will be destroyed, and the glory of witches will return once again. 3 days later, we find ourselves at Duke Candle's residence. There, Yorko meets Duke Carlin. Yorko learns from Carlin that Roland has been deeply concerned about what is happening with the witches in the Dawn, and has already started planning an attack on the Kingdom of Dawn. Hearing this, Yorko finally realizes that what Fox said was true. Roland is quite serious about this matter. He decides to write a letter and inform him of their safety as soon as possible. Speaking of safety, he remembers 76, who willingly took the role of bait and endangered her life. He wonders what has happened to her, and as if summoned by thought, 76 arrives right outside Carlin's mansion. Yorko rushes out to see her. The lady appears injured, or rather, she has staged her injuries to avoid drawing suspicion. Yorko is on the brink of tears seeing her alive. He can tell she must have struggled a lot to survive. She spins a story about how she unmounted the horses and rode them to outrun the knights, but she soon found herself at the edge of a cliff, so with no other choice, she jumped. The knights assumed she was dead and didn't bother to investigate. Yorko apologizes for everything she had to go through. He decides to stay here for a few days until she recovers, and after that, They will begin their journey to town. The next scene takes us to Border Town. There, Roland welcomes his most esteemed friend, Margaret. The reason she's getting such an extravagant welcome with cannons is that her contributions have helped Border Town become what it is today. Without her help, the western region wouldn't have developed so fast. Margaret also feels honored to have a friend like Roland. It looks like she has brought a few of her merchant fellows, who are very interested in buying Roland's steamboats. Roland is happy to see these new buyers, and looks forward to getting acquainted with them. In the guest hall, Roland is hosting a feast with the new merchants Margaret has brought. As they sit there, the merchants express their interest in buying steam engines. Not just engines. They're also very interested in purchasing the steamboats Roland sold to Crescent Cove. One merchant recalls how they were given a quotation of 1,800 royals for the remodeling of one boat. So, Sundown Island is willing to add another 200, making it 2,000 golden royals per boat, and they want 5 boats remodeled. He assures Roland that the Merchant Guild will pay half of the price up front. Hearing this, Roland reminds them that remodeling one boat might take 3 months, so 5 boats will require around a year. If they can wait that long, City Hall manager Barov can draft a contract soon. The merchant accepts the terms, though he has another request on behalf of Sundown Island. He wants Roland to hire workers from the bay for the remodeling. Just like the steam engine factory in Crescent Cove, they will provide him with a group of workers. And the boats they remodel will be exclusive to Sundown Island for 10 years. After that, they will be free to sail anywhere. Shallow City also wants a similar contract, and the order of 5 boats will be their first. Roland is hesitant about accepting this contract. It's a massive 10-year deal that would bring in around 10,000 golden royals annually. After the 10-year period, the merchants will also acquire the remodeling details. While Roland understands that there's nothing wrong with these principles, he wants to make some adjustments. For example, he wants the contract to last 5 years instead of 10. As long as Shallow City and Sundown Island keep the workers within the western region, he is willing to give a 20% discount on the price. The merchants begin weighing their options. They understand they can keep the workers in the region, but training them isn't easy, and that's a key factor. For now, the merchants decide to leave. They need to discuss these terms with the guild before giving a final answer. That's when one of the merchants, Gamora, steps up. While he is very interested in acquiring Roland's boats, it's not the wooden boats they want. Crescent Cove needs a massive steel ship, one that can power through storms, just like the one built for Thunder. Margaret feels anxious. She never told anyone about Thunder having this ship. She quickly assures Roland that she didn't reveal anything about the transaction between him and Thunder. Roland trusts her, but he still asks the merchant where he heard about this. Roland never considered keeping the steel ship design a secret, but as of now, only the ship's body has been completed, and it's being built on a private river shore, hidden from public view. The workers are also locals, carefully selected. If his workers have secretly contacted people from the bay, that's something he should take notice of. After all, he doesn't want merchants figuring out what he's working on next. Gamora further reveals that Thunder is currently recruiting a new team of explorers, larger than anything he has done before. And basically, the entire bay knows about this project. Crescent Cove has plenty of outstanding captains, so it's natural that some of them would be hired. As for the details about the incredible ship, they learned it from Lord Thunder himself. After all, he needs to show his strength if he's heading to Pahomo Island and the Western Seas. Roland then asks how many people know about this. Gamora reveals that there aren't many. If the Crescent Cove Guild didn't have so many skilled captains, Lord Thunder wouldn't have told them anything. Roland believes it's difficult to build another ship like this anytime soon, so he is not in a position to entertain this request. One of the merchants is totally fine with that. He is willing to buy a ship once Roland is done with Thunder's order. After that, the Crescent Cove Guild is willing to pay 25% up front, and once construction starts, they can immediately pay the remaining 75%. Roland is quite astonished by how bluntly these merchants discuss paying money up front before even knowing the price of the product. Finally, he responds, expressing gratitude for their trust in Neverwinter City. However, he explains that the city also requires many steel ships, and it may take up to 2 to 4 years before Neverwinter City produces enough ships for themselves, let alone producing for others. He then also proposes a solution. If the merchants are willing to send their own workers to assist in shipbuilding, it would not only speed up construction, but also allow Crescent Cove to acquire the necessary knowledge to build more ships in the future. Gamora initially takes this suggestion as a humble joke. If the steel ship's abilities are truly as impressive as Lord Thunder described, then Roland may become the Bay's most sought-after trading partner. The merchants do not wish to appear greedy by acquiring such a valuable trade secret. Roland, amused by their reaction, assures them that he is entirely serious. This shocks the merchants beyond belief. They struggle to confirm once again whether Roland is genuinely willing to share the secrets of shipbuilding with the Crescent Cove Merchant Guild. Roland nods affirmatively. As long as they can provide enough workers, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, or even apprentices, he is willing to cooperate. If they cannot provide the necessary 2,000 laborers, then they also have the option of training their citizens, with a 5-year period to accomplish this task. Garmora remains in disbelief, wondering why Roland would choose to share such a secret so freely. Perhaps Roland possesses an even more groundbreaking technique. Roland quickly dispels that notion. The steel ship he built for Thunder was developed using the most advanced methods Neverwinter has to offer. There are no further secrets to hide. Though Garmora struggles to wrap his head around the proposal, he does not press further and eventually agrees to the contract. The group celebrates with a toast, marking a successful deal that will benefit both parties. Afterward, several men bring out the drinks that Sister Evelyn has been producing lately. Roland introduces them as turbulent drinks. As the name suggests, these beverages are chaotic and unpredictable. Every bottle contains a unique and indistinguishable flavor. Roland confidently claims that none of the merchants present have ever tasted anything like this before. Sure enough, once the merchants take a sip, they are immediately transported into a state of pure bliss. They go so far as to claim that everything else they've tasted in comparison is nothing short of miserable. They also notice that the drink bubbles and fizzes as if alive, dancing within the glass. Roland reveals that he has added dry ice, making the drink carbonated. He is very curious about the potential market for such a product, and inquires whether there would be any demand for it. Garmora quickly affirms that there is. Since tastes vary from person to person, perhaps each of these drinks could appeal to different demographics. Though undoubtedly a luxury item, he wagers that once people experience such a sensation, they will refuse to settle for anything else. Roland hopes they are being honest. Garmora assures him that he would never dare to lie about something like this. However, they are uncertain about simply calling them turbulent drinks. Since each bottle has its own distinct flavor and quality, they could be marketed under different names which can be consumed on different occasions. Even Margaret suggests that selling these drinks under different names would be a better approach, as everyone has their own preferences. Unfortunately, Roland explains that these drinks are exactly as he described. Each one is a unique experience. In fact, the 3 drinks they just consumed were the last of their kind. They will never exist again. One of the merchants is shocked, asking whether it is truly impossible to manufacture more. Roland confirms this. This is precisely why he calls them turbulent drinks. As soon as a person finishes one, it becomes a lost treasure, something to be cherished. Although he cannot reveal the process behind making them, he assures the merchants that the drinks will always be different in flavor. If they have one thing in common, it is simply that they are all delicious. Garmora eagerly offers to manage the distribution of the product. He believes that the Crescent Cove crew, with its access to the shores of all 4 kingdoms, is best positioned to maximize profits. Other merchants quickly object, accusing Garmora of seizing an opportunity too quickly. After all, Crescent Cove has traditionally focused on trade with the Dawn region and has never engaged in commerce with the Western region. One merchant argues that Sunset Island has the highest traffic for ships traveling to Wolfheart and other major kingdoms, making it the ideal hub for distribution. As the merchants bicker over who should control the supply, Roland interjects with a proposal and suggests forming a merchant coalition. A coalition, he explains, would prevent unhealthy competition from artificially deflating prices. Each participating merchant could manage their respective regions, with Neverwinter City providing the exports. Since each merchant already has established trade routes and towns they are familiar with, this would allow them all to play to their strengths and ensure fast logistics while avoiding unnecessary conflicts. The final sales will be divided according to percentages set by initial contracts. This way, everyone can be insured. While this sounds good on paper, Garmora is not sure how they are going to decide the percentages and areas. Besides, selling the drinks in Neverwinter will be completely different from selling them at the Bay. Roland then reveals that logistics and profits are also considered factors. Labor prices and availability are variables that need to be discussed until everyone is satisfied. Margaret is willing to join right away, and the other merchants have no problem trying it out either. Roland further reminds them that working together is far better than working alone, ensuring a win-win situation for everyone. The scene transitions to Tilly on Slumber Island, where Camellia presents the basic statistics regarding the witches moving to the western region. Fortunately, nearly half of the witches have expressed their desire to join. While the number might seem significant, it is still far less than what Tilly had expected. Camellia points out that the only reason the witches are even remotely interested in visiting Border Town is because of the Fourth Prince. They all want to learn how he defeated the Church, their natural enemy. It is evident that Camellia is not fond of the idea of witches relocating there. After all, Roland is a mortal and very different from witches. She does not want them to follow him blindly. While she apologizes, acknowledging that her words may seem rude, she simply wants to state the obvious. She is not questioning Tilly's decision nor accusing her brother of deception, but she worries about the future. What if one day, Roland's desires conflict with the well-being of witches? What if he starts hunting them down just like the elites have done for generations? Tilly completely understands her concerns and assures her that this is not a decision made on a whim. Witches may be different from mortals, but under the looming threat of the divine war, they share the same objective: survival. She does not see any benefit in isolating themselves when they have an opportunity to integrate into the world. Why not join the mortals in forming a cohesive society with a shared goal? Once witches' power spreads across every continent, it would not matter if Roland breaks his promise with Slumber Island. In fact, Roland and the mortals would become more reliant on the witches' power, and would be nothing without it. Still, Camellia fears what might happen if he ever decides to rid himself of the witches under his command. Tilly reassures her not to be so pessimistic. From what she has observed over the past 6 months, Roland has not forcibly restricted anyone in any way. Otherwise, the Western Region's Witch Union would not continue to staunchly support him. Furthermore, she trusts her intuition more than mere precautions. And right now, her intuition tells her that Roland is harmless. Camellia finally exhales in relief, especially since Tilly's predictions have never been wrong. Understanding the situation, she promises to quickly finish preparations to transport the witches. Before leaving, Camellia brings up some troubling rumors related to the information she gathered from Bordertown. Apparently, some people believe that since an empire of witches once ruled over mortals, they can mirror that past alliance and create a society where witches are superior. Essentially, they seek to restore their ancestors' glory. Tilly questions which faction is behind this conspiracy, wondering if it is the Bloodfang witches. However, Camellia dismisses the notion, stating that the Bloodfang witches still pledge loyalty to strength. The fact that the Western region managed to defeat what once seemed like an invincible enemy, the Church, has convinced the Battle Witches of Bloodfang to be the first to sign up for Neverwinter. Not to mention, they were further encouraged to join since Softfeather, Evie, and Twilight also fought alongside Roland against the Church. Camellia reveals that the source of this conspiracy comes from another witch organization on Slumber Island. Given that Slumber Island has always been a large community of witches from various backgrounds, it houses more than just Bloodfang. There are also groups similar to the old association from Seabreeze Town. She wonders if Tilly wants her to speak with their leader. However, Tilly states that it is unnecessary. Those groups do not possess the power that Bloodfang has, so there is nothing to worry about. When they arrive in the Western region, they will quickly realize that the concept of a witch empire is nothing more than an outdated relic of the past. Brand new roads and completely unexpected adventures await them ahead. Later, Ash comes to meet Tilly. Since there is no one around to witness their affection, the two women passionately embrace. While Tilly appears happy and confident on the surface, deep down, she harbors many concerns. She has no doubt that Roland will treat the Slumber Island witches well, but she worries whether the 300 witches can successfully reintegrate into society after spending 2 years in isolation. And even if they do, will mortals truly change their perception of witches after the Divine War? The scene transitions to Neverwinter, where Roland stands by his window, gazing outside. He notices that it has yet to start snowing in Neverwinter, which only means that the months of demons will arrive later than expected this year. This is good news for the city, as it grants their construction teams more time to put together a few more residential buildings. Now that Neverwinter has secured a stable supply of food, weapons, and a well-functioning logistics network, they are well prepared for the inevitable battle against the demons. Suddenly, Ironaxe arrives at Roland's office, responding to his summons. Roland has called him to discuss the southernmost desert region, the very land where both Ironaxe and Sister Echo hail from. At the mention of the southern region, Ironaxe immediately realizes Roland's intention. He plans to conquer it, and he plans to do it this winter. Later, Nightingale visits Roland, expressing her concern over his decision to travel to the southernmost region at this time, especially with the months of demons approaching. However, Roland reassures her that he has already accounted for this. Based on last year's estimates, he is confident that 1,000 soldiers will be sufficient to defend the city wall, and to be cautious, he plans to leave 2,500 troops behind. Additionally, new recruits have already been enlisted, ensuring that Neverwinter's defenses remain strong. Shortly after, Barov arrives with the completed Merchant Coalition contract, which has already been signed. Upon reviewing the document, Roland sees that Grey Castle's domestic sales will be managed by Margaret, while trade in Everwinter and Wolfheart will be handled by Sunset Island and Shallow City. Crescent Island will take responsibility for the bay and surrounding islands, including Dawn. Roland is certain that as long as they adhere to the agreement, the coalition will be highly effective. Just then, Roland notices an unfamiliar equation written on one of the contract papers. Barov quickly explains that one of his apprentices had written it. Apparently, the apprentice discovered that using this equation made it much easier to organize and analyze a confusing set of data. Thanks to the intermediate classes Roland had established, Barov had introduced mathematics textbooks to all his apprentices and encouraged them to attend Scroll's lectures during their free time. Barov expresses regret that he is too old to fully dedicate himself to studying, lamenting that if he were 10 years younger, he would have immersed himself in learning every day. Roland, however, is pleased that his education system is proving effective. Moving on, Roland asks Barov if he has completed the population estimates for Neverwinter's future. Barov reports that, according to City Hall, out of 80,000 new citizens, half willingly migrated to Neverwinter. Including the populations of Bordertown and Longsong Fortress, Neverwinter now exceeds a total population of 110,000. Roland finds it interesting that so many people immigrated willingly. The way things are progressing, he suspects that any remaining rebels who still support Timothy's ideals will soon find themselves in trouble. Barov then mentions that while everything is proceeding smoothly, Iris's performance has been disappointing. Although she has successfully won over the merchants with her looks, she lacks business experience. However, Nightingale quickly calls out Barov's bias, recognizing that he is deliberately downplaying Iris's abilities. So, Roland responds accordingly, instructing the old man to provide as much assistance he can if she is doing something wrong. Barov stumbles over his words, trying to justify himself, but Roland dismisses him, reminding him to focus on winter preparations and to ensure Scroll continues classes throughout the season. Roland then outlines his plan. While maintaining Neverwinter's winter operations, they will launch a small war, targeting the southernmost region. Once Iron Axe drafts a detailed strategy, Barov will collaborate with him to manage supply routes. After Barov leaves, Nightingale reappears, questioning whether Roland intends to do anything about the growing tension between Barov and Iris. However, Roland believes reprimanding Barov outright would only cause him to completely stop challenging Iris. To maintain a balance within City Hall, Roland thinks it's necessary to have someone capable of keeping Iris's influence in check. At the moment, Barov is the only person who can fulfill that role. Still, Nightingale remains curious about Barov's resistance. If Iris is capable of managing City Hall effectively, wouldn't that be a win for everyone? Her question makes Roland pause, and he begins to reflect on his own reasoning. Am I worried that she would gain too much power? He wonders to himself. It's not that he fears she would turn against him, especially while she remains in Neverwinter, but maintaining a balance of power is crucial. He believes it is the only way to prevent corruption. However, he also despises the idea of suppressing others, a practice that was all too common in his old world, where those in power often held others down for personal gain. Despite these conflicting thoughts, he feels he has no choice but to prevent anyone from rising too high. His internal dilemma is interrupted when Nightingale suddenly points out the window, drawing his attention to the falling snow. The first snowfall of the season has arrived. The months of demons are upon them. We then cut to the Holy City, where we meet one of the archbishops. Since his name has been forgotten, let's call him Holy Baboon. Holy Baboon is frustrated at the thought that the Divine Punishment Army, which was the Church's ace, has been completely wiped out. Furthermore, Zero tricked them all to seize the Pope's position for herself, and now she too has gone missing. As his mind races with countless troubling thoughts, dreading the unfortunate events that are to follow, soldiers suddenly rush in to warn him. The secret temple is under attack, and he must leave immediately. Holy Baboon is in disbelief. How could anyone possibly invade this sacred place like this? One of the soldiers clarifies that the enemy appeared from deep within the caves. Eventually, the old man follows the soldiers escorting him toward the passage leading to the old holy city. But once outside, he is met with a terrifying sight where the enemy soldiers are already waiting for him. These soldiers appear to be divine punishment warriors, but something is wrong. They seem to have been hijacked by the same witches who had the form of hearts. Without hesitation, they execute the archbishop on the spot. With their path now clear, one of the warriors decides to venture further inside to complete their objective. However, a blonde soldier reminds him of the injury he sustained. If they don't stop the bleeding, there is a possibility they could lose control over the body. One of them begins patching up the wounded soldier, Carol. Another member of the group reminds them that their comrades are still waiting at the top of Tequila, so they need to focus and not lose sight of their mission. With that said, they resume their search for the relic. After navigating through the castle, they finally reach the prayer room that Pasha had mentioned. One of them quickly notices something unusual. He slams his hammer against a wall and it ruptures, revealing an empty space behind it. Once they break through the wall, they discover a massive crimson jewel. According to them, this object is what once decided humanity's fate. Before the eager hammer-wielding soldier can lay his hands on it, his companion Zoe reminds him of the strict guidelines they must follow. First, they must never lose focus while moving the relic. Secondly, they must refrain from connecting to God. There is also a third precaution that Pasha warned them about. As soon as they place their hands on the stone, they realize that it is trying to connect with them. The stone suddenly begins to speak, offering them comfort, happiness, pain, warmth, and cold. Everything they could possibly desire. All they have to do is relax their thoughts and gaze upon it. Zoe, entranced by the crystal's smooth words, falls into its trap. In an instant, she is absorbed into the jewel. The crystal assures the others that there is nothing to worry about. She is simply surrendered to her desires. But her companion refuses to accept this and demands that the stone release her at once. The crystal, however, refuses, challenging them to enter and take her back. Left with no other choice, the hammer guy focuses on the crystal, and she too is transported inside. Within the jewel, she finds herself surrounded by the same 3 paintings we once saw Zero speak of. She calls out for Zoe, but there is no response. As she approaches the eerie throne of skulls and blades, the knight seated atop it suddenly extends his hand toward her. As she steps backward, the sinister eye behind her strikes, wrapping its tentacle around her throat and beginning to strangle her. At that moment, she catches a glimpse through the frame. Zoe is dragging the hammer guy's body away from the stone. In the next instant, the witch stuck inside the jewel finds herself back in the hammer guy's body. It turns out that Zoe and Betty were never the ones absorbed by the jewel. Instead, the hammer-wielding soldier had fallen victim to it. The crystal had deceived him, using illusions to lure him inside. Zoe is furious that he made eye contact with the stone and got swallowed. However, the soldier is convinced that what he saw was more than just mere illusions. Regardless, they must refocus on their task. They need to transfer the relic into the divine stone chest as soon as possible. Otherwise, every demon in the vicinity will be drawn to this place. We then transition to Yorko's ship, sailing toward Border Town. Emmy is excited, seeing snow for the first time. The sight of snow reminds 76 of her life in Tequila. That place always had the most snowfall. Because of this, the devils would slow their attacks during winter. At that moment, Blade appears, scolding Emmy for disturbing 76 while she is resting. However, 76 assures her that she will recover soon enough and will be able to enjoy the snow herself. She remarks that Roland's city lies even farther west than here, meaning they will see even more breathtaking snowy landscapes. Blade then decides to reapply the ointment to 76's wounds and suggests that she close her eyes. Once the medicine is applied, they let 76 rest again. Yorko suddenly enters and is immediately hit by the stench of the ointment. He and 76 talk briefly about Roland and Neverwinter, and in this entire back and forth, he assures her that everything will be fine once they reach the city. After their short conversation, Yorko leaves the room. While she is intrigued by his words, 76 believes that true safety will only come once she finds the Chosen One. If they cannot stop the devils, then no one will survive. In the face of the divine war, which will decide the fate of the world, there is no escape. After their long journey, they finally reach the shore, arriving in Neverwinter City. Emmy is thrilled, and as they peek out from the ship, they spot several witches waiting on the dock to welcome them. Annie is relieved to see that the ambassador had not been lying after all. Still, she wants to remain cautious, warning Blade and Emmy to stay alert at all times and to follow her gestures and gaze. Finally, Wendy, Nightingale, and Sister Leaf board the ship, welcoming them all to Neverwinter City. Wendy introduces herself as the manager of the Witch Union and warmly invites them to ask any questions they may have. In the background, 76 takes notice of how unnervingly friendly and welcoming these witches are. They haven't even bothered to ask about their abilities. Even in Tequila, where witches were dominant, newcomers weren't welcomed so freely, not even if they were transcendents. Then, 76 feels a gaze on her and notices Nightingale staring at her intently, which unsettles her. It feels as though she is being interrogated without words. Out of curiosity, Annie wonders aloud why they haven't asked about their abilities yet, as it seems unusual compared to any other witch organization. Wendy explains that they usually conduct an ability test 3 days after arrival. Since everyone must be exhausted from the trip, it's only fair they receive some well-deserved rest first. Annie then questions what would happen if their abilities turned out to have no utility. Wendy reassures her that no ability is useless. At least, that is what both Majesty Roland and the Witch Union firmly believe. The ability test isn't conducted to determine their worth, but rather to better understand each individual witch. Regardless of the results, no one is forced to join the Witch Union. Even if they choose not to work for Roland, every witch is free to live like a normal citizen. While the Witch Union does not pressure anyone into signing a contract, joining comes with significant benefits, and the work is relatively easy. This is why most witches choose to join right away. Hearing all of this, 76 falls into deep thought. If this place truly allows witches to lead normal lives, then it meets the conditions necessary to birth high-tier witches. The Chosen One may not exist yet, but there is possibility that the Chosen One might appear in the future. Blade then steps forward with her own question, wanting to know the nature of the work they would have to perform. First of all, Wendy insists that Blade drop the honorifics, and then explains that assignments are based on individual abilities. For example, Miss Evelyn, who can enchant wine, has established a brewery in the city. Miss Moon, with her magnetizing ability, is responsible for providing energy to their factories. And Miss Nana, whose outstanding healing abilities have earned her the title of the Angel of Neverwinter, tends to the injured. Hearing about healing abilities, Emmy suddenly perks up and asks if it would be possible to restore Hero's legs. While Wendy isn't certain, she suggests they ask Nana directly. Next, it is Nightingale's turn to conduct introductions and background checks on each witch. 76 quickly realizes that Nightingale is exuding magic, which does not surprise her. A large witch organization is bound to have individuals capable of discerning truth from lies. However, 76 is confident that since Nightingale cannot connect directly to her mind, she won't be able to distinguish between truths and carefully crafted fabrications. Nightingale begins her introductions with Emmy and proceeds with the rest. Finally, it is 76's turn. Since 76 is injured, Emmy speaks on her behalf, explaining that she is their friend and that if not for her efforts in diverting the Dawn soldiers who were chasing them, they would all be in prison right now. 76 introduces herself as a guide for the underground auction in Dawn, claiming that the ambassador bought her freedom from the auction house. At that moment, Sister Leaf steps forward, noticing the ring hanging around 76's neck. She asks about it. 76 casually claims she stole it from the auction house. After taking it off, she hands it to Sister Leaf, who examines the ring carefully. Meanwhile, 76 struggles to maintain her composure, realizing that she has underestimated these witches. Sister Leaf identifies the ring as a magic stone and questions why black money would possess such an item. 76 then reveals that there is an organization operating behind the underground auctions. They frequently deal in ancient artifacts retrieved from long-forgotten ruins. Her former boss often mentioned that these relics held immense power. After all, the most intriguing goods are always the most coveted among the auction house's clients. In addition to selling artifacts, the auction house also trafficked witches. Emmy confirms this, revealing that she herself had been auctioned off before the ambassador saved her. Hearing this, Nightingale assures Emmy that those responsible will get what they deserve. 76 then requests her ring back, and Sister Leaf promptly returns it. With that, Sister Leaf decides it's time to head back to the castle, where they can discuss the rest of these juicy details. She is certain that Miss Agatha will be particularly interested in this ring. The name Agatha rings a familiar bell for 76, but she keeps her suspicions to herself. Soon enough, 76 is placed on a stretcher and escorted to the castle. As they move through the city, 76 takes note of how, despite the arrival of winter and the start of the months of demons, daily life in Neverwinter appears to be unaffected. Emmy and Blade, meanwhile, are awestruck by the ships docked at the port. They lack oars, and even more bizarrely, they appear to be made of stone. Upon arriving at the castle, Wendy introduces Hero to Nana, the healer known for her ability to heal any wound, fresh or old. When asked about amputations, Nana agrees to attempt regrowing Hero's legs. However, after trying, nothing happens. Nana apologizes, explaining that her ability won't work unless they still have Hero's severed legs. Emmy, bewildered, rhetorically asks if Nana is seriously suggesting they retrieve the lost limbs. Anna confirms this and further clarifies that even a pair of freshly severed legs would suffice. Of course, Nana's blunt and morbid response spooks the hell out of Wendy and Emmy. Meanwhile, Nana remains indifferent, as she's merely stating what needs to be done. You see, Nana has already conducted many experiments for Roland on the topic of amputation. For example, she once swapped the wings of an eagle and a chicken just to see if the chicken could achieve flight. She's also done similar experiments with frogs and mice, cows and sheep as well. She's more than willing to perform a live amputation if they're interested in seeing a demonstration. Of course, Annie and the others are completely spooked at the mere mention of it, so they decide to pass. 76, on the other hand, seems to be really happy seeing how lively things are around here. It's now no wonder that the king is willing to accept witches. Judging from this, she's sure that he definitely doesn't seem like some old-fashioned, typically stubborn ruler. Out of curiosity, 76 then asks Nana about the success rate of her experiments. Nana casually reveals that a lot of the experiments failed, but once Roland included Lily in the process, the success rate improved drastically. That being said, the new limbs had pretty much no function. They had to reconnect them to their original owners. While these are all cross-species examples, Nana assures them that if they can provide her with human legs, they will be fully functional once attached to Hero's body. So all Nana wants is a pair of human legs. Wendy quickly places a hand over innocent Nana's face before she can say anything else, not wanting to scare the witches even more than they already are. She reassures them that it might take some time, but she promises that Hero will be able to stand up one day. It's honestly impressive how much Nana has grown since her early days. Back then, she used to be scared just seeing an injured chicken. But now, she can casually talk about morbid subjects all day while looking as cute as ever. Anyhow, Wendy insists that Nana focus on fixing their new friend. Nana quickly gets to work and heals 76's legs right away. She takes note of how strong-willed 76 seems to be. Normally, people just fall into a deep sleep after recovering from an injury as brutal as this. But 76 is actually the first person who hasn't even yawned. Suddenly, Emmy catches Wendy's attention and makes a shocking request. She wants Nana to take her legs and use them to heal Hiro. Emmy reveals that her abilities allow her to heal herself. So even if both her legs were amputated, they would just grow back. Hiro is of course against this idea. They don't even know the full extent of Emmy's powers. In the past, Emmy has only ever suffered light wounds, so there's no way to be sure if this will even work. Annie is also against it. But that's when our little angel Nana suggests that they stop arguing, because there's another method to heal Hiro's legs. She reveals that she's already 16, meaning she only has 2 years left before she reaches maturity. Normally, magic abilities grow much stronger after a witch's maturity, so she's confident that she might be able to regrow Hiro's legs entirely. Not to mention there's also evolution. If she can evolve the way Miss Anna and Miss Leaf did, Nana is sure she can probably grow 4 legs if she really wants to. Of course, Emmy has no idea what this evolution ability is, so Nana explains further. It's when magic accumulates in the body and develops into a new form. As long as someone studies hard enough, they can evolve as well. Meanwhile, 76, who has been listening intently this whole time, starts wondering if Nana is actually talking about high-tier awakening. It's pretty weird for 76 to hear Nana make it sound like evolving is as easy as a walk in the park. Either way, one thing is for sure, this place has a large witch organization. Perhaps the chosen one she's looking for is really here. It's nighttime now, and we cut to Nightingale. She sneaks right outside the room where 76 is staying. During questioning, Nightingale didn't observe anything strange about the new witches. The 4 of them have very stable magic, and their capacities aren't surprising either. They're very typical, so they likely don't pose any significant threat. As for their answers, they didn't really lie either. Except for 76. Nightingale finds this woman to be incredibly suspicious. She has no trace of magic, and her composure is the same as any ordinary mortal. But Nightingale still feels like something is off about her, so she decides to confirm it once again. After sneaking into the room, she notices that 76 is still wide awake. And oddly enough, she's just playing around with her ring. Nightingale can see a tiny trace of magic, but nothing really special. Half an hour passes, and eventually, 76 goes to sleep. This leads Nightingale to believe she was just playing around with the ring normally. But it turns out 76 was 2 steps ahead. Her ring was able to detect the presence of another magic user, allowing her to trick Nightingale. Even so, she's now left wondering about Nightingale's abilities. This is definitely something she hasn't seen before. You see, the amount of ki surrounding Nightingale rivals that of the top-tier witches in the Alliance. 76 is only growing more and more curious about Nightingale's abilities. Anyhow, she's glad that everything is going as she intended. As she stands by the window, her ring begins to react to the overwhelming presence of ki nearby. When she looks outside, she notices the amount of ki is so massive that it's literally engulfing the entire area surrounding the castle. This is some next-level stuff, and for a moment she begins to wonder if this is the smile of God. By now she's sure that the chosen one she's looking for is definitely here. I wouldn't be surprised if this ki surrounding the castle is from Roland. After all, he has everyone in his head devoured by Zero, along with Zero herself. We then cut to Roland, who just woke up in the dream realm. They're brushing their teeth and having a little fun teasing each other. Apparently, today is parent-teacher meeting day, and Roland will be acting as Zero's guardian. Zero wants him to shave his beard, or else he'll look like a crusty old man, and she doesn't want to be embarrassed. He teases her back, suggesting that she put her hair in double ponytails so she can look like a normal kid. This, of course, sets her temper boiling, and she kicks him out of the dressing room. A while later, Zero is finally ready to head out, and surprisingly, she makes sure to have double ponytails in the end. Quite surprising nonetheless. Later, as Roland waits in the classroom with the other parents, waiting for the teacher to arrive, he notices Garcia. Roland finds this unbelievable, especially since Garcia never had any children in real life. For a moment, he wonders if maybe she did have a child, and that her child was consumed by Zero during the Battle of Eternal Winter. Either way, he points out that he's here as a parent too. Curious, Roland finally asks her if she has a child. Garcia quickly clarifies that she has a cousin. Roland notices that she isn't as grumpy toward him as she was when they first crossed paths. Finally, the teacher arrives to start the conference. Since the conference has started and they can't speak out loud, Garcia passes a written note, asking if Roland is the mysterious martial artist who was running on the street a while ago. Roland remembers the encounter he had with that zombie-like guy and asks her how she knew he was there. to which she claims that she was able to sense his body language because of the natural power he had. So she questions him if he just awakened his natural power or if he's been hiding it intentionally. Roland finally understands why she's softened toward him. Anyway, he sees this opportunity as a chance to learn more about this natural power, so he asks her what natural power even is. Of course, Garcia feels mocked, as she can tell that he's deliberately acting dumb. They go back and forth, and Roland still doesn't grasp the origin of this power. So Garcia decides to find somewhere to discuss this further. Roland doesn't waste this opportunity, and after a while, he visits her apartment. As soon as he steps inside, he's awestruck by how lavish her place looks. As they sit down, Roland asks if she lives here alone or with her cousin, to which she responds that she's not very close to her cousin. Not to mention, her cousin's entire Sanyi family could be considered her enemies. It's all related to the demolition of this area. The Sanyi family wants to demolish this building, and they're using her cousin to convince her to leave. But if she leaves, the company will be able to break everything down. She's curious as to why Roland isn't aware of this widely spread common information. Roland finds himself in a tight spot. He seems to have forgotten that he's not dealing with someone like Zero. Garcia, being the third princess, is much smarter and more perceptive, so talking to her is quite dangerous. So he meticulously argues that he hasn't really kept up with the local gossip. He lost his job a while ago, so he's barely stepped outside his apartment in recent months. Speaking of jobs, he questions her if there are any other jobs available for natural power users other than competing. She admits there are. Competing is a way to hone one's abilities. The prize money isn't the most important part. Their primary duty is to protect against the invasion of the outer realm. There's a threat widely known as the Fallen, and they're the most common type. They aren't people who've lost control of their natural power, but instead, they become affected by the outer realm and transform into an entirely different organism. Regular martial artists can barely damage the Fallen, so they have to stand up and fight them. Roland then questions her about what the outer realm is. Garcia claims that she can't omit any more details unless he joins the Martial Arts Association and acquires a hunting license. Because not everyone who's awakened their natural power stands by the association. Some even join the Fallen. Roland is spooked to hear this. What he understands is that if he confirms he's awakened his natural power and refuses to join the association, he's sure he might be marked as an enemy. Suddenly her phone rings, and she leaves him there to take the call. As she's out, Roland decides to seize this opportunity. He quickly enters her storage room and finds the same kind of secret door he has in his apartment. Since it seems Garcia hasn't opened it yet, he takes the chance. Once he opens the door, he finds himself staring at the magnificence of Shipport. The next morning, Roland wakes up in his real world after his trip down into the dream world. He feels excited after finally confirming that each resident of the Building of Souls has a door leading to a fragment of their memory. The location in every fragment is most likely the place the defeated person cherished the most. If he's thinking correctly, Garcia's last memory remains at Clearwater Port, likely because that's where her path of blood and conquest began. Before leaving, he had asked Garcia about her memory door, but her clueless response made it clear she knew nothing about it. To her, that gate doesn't exist, and even if she were to enter her storage room and remodel it entirely, she still wouldn't notice the door. If that's true, then it's possible no one can access those memories in the dream world except for him. So, he decides to visit Zero's storage room to further solidify this assumption. Later, as he sits in his office, Wendy hands over the detailed profile of the new witches who have joined. The first is Annie, and after thoroughly reading through the profile, Roland feels optimistic that this must be the same Annie Evie always talks about. Roland also shares the secret message he received from Bay a week ago. Apparently, Tilly and the others will be arriving soon. Wendy is glad to hear this since Evie will finally be able to reunite with Annie. While Roland agrees that Evie will be immensely overjoyed to see her friend again, he isn't sure if Annie will be that welcoming. There are high chances that she might not forgive Evie. Moving on, Roland inquires about the woman who came with them. He's quite eager to learn more about her, especially since Yorko was particularly enthusiastic while mentioning her. While Roland has no issue employing her, he still wants to confirm her background first. Wendy then reveals that 76 gets along very well with the other 4 witches, especially Emmy. In fact, it's hard to tell that she isn't a witch herself. Furthermore, if 76 truly had ill intentions, Wendy is certain she wouldn't have risked her life so much just to buy the witch's time. Roland acknowledges this as well, and because of her efforts, he suggests making her the secretary of the Witch Union. Not only does this job complement her past she had with witches, but it would also ease Wendy's burden of management. But then, Nightingale suddenly appears and quickly objects to this idea. While Nightingale doesn't have anything concrete to say, she has a very bad feeling about 76. Roland can tell something must be off for Nightingale to react this way, so he decides to put the matter aside for now. She then suddenly apologizes to Roland for being too speculative about 76, But Roland fully understands her concerns. He also believes it's better to be cautious than to cry over spilled milk, especially when it's a safety concern. After all, Nightingale is in charge of Neverwinter City's internal security, so it's only natural for her to be worried. Roland then asks her what exactly she finds wrong with 76. After all, Nightingale's notes didn't mention anything suspicious about her. Nightingale reveals that while she didn't detect any lies from 76, her reactions and body language don't match that of a typical slave. Later, at the dining table, the new witches gather alongside 76. Emmy is absolutely overjoyed to see bread, fried eggs, and milk, a luxury she never had the chance to enjoy before. As Annie and the others eat together, smiles of joy spread across their faces. Meanwhile, 76 realizes that the witches have finally found the sanctuary they were searching for. It's only a matter of time before this place becomes the next holy city, because the Chosen One has appeared. Emmy then curiously turns to 76, noticing the heavy eye bag stretching across her face. She wonders why 76 didn't get any sleep. 76 explains that she was simply too excited to fall asleep. Emmy reminds her that Wendy promised to give them a tour of the city, so she should get some rest first. Speaking of Wendy, she soon arrives with a newly developed wheelchair. While Emmy is surprised to see it, Wendy reveals how Anna and Soraya stayed up late last night building it. With this, Hero will be able to move around on her own for short distances. The mention of Anna immediately catches 76's attention. Anna is the name of a high-tier witch she once heard from Nana. 76 finds it hard to believe that such a high-tier witch would go to such lengths to build something like this for a crippled witch. Hero sits in her new wheelchair, expressing her gratitude for the gift. Annie then curiously asks when they will be having their tour of Neverwinter. She also wonders if they can have 76 tag along, as it would be very lonely for her to stay behind. Wendy hesitates before responding, and 76 takes note of Wendy's hesitation. Wendy's behavior leads 76 to believe they are still practicing caution. However, in the next moment, Wendy, with her usual smiling face, happily agrees to let 76 join them. With that, Wendy decides to start their tour, and their first destination will be the center of Neverwinter, the Northern Mines. Hearing this, 76 begins dreading the worst, thinking that perhaps they want to scare them off with labor if they disobey. Well, it looks like 76 is just overthinking things. Contrary to her beliefs, Wendy explains how these mines are the source of energy for Neverwinter. She's confident they'll understand this more once they get there. As they walk through the city, 76 also takes note of how active the town is. While they're walking, Wendy decides to give a quick rundown of witches and their abilities. Usually when witches awaken, they face the dangers of antiphase. The church used to call it being possessed by devils. But it's really just a natural reaction to rapid magical growth, not the nonsense the church used to feed people. Wendy further explains how to avoid antiphase pain and how the evolution of abilities works. After getting the gist, Emmy is excited to see her abilities evolve. 76, on the other hand, is in shock. The way Wendy described antiphase and evolution, she made it sound like everyday knowledge. She's trying to figure out why Comet City would hide crucial details about antiphase and label it as the work of devils. After all, the more witches that survived, the more divine punishment warriors the church produced. Wendy then catches everyone's attention when she shows them the listening sigil. This, of course, only deepens 76's curiosity about how Wendy has this sigil from Tequila. Right then, Lightning and Maggie arrive. Seeing Maggie speak, Emmy is shocked to see a talking pigeon. But Annie clarifies to her that they are witches. Wendy further confirms this, claiming that Maggie is one of the sisters who evolved her abilities. 76 is once again shocked to hear this. To think that Wendy just called this pet-like pigeon a high-tier witch. Because according to her understanding of awakened witches, they are the echelon of the Alliance. So it's very odd to see even pigeons being called awakened witches. Emmy is totally excited to see an awakened witch, and is very curious to know what her new abilities are. Lightning then explains how Maggie can turn into a big flying monster, which is far from cute. 76, unable to grasp all this overwhelming information, questions Wendy on how they can tell if this pigeon has actually evolved. Wendy elaborates that they can figure this out through magic. If a normal witch's magic looks like a cloud or mist, it forms into a solid shape once they evolve. For example, Maggie's magic today looks like a pair of white outstretched wings, and it's incredibly different from the mist it used to be. Internally, 76 realizes that this definition of awakening is the same as what the Alliance used, meaning Maggie is indeed a high-tier witch. Wendy also admits that she hasn't fully solidified yet, so she still has a lot to learn compared to Anna and the others. Once again, 76 is bewildered to hear this. For her, a normal witch performing the role of a manager is highly unusual. After all, it defies the norms of how the Alliance used to operate 400 years ago. As they walk, 76 also makes sure to scan Maggie and Lightning to figure out if they are the chosen one. But since her ring doesn't react, it means they are not. Finally, they reach the mines. Upon entering, the first thing 76 notices is the slogans plastered around the tunnel. The slogans are meant to empower the laborers and encourage them to perform better. Wendy recalls how, before Roland became the ruler of the border town, these mines would only produce a few hundred golden royals worth of minerals each season. The production would always slow down, which is why locals could barely survive on their paychecks. But when Roland arrived in the western region and saved a witch named Anna, a new door opened between mortals and witches. Now that they are here at the mines, Wendy decides to let them meet Anna as well. Not only is she the busiest witch in the Union, but she is also the only one who has evolved twice, which earned her the title of true genius. As they head toward the facility where Anna is, 76 notices that the place is heavily guarded, meaning if someone came alone, they wouldn't have been allowed to enter. Besides, 76 is curious to know why this so-called genius witch spends her days in the mountains. Once they arrive, Anna knocks the gate, and a little girl, who is Lucia's sister, Belle, opens the gate. Lucia and Anna are essentially in charge of researching the qualities of minerals in this facility. Furthermore, Lucia's abilities evolved when she reached the age of maturity, and her magic capacity is second only to Anna's. She is one of the few witches in the Union who can wield the Divine Sigil. As for the Divine Sigil, it is a weapon that requires an enormous amount of magic. For a typical witch, making all 4 magic stones glow simultaneously is a daunting task. Because of this, Roland decided to use it as a benchmark tool for every witch. So far, only 4 people have been able to light it up to the last stone, and everyone is eagerly looking forward to seeing the 5th candidate capable of achieving such a feat. Now let's shift our focus to 76, who is growing increasingly astonished with each revelation thrown her way. For her, it is shocking enough to hear the name of that artifact again, let alone the fact that these people actually have one. You see, during the Age of Tequila, that weapon was exclusive to the top 3 chairs of the Alliance. Blade then humbly asks how many witches have evolved new abilities. Well, the number is quite large, so Wendy takes a solid minute just to count to 10. Of course, 76 is once again shocked. Damn, everything is a shock for 76 at this point. I'm starting to feel like I'm repeating her reactions over and over. Hopefully, I'm not dragging the story down. Finally, Agatha emerges from the lab room, walking past the visitors without acknowledging their presence. Seeing Agatha immediately jogs 76's memory. She has definitely seen this woman before. Though it was a long time ago, Agatha was a prodigy, one of the high-tier witches of Tequila. 76 could never forget how she looked. But it just doesn't make sense. How is she still alive after all this time? It is simply unfathomable to think that she has just reunited with a witch from Tequila. Later that night, Sylvie reports to Nightingale that 76 has left the building. She jumped out from the second-floor corridor. Well, this doesn't surprise Nightingale, as she already suspected that 76 was up to something. However, she has yet to figure out her agenda. Later, Nightingale reports this to Roland, who also finds it strange. It is actually surprising that a typical mortal managed to bypass Nightingale's detecting magic. Suddenly, they receive a report that 76 is now moving south along the outer district streets and has stopped at a corner, likely waiting for someone. Then, in another update, Lightning reports that the target is moving again, and this time toward Agatha, likely to attack. The reporter further reveals that 76 seems to be using the Stone of Divine Judgment. We then cut to Agatha. As she attempts to attack 76 with her ice magic, it simply vanishes before it can even touch her. As Agatha dreads the worst, 76 suddenly greets her with a gesture that follows Tequila's old traditions. She then surprises Agatha even further by addressing her as the youngest high-tier awakener, Lady Agatha. Later, they arrive at a pub to catch up. 76 hails Agatha as her senior and pays her proper respects. As they talk, 76 shares her journey and how she ended up here. Technically, there are 3 other survivors from Tequila, though they are no longer witches. Their bodies could not last through the centuries, so they had to use another method. In fact, even 76 is currently just a soul, possessing a body. The body she is currently occupying belonged to a Church Judgment Army soldier. In short, not only is she possessing this body, but she can also freely activate the Stone of Divine Judgment's effects. This was actually Lady Alice's final goal. She wanted to create a divine punishment warrior that contained both witch and mortal. This way, blood loss would not kill the witch. Instead, the soul would transfer to another body, achieving the perfect super soldier. Agatha then questions the purpose of her visit. But before answering, 76 first wants to know if the Witch Union is aware of the Devils, the Divine War, and the Alliance. Agatha nods in acknowledgement and further reveals that they have, in fact, already begun preparing for the Third Divine War. The Witch Union recently engaged in combat with the Devils, even managing to take down a Slayer along with 4 fearsome Devils. After confirming all her doubts regarding the Witch Union and their motives, 76 finally decides to come clean about her identity. She reveals that she is here to find the Chosen One, someone capable of activating the divine punishment apparatus and eradicating all devils in a single sweep. Agatha is stunned by the mention of such a powerful device. To identify the chosen one, Lady Pasha instructed her to find someone who displays the light of the key through a prismatic magic stone while using their abilities. This stone is embedded in a ring, which 76 now hands over to Agatha. 76 also expresses her willingness to explain everything to Wendy, since she is the manager of the witches. However, Agatha suggests she speak directly with the prince. Roland may seem like a flawed mortal, but he is the heart of the witches. 76 is skeptical. How could talking to a mortal possibly help? Agatha reassures her by admitting that she once felt the same way. But over time, she realized that without Roland, the witch union wouldn't exist. Neverwinter would not have flourished the way it has, and Greycastle would not have been able to defeat the church. If 76 truly wants to find the chosen one, she must share this information with Roland as well. When Agatha first emerged from her crystal, she was devastated to learn that the Alliance was no more. She feared that no one remained to save the world from the devils. But Roland instilled in her a belief that mortals could defeat devils. It sounded insane at first, but over time, Agatha found hope in Roland. And that is why the witches of Neverwinter trust him without hesitation. If Tequila truly wishes to fight alongside Neverwinter against the devils, 76 must earn his trust. As Agatha hands the ring back to her, 76 agrees but asks for some time to reconsider. After exchanging goodbyes, she finally parts ways. Once 76 is gone, Agatha signals for Nightingale to reveal herself. Nightingale instantly emerges from the shadows. She is bewildered, since when did Agatha see her coming? Agatha explains that it happened the moment she received the ring from 76. The ring does not detect magic but rather a pillar of light, also known as the key. Since Nightingale's pillar illuminated the entire room, it was impossible for her to go unnoticed. This means that 76 already knew Nightingale was trailing her. Nightingale then asks if Agatha truly believes in 76. Agatha nods, and that is precisely why she did not take the ring from her, because she wants 76 to believe in the witch union as well. Nightingale's concerns ease, and she too hopes that 76 will make the right decision. Later, 76 reunites with Emmy and the others. They are all engrossed in discussing the turbulent drinks they had, unable to stop showering relentless praise on the unbelievably rich and unique flavors. Emmy is convinced that even the elites of Wolfheart City have never tasted anything this incredible. Meanwhile, 76 takes a seat, immediately capturing everyone's attention. She has something important to say. She finally introduces herself as a tequila witch from the ruins of Forbidden Maze. And her name is Phyllis. She explains that she is searching for the Chosen One and wishes to meet the ruler of Neverwinter to discuss the Divine War. Hero and Emmy are absolutely shocked. Not only is 76 an extraordinary witch, but Phyllis is her true name. The next day she finally meets Roland, who warmly welcomes her to Neverwinter. Once again, she states her true name and explains that she is using a mortal's body to conceal her real identity. Now that she has revealed everything, the name 76 is no longer valid, so she prefers to be called Phyllis from now on. They sit down for a thorough discussion, aiming to understand each other better. After all, if they are to fight the devils as allies, mutual understanding is crucial. Roland has always been curious about how the Alliance fractured into two factions. Why would the Church, which was founded by witches, go on to oppress them? And most of all, the concept of perfected divine punishment soldiers perplexes him. If she is willing, he wants Phyllis to educate him on the reasoning behind all of this. Phyllis explains that before entering the maze ruins, no one expected things to turn out the way they did. Those ruins played a pivotal role. Without them, there would be no divine punishment soldiers, and the surviving witches wouldn't have lasted as long as they have. Unfortunately, they were too late. Aside from learning the soul transfer method, the survivors also uncovered other things. This discovery led Lady Natalia to confront the Queen of the Comet City, whose name is Alice, and ultimately, why the Alliance split apart. Roland presses her about the other things she is referring to. However, Phyllis is not yet comfortable revealing that information. She assures him that once she finds the Chosen One, she will explain everything in detail. And when that time comes, Lady Pasha will personally come to speak with him. Pasha is the prime candidate to succeed the third chair and is the trusted leader of the tequila survivors. After hearing Phyllis's account, Roland realizes that even in the face of dire circumstances, the two factions were unable to work together. The perfected divine punishment soldiers do not require sacrificing witches, only volunteers for the transfer ritual. So why did Alice want to dismantle what remained of the Alliance? Phyllis corrects him that it is not as simple as he imagines. Her original host was a divine punishment soldier who failed to transfer properly, forcing her to spend almost 50 years preparing to wield that body. And if one were to include the time required to master swordsmanship and combat tactics, it would take another 100 years. Alice needed a vast number of host bodies. Since witches do not die naturally, A divine punishment warrior with centuries of experience would be far stronger than any newly converted soldier. Creating more host bodies was essential to continuously accumulating the experience of souls. Thus, weak witches were required as resources to create more host bodies. Lady Alice believed that in order to accomplish this, she needed to replace the alliance and become the absolute ruler of all witches. Only then could she transform select witches into disposable materials for the greater cause. Under the immense pressure of the divine war, she nearly succeeded. The upper echelons of the alliance had silently accepted her methods. However, if it weren't for the new discoveries inside the ruins, the divine punishment army would have been the only viable plan for survival. Phyllis's detailed lore dump sounds very plausible to Roland. If a divine punishment warrior had the brains of a witch and an immortal lifespan, centuries of combat experience would make for a terrifyingly powerful soldier. Roland reflects that if they had encountered perfected divine punishment warriors at Blizzard Town, the battle's outcome would have been vastly different. It seems that the extended time it takes to get used to a body is no longer the focus, since as long as the soul can continue to transfer, it would make sense to preserve powerful veteran warriors. Roland reminds her that only veteran divine punishment warriors can defeat high-tier devils, which means they need a large number of host bodies to transfer souls into. Phyllis reassures him that there is another method for preserving souls. She can transfer them to vessels, a process known as hibernation. Though she knows that these hibernation vessels and the soul transfer process are related to what was found in the ruins, she can't confirm more details as only Lady Pasha holds the authority to disclose such crucial information. Roland then asks her another pressing question. How exactly is the Chosen One supposed to defeat the devils? He worries that he won't be able to assist them in their cause if he doesn't understand anything about their plans. Phyllis claims to have no knowledge of this. It is Celine who is in charge of searching for the apparatus. She assures Roland that they can discuss this further once they find the Chosen One. The process of finding them is harmless. Basically, all the witches need to do is demonstrate their abilities once, and Phyllis plans to observe their magic using this ring. Through the ring, she can see if any witches have the potential to become the Chosen One. Roland designates the courtyard as the place where Phyllis can test every witch. Later, in the courtyard, the first witch to appear for the test is Agatha, who demonstrates her abilities right away. Phyllis looks through her ring, but it's clear that Agatha is not the one she's looking for. Instead of leaving, Agatha decides to stay and observe Phyllis, as she is quite curious about the ring. The testing continues, with Echo and Leaf stepping forward next, but neither shows the potential Phyllis is searching for. Then comes Anna. Anna's potential is slightly weaker than Leaf's, which means she does not meet the criteria either. It becomes apparent that the Chosen One is not among these witches. Even though some witches display intensely bright energy pillars, it still doesn't compare to the light Phyllis saw last night. Agatha explains that witches typically do not practice their abilities at night, and since Phyllis was staying in the affairs building at the time, it's impossible that the ring could have detected anything from the castle. But Phyllis reveals that the light was so strong that distance didn't matter. At this point, Agatha suddenly demands that Phyllis hand over the ring. While Nightingale might not allow Phyllis to enter the castle, Agatha is willing to help her find the Chosen One within. The next day, Wendy and Agatha give Phyllis the good news. They have found the pillar of light she was searching for. However, they can't confirm if this is the Chosen One she's looking for. Phyllis is certain that the pillar of light is a clear sign that they have found the Chosen One. She's overjoyed and excited to discover which high-tier witch is behind this. Soon, however, Phyllis's happiness morphs into shock when she learns that the pillar of light is coming from Roland Wimbledon. Agatha admits that it's hard to believe, but she wasn't the only witness. Nightingale, Anna, and Wendy also saw it. To confirm further, they even checked the witches who lived on the second floor of the castle. Agatha tried testing it with a magic stone, but Roland basically had no trace of magic on him. But Phyllis argues that she didn't see any light from him yesterday. It's strange that when Roland woke up, the light disappeared as well. Agatha mentions that they asked Roland about it. He revealed that this unusual occurrence is due to Zero's soul battlefield, which caused Roland to enter the dream realm. Phyllis is baffled because she has no idea what the soul battlefield business is all about. Wendy then explains that Zero was the last pope of the Hermes Church, and she pulled Roland into her soul battlefield for a long time. This may be the reason the magic ring reacted the way it did. Roland himself was surprised when he heard about the light he exuded during his sleep. He also suggested Phyllis try it once again this afternoon when he is asleep. Later that afternoon, while Phyllis is resting, Agatha comes to chat with her. It's revealed that Phyllis fainted when she saw Roland's pillar of light, so they brought her here to recover. Agatha brings up the importance of the Chosen One in the upcoming battle. After all, the witches have fought for hundreds of years already. But Phyllis reminds her that none of those battles were in the witches' favor. They've lost twice, forced to retreat across the Kingdom of Dawn and into the Wastelands. If they lose again, they will be gone permanently. Agatha, however, sternly assures Phyllis that victory will be theirs this time. While Agatha does not know what they found in the maze ruins that gave them so much hope in this so-called chosen one, she is sure that it will not be because of the ruins' secrets that they are going to win. In the past 400 years, mortals have not been stagnant. There is more than one way to kill devils. Furthermore, Agatha reminds Phyllis that Roland seems to possess one of the keys to God, so she suggests that Phyllis take a look before contacting the Tequila Witches again. Phyllis is shocked upon hearing this revelation, while Agatha further confirms that it is the key of art. I don't know what they are talking about, but let's hope to find out soon. We then cut to Roland, who is scouting the city wall along with Iron Axe, taking note of the demon activities. Given how quiet it is, Roland inquires whether there has been any activity lately. Iron Axe reveals that it has mostly been random strays, and their patrol squad alone has been able to take care of them. Roland then reveals that in the coming few days, he wants to conduct another artillery exercise at the city wall. However, he wants it to be as loud as possible while avoiding wasting resources. Iron Axe is not sure why they need to put on such a hollow display of power just for show. Roland further explains how he wants to proceed with this fake display of power. First, he plans to bury explosives in 3 places near where the projectiles will land. He intends to use actual ammunition to display accuracy and pre-buried gunpowder to create explosions. He especially wants the last explosion to be spectacularly huge. Finally, we learn why Roland wants these explosions. It is unfathomable for Phyllis to acknowledge that the chosen one she was looking for could be a mortal king. So, in order to flex his muscles, Roland plans to show her the grand power of his artillery and make her realize the strength of the modern age. Iron Axe, on the other hand, raises a valid concern. He fears that if their soldiers witness this fake display of power, they might believe their weapons are stronger than they actually are, distorting their perception of their true strength. However, Roland has no worries about this, since he already plans on phasing out gunpowder weapons soon. For example, the 12-pound cannon is already unsuited for future combat. He has something new prepared, though he keeps it a secret for now. But he assures Iron Axe that the weapon he is developing is capable of indirect fire at both close and long range, is portable enough for multiple soldiers to carry its parts, and features superb power, a simple design, and low-effort operation. Now that Roland has revealed this much, he finally reveals the name of the weapon. He is building a mortar. Later, Roland visits Anna. As soon as he enters her room, he expresses his desire to talk about the dream realm. He has not been able to discuss this in detail before. He then proceeds to explain how his dream world works, what it consists of, and all that we have seen before. He tells her about Zero and the day-to-day life he has there, and just like that, they both fall asleep together. The next day arrives, and Roland meets Baroff and Iris in his office. Roland is surprised to see them this early. Eventually, they sit down for a talk. Iris is here with reports on the preparations for the attack they are about to launch in the southernmost region. They are ready to execute the plan. By this spring, the First Army will reach around 7,000 soldiers. Iris then brings up something she heard from Iron Axe. There is supposed to be an artillery exercise today. She suggests allowing the citizens of Neverwinter to witness this majestic sight as well. She is sure it would help boost morale and greatly encourage people to join the military with newfound confidence. Barov sharply responds to her suggestion. As far as he is concerned, citizens might become frightened and interpret it as a display of demonic power. But Iris believes it is up to the government representatives to work hard on awareness, ensuring that every citizen is educated about the true purpose. She suggests designating a specific viewing area on the wall and having police officers maintain order. Since seating will be limited, ticketing the event would be a valid option. Pricing tickets at 2 silvers each would deter a massive crowd from overwhelming the area. Not to mention, it could serve as a potential source of income for the government. She also suggests curating the audience. If only people between 15 and 30 years old can purchase tickets, it would ensure confidence in both current and future industry workers, strengthening their resolve to fight the divine war. When she asks Roland for his thoughts, he is already excited. This sounds like a military parade to him, and he is actually proud of her for coming up with the idea. Roland looks forward to the event. The thought of having his own military parade excites him to no end. Later that day, a government official announces Roland's upcoming event. There will be a public artillery exercise in 3 days at the Western City Wall, and everyone is encouraged to witness the magnificence of the new technology Roland has built. However, to attend, people must meet the requirements, bringing 2 silver coins and their ID card. In the crowd, we spot Carter's wife, who cannot help but admire Roland for the next thing he is working on. Suddenly, one of her little fans spots her in the street and calls out to her. The girl has brought a gift for May, because her plays are encouraging and motivating. She explains that if her father were still alive, he would have loved the plays too. The girl shares her story. Her father passed away, sending her into depression. But when she watched one of Mei's performances, her mood drastically improved. In the play, everyone who died defending their family or kingdom was granted the title of hero by the king. Her mother told her that her father was just a normal hunter. But this story made her feel like he was more than that. For this very reason, she wants to thank Mei. Now, everyone calls her the daughter of a hero, and it fills her with immense pride. She admires her father so much that if the First Army accepted women, she would have picked up a rifle and fought against their enemies. Mei asks if she is not afraid of dying, knowing how dangerous the battlefield is. The little girl recalls her past. During the months of demons, many people tried to migrate to Longsong Fortress, but many died before making it. Even more perished in the slums of Longsong, and the streets were filled with frozen corpses. Back then, she trembled with fear, afraid that if she closed her eyes, she would become just like them. Now, she wants to stand up for others and fight for a better future. Mei pats the little girl on the head, admiring her courage, then accepts the gift. The girl rushes off after saying her goodbyes. Later back home, Knight Carter learns that his wife plans to watch the artillery exercise with everyone. Carter thought she hated violence, so he suggests she should not force herself. His wife teases him, wondering if he simply does not want to be there with her. This is when we learn that Mei is expecting a child. Later, Roland congratulates Carter on the news. However, he reminds him not to neglect his duties, as there are still months before the child's birth. When the delivery date arrives, Roland promises Carter a long vacation so he can take care of his wife. Speaking of childbirth, Roland suddenly realizes that they lack proper infrastructure for medical emergencies. He decides to build a facility before these problems pile up in the future. As they stand at the docks, Tilly's ship finally arrives. Roland promptly welcomes her. They all catch up before Roland holds a meeting with Tilly and other major witches. Roland updates Tilly about the recent encounter with the Tequila Witches and the Chosen One fuss, though he has yet to figure out what this divine apparatus truly is. For now, his main focus is on the plans to conduct a public military exercise outside the western walls, hoping to restore hope in the despairing hearts of the Tequila Witches. Furthermore, this military exercise is also for the citizens. Roland wants every citizen to witness the power they hold, ensuring their resolve remains unshaken when they eventually face the devils. This is when Andrea suggests something extra. Instead of just blowing up firearms unnecessarily for show, they should use real demons as their targets. It would be far more entertaining for the masses. If the evil horrors that have been plaguing the western region were to be blown apart before their eyes, it would excite the public even more. So, Roland gives his final verdict: demons will be used as targets. To capture the necessary demons, Andrea takes on the task. Evie, being the cage conjurer she is, offers to help. Wendy, on the other hand, isn't sure if they should be doing something this dangerous. Nightingale assures her that the forest area within Sister Leaf's influence won't pose much of a threat. After all, Leaf can surveil all movements of both witches and demons. Even if they encounter underworld devils, they can simply utilize the sigil in the worst-case scenario. To make things more fun, Tilly decides to turn the demon hunt into a legitimate competition, where the witches will compete against each other. The one who captures the most demons will be rewarded with a month's worth of turbulent drinks. For safety, all the sisters will be divided into 3 groups. Roland then asks his sister if they should let Phyllis participate as well. Tilly does not seem to have any objections, especially since it would be a good opportunity for Phyllis to see firsthand how firearms can be a game-changer against real threats. Capturing a demon with a divine punishment warrior's body isn't going to be a big deal, and she will be more confident in Neverwinter's abilities once she sees their power. Roland agrees to the suggestion. Later, we see Evie staring at the room where Annie is staying. Her hesitation to go inside is pretty evident. The scene flashes back to when Roland first told her about Annie. At first, Evie fell into disbelief, unable to grasp the idea that her long-lost friend was still alive. But Roland had suggested she check for herself. So here we are in the present. As she extends her hand to knock on the door, she hesitates. That's when Softfeather arrives because she already knew Evie would struggle. After all, Evie's personality takes a complete 180 when it comes to Annie. Since Evie can't bring herself to knock, Softfeather takes it upon herself and starts banging the hell out of the door. Eventually, Annie responds to the violent knocks. The moment their eyes meet, Annie's eyes well up with tears as memories of their shared past come rushing back. Evie hugs her immediately and keeps apologizing. Annie, teary-eyed herself, accepts her apology. In fact, she doesn't blame her. It's then that Annie decides to sign the contract and pledge her loyalty to the king. The scene then cuts to the city wall, where Roland lays out the details of the hunting operation. This competition is meant to teach them the importance of friendship, and protecting each other is the most important thing. Strictly, no one is allowed to leave Sister Leaf's territory. The rules are simple. Whoever captures the most demons in a day will take first place. However, the demons must be locked within cages to count. Also, if any team leaves Leaf's territory, the entire group will be automatically disqualified. With everything cleared up, Lightning and Maggie happily fly away, eager to be the first to hunt. Ash and the others also decide to get moving. Meanwhile, Tilly asks Roland who he thinks will win. Roland has high hopes for Maggie and Lightning. They may not be the most powerful, but their speed will undoubtedly help them shove the demons into cages before anyone else. Tilly then decides to place bets on the teams, and Roland is more than happy to compete. She's betting on the witches from Sleeping Island to win. If her guess turns out to be correct, then half of the profit from turbulent drinks should go toward rewarding the witches who contribute the most to the city's development. Roland has no issues with her demands but asks what she would offer in return. To that, Tilly reveals that if she loses, she will live in Neverwinter from now on. Of course, Roland is surprised to hear this, but Tilly stands by her bet. She is confident that Roland will lose. Suddenly, Nightingale appears behind Roland and reveals that Andrea's magic seems to have solidified. We then cut to Andrea, who is working alongside Ash as her teammate. Spotting a boar, they immediately get to work. Andrea knocks it out without killing it entirely. Since Andrea managed to render it unconscious, Ash is now tasked with carrying the boar, which of course doesn't sit well with her. But she doesn't have a choice. Andrea then asks Sister Leaf if she can point them to a location with more monsters. Sister Leaf promptly gives them precise directions. As they head toward their next target, we cut to Agatha and Phyllis. They chat while walking, and Agatha reminds Phyllis not to underestimate the other witches in the competition. As witches of Tequila, they have a reputation to uphold, and Agatha wants to snag first place for herself. After roaming for a while, they come across a flying beast. Agatha swiftly unleashes her icy magic and slashes the creature down in one clean strike, then freezes it to ensure it stays down. Phyllis is absolutely amazed by Agatha's sleek and effortless fighting style. She asks if they should drag the creature back to the wall. Agatha decides to leave it for now as it won't die if left alone for a bit. They should gather more first and bring them all back together. With that, she decides to find their next target. As she walks forward, Phyllis notices how Agatha seems to be taking this competition very seriously. She worries that Agatha might be biased against the Tequila witches in the future. Regardless, she suddenly reveals to Agatha that ever since Lady Eleanor's sacrifice, their numbers have dwindled. Everyone has more or less developed a common understanding. Whether a witch is a high-tier awakener or a regular witch, no one should be placed in a strict hierarchy. Pasha has always firmly believed that every witch is equally important. Agatha claims to share the same belief. When she sees how the Neverwinter witches treat each other, she sometimes thinks that they are the true inheritors of the new age. Finally, Phyllis asks the pressing question that has been weighing on her. How does Agatha view the Tequila witches and Neverwinter? When it comes to her loyalty, Agatha firmly states that she is loyal to her own beliefs. That being said, she hopes that all the Tequila witches will soon join the Western region and fight the devils alongside Neverwinter under Roland's command. Of course, Phyllis feels a little dejected hearing this. She had hoped Agatha would put her faith in the Tequila witches and fight alongside them, especially considering how Agatha desperately wants to represent Tequila in this competition. Phyllis assumed she would feel the same when it came to battling the devils. Agatha reminds her that whether it's Tequila, Comet City, Anley Tower, or any of the many cities in the Fertile Land, the only reason the Alliance came into existence was that they all wanted to defeat the devils. And defeating the devils has nothing to do with Agatha's morals, beliefs, or which faction she supports. After the First Divine War, witches removed mortal leadership and dominated the Fertile Land. However, because they were too focused on differentiating between the strong and the weak, they failed to work together and defend against the devil's attacks. Now mortals have proven their power. So, to her, there is no difference between pledging loyalty to the Alliance or pledging to Roland. Only he, Roland, the King of Greycastle, can unite the entire world and nurture this new generation of witches. Phyllis is shocked to hear this. As far as she understands, Neverwinter is the new Alliance now. But Agatha corrects her that Neverwinter is just a part of the Alliance. Roland probably wouldn't like that name, but regardless, his goal remains the same as the others, which is to win the Battle of Divine Will. Tequila, the Witch Association, and Sleeping Island, as well as all the kingdoms, must unite and fight the devils to determine the fate of everyone. In short, it's not a matter of loyalty, it's about survival. Phyllis finally understands that Agatha's desire for Tequila to win does not conflict with her loyalty to Roland. Just like 400 years ago, all the cities in the Fertile Land were loyal to the Alliance. The only difference now is that the 3 chairs of the Alliance have been replaced with a mortal leader. Suddenly they hear a commotion in the air, and it turns out to be Maggie holding her lute. Phyllis is shocked to see a devil right in front of her, but Agatha assures her that it's just Maggie. After evolving, she gained the ability to transform into any winged creature, and devils are no exception. Seeing how Maggie can fly around with her prey, Phyllis thinks it's a bit unfair, as they don't stand a chance against a flying opponent. But Agatha assures her that maintaining such a transformation consumes a copious amount of magic. Once Maggie reaches her limit, Lightning won't be able to capture demons as easily on her own. Eventually, they both continue hunting more monsters. After a while, Sister Leaf announces the end of the competition. Everyone gathers at the city wall with their loot. Once the counting is done, it is revealed that the Neverwinter team only scored 7 points. This announcement shocks the hell out of Phyllis, as it means that the Sleeping Island team alone is responsible for capturing the remaining 80 demons. Meanwhile, Lightning is busy blaming Maggie for getting distracted from the main goal and eating eggs instead. As Lightning rants at Maggie, Wendy announces that the Sleeping Island team gathered 15 points. Andrea and Ash also start bickering, blaming each other for their low hunting count. In the background, Wendy announces that the Tequila team has scored 22 points. As the winners, they will receive a month's worth of turbulent drinks. Of course, this unexpected victory doesn't make sense to Phyllis. After all, there are clearly more than 100 demons in the cages. Wendy then reveals that Sister Leaf caught the rest of them. Apparently, Sister Leaf had been instructed to let only a limited number of demons roam around during the competition. So, she trapped all the remaining monsters outside the playing field beforehand and only allowed a set amount to pass through. The time for the commemoration of this military parade has finally arrived. People have started gathering outside the city wall. Iron Axe reports that the artillery squad has finished preparations. Hearing this, Roland commands Sister Echo to sing the March of the Armed Forces. As soon as she begins, the melody fills the air. Following her song, the soldiers start their parade. The audience is astonished at the sight of the marching military, and coupled with Sister Echo's energetic melody, the crowd is charged with enthusiasm and energy. Once the soldiers are ready with the artillery, Iron Axe instructs them to aim, and all of the soldiers promptly target the poor monsters inside the cages. With the countdown from 3, the artillery team begins bombarding the hell out of those monsters. Once the dust settles, the only thing that remains are scattered limbs. The sight is so majestic that it leaves the public in complete astonishment. Phyllis is also losing her bananas after witnessing such a display of power. The explosions are so grand that they completely obliterate everything. Given this brutality, she is absolutely certain that no devil can survive this. She finally understands why Agatha has so much confidence in Roland. The chemists from Grey Castle feel immense pride after witnessing the power of chemistry. Now they all want a laboratory just like the one Kyle Sichi has. We also see Carl and Iris, and while Iris feels very proud of Roland's strength, Carl is absolutely awestruck. The sheer impact of the explosions has shaken him to his core. Iris then starts reiterating the usual praises about Roland's might, but since we've heard them so many times before, we'll skip over them and cut to Roland's office. Phyllis and Agatha are now standing before Roland. It appears that this display of power has had a profound effect on Phyllis, and she seems to have changed her mind. Before contacting the Tequila Witches, she wants to ask a few questions. You see, if the Tequila Witches can't find the chosen one they're looking for, then there's no doubt their war with the devils will drag on for many more years. And if the weapons she saw are limited, and mortals take a long time to build them, then she fears they won't be enough to hold off the devils for much longer. So she wants Roland to confirm whether he can mass-produce the defensive weapons. Well, this question doesn't have a simple answer, so Roland wants to point out a few things first. The fortress cannons are just defensive weapons. They may seem heavy and difficult to transport with human or animal labor, but that's not really a problem when vehicles are involved. So, he plans to modify them into something that can be used for both offense and defense with just a few adjustments. As for vehicles, these machines can carry anything. The simplest example would be a 3-masted schooner. Roland plans to develop mobile land vehicles in the future, and Neverwinter City is already researching them. Of course, the idea of a war machine that can travel anywhere while carrying heavy weapons sounds like something out of a fantasy. Roland, however, further assures her that he can increase the production of weapons once the new machinery is developed. He's certain that within a year or two, they'll be able to line the entire city wall with firearms. Phyllis is astonished to hear this. Usually it takes people much longer just to build basic catapults and crossbows. With her first question answered, she moves on to the second. She noticed that the cannons, in particular, had immense destructive power, and the explosions seemed artificial. So she wants to know if they're the strongest weapons he has. To this, Roland explains that, given the current level of technology, cannons are actually among the weakest tier weapons. He continues bombarding her with all the potential Neverwinter has, and poor Phyllis can't help but feel both fascinated and shocked at every turn. Eventually, she decides to contact Pasha and the other survivors. Once she crushes the magic stone in her ring, they'll be able to sense her location. Though it will take a day or two before they can have a direct conversation, since she doesn't know when Pasha will finish preparing the magic core. Later, after Phyllis leaves, Tilly arrives to talk with Roland. Of course, she's here to discuss the results of the hunting competition. As far as she's concerned, it's a draw between both sides. Neither Neverwinter nor the witches of Sleeping Island manage to win outright. Though if Roland insists on counting Sister Leaf as part of Neverwinter's team, then Tilly wouldn't be able to recognize his victory. Not surprisingly, Roland concedes that it's indeed a draw. That said, instead of calling it a draw, he suggests they call it a victory for both parties. While she's here, he also plans to set up a trust fund, using 30% of the profits from Turbulent Drink to create a reward system for major contributors in Neverwinter City, both witches and mortals included. He believes that Tilly will stay in Neverwinter, whether at the Witch Union building or with the Sleeping Island immigrants. He doesn't mind whichever choice she makes. But Tilly objects politely. They had agreed on 50% of the profits, not 30%. Still, she's done her homework and acknowledges that even just 30% is a staggering amount. Roland then reveals his planned expenditures, which include salaries, witch residences, and essential utilities. He intends to invest the majority of the funds where they're needed most. If Tilly needs some of the funds, he's willing to make adjustments. She agrees to the terms and conditions. Roland then reveals his plan to bring the southern territories under Grey Castle's control. The culture of the Sand Dwellers is vastly different from the other four kingdoms. He wants Tilly's witches to assist in this endeavor. Tilly acknowledges this, but isn't sure why he's interested in the desert. No one has ever cared about that land since Grey Castle was founded. Well, it might seem barren and worthless, but it holds a treasure that could outshine everything else. He points to a specific location on the map where natural fires have been burning for decades, and where the land is rich in salt, clear signs that valuable resources are buried there. If his guess is correct, then the southernmost region needs to be Neverwinter's next step in development. Tilly acknowledges this and decides to talk to Ash about possibly going. Then, Echo enters Roland's room, looking disappointed. Her worries become clear when it's revealed that Roland plans to send her back south. However, he only wants her to return so they can govern the region more effectively in the future. The key to this plan is that Roland needs her to issue a divine challenge to the tribes there, as she has the privilege to do so. Once the First Army takes control of Iron Sand City, Roland hopes she can act as his representative, and he already has the perfect plan to convince the Sand Tribes. Eventually, Echo formally pledges her loyalty. The scene then shifts to a demon-infested land. Deep within we see the Tequila Witches who are possessing the bodies of devils. They seem convinced that the beasts from the Badlands are about to invade their territory, leaving them with no choice but to fight. One of the witches asks Celine how much longer it will take for the divine apparatus to be completed. Celine estimates about 60 minutes. While Area 43 has just been repaired, Lady Eleanor still needs time to calculate the core. One of the witches, currently inhabiting a divine soldier's body, assures the others that they don't have to push themselves too hard. It won't take long for the enemy to get here, and the larger hybrids will get stuck outside the entrance. She's confident they can handle the smaller demons. Suddenly the monsters infiltrate their turf, and their target is the magic core. From what I can understand, these monsters are being drawn to the magic core or something related to it. They all begin attacking the witch who is trying to protect the relic and the magic stone. By the way, that relic they are talking about must be the red jewel they snagged from the church. I might be wrong, but that's the closest guess. And this is likely why these monsters are getting attracted to the crystal. The one protecting the stone is Celine. It turns out that Celine is the most capable witch who has researched the magic core the most. If anything happens to her, it will take a very long time before they can activate the relic again. The other witches follow suit, ripping the monsters apart to protect Celine. One of the concerned witches, Pasha, walks towards Celine, asking if she is all right. Celine responds affirmatively. She has only sustained light wounds on her tentacles. Nothing major, but it still hurts. Hearing this, the other witches feel jealous of Celine because she seems to be the only one among them who can feel pain. After a lot of back and forth, they all go to separate locations to defend each entrance. Finally, Celine delivers good news. Her calculations on the core are complete, and it has been calibrated to destroy all alien life forms. One of the witches then climbs up to the magic relic and activates it. As soon as it is activated, the energy waves obliterate all the monsters in the surrounding area. While the threat has been neutralized, a few witches in the divine soldiers' bodies have been gravely injured, but Pasha is relieved that everyone is alive. You see, over the past centuries, the number of witches in their group hasn't grown, so they have developed deep bonds with each other. Every witch's life is equally important, so she is glad they didn't lose a single one. Pasha then uses a magic trick she has up her sleeve and transfers one of the gravely injured witches into the body of another monster. For now, there won't be any large attacks since all the demons in the maze have been wiped out. Not even the flying demons outside were spared. However, Celine has some bad news. 2 components of the relic were damaged. It's most likely because they rushed the construction of the new core. So, for the coming week, they won't be getting any protection from the relic. Hearing this, Pasha raises a valid concern. If using the relic at a lower level is already causing damage, then that means the Chosen One would only be able to use it once. Celine reveals that this problem can be solved with some high-quality magical materials. The ones they salvaged from the ruins are just a few fragile bone artifacts. It's normal that they can't meet the core's demands. After all, the core is akin to something crafted by the gods themselves. But if they manage to acquire the proper relics, they won't need to fix it every time they test it. Suddenly the illusion crystal begins to react. It looks like they are receiving a signal from Phyllis. She has shattered her crystal. The transmission is coming from the southwest, most likely in the Grey Castle Kingdom, near the entrance to the Fertile Land. Pasha realizes that it's coming from the western region of Grey Castle, which means Phyllis has reached her destination. However, Pasha still doesn't know why Phyllis crushed the crystal. Eventually, Pasha decides to follow their original plan. After all, they can't just abandon Phyllis. She is one of the last survivors of Tequila. The scene finally cuts back to Neverwinter. Wendy officially welcomes the three witches who are ready to sign their contract papers. They are requested to read the pledge on the back of the contract and sign their names. Afterwards, they will be officially recognized as part of the Witch Union. Emmy is confused about why they are given the opportunity to join even before having their abilities tested. Wendy assures her that there is no rush. The test usually happens after the contract signing. If they have any questions about the contract's contents, they are free to ask now or discuss it among themselves. As they read through the contract papers, Emmy and Hiro are absolutely shocked to learn that they will receive a golden royal every month for their services. Furthermore, there are other perks that seem too good to be true. Eventually, they all sign their contract papers. Now that they are done, Wendy decides to test their abilities. First is Annie, who literally melts metal with the heat of her hands. Wendy is overjoyed to see such an amazing ability. The manufacturing factories in the industrial district will be ecstatic to have her help. But Annie isn't sure if she can be useful, as she can't control the temperature unless she is in direct contact with an object. Wendy reassures her that there must be many applications for her ability. Industries that require smelting or chemistry labs would consider her a cherished treasure. Then Emmy steps forward, eager to demonstrate her abilities and prove her worth. But Wendy stops her. Since Emmy's ability revolves around healing, Wendy doesn't want her to get hurt unnecessarily. She also doesn't need to test Hiro's ability to transfer sickness. Wendy has already decided to send both of them to the medical department. Now, it's Blade's turn to demonstrate her abilities. As soon as she activates her power, she transforms into a black dagger. Wendy is astonished to see such a bizarre ability. Annie elaborates further that Blade can't hear anyone once she is in this state. As Wendy wields the dagger, Blade's voice echoes in her mind. Blade reveals that she can imbue her wielder with immense power. However, she admits that her health has never been the best since childhood, limiting her strength. Because of this, she is uncertain if she would be of much help to the Witch Union. Wendy then asks how long Blade can maintain her current form. Blade responds that she can stay like this indefinitely. Wendy begins to ponder, comparing Blade's ability to Maggie's transformation magic. Seeing through Wendy's eyes, she also takes notice of Wendy's generous figure, which embarrasses Wendy to the point that she immediately throws the dagger away. Shaking off the moment, Wendy then questions Annie about Blade's unusual powers, wondering if anyone can wield her. Annie explains that even ordinary people can receive Blade's power as long as Blade is willing. In her normal state, she is nothing more than a tough knife. However, when wielded by a witch, she can unleash her full potential. Unlike simply linking minds, which only allows her to communicate, true synchronization requires the wielder's focus. If the wielder loses concentration, Blade will be unable to sense their emotions. Curious, Wendy picks up the dagger again. Blade immediately apologizes, promising not to ask any more irrelevant questions. Wendy, however, assures her that it's fine. She is more interested in what Blade experienced while lying on the ground. Blade explains that it was like being submerged in complete darkness. She couldn't see, hear, or feel anything, as if floating in a void. Feeling guilty, Wendy apologizes and promises not to carelessly toss her aside again. Returning to the main topic, Wendy wants to understand why only witches can activate Blade's true powers. Blade then explains that remaining in her dagger form without magical reinforcement causes her to chip and wear down. However, a witch can channel magic through her, enhancing her sharpness and increasing her attack range. With the right wielder, she can even strike an enemy without physical contact. Testing this, Wendy channels her magic and swings the dagger. Instantly, a slicing wind is produced. The resulting air slash is a direct reflection of her magical affinity. Seeing the potential of such a mysterious ability, Wendy decides that Roland should be the one to analyze it further. Cut to Roland. Suddenly, Agatha barges into his office with urgent news regarding the witches of Tequila. Back to the Tequila witches. The Tequila witches have finally completed the transmission setup and are ready to connect with Phyllis. Pasha fears that if mortals are on the other end of the transmission, they will be horrified by the sight of their monstrous forms. She is convinced that Phyllis must have been captured by the mortal king and forced to set up the transmission. Finally, the transmission connects, revealing Phyllis, along with Agatha. Phyllis is immediately shocked by the sight of demon corpses littered behind her comrades, leading her to assume their turf had been attacked. Meanwhile, the Tequila Witches are equally astonished that Phyllis does not appear to be imprisoned after all. As they exchange information, they take notice of Agatha. Though she looks familiar, it takes them a moment to realize the truth. She is indeed Agatha. This revelation is a shock to Celine, and the Divine Punishment Witches are equally bewildered. They cannot comprehend how she not only survived the devils, but also endured 4 centuries without aging. Their confusion fades once Phyllis explains that Agatha had been trapped in an ice coffin. Pasha suddenly becomes certain that Agatha must be the chosen one. However, before Phyllis explains further, she requests Agatha to let her speak privately with the Tequila Witches. Agatha, understanding her intent, quietly leaves the room. Phyllis then reveals a shocking truth. She has indeed found the chosen one. However, that chosen one is not a witch but a mortal king. The Tequila Witches are utterly dumbfounded. How could a mere mortal possibly communicate with the gods? Phyllis admits that she also struggled to believe it at first, but after witnessing it firsthand, she can no longer deny the truth. She explains that the rainbow stone could barely withstand the overwhelming radiance emanating from him, and it was far beyond anything Pasha had described. With a look of disbelief, Pasha asks if the king possesses magic. Phyllis confirms that while he cannot activate the relic himself, he has vowed to fight alongside them to defeat the devils. His weapons are incredibly destructive, and she still cannot comprehend how they function. Agatha, however, expresses confidence in him. She believes that given 2 or 3 years, Neverwinter's development will be enough to stop the devils at the mountain wall. This revelation shocks the Tequila Witches even further. To think that Agatha of all people is now working alongside a mortal king. Pasha remains skeptical. Given humanity's history with divine wars, she questions whether mortals can be relied upon. If the war drags on for 20 or 30 years, she is uncertain how the mortal king could sustain such a prolonged fight. Eventually, they decide to meet the king in person. When Roland enters the room, he is immediately taken aback by Pasha's monstrous form. Sensing his reaction, Pasha quickly apologizes for frightening him and formally introduces herself as one of the last survivors of Tequila. She assumes that Phyllis has already informed him about their situation. However, rather than reacting in fear, Roland appears fascinated. The entire exchange reminds him of a video call. Pasha, startled by his lack of fear, wonders why he is so composed. Little does she know, Roland has seen far too many Hollywood movies. At this point, there is nothing left that could possibly scare him. They then get back to business. Pasha warns that the red moon is approaching and time is running out. Rather than withholding information, she wishes to establish open and honest communication. Roland agrees. There is no point in avoiding the real issues. One thing is clear, that both sides share the same goal, the eradication of the devils. Pasha then reveals that Phyllis's original mission was to establish contact with the king. Initially, the witches had planned to operate from the shadows, searching for the chosen one while manipulating mortals behind the scenes. The auction house in the Kingdom of Dawn was one such method. However, the fall of the church provided Pasha with an opportunity to step into the light and unite all witches. According to her research, the largest existing witch organization is located in the Slumber Islands. Since its leader is the king's sister, and since Grey Castle was responsible for defeating the church, she determined that this was the best place to begin their search for the chosen one. Still, she never expected Phyllis to align with the king so quickly. Originally, she estimated it would take another 2 to 3 years to reach this point. Roland, however, is pleased that they managed to save so much time. He firmly believes that as long as mortals and witches can set aside their differences and work together, victory is within reach. If necessary, he is even willing to help find the chosen one. After all, having another powerful weapon against the devils can only be beneficial. Now that they intend to cooperate, Roland wishes to gain a better understanding of the Tequila Witches. There is one mystery that has been bothering him. From what Phyllis told him about Tequila's buried history, he remains confused about one crucial detail. He wants to know what exactly was found in the ruins that split Tequila and Comet City into 2 factions, ultimately leading to the collapse of their entire alliance. Before Pasha can answer, the other witches protest, urging her to reconsider. They have sacrificed too much to reach this point. However, Pasha believes that because of those sacrifices, they must not let their efforts go to waste. She acknowledges that this information is one of Tequila's most highly classified secrets. However, it is no longer something that should remain hidden. And so, she finally reveals the truth. It was not they who discovered the ruins. Rather, it was the ruins that discovered them. What they encountered was not merely an ancient site, but a civilization, one that had long since vanished beneath the earth. Of course, Roland's curiosity is piqued at the mention of an underground civilization. Pasha further reveals that back then, humanity had not realized this fact, and had no intention of communicating with them either. Since there was a sky-earth difference between their appearances, they started treating them as a different breed of devils. This is why historical records tell a very different story. It was then that the scholarly guild found a way to preserve souls from the stone tablets the underground civilization had passed down, verifying it through an uncharted primeval vessel. From that point on, the top 3 seats in the Alliance began researching divine punishment warriors. Hearing this, Agatha admits she had no idea this was happening. Pasha, on the other hand, explains that the process of soul transfer was the most closely guarded secret in the Alliance, so exclusive that even witches being used as resources to create divine punishment warriors was more widely known. Only the top 3 seats and a few upper-level members knew about it, and Pasha only discovered the truth after Tequila had fallen, which explains why Agatha had no knowledge of it. After absorbing the lore, Roland realizes that it was Natalia who supported the divine punishment warrior plan in the beginning. Furthermore, he wants to know about the primeval vessel. Pasha reveals that Natalia had no choice. As for Roland's second question, the ugly body in front of them is clear proof of the underground civilization's existence. And this body is the very thing they call primeval vessel. The only thing she can say right now is that this civilization's ruins are just like described in Tombstone. The story is a long one, so they better strap in if they don't want to miss a single detail. The stone tablets reveal that this lost civilization left behind a city in the mountains. The scholarly guild searched for a long time but found nothing. However, they eventually realized that since the ancient civilization often traveled underground, it was possible the city also existed beneath the surface. Expanding their search range, the witches finally discovered the vast city. It was built on 4 levels, covering an area nearly half the size of Tequila. Each level had countless tunnels and pathways, making it more complex to navigate than any maze. So the scholarly guild designated it as the Maze Ruins. However, before they could investigate further, Tequila fell to the devils, and everyone was running for their lives. After suffering many losses, they finally reached the maze. Originally, the Alliance planned to take the primeval vessels from the ruins, and then build a new holy city on the Hermes Plains. Meanwhile, Pasha had intended to establish a new order along the eastern seaboard. But what happened next was something no one expected. The scholarly guild discovered that the maze ruins were incredibly well preserved, practically a brand new city. Besides the primeval vessels, they found many other unimaginable secrets hidden in the lower levels of the ruins. Most importantly, they uncovered 3 key things. The magic core, the central vessels, records of the lost civilization. That's when they had realized that this civilization had wanted the witches to find this place as early as the First Divine War. The maze ruins were specifically prepared for them to discover. Upon hearing the lore, Tilly asks why the lost civilization would want that. Roland immediately understands, it's revenge. That civilization wanted the people above ground to destroy the devils that drove them to extinction. Though this was only Lady Natalia's hypothesis, the civilization had never explicitly stated anything of the sort. Perhaps they simply wanted their knowledge to be passed down. In the end, the scholarly guild found extensive research on magic and gods. To make things easier, most of the theories were recorded as drawings on stone tablets. The information about the magic core was what ultimately led Lady Alice to break away from the Queen of Comet City. The most important detail in the drawings was this: magic has infinite possibilities, and pursuing godhood is the key to harnessing it. Roland then asks about the magic core, wondering if it's related to the divine relic. Pasha explains that they can think of the core as an artificial magic vortex. It isn't limited by a witch's abilities and can change form into anything. This immensely powerful tool completely changed the Alliance. For example, the illusion device they are using right now is actually a small magic core. It can perform other functions when needed. As for the divine relic, it is the largest magic core in the ruins. Now everything clicks for Roland. Compared to witches, who are restricted by their potential at birth, magic cores are ultimately superior in versatility. And most importantly, their range isn't limited to just 5 meters. Prince Roland is beyond excited at the discovery of these core stones. After all, they would improve everything from production to crafting weapons for combat. Pasha further reveals that this is just one of the most basic uses, similar to the difference between a witch's initial maturity and a high-tier awakening. The stone tablets prophesied that if they continued refining their understanding of magic, one day they would be no different from gods. But they don't have the luxury of time. They have no idea whether it will take them 100 years or 1,000 to reach that point. Their biggest problem is that they can't find the right path, and their research has reached a dead end. The knowledge on the stone tablets is incredibly limited. If the Tequila witches want to go further, they would have to follow the instructions and merge themselves with the central vessel. Only then would they be able to understand the lost civilization's language and decipher their complex data and theories. But they had no time, and even figuring this out could have taken at least 3 years. Many mortals who had originally joined them decided they wanted no part in it. The tequila witches didn't know how many witches were needed to activate the central vessel, so there was no room for error. At the time, their resources were only enough to focus on research, and if things continued the way they were, the Alliance's plans to restore order would fall apart. Most importantly, Lady Alice's plan to create the Divine Punishment Army directly conflicted with the ancient civilization's recorded values. For a witch to abandon her body and become a Divine Punishment warrior meant no chance of advancing their magic. And so, the witches would lose their connection to God. After hearing all this, Roland once again begins to piece things together. When the Divine Punishment Army was no longer the only solution to defeat the devils, some of the witches fought back against Alice, not wanting to sacrifice their brethren as resources. This finally connects with what Roland has learned from the Church. It seems the battle of faith mentioned in the Church's records may have been this clash of ideologies, and they hid the truth by creating an illusion of victory. Besides their conflicting beliefs, the root cause behind this conflict was that the upper levels of the Alliance knew that neither plan was guaranteed to defeat the devils. It was true that the Comet Queen's plan for a hibernating Divine Punishment Army promised 3,000 or 4,000 super soldiers ready for the next Divine War. But the flaw was that if the army suffered heavy losses, there would be no way to replenish their numbers quickly enough. An army of super soldiers might be able to stop the devils for many decades, or even take back the ruins of Tequila, but it would not be feasible to take back the entire Dawn continent. The plan for the Chosen One was even weaker, as it entirely depended on luck. Although failure would be common, the tablets foretold that if they succeeded, they would both win the war and become closer to God. One plan focused on the present, while the other gambled on the future. Roland then inquires if her group defeated Comet City in the end. Pasha reveals that there was no true winner in the internal conflict. When both sides lost their transcendent leaders, Lady Eleanor took a stand. To stop the fighting, she threw herself into the central vessel and became the first merged witch. Basically, the Union lost all 3 transcendent witches in this internal struggle, and it was also the end of the 3-chief system. As a result, the ruins of the maze became an indispensable part of the Union. Both sides decided to reach an agreement. The survivors of Tequila stayed in the ruins, studying the magic core, while those from Comet City went to Hermes and built a new holy city there. Since the primeval vessel was extremely limited, in order to ensure they had enough manpower, the witches of Comet City that became the Church also agreed to offer a certain number of bodies for Divine Punishment soldiers in the next 100 years. When the 100 years are up and nothing promising or any evidence of the Chosen One is found, the Church would have the right to take back all of the research results in the ruins, including the equipment used to contain the souls and primeval vessels. By then, the witches of Comet City would arrive with the Divine Punishment warriors, and if the witches in the maze ruins turned away from their promise, they would show no mercy. Before she explains further, Roland interrupts her and questions why the Church never came back looking for them, not even once in the past 400 years. To which Pasha reveals that for a very long time, the witches of the maze ruins didn't have the ability to find out what was happening outside. The primeval vessels couldn't stay under the sun for too long, and the witches who switched souls needed time to adjust to their new bodies. Hence, they didn't know the situation in Hermes. Only later did the witches of the maze ruins realize that the Church was no longer following Lady Alice's will. Agatha knew there was definitely something suspicious regarding the Church, because Lady Alice would never have pushed things this far. The other witches agree. Roland then questions Pasha about the difference between the central vessel and the primeval vessel, to which Lady Pasha reveals that primeval vessels are all shells. The body of the disappearing civilization is extremely weak, meaning it had no choice but to reside in a shell. Celine continues the conversation by revealing that these shells possess immortality, though the articles never went into detail about why. Right now, based on what they know, the primeval vessel is the most common type of shell. The central vessel is similar to the primeval vessel in shape, but it stores many unconscious memories within. She may see it as a primeval vessel that is often used but has lost its consciousness. Only by merging these memories together will they be able to read the records and research results left behind. Roland, out of curiosity, questions Celine about her introduction, and the girl promptly gives her name. She further reveals that she once worked with Agatha. Well, it seems that Agatha doesn't remember her. Even if they both worked in the research tower, they might have been working on different levels. Though Agatha has heard that Celine was a very hard-working witch, always quiet and buried deep in research. Roland then questions Celine if the witches who merged are still alive. Pasha wouldn't call them alive. Other than Lady Eleanor and a dozen or so witches who were critically injured during the conflict, they merged another 36 volunteers. Only then did the central vessel awaken. Not everyone is willing to become a monster, or spend the rest of their lives trapped inside a cage that strips them of all senses. Unfortunately, the central vessel can't communicate with them effectively. It can only say yes or no. The questions must be simple to understand, and the more details in the question, the faster it can answer. If the witches of the maze ruins hadn't acquired the central vessel, fixing or altering the magic core would have been impossible. It's essentially a combination of all the tequila witches' willpower, and the more witches that merge with it, the faster its reaction becomes. For Celine, accompanying Lady Eleanor was the last thing they could do to contribute to the search for magic power. From what Roland can understand, the central vessel is basically like a computer that gives you an answer if you ask it about something. Though Roland hasn't figured out if, given the right variables and conditions, it could solve equations or perform complex calculations by itself. Roland is looking forward to bringing the central vessel back to Neverwinter and learning more about it. But he doesn't know if this is the best time to suggest something like this. So he decides to take it slow and mention it when they reach the negotiating stage. Back to the main topic. While Roland understands most of the situation, he still has one question. Be it the maze ruins, the church, or the ancient texts passed down through generations, all of them mention the divine will. Roland has also heard that beneath the plateaus of Hermes lies a mysterious holy temple, which contains a secret room that only the Pope can enter. By standing in that room, one is able to feel the presence of God. So, basically, Roland wants to understand what this divine will is. By the term divine will, Roland means the will of God. Pasha is amazed that Roland learned this information before them. This just proves that Phyllis wasn't lying when she said Roland knows a lot. She even reveals that concerning the divine will, she only learned about it after the destruction of Tequila, meaning even Agatha didn't know about it. Well, Roland reminds her that the church was defeated by him. So all the witches responsible for managing the holy city of Hermes are currently imprisoned in the city of Neverwinter. Pasha is ready to tell him the secret about the divine will, though she wants Roland to keep it a secret. This also applies to everyone else present here. If this information gets leaked, she's afraid it will only bring disadvantages in the third battle of the divine will. She then reveals that the divine will is a tangible thing. It's like a transparent stone of divine judgment, sharp and slim like a spindle. But it doesn't stop magic in any way, nor does it have any special use. However, if you open your heart while you're close to it, you can vividly sense the calling from God and see some fascinating visions. For instance, you might see an extremely spacious hall, a red moon hanging above your head, and 4 huge paintings. Adding to the mystery, the paintings are alive and constantly changing. Tilly questions the meaning behind the existence of these pictures. Well, that question has troubled everyone for thousands of years, and the Quest Society has been desperately searching for answers, but none have been found. They've only managed to confirm this after the articles within the maze ruins were deciphered. God showed the humans, devils, unknown enemies, and the underground civilization, and the shape of the divine will also supported this. It wasn't a complete concealed body but a quarter of a whole, hence they call it a god's artifact. 4 paintings and a fourth of an artifact. Roland questions what he can understand. She's saying that each civilization shown in the paintings has an artifact similar to this one. Pasha reveals that not all of them have it because the underground civilization has already lost its share of the divine will. Thus, one of the paintings has become completely black. She believes this happened just as the first battle of the divine will ended. According to statements in the articles and records passed down by the Alliance, she has arrived at a theory that the underground civilization was removed from the battle of the divine will forever. From this, Roland understands that the underground civilization and the devils were both fighting to get each other's artifact. And since the underground civilization lost, it means their artifact is now in the hands of their enemy. Tilly then asks a question that Roland was curious about as well. What will happen if they manage to collect all 4 artifacts? She wonders if God has given any hints. To which Pasha sadly reveals that nobody knows the answer because God has never answered their calls. God does not love the people, he only smiles at the victors. Of course, this just doesn't make sense to Wendy. Why would civilizations fight each other for centuries without any true purpose? Pasha reveals that there is a passage within the articles that has been quite hard for her to understand, so she's thinking maybe it will answer their question. The passage goes like, "We are all children of God, but only a few can see the light. From the moment one senses magic, they are bound to live an extraordinary life. Birds were not always birds, and we, in this case the underground civilization, were not always we. The battle has continued for centuries. To arrive at where they are today is already an achievement. Killing allows the living to live, while competition brings the living eternity." And the last line says that everyone is children of God. The line before this one catches Roland's attention, and he wants Pasha to repeat it. So she does. The battle has continued for centuries, and to arrive at where they are right now is already an achievement. What Roland understands is that this phrase sounds like a description of evolution. From ignorance to civilization, The species strong enough to survive replace the weaker ones, and the description of the underground civilization seems to be describing precisely that. If Roland thinks about it, these 4 civilizations seem different, but they all have one thing in common. They can all use magic. Humans are able to give birth to witches who possess magic, while devils and the eliminated civilization are more skilled in its use. Based on this logic, the other unknown opponent should also have the ability to manipulate magic. This aligns with the initial statement. We are all children of God. It must be referring to all the species that have this extraordinary ability. With this theory in mind, maybe the battles of the divine will are not about protecting or fighting for the divine will. Instead, they could just be a way to speed up evolution. Or should Roland say this is the law of the magical world? This is why the underground civilization mentioned that being close to the road of God is equivalent to rising through the stairs of magic. As Roland gets lost in thought, Pasha can sense his thoughts are all tangled up. Roland is surprised that she can see what he's thinking, to which she claims that she can only do it when Roland himself is willing to communicate with his thoughts, just like what she's doing to him now. She questions him if he would like to try, as it will speed up communication immensely. But of course, Roland doesn't want her to see the jumble of thoughts he's accumulated after devouring so many memories, so he passes on her request, feeling more comfortable expressing his ideas with his throat and tongue. Back to the main topic. Roland wants to know if the church had been protecting that artifact. Pasha responds positively, claiming that finding a place to bury the artifact is nothing but self-deception. It won't stop the War of Divine Will from happening. Hence, the artifact has always been guarded by a strong witch organization. The existence of the artifact is also the reason behind the months of demons and beasts attacking Hermes like crazy. After learning about Comet City's defeat, they took back the artifact immediately. Right now, it is under her protection. Seeing the massive pile of dead monsters, Wendy gasps and asks, how in the hell were they able to defend against so many monsters? Pasha reveals that the divine relic is capable of stripping one's magic powers, and without the support of magic, those monsters died soon enough. However, it can only become a formidable weapon after being activated by the Chosen One. Roland is curious to learn if the destructive power doesn't affect normal humans. Or can the Divine Stone nullify the effects of this relic? Pasha responds with a no. After all, it's something above magic, and the Shield of Divine Stones is useless against it. It looks like Roland has finally developed a little bit of intuition regarding their current situation. First of all, the devils are their enemies, and that should go without saying. With more people comes more power, and working together, uniting everyone to fight on the same side during the battle, is extremely important. Pasha agrees with this. The Witches of Maze Ruins are not asking for anything more than that. They only wish for Roland to continue taking in more witches and allow Phyllis to continue searching for the Chosen One. She plans to dispatch another Witch of Divine Judgment to bring Roland a new rainbow magic stone. Roland then suggests she consider living closer to the western region, likely in the western mountain ranges of the city of Neverwinter. Others are shocked by his proposition because of the threat of beasts. Roland believes they should not be the only ones guarding the artifact. After all, if anything were to happen, they'd be back to square one. Attracting evil beasts is just a small thing. Now that they are missing the defense line of Hermes, if the devils decide to attack, they can easily take that artifact for themselves. But Celine believes that defending against devils is just as difficult as defending against evil beasts. Roland reminds her that there is a big difference. The devils are much more powerful and cunning, and you can tell from the bodies that they once got close to the core center. If Roland is right, the divine relic is not far from the illusion stone. So, if they encounter spear-throwing mad devils, there's a chance of complete destruction of the core. To avoid the worst-case scenario, he suggests they settle closer to the western mountains and the fertile fields. Roland will open up a path from the rear that takes them straight to the mountain road, and that way, even if the relic is in immense danger, the city of Neverwinter can always lend a helping hand. He reminds them that trust is the basis of cooperation, and they can only build trust by placing the artifact in an area both sides believe to be safe. Pasha acknowledges this and asks for some time before making her final judgment. As the Maze Ruins group discusses among themselves, Roland notices that they are actually communicating through telepathy. After a short interval, Pasha finally seems ready to give her final verdict. But before she says anything, she wants to ask a question. If she were to work together as Roland suggested, protect the divine will and work as one, then who will lead everyone? Since one wrong move can put everyone's life at stake, she would like to consider all aspects. Hence, she suggests creating an alliance. As they fight together, the commands will be given by the most powerful few after they've arrived at an appropriate solution. This way, they can avoid making wrong judgments while ensuring that everyone's benefits are taken into account. While this sounds like the three-party system that the Alliance has, Pasha believes that having 3 representatives is a suitable number. It allows for a balance of opinions while ensuring efficiency. Of course, Given that they have 4 kings and various witch organizations, they don't have to follow the number 3. For instance, the alliance started with 11 leaders of the Round Table who planned all battles. While Roland acknowledges and respects Pasha's input, he makes it clear that there will be no need for 3 leaders. Only he will be enough. This is the only way to maintain efficiency. Of course, everyone in the meeting is shocked to hear this. Being humble is a virtue, but now is definitely not the time for that. While having 3 leaders, like in an alliance, may have its perks, it's not good for Roland's plans. Only Roland knows what they need if they want to industrialize. He is the only person in this world who understands how to make every region shine with its full potential. Fighting together is a good way to deal with the devils, but Roland never asked them to join him from the very beginning. Moving to the western region is just a basic show of trust. Furthermore, Roland wants her to witness that what he claims are not just verbal promises. Pasha is unsure what Roland wants them to see. Well, Roland wants her to see the determination and power the city of Neverwinter possesses to defeat the devils. He doesn't want her to forget the organizations that have joined or are yet to join them, and he wants her to understand their situation as well. After she has a general idea of what to expect, she can then make her choice. Even if she finds herself unable to make a decision, they can still collaborate in the most basic ways, like exchanging crucial knowledge to help each other. Pasha then questions if Roland doesn't wish to take the artifact and the magic core as well, to which Roland claims that he never planned to rely on things from the ruins to defeat the devils. As for the divine artifact, as long as it's placed somewhere both parties can ensure its safety, he has no objection. Just like he said before, ensuring the safety of the artifact is the first step to trusting each other. As for everything else, time will tell what they can do. This is when Celine speaks up. She is forced to admit that Roland is extraordinary for a mortal, though she finds it foolish that he plans to be the sole leader, with no room for backup plans. What if the battle of divine will lasts for decades and Roland is no longer at his prime? She wants to confirm if his descendants would be able to lead everyone just like he is doing. To solve this problem, only an alliance could help them avoid such possibilities. Roland believes that this is not something they should be worried about. After all, she can't be so sure he'll let the devils last that long. Furthermore, he's sure his lifespan is longer than all of theirs combined. He has fought with some witches and earned himself an old battlefield, so he can even devour the lifespan and power of other people. Of course, this doesn't make sense to Pasha. It looks like Roland himself is not entirely certain about the bold claims he just made. He just wants to appear impressive and tough, so he said it. And it seems like it's working. Instead of trying to convince them that his descendants will always hold the same determination and beliefs through some unknown system, he would rather explain everything with the excuse of some strange ability. After the Ruin Witches have a deep conversation among themselves, they are finally ready to migrate to the Western Mountains. However, there are many things that need to be transported from the ruins. A random cave won't be enough to hold them all. They will need at least a month for this entire process. Furthermore, time is required to build a lab and dungeon in the Western Mountain ranges. So, Pasha hopes that Roland can provide them with the necessary materials. Roland is not sure what Pasha has planned. Originally, he planned to ask Lotus to connect all the caves together using tunnels, thinking that a simple shelter for them would be enough. But they seem to be better engineers than he initially thought. They plan to create a brand new palace within the rocks. This is when Pasha reveals that devouring worms will do the trick. It has a large shell that is similar to the Badland beast, and there happens to be one in the ruins. She claims to have used the same type of shell to sneak into the City of Glow within the Kingdom of Dawn. Of course, the description she provides sounds quite familiar to Roland. Agatha doesn't waste a second and questions her if Pasha was responsible for infiltrating the Devil's Base and devouring the Blackstone Tower. Well, it looks like Pasha has no clue about it. Roland then gestures to Sister Scroll, and she lays out the map. He finally decides to further brief Pasha about the events in the Snowy Mountains. So, in a matter of minutes, Roland explains everything, like how they encountered the devil camps, and how that very camp got devoured by the same worm. The tracks of these 2 worm monsters were all heading towards the Snowy Mountains, and their sizes are also much bigger than Badland beasts. Seeing the illustration in Scroll's hand, Pasha confirms that this is indeed a devouring worm. She further reveals that the ruins of an underground civilization lie beneath the Snowy Mountains. It's stated in the records that this civilization once dominated the entire land of Dawn. Where there are mountains, there are traces of the worms. You can tell from the millions of tunnels within the mountains that the records left by this old civilization are not exaggerations. However, Pasha confirms that the underground civilization was destroyed. And these worms left by that civilization are merely shells, similar to the primeval vessels. If a soul enters the shell, the worms can be manipulated. It looks like the worms were active twice. The first time, they attacked Agatha's research tower, and the second time, they attacked the Devil's Base. The only possibility here is an unknown species that has never shown itself. There is a possibility that this mysterious civilization found the ruins and some worm shells in the snowy mountains and transferred souls into those shells. If this is the case, it wouldn't be a big problem. But what if there is a magic core and a central vessel within the ruins? Would they suddenly gain a lot of knowledge in magic and create a divine relic that targets witches? According to the records, the bigger the mountain ranges, the greater the possibility of a huge underground civilization. The Snowy Mountains are not as large as the Impassable Mountain Range or the Dragonspine Mountains, but their main peak is the highest in this region. If there is a large number of shells there, Roland wants to act before it's too late. Pasha also wants Roland to help them explore this peak. If there are functioning relics and the vessels mentioned in the records, it will be extremely troublesome if the enemies get their hands on them. Roland admits that their worries are valid, and he has always wanted to explore the snowy mountains in the west. However, due to a lack of transport equipment and a reluctance to send the witches into danger alone, the exploration was delayed. If they can use the devouring worms, it might be a good opportunity. In this case, Pasha decides to start migrating immediately. Roland hopes this is just the beginning of their cooperation, so he extends his hand for a handshake. However, since Pasha doesn't understand the concept of a handshake, he explains that a handshake means the two parties have reached a consensus. Pasha in turn extends her tentacle. As Roland shakes hands with her, he feels a pang of sadness that Soraya is not here to witness this crucial moment. This will definitely go down in the annals of history. Moving on, since there are chances that every single mountain might be an underground civilization, Roland wants to know about the mountain ranges under the sea. According to the records, the worms were only active within the Land of Dawn, and there are no traces of them within the sea. After all, vessels are often very large and heavy, and they are not made to move in water. After confirming this much, Roland deduces that the suspicious pointed tower from the sea and the telescope have nothing to do with them. However, thinking about the old telescope, always pointing towards the huge stone gate and the piece of land that can only be accessed during high tide, Roland wants to figure out who that belongs to. Perhaps it's a third party that has been hiding in the dark. He hopes that Thunder will be able to find an answer. Later, Wendy comes to visit Scroll. As they settle into the room and enjoy some turbulent drinks, Wendy reflects on Roland's bold declaration about being the only leader. Before this, Roland was extremely approachable, but the witches always worried that he might be indecisive during critical times, or show some sort of weakness that a ruler shouldn't have. Now, it seems like he is even more outstanding than they expected. Not to mention, even though Roland is becoming more and more mature, he still treats the witches and common folks the same way as usual. It almost feels like second nature to him, which is especially abnormal for someone from the royal family. Wendy then reveals that she handed the results of the Wolfheart witches to Roland when the meeting ended. From this point onward, Roland will personally oversee how Blade's abilities can be utilized more efficiently. The reason being that weapons need to be carried by the owners personally at all times, but in that case, Broken Sword would limit freedom. Besides, the enemies won't always launch an attack during her working time, and her sword's aura is not as powerful as gunpowder. Hence, instead of treating her like a weapon, he wanted her to test her compatibility with every witch. Then she may decide who she finds interesting, and things can be taken from there. Instead of treating her like a weapon, he wanted her to test her compatibility with every witch. Then she may decide who she finds interesting, and things can be taken from there. Rather than objectifying witches based on their abilities, Roland seems to prioritize their feelings first. Perhaps that is why Nightingale trusts and supports him so much. Now that Wendy reflects back, she feels glad that she trusted Nightingale's judgment and left the association with her. Anyhow, the two ladies reminisce about the past and have a great time enjoying turbulent drinks. Meanwhile, Roland is also having fun time clapping his best girl. They are talking about the recent discoveries they've made. While Anna always knew that they were not the only civilization in this world, she never expected to discover a brand new civilization beneath the mountains, full of unknowns. Perhaps one day she's sure they will be able to step foot on that piece of land far away. Roland promises her that this day will come. However, Anna questions if he really believes in the existence of a god. The supposed god left them with artifacts and caused all the civilizations to fight against each other. This just makes her feel as if the god is looking down upon them. Roland asks her if she's feeling scared. But contrary to that, she claims to be feeling very fortunate. And the reason for her fortune is that they sent Roland to her. Let them clap each other. And we cut to the next day at the experimental facility. Lucia, Anna, and Roland are there, and it looks like they are working on making a tool that uses electromagnetism to transfer voices using electric currents. That tool is most definitely a telephone. While they are all talking about this nerdy stuff, Nightingale feels out of place as usual. She just disappears into her mist. Later, we get outside, where Roland is about to test the first prototype of this first-generation telephone. The call connects successfully on both ends, and they can hear the sound of the other person. Anna speaks from the other side, saying, "I love you," which causes Roland to blush on the other side. Nightingale, on the other hand, looks utterly heartbroken and devastated. Later, Nightingale returns to her room, hoping to drown herself in remorse with a turbulent drink. That's when Wendy suddenly pounces on her, excitedly asking how many years it's been since they became friends. Nightingale, a little unsure about Wendy's sudden behavior, admits it's been about 4 or 5 years. But more than anything, she just wants to know where her drink is. Instead of answering, Wendy keeps dodging the question, rambling about their long-lasting friendship. Eventually, Wendy confesses that she drank it, which of course explains why she was buttering Nightingale up. Wendy promises to make it up to her next month, while Nightingale, still sulking, decides to indulge in some dried fish, but only to realize that her pouch is empty. Of course, devastation hits her. At a time like this, only dried fish, ice cream bread, and that turbulent drink can bring her comfort. And now, they're all gone. The scene transitions to the southernmost region. The land is covered in sand, with only Silverstream Valley having some oases. Over 90% of the main population resides there. At the largest oasis stands Iron Sand City, the only city in the southernmost region. Iron Sand City is ruled by 6 great clans, but their positions aren't inherited. One can only earn a place among them through power and ability. Furthermore, they must accept any challengers. To prevent utter chaos, the clans established a system where individuals can fight for victory, known as the Holy Duel. And it seems Iron Axe has arrived, aiming to snag his positions as one of the clans first. The night is young as we cut to Skull Tavern. Inside, we meet a small clan's patriarch, Talim. One of his lackeys rushes in, informing him that there are visitors, one of whom looks very familiar. Talim orders his men to let them in but reminds them to take their weapons and wear divine stones just in case. Finally, the unknown visitors step inside. And that visitor is none other than Iron Axe. Talim recognizes him instantly, and the feeling is mutual. Iron Axe hopes this bald bastard has figured out why he's here today. Talim, of course, already seems to know. The scene flashes back to the past, revealing that this very bastard was involved in Sister Echo's downfall. Yet, instead of being fazed, Talim smugly warns that the Iron Whip clan, Iron Axe's sworn enemy, is stronger than ever. But Iron Axe isn't intimidated. If anything, he's relieved. He was worried they'd been chased out of Iron Sand City by some other challenger or, worse, wiped out entirely. Talim scoffs, reminding him that confidence means nothing without strength. At the end of the day, Iron Axe is just digging his own grave. Even if a goddess was born within the Asha clan, they'd still struggle to match the Iron Whip clan. Those who were exiled are long dead, and to Talim, Iron Axe isn't even a threat worth considering. That's precisely why Iron Axe came to see this bald bastard. But something doesn't add up. 8 years ago, the Iron Whip clan was just as formidable as the Osha clan. As challengers, they had the chance to enter Iron Sand City. So why did they choose to become watchdogs instead? Only clans that secure their footing in one of the 4 oases surrounding Iron Sand City earn the right to challenge the 6 great clans. The younger clans constantly battle in these small oases, lands with no rules, no restrictions. That's why they're called the Lands of Blood. Watchdogs, on the other hand, are challengers who've given up the right to initiate holy duels. They act as shields for the top-ranked clans. Though they can't enter Iron Sand City, they enjoy comfortable lives with access to water and food. Iron Axe, however, promises that things can change. If Talim pledges his loyalty to Lady Drow Silvermoon, who is Sister Echo, he'll have the chance to touch the walls of Iron Sand City again. Talim bursts into laughter, not taking Iron Axe seriously. The idea that Iron Axe wants this little girl to become the new matriarch and initiate a holy duel is utterly hilarious. He has no intention of betraying his clan or fighting the watchdogs just so Iron Axe can enter the city. Instead, he issues a veiled threat, demanding something in exchange for keeping Lady Drow Silvermoon's whereabouts a secret. If Iron Axe doesn't pay up, Talim can sell the information to his clan and be handsomely rewarded. They'd love nothing more than to capture and torture a goddess from a past enemy clan. Before Talim gets too ahead of himself, Iron Axe tells him to calm down. He already knows what a coward this bastard is. He never expected Talim to fight the watchdogs in the first place. More importantly, Iron Axe didn't return just for revenge against the Iron Whip clan. He came back to challenge the 6 great clans and make the Asha clan the rulers of Iron Sand City. That bald bastard starts sweating. Iron Axe wants to defeat all 6 great clans and take over the city? Panicking, Talim raises his hand, signaling his men to attack. All his goons immediately lunge at Iron Axe. Too bad for them. They just stuck their hands in the devil's maw. The so-called Lady Drow Silvermoon, accompanying Iron Axe, turns out to be Ash, actually. With a single punch, she sends Talim's men flying out of the tavern window. Chaos erupts, and more thugs storm in through the front gate, only to become victims of Ash's wrath. The bald bastard is bewildered as to why this witch isn't being suppressed by the Stone of Divine Judgment. It seems Ash is using pure strength to handle these bastards. Iron Axe finally makes his move, forcing the bastard to surrender. With that, the fight is over, and the tavern is completely under their control. Iron Axe hopes that after this hard lesson, the bastard will finally talk. But Talum believes it doesn't matter whether he helps Iron Axe or not. They've already been exposed. The watchdogs in the city are backed by the Iron Whip and Cut Bone clans. Even if he gathers all his men, he believes fighting against the warriors of the larger clans would be impossible. It's in Iron Axe's best interest to leave now, before he dies unnecessarily. Iron Axe, however, makes it clear that he's not backing down. Besides, the watchdogs won't be a problem. Talum finally starts to understand the situation. He has a hunch that the only reason Iron Axe wants him is to challenge the great clans to holy duels. His power clearly comes from places beyond the southernmost region. Meanwhile, outside the main city's territory, we meet the First Army, who's finished setting up their cannons. Under the command of the platoon leader, the soldiers begin bombarding the enemy ahead. As the cannonballs hit, those poor souls caught in the firepower are torn apart. Talum, on the other hand, is absolutely stunned by the massacre. With no clue about firearms, he wonders if this is some sort of divine fire from the heavens. As far as he's concerned, there's no way this power belongs to Iron Axe. He's dying to know who Iron Axe serves. Iron Axe finally reveals that he serves a merciful ruler and is on a mission to bring peace and order to the Mojin people. But Iron Axe is also aware that lowlifes like Talum will never accept this new order. The Oases raised the people of the Sand Nation, but also imprisoned their thoughts. To survive, they started killing and harming each other. The oasis that should create life has been drenched in blood. As for the watchdogs, they were clearly created to protect the power of the great clans, and they caused the common folk to suffer in the desert. To Iron Axe, this is nothing but stupidity. Talum, however, reminds Iron Axe that he must be aware of the reasons they've been living this way, especially since he was born here. The oases can't contain everyone, so they must kill and steal. The Mojin people will never escape the desert unless they have the power to overthrow Grey Castle. Whether they choose to collaborate or surrender, only death awaits them. The Northerners will never trust them, and the Blackbone and Sandstone clans prove this point by teaming up with Garcia. To obtain fertile land, those two clans decided to serve Queen Garcia of Clearwater. But after all that, they got nothing. Rumor has it that they took some strange pills, and their bodies melted into nothing but mush. The land they were promised was nothing but an empty lie. Iron Axe admits he used to believe the Northerners would never trust them, but what he's seen so far tells a completely different story. Suddenly, the watchdogs from the city march toward the commotion caused by Iron Axe and Ash. Of course, all these guys are nothing more than vulnerable rats when faced with Roland's modern weapons. Once the cannon fire stops, all that's left are the remnants of the watchdogs. Talum is absolutely boggled by the sight. He thought there were supposed to be more than 2,000 of them, but not a single one remains. Iron Axe tells the bastard to just ask his clan members to put out the fire because the small oasis has finally been seized. Sister Echo makes her grand debut. As soon as Talum sees her, he bows his head in submission. In the name of 3 gods, he promises that he and his clan will serve her wholeheartedly. From this day forward, she will be the matriarch of the Osha clan. The scene transitions to Carl Bloodwhip, the patriarch of the Iron Whip clan. His blood boils when he learns what happened at the oasis. He calls the whole thing about divine fire complete nonsense. But his soldier confirms that he went to the camp at the oasis, and the reports seem to be true. After suffering the divine fire, the camp is in ruins, and black pits everywhere, bodies blown apart, plastered against the walls. It's as if a massive sandworm or burrowing scorpion attacked the camp and tore everything apart. All the soldiers in the camp perished, while the few who managed to escape tried to fight back, but they were defeated before they even saw the enemy. Carl is sure the idiots must have been ambushed and wiped out. To him, it's normal for watchdogs to be challenged, but it would be extremely unlikely for anyone to challenge the Iron Whip clan. He asks which clan these people belong to. The soldier reveals that they are from the Osha clan. The news shocks the hell out of this overconfident bastard. The soldier further confirms that the flags at the oasis are all showing the Osha clan symbol, and he even saw the Osha princess, who was once a slave, now standing in the flesh. She's become the new goddess and is gathering more members for her clan. Many Northerners have surrendered to her cause. All of this brutal truth is overwhelming for Carl. As far as he's concerned, goddesses are evil in the eyes of the Northerners, so how could a slave become a goddess and receive their support? It seems like this bastard isn't ready to give up yet. In his eyes, even if the Northerners have better weapons and more people, when it comes to duels, the Mojin people are the bravest warriors. He wants to show them what true despair looks like. Suddenly a soldier barges in and claims that the Osha clan has sent a gift. Later, when Carl goes to take a look, the gift box looks like a coffin. As the soldiers pry out the nails of this large coffin, they find another fancy coffin inside. Seeing this, Carl almost laughs. He was expecting something far scarier, like a head, an ear, or even human skin. After all, this is Iron Sand City. Anyhow, the bastard swings his axe, aiming to shatter the coffin into pieces. His hit lands, but instead of shattering, the coffin explodes, taking down everyone in the room. With that, the Iron Whip clan has been wiped out. We then cut back to the time when Iron Axe filled that coffin with white powder, flint rocks stuck to the edges, and a fuse connected to the lid. With the help of one of the witches, they made the coffin lightweight. Now, whether the coffin was opened by force or naturally, only thunder and flames awaited them. Once Talim learns how Iron Axe wiped out the Iron Whip clan without a duel, he questions the audacity of such an act. How could Iron Axe do this without a proper duel? Iron Axe then reveals that it was all Lubaka who tainted the name of the holy duel and disrespected the three gods. And as someone who doesn't even deserve to be a human, Lubaka doesn't deserve fairness either. For someone as despicable as him, there's no point in being cautious. He should just be crushed. But Talim questions if Lubaka hadn't opened the coffin or destroyed it, would it have been a failure for Iron Axe? Iron Axe knows Lubaka too well. The guy loves chaos and destruction. Murdering others is second nature to him. It's extremely easy to predict his reactions. That coffin was just a starter. Even if Lubaka manages to dodge this one, there are more gifts waiting for him. However, Iron Axe doesn't believe the three gods would protect traitors. Tolim once again promises to follow the vow he made to the three gods, serving the Osha clan with all his heart. Through the listening sigil, Sister Echo delivers the transmission of her victory to Spear Passy, who then passes it on to Nightingale in Roland's office. The Iron Whip clan has been wiped out, and Echo offers her thanks for Roland's support. Roland instructs Spear Passy to tell Echo to continue with the plan. With that, the transmission ends, and Nightingale returns to her comfy couch to get some rest. The reason the transmission went through Spear Passy, and Roland depends on Nightingale to deliver the messages, is because sigils only work if imbued with a witch's magic. Since sigils have limited range, Spear Passy served as the middle person, delivering the transmission to Sister Echo. Though this method isn't perfect, it's far better than communicating through pigeons, which takes weeks to travel. Roland feels sad that he can't develop a more convenient method of communication, since sigils require magic to function. However, the first ever telephone line in the Western region is about to be installed, stretching all the way to City Hall. The second and third lines are already in planning. Having electric poles would consume too much energy and could easily be damaged by snow and ice. Therefore, it's wiser to lay the cables along the mountain ranges. Lotus can sink the cables into the ground, making it both convenient and safe. After the defense line is set up in the mountains, Roland plans to install more cables to maintain communication with the front line. For the defense line, Roland also plans to create underground tunnels for military purposes, and they may even need these tunnels to connect to the underground palace. Suddenly, Roland notices a massive explosion in the city through his window. Nightingale appears right away and urgently cautions Roland to stay inside the palace. Later, Sister Moon rushes to Sister Lily and reveals the explosion at the academy. Lily seems uninterested, as she needs to focus on her studies. Moon, on the other hand, tries to grab her attention by talking about the huge explosion and the fire surrounding the area. Lily dismisses it as some idiot messing up in the laboratory causing an explosion. After all, something like this has happened before, and Roland had scolded Kyle Sichi a lot for that. Moon is very offended that her friend doesn't seem to care about Neverwinter City. Lily simply pushes Moon away, continuing to peer into her microscope. As far as she's concerned, leaving the professional stuff to the professionals is the right thing to do. Let her do what she's doing, because this is also important for Neverwinter City. Of course, this gives Sister Moon a chance to slap back with a jab of her own. Teasingly, she reminds Lily that while Tilly had achieved nothing after peering into the microscope for so long, Lily used her electromagnetism to help Roland bring light to the dark. Now people can work at night without trouble. She continues to tease, reminding Lily how everyone is contributing to the city. Eventually, Lily agrees to investigate the cause of the explosion. So they and a few other witches head to the site of the incident. The area has already been restricted by the officials, and the building has been evacuated. Since nobody is inside, they sneak into the building using one of the witch's abilities, the one who used to work for the church. The art of the series has been changed, though I don't know if it was for better or worse. The background art has gotten more detailed and colors are very vibrant, but the character design now looks a little off. Eventually, the witches reach the site where the explosion happened. Summer uses her magic powers to create a hologram, revealing a classroom brimming with life as the students chatter in the class. However, it's not all sunshine and roses in this classroom. A few bullies are picking on a little girl, but another girl steps in to protect her. The bullies latch onto the protective girl, but the girl, strong and confident, manages to fight her way free, kicking the bullies down one by one. But her luck runs out when she's struck hard on the head, causing blood to pour from the wound. The pain triggers a surge of anger, and the girl's powers explode in a violent outburst, awakening her magic in a fiery burst. When a witch first awakens her powers, all the magic within her condenses, and the backlash can cause great pain. This often leads witches to use their powers unwittingly, exposing themselves to danger. Awakening in public is a death sentence. Summer's hologram shows the girl trying to regain control of her powers, managing to suppress her anger and grab her friend's hand. Tilly feels excitement stirring, another witch to join their ranks. Emmy, too, is thrilled and wants to report the new witch's awakening to Wendy right away. But not everyone shares this enthusiasm. Moon, however, seems distressed by the revelation. Before we learn the cause of her distress, all the witches make their way back to the dorms to meet with Wendy. Instead of being praised for their discovery, all the witches are scolded by Wendy for ignoring the restricted signs and entering without authorization. As the girls leave, Wendy remains fuming, still upset about the breach. Meanwhile, Moon stays behind, lost in her thoughts. Finally, Lily, frustrated with Moon's zoning out, drags her into their room and demands to know what's bothering her. Moon hesitates before revealing her fears. The new witch who awakened her powers uses electricity. Lily, initially confused, doesn't understand why this concerns Moon. Moon explains that electricity and electromagnetism are deeply connected, and if this new witch is stronger than her, Moon fears she might be rendered useless to Roland. Lily laughs aloud at what she sees as Moon's silly and shallow thinking. She reassures Moon that Roland would never abandon her, no matter how powerful the new witch becomes. Then something clicks in Lily's mind. The phrase Moon used about electricity and electromagnetism strikes her deeply. Suddenly, Lily rushes to her microscope, an epiphany dawning upon her. Moon, confused and curious, tries to ask her what's going on, but Lily quickly shoos her away, urging for silence. Then, a blinding yellow light erupts from the microscope as Lily makes a breakthrough. Later, we see Baroff and Scroll meeting Roland to report on the recent classroom incident. Thankfully, no one was critically injured, though 3 students suffered broken bones while trying to escape the blast. When the teachers heard the explosion, they quickly began evacuating the students. Thanks to Ferland's calming words, chaos and panic were minimized, reducing the number of casualties. Agatha also froze the fire to prevent further damage to the building. Roland is relieved that the First Army's involvement was used as an excuse to cover up the true danger of a witch's awakening, preventing the public from learning about the risk. Baroff then reports that the conflict between the children is related to regional tensions that need to be addressed. One child came from the southern region, while the other hailed from the eastern region. Timothy, in charge of Valencia City in the eastern region, hasn't surrendered yet. The children wouldn't have been discussing this if the adults hadn't been mentioning the city of traitors in front of them. Baroff believes the parents of the children involved in the conflict should be punished, and anyone discussing betrayal or traitors should be strictly forbidden. This way, similar incidents can be prevented before they escalate. As for the issue of witches awakening, Baroff suggests writing it into law to prevent further public unrest. That way, they can avoid potential conflicts and keep the awakening a secret. Hearing this, Roland acknowledges Baroff's growth over the past 2 years. His ability to trace the root cause of the problem is commendable, but Roland still feels that making this a law is not the right move. He believes that simply legislating it won't stop the fear surrounding witches' awakenings. If the law contradicts public sentiment, it will only expose hidden issues. Scroll speaks up, noting that Neverwinter's citizens come from all over Greycastle, so it's natural for there to be various conflicts. Banning things just because they happen once would only complicate matters. Guiding the masses and teaching them what's right and wrong seems like a better approach than imposing blanket bans. As for the issue of witches awakening, Scroll suggests seeking Agatha's input. Tequila, home to many awakened witches, might have valuable insights into managing the situation. Roland decides to mask the incident as a simple physical conflict between students. The student who injured the witch with the chair will be required to pay medical bills, while those injured in the explosion will be compensated by the witch union. The school building will be repaired by City Hall, and classes will resume as soon as possible. As for the whole ordeal, Roland plans to handle everything as Scroll suggested. Proceeding to the next topic, Roland inquires Scroll about this new witch. Scroll gives her name as Sharon and questions if Roland wishes to meet her. Roland decides to postpone the meeting with Sharon, suggesting she should be given a few days to rest and recover from the recent incident. The next scene transitions to the hospital. There, Wendy notices Mr. Pine, who seems to be arguing with a couple. Once the couple parts ways, Wendy inquires about them. Pine reveals that the couple are the parents of the new witch. They were worried about leaving their daughter here by herself, so they asked if they could take her home. But when Pine heard that Roland wanted her to stay, they changed their minds immediately. They even started thanking Roland for taking care of her. Since Wendy is here to deliver food to Sharon, she asks Pine to show her the way. Later, Roland meets with Phyllis and Agatha. There seems to be something strange happening in the territory. In the last year, only one witch has awakened in the western region, while Tequila had more than 5 times the amount of awakenings. After discussing this with Pasha, they have arrived at a theory that something is stopping the new witches from awakening. Of course, this shocks Roland deeply. We then learn how the magic powers in this world are like tides, constantly changing. During the 2 years after the arrival of the Red Moon, the abundance of magic was at its peak, and a new witch would awaken almost every day. Gradually, the amount of magic decreased, and the time between the 2 red moons can be seen as the drought season. One would have to wait until the months of demons for more awakenings to appear. The abundance of magic peaks once every year. However, one thing to note is that the huge fluctuations of magic continue for hundreds of years. It is almost time for the next red moon, which is why they are noticing more magic fluctuations lately. That being said, there were supposed to be more awakenings, but the opposite is happening. Something must be stopping them from awakening. For a moment, Roland decides to consider Agatha's words as the truth. Since there is nothing they can do about it, Roland decides to take it as a sign that the god is simply taking a short break. After all, no matter how the awakening rates change, their mission of chasing the devils out of the land of dawn remains the same. Furthermore, the reason Roland summoned them was to ask about the damage a witch might cause during her awakening, and what the Alliance in Tequila does in these kinds of situations. Phyllis hints at an 8-minute rule she knows so far. The awakening of a witch doesn't happen without warning. From the moment magic starts to condense in an individual's body, it will take approximately 8 minutes before the condensed magic reaches its peak. Initially, the individual will feel a stinging pain and throbbing heat in their abdomen, and this feeling will grow stronger, until the first backlash occurs. The amount of pain someone will feel differs from person to person. Those with stronger bodies might not even feel much of a change. However, they should still feel a light sting. The 8-minute rule states that if the witch announces to everyone that she is about to awaken, all the people around her must immediately leave her side. If mortals get injured during the awakening because they didn't take cover, they are not entitled to compensation from the Alliance. However, if certain infrastructure is damaged due to the awakening, the Alliance will pay for it. Roland finds this a very creative way of handling the situation. However, this will only work under the condition that people are familiar with witches. When a young girl feels random pain, her first reaction should be that an awakening is about to take place, not that she just ate something funny. Roland then questions what happens if the witch fails to announce it, to which Phyllis responds that the new awakener may be punished physically or fined, depending on the damage done. However, these incidents are rare, since only a few witches awaken as combat witches with overwhelming powers. But thinking about it, Roland realizes that this is no longer an era where witches are above humans, so he may not be able to use this method 100%, but it is still very effective at one thing. It spreads the idea that witches are born from humans, and regardless of whether one would like to accept it or not, every underage girl might turn into a witch one day. With that rule, witches and humans can be on equal footing, and the city hall can take care of any damages caused by not announcing the awakening. Those who become injured despite the announcement are in the wrong. If he were to create a set of rules that governs the actions of witches, just like traffic rules, everyone could follow them and avoid accidents. This way, many conflicts could be resolved. We then cut to the hospital where the newly awakened witch is staying. Miss Nana is also there with Sharon. Wendy enters and asks the girl about her well-being, to which Sharon claims that she feels like something new is inside her body now, and Anna assures her that it's just magic. Sharon isn't sure if being a witch means magic hurts all the time. While placing the food box down beside her, Wendy assures Sharon that once she learns to wield her power, it will become a part of her, just like any other limb of her body. As soon as the lid is opened, the aroma of the mouth-watering food fills the air, bringing immense joy to the little girl. Seeing how happy Sharon looks, Wendy reflects on how food is always enough to win anyone's heart. This is precisely why Roland always holds banquets whenever new witches are found. The little girl devours the food like a hungry wolf, and in no time, she finishes the entire box. Wendy then asks Sharon about her friend, the one she was trying to protect, wondering if she ever came to visit her here. Sharon sadly shakes her head. After all, she herself is a Southerner, just like her bullies, so there is a high chance that the girl hates her just as much as she hates them. Wendy is surprised to realize that Sharon is also from the southern region. Initially, she had assumed Sharon only helped that girl because they were both from the eastern region. However, Sharon claims that regional origins don't matter since the conflicts of nobles do not involve them. Those typical bullies were simply looking for someone to pick on, and that eastern girl happened to be an easy target. To Sharon, wrong is wrong. If no one is willing to take a stand against it, then nothing will ever change. Wendy is astonished to hear such thoughtful remarks from a girl of her age. It seems Roland had been worrying for nothing, as this girl does not need Wendy's counseling at all. Just one glance at Sharon's face is enough to tell that she is certain of her choices. The scene cuts to the castle, where Roland is surprised to learn that Sharon has already come to terms with the fact that she has awakened as a witch. What's more, she is now ready to become a part of the Witch Union. She wishes to become like Nana someday. Roland can tell that she is an outstanding child for her age. At 15 years old, her magic vortex is ranked between middle and upper levels, almost on par with some of the adult witches from Tequila. The one who compared her to the witches of Tequila is Phyllis, who is always the most enthusiastic when it comes to testing new witches. Sharon's ability allows her to generate electric currents. With a small amount, she can light up bulbs, though she often burns them out. When she channels a great deal of electricity, her currents become like thunder, capable of penetrating wooden planks or melting metal. However, by exerting herself too much, she drains her energy quickly. In terms of consistency, she is not as stable as Moon's ability to generate power. In conclusion, she is classified as a battle-type witch, though she also has potential in production lines. Since she has just awakened her powers, she is still struggling to control them properly. Roland is certain that Sharon has plenty of potential to surpass her current limits. Once she understands the concepts behind electric currents, she will improve by huge margins. Not to mention, her powers will naturally grow stronger as she approaches adulthood. He looks forward to her breakthrough. For now, Roland decides to let her focus on training while also receiving an education. With that, Wendy is dismissed. As she walks away, Roland considers how Sharon's strong sense of justice makes her a great candidate for the law department. The thought of a young girl manipulating electric currents while patrolling the streets, ready to capture offenders, is certainly an amusing one. Basically, she could be the Batman of Neverwinter City. Later, as Wendy walks toward her quarters, Maggie and Lightning come flying toward her with urgent news. Apparently, Lily has produced an overwhelming amount of mushrooms, filling an entire room to the point of overflowing. She achieved this feat using her magic. Nightingale and Anna also arrive at the scene, and with their combined efforts, they manage to obliterate the overgrown mushrooms. Later, Roland learns that Lily's new ability allows her to duplicate microorganisms she observes under a microscope. When she underwent her evolution, she just so happened to be looking at the spores of birdkiss mushrooms. Lily admits that she doesn't fully understand her abilities yet. The room was filled with mushrooms before she even realized what was happening. Roland pats her head and decides to hold a mushroom feast that night. The scene then cuts to the southern region, a place where flames burn eternally. Even the chilling winds of the months of demons fail to reach this place. Seeing the scorching heat, Andrea has no doubt why this land is called Searing Flame Island. She hadn't expected the southernmost region to have such an unusual place. Ash shares the same thoughts. The heat here is so intense that one could lose all the moisture in their body within 2 days. This place is actually a designated battleground where warriors from various Sand City clans fight to showcase their strength and glory. It appears to be rich in oil and gas reserves, which is why the land is constantly aflame. However, to the native people, this place is a sacred battlefield where they can impress the gods with their combat prowess. Let's not forget about Talim, that baldy bastard. Every now and then, he'll have a few inner monologues that give us glimpses into his character development. Every time he hears Roland's name, he grows increasingly curious about what kind of person he really is. Regardless, Talim is also very grateful to Roland. It's because of Roland that he is able to stand in the arena for the holy duel once again. As soon as they enter the arena, the onlookers begin throwing insults at the Osha clan, calling them cowards, and throwing colorful remarks that would make anyone itch. These people are from the feisty Cut Bone clan. Talim can't help but feel sorry for them, because they haven't yet realized that they are nothing more than stepping stones for the Osha clan's goddess. Then, the leader of the #1 clan, Wildflame, steps forward. His name is Changus the Burning. He requests the leader of the Osha clan to step forward, and Our Lady gracefully obliges. Since this is not the first time she's participated, Changus is positive that she's well aware of the rules. He reveals that the Cutbone clan will have 22 contestants. All she has to do now is choose a weapon for her warrior. Surrendering or forgoing a battle is allowed. However, she cannot betray the vows she made in front of the 3 gods. The battle will end when only one person is standing, and the winner will earn the right to enter Iron Sand City. If she's ready, they can begin. At that, Ash steps forward, a giant weapon in hand. Talim quickly reminds her that she cannot bring her own weapon into the duel. This is for fairness' sake. In response, Ash lodges her giant sword into the ground and eyes the weapons laid out in front of her. Before picking one up, she asks if there's any rule regarding one weapon per person. Talim reveals that she can carry more than just one weapon if she's capable of handling them. At this, Ash picks up a shield for her left hand, to defend, and a giant hammer-like weapon for her offensive stance, something that suits her personality perfectly. Seeing how effortlessly Ash handles the massive weapons, Talim is sure that the Bone Clan is about to get boned. Andrea is ready as well. She grabs arrows, selecting precisely 22, one for each participant, as there are 22 people they will be fighting against in the duel. With that, Ash, Andrea, Iron Axe, and the goddess are ready to face their opponents. Seeing how only 4 of them are going up against 22 people, Talim can't help but comment on the odds. But Ash reminds him that there were no instructions telling them to match their number of participants with the opposing team. So for her team, 4 members is more than enough to fight against 22 people. Someone quotes one of the rules, stating that the number of warriors allowed from each clan must be between 15 and 30. Furthermore, the number of participants from the challenging clan should not exceed that of the challenged clan. That means if the opponent sends out 22 warriors, Osha would be allowed to send no more than 22 warriors as well. The right move would be to send out an equivalent number of participants, especially considering the fact that the Grey Castle warriors look short and frail and don't seem brave enough. Changas then asks the Osha clan members one last time if they really plan to send only 4 members. Ash boldly responds, and we already know what her answer is. She then turns to the bastards about to face her and wonders if these shitheads have prepared their wills in advance because she won't guarantee anyone will be left alive. The opponent can tell that this woman is gutsy, but they're not sure if her smug attitude will actually help in the battle about to unfold. It looks like we're about to find out since Changus finally commences the holy duel between Osha clan and Cutbone clan. The enemy warriors charge at our party with full-on bravery. But soon enough, Sister Echo begins to sing her lullaby, catching everyone present off guard. Her song starts messing with the enemy's heads, making them massacre each other. Talim can do nothing but watch in awe at Sister Echo's might. Next, Andrea makes her move. She launches a bunch of arrows with her bare hands, taking down all the bastards in one go. Talim is once again boggled as to how the hell did she fire arrows with just her hands. And to top it off, every single one of them hits the enemy right over the collarbone with precision. Sister Echo changes her song to match Ash's ferocity. Ash charges at her opponent like a hungry beast. And with her sheer fighting will combined with Sister Echo's energizing song, the battlefield starts to feel like thousands of soldiers are marching. Ash, embodying those 1,000 soldiers, begins massacring the poor guys with her hammer. Then, one bastard prepares to launch an arrow infused with the Stone of Divine Judgment. But before that arrow can do any harm to Sister Echo, Iron Axe snatches it mid-air like the absolute gigachad he is. Talim, once again, is losing his freaking mind. And just like that, all the enemy soldiers are down on the ground, injured but not dead. One bald bastard suddenly starts preaching at the top of his lungs, rallying his wounded brothers back to their feet. They all eventually get into formation, preparing for their ultimate move. The baldy at the front makes it clear that the warriors of Cutbone clan are not afraid of death. They are willing to sacrifice their lives in this holy duel, but they will not die in vain. The Holy Mother is not a murderer. She respects bravery and power, and she praises the mercy of the strong. Ash finds it laughable that these puny guys think they can win with just their conviction. To prove how utterly wrong they are, she alone begins pushing back all 22 enemies with her sheer power. Seeing this insane display of raw strength, the audience erupts in cheers, all rooting for Ash. Behind Changus, a hooded woman cracks a smile after witnessing such an interesting sight. As Ash starts getting tired against the 22 jacked bald dudes, her friends step in to back her up, giving her the much-needed strength to keep going. Finally, all the bald bastards begin to struggle. The audience erupts into another round of jubilation, and eventually, every single one of them gets pushed back, scattering around like knocked-out bowling pins. Later we cut to Iron Sand City. In the training arena, that same hooded woman, whose name is Lorgar, is blowing off some steam, punching the sandbags with her mutated hand. Changus arrives at the training grounds, where he learns that Lorgar, the same girl from before, has been relentlessly training since morning. He proceeds to go inside, but the guard outside humbly suggests that he shouldn't, as she doesn't want to be disturbed. But since the guard knows he can't order around the patriarch, he swallows his words and pretends he never said anything. So, the old man steps inside anyway. Watching her train, he feels glad that Lorgar is becoming more and more serious about her duties. Once he himself is defeated in the platform of Searing Flame, she will be next in line to take his seat as the patriarch of the Wild Flame clan. The hit she just landed on the sandbag could easily rip an ordinary human in half. He finally speaks, teasing her for how competitive she's becoming after seeing Osha clan's performance. He can clearly tell that his daughter has set her sights on the formidable warrior Ash, because his daughter does not want to give up her title as the greatest one-on-one combat fighter. She's a little annoyed that Osha clan won't challenge them for a while, especially since their main goal for entering Iron Sand City has been accomplished. Her father also agrees with her. If Osha clan truly wants to become the rising clan of Iron Sand City, they'll have to take care of a lot of miscellaneous matters first before they can find their footing inside the city. Man, I'm hating this arc. This is exactly why I'm gonna skip a lot of their random bullshit jibber-jabber. Just as these guys are talking about how Osha clan won't challenge them for a duel anytime soon, their expectations get subverted when a guard reports that Osha clan has requested another holy duel. It's only been a day since they won the duel and earned the right to move into Iron Sand City, so Changguz has no idea why they're already going for another fight. Lorgar questions the guard about which clan Osha intends to challenge next. The guard answers that it's the Sandstorm clan, which is currently ranked 4th. Changguz asks if they've moved into Iron Sand City from the Oasis. The guard reports that they have refused to move. Of course, this gets the Patriarch and his daughter thinking about their next move. Regardless, Lorgar seems even more interested in Osha clan after their unexpected decision. The next scene takes us at the Searing Flame Island battle arena, where Ash is seen beating the hell out of a sand golem. And with her last opponent down, she wins the match. Cut to Skull Tavern. The entire place is buzzing with people narrating Ash's exploits. They are amazed at how she obliterated her opponent with just a single punch. And this wasn't just anyone. Her opponent was Sandra Sandraine, the so-called goddess of the Sandstorm clan. Sandra had the ability to turn sand into armor and attack her enemies by manipulating gravel. But the fact that Ash defeated this monster in one punch is just insane. What's even more unbelievable is that while Osha clan is dominating their challengers, there have been no reported casualties in any of the battles. Either the opponents suffered injuries to their shoulders or knees, or they were simply knocked unconscious. Turns out Osha clan also defeated the Blackwater clan, which is a huge well-known clan infamous for its recklessness and cruelty. Compared to the previous 2 duels, that particular fight was much bloodier. But still, no one died. As the tavern continues hailing Osha clan's might, Tullum suddenly stands up and generously offers free drinks to everyone from Osha clan. Everyone is now even more hyped, rooting for Osha to win their next battle as well. It is then that a guy rushes into the tavern with shocking news. He reveals that nobody fought because the Wild Wave clan willingly forfeited their position. Cut to Sister Echo and Iron Axe. They literally did not expect Wild Wave to forfeit like this. But in one way or another, Sister Echo is glad. Wild Wave settled for 3rd place, meaning they won't have to fight them. Because if they had done, things could have gone drastically different as Ash had already been stained with blood. At that moment, Ash enters the tent, revealing that most of the blood belonged to her opponents. Her minor injuries aren't enough to hinder her performance. Besides, Sister Leaf's herbs are working wonders, so most of the deeper wounds have already started scabbing. Andrea chimes in, explaining that transcendent witches have always had strong physiques. After all, their brains don't need nutrients. Their muscles grow at an alarming rate, and most importantly, their faces can't get any thicker. She also mentions that people have no idea what Ash went through while hunting down the church alone. She hid in places even rats wouldn't go and survived on rotten flesh. If that wasn't enough to kill her, then a few wounds are nothing for Ash. As Ash reclines in her chair to rest, Iron Axe can't help but admire her. This is what a true warrior is supposed to be. Sister Echo then asks what's their next move should be. Roland's original plan was to create legendary battles, generate as much publicity as possible, and have the entire desert narrate the exploits of Osha clan's warriors. Iron Axe then reveals their next step: defeat the Wildflame clan. And after that, Sister Echo will have to preach the script Roland prepared in front of everyone. Hearing this, Sister Echo feels a little anxious. She is not sure if the Sand People even believe Roland's words. Iron Axe reassures her not to worry. After all, even Roland isn't expecting miracles. He knows that changing people's minds and gaining their trust will take time. Tullum suddenly enters the camp, bringing great news. The Wildflame clan has accepted the duel. But there's a catch. They have specific conditions on whom they wish to fight. Apparently, the 3rd princess of the Wildflame clan, Lorgar, has personally requested a one-on-one duel with Lady Ash. The news spreads like wildfire. A massive crowd camps near the Searing Flame arena. They might not be able to witness this legendary battle firsthand, but at the very least, they'll be the first to hear the results. Most of them are pumped that the princess of Osha clan has finally returned to take her revenge. Without further ado, we cut to the Searing Flame arena. The crowd goes absolutely nuts seeing Ash step onto the stage, representing the Osha clan. From the Wildflame clan's side, Lorgar steps forward, the strongest goddess of the southernmost region. People are hyped beyond belief. This is a battle between the strongest warriors of the north and south, with no weapons, armor, or any tools allowed, including divine stones. The Sand People respect true warriors, and here, both fighters are free to unleash their full strength before the 3 gods. As Lorgar pulls back her hood, Ash immediately mistakes her for having dog ears, which mildly annoys Lorgar. Her ears are those of a wolf. Still, Ash takes note of something else. Lorgar isn't wearing any shoes, even though the ground beneath them is scorching hot. Lorgar claims that Mojin people are not afraid of hot sand, but Ash can see through her bluff. It's clear that this girl is struggling even if she won't admit it. Ash then calls her out for her use of magic. She finds it interesting that Lorgar is maintaining her transformed form at all times. Has she simply grown used to the constant mana consumption? But Lorgar denies knowing what Ash is talking about. She claims her transformation is the result of a sacrifice she made to receive power from the three gods. She can no longer return to her human form. She can only live her life as half human, half beast. And now Ash finally understands why she kept herself cloaked before stepping into the arena. She didn't want others to see her true form. She only reveals herself on the battlefield. For a moment, Ash wonders if she could distract Lorgar by offering her a bone. Maybe her fighting ability would drop significantly if she got tempted. After all, this trick always works on Maggie. But enough of this chit-chat. The battle begins. Inside Changuz's mind, he reflects on Lorgar's transformation. After becoming a goddess, she fell in love with fighting and grew stronger every day. For 5 years, no one has dared challenge the Wildflame clan because of her. But constant battles have gradually changed parts of her body into that of a wolf. Even when she isn't using her power, she remains this way. She will never be able to live the life of a normal girl. No handsome warrior will ever fall for her. This is why the Wildflame clan must win. She has to become the matriarch. Only then will people stop talking about her appearance. As soon as the match begins, Lorgar lunges at Ash, transforming her hand into a wolf's claw. Their fists collide, sending shockwaves through the air from the sheer pressure of their strength. It's clear both fighters are enjoying this, and they have no intention of backing down. Ash manages to push Lorgar back and comes crashing down like a meteor. But the hit doesn't land and Lorgar simply steps aside. Lorgar retaliates, launching herself forward with a devastating kick. Ash catches her leg midair and squeezes with such force that it sends sharp pain through Lorgar's body. But Lorgar quickly retaliates, breaking free from Ash's grasp. She immediately counterattacks, but Ash dodges and follows up with a series of punches. Lorgar blocks most of them, but Ash lands a solid hit to her forehead, causing it to swell. Then, Ash delivers a devastating kick, sending Lorgar crashing to the ground. The spectators are in awe, watching their so-called goddess get effortlessly beaten. But just as Ash prepares to finish her off, something changes. Lorgar begins transforming again, this time into something more monstrous. A moment later, she has completely turned into a massive beast. Ash is stunned, and the crowd is too holding their breath. The beast pounces at Ash. She quickly dodges, but it doesn't stop. Lorgar is relentless, her speed now comparable to the soldiers of divine punishment. Ash is pushed back as the beast continues throwing one strike after another. Sister Echo starts worrying, but Andrea reassures her. Ash is good at handling damage. Something like this isn't enough to take her down. She then explains the brutal training methods they used in Tequila. It's a method that forces witches to stay in the zone by constantly consuming magical power. Roland finds this method outdated and inefficient. He believes that if witches have time to train like that, they should use it to study how muscles and bones convert chemical energy into mechanical energy instead. But for Ash, who isn't the most intelligent, the inefficient method suits her perfectly. Now that Ash is done taking damage, it's time for her to fight back. She pulls off her pants belt out of the blue. The beast is totally confused by this unexpected move. The onlookers are just as confused as Lorgar. They have yet to figure out what kind of weapon is that. Besides, weapons are forbidden in this duel. Breaking that rule would only bring Ash humiliation. But Ash simply tosses the belt onto the ground. The moment it lands, the ground beneath it shatters. These belts weren't just accessories, they were restraints. And now Ash is finally removing them to unleash her full strength. Agatha had given her this transcendent training. She had ordered Ash to suppress her powers, consume her magic, and keep these constraints on her body until the day she truly needed that extra power. And now that the restraints are gone, Ash feels a surge of power unlike anything before. She clenches her fists and then launches herself at the beast. Lorgar, still in her monstrous form, retaliates with a furious counterattack. Her tail swings violently, creating a literal tornado that sends the onlookers into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Ash is airborne, descending at the speed of a bullet. Blood splatters as she drills her fist straight into Lorgar's eye. She wants Lorgar to surrender now that she's been roughed up enough. But Lorgar refuses to back down. She retaliates with a devastating blow that sends Ash flying. The beast looms over her, towering like an unstoppable force. The crowd watches in awe as the battle has reached its critical point. But Ash forces herself to stand, battered but unfazed. In fact, she seems even more fired up, eager to keep going. She can feel that she's stronger than she was last year. Clenching her fist again, she targets Lorgar's injured eye. This time she channels magic into her other fist. But before she can strike, Lorgar blocks her attack. The magic within Ash is surging faster than ever before. Despite the heavy blows she's taken, her arms feel stronger than ever. If this were the past, she would have already been obliterated, her ribs shattered, her organs ruptured. But now all she feels is pain. No numbness, no weakness. Ash presses forward. With some slick acrobatics, she lands a powerful kick to Lorgar's leg. A sickening crack echoes through the arena as the beast collapses to the ground. But Lorgar, stubborn as ever, forces herself up on 3 legs. Her father, seeing this, orders her to forfeit. But Lorgar's fighting spirit hasn't dimmed. She is still ready to battle, and Ash, though standing, is in no better shape. She admits her body is in agony. Her organs feel like they're no longer in their proper places. However, humans can move with 2 legs while wolves cannot. Now that Lorgar has lost an eye and a leg, her mobility is crippled. No matter how strong she is, she won't be able to land a hit. Ash considers finishing the job, taking out Lorgar's other eye. That way, she'll have no choice but to surrender. Her lost limbs and injuries wouldn't be a problem. If Ash can drag her back to the western region, Nana could heal her in no time. The stage is set. It's do or die. But before the battle can escalate further, a massive shadow looms over them. A giant eagle swoops down and slams into Lorgar, pinning her to the ground. The beast shrieks as it presses down, causing Lorgar immense pain. This isn't just any bird, it's a hybrid demonic beast. Ash's eyes narrow. She doesn't care what happens in a duel, but she won't stand by and let a witch be attacked by some random monster. Without hesitation, she dashes forward, ready to take it down. Before we witness the epic clash, the scene shifts to a moment earlier, before the 4-winged eagle descended upon the arena. Just outside the searing flame arena, eager spectators had set up their tents. A commotion stirs, drawing them out of their shelters. When they look up, they see the monstrous eagle circling in the sky. The beast is heading directly for the arena. One man, sensing that things are about to go south, immediately jumps onto his horse and rides toward the battleground. Back in the arena, chaos erupts. People scramble to evacuate, desperate to escape the brutal fate that Lorgar just endured. Ash rushes to intercept the monstrous eagle before it can cause more harm. Echo begins to sing, her voice cutting through the chaos, trying to calm the panicked crowd. Andrea, meanwhile, pulls out her massive gun. With deadly precision, she fires. The bullet rips through the beast's foot, obliterating it on impact. The eagle screeches in pain, finally releasing Lorgar and Ash. Iron Axe commands his soldiers to open fire. As arrows and bullets fly, Lorgar begins reverting back to her original form. Ash rushes to Lorgar, asking if she's all right. Lorgar reassures her, claiming she won't die. But Ash isn't comforted. One side of Lorgar's chest is caved in, and she can even see broken bones protruding. The monstrous eagle, however, isn't done. It dives back toward Lorgar. But Ash is quick, grabbing Lorgar and jumping out of the way. The eagle scoops up 2 guys, tossing them toward the arena. Andrea is also struggling to land a shot, because the creature is quick, dodging each of her attacks with surprising intelligence. Then Hummingbird steps forward. Through her magic, she makes the 2 humans light enough to fall gently to the ground, saving them from a deadly descent. Ash realizes that this demonic beast has come for the witches. They have very limited firearms, and Ash isn't sure how to proceed. Lorgar, however, insists that Ash throw her into the air. Ash is not sure what to make of this unusual request of her, but Lorgar insists again that Ash throw her up. It's their only chance to catch the monster. Ash fears the failure and the consequences, but Lorgar isn't afraid of dying. She believes a warrior's best end is on the battlefield, fighting to the last moment. She's honored to face someone as formidable as Ash. Ash understands the warrior spirit in Lorgar, but assures her that this won't be their last duel. Lorgar isn't so sure, admitting that even if she survives, her fractured body won't allow her to fight like she used to. But Ash isn't concerned about that. They have Nana, who can heal anyone in the blink of an eye. At first, Lorgar is skeptical, but Ash's confidence convinces her. The thought of being healed sparks a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Ash launches Lorgar into the air. The eagle spots her and opens its mouth to devour her. But Lorgar shifts into her wolf form and slaps the beast away with a powerful swipe. Lorgar doesn't stop there and continues to torment the beast with relentless attacks. Andrea, seeing an opening, decides to ready her divine golden arrow. As Lorgar and the monster crash to the ground, Lorgar is exhausted. She's drained everything she has. Ash quickly rushes to her side and rescues her. Andrea releases her arrow, and it finds its mark. The explosion is massive, obliterating the creature into bite-sized chunks. The aftermath is a gruesome rain of monster remains. With the battle over, Ash hands Lorgar over to her father. She warns him that while Lorgar is alive, she's in critical condition. Even the best herbs will only prolong her life for a short time. The only thing that can save her is proper healing, which means returning to Grey Castle. The father, desperate, offers anything to save his daughter. Before anything is done, though, Ash asks if he acknowledges the results of the holy duel. He agrees without hesitation, declaring the Osha clan as victors. The crowd erupts in cheers, solidifying the Osha clan's victory. Sister Echo steps forward, walking toward the jubilant crowd. She introduces herself as the matriarch of the Osha clan, Drow Silvermoon, though she also goes by Echo, hailing from Grey Castle's Witch Union. She recounts how her life was shattered by the Iron Whip clan, losing everything, including her clan members who were forced into exile. She wandered the port of Clearwater until she eventually found refuge in the capital city of Grey Castle. In Grey Castle, she was saved by a witch organization. She moved to a small village in the western region, where she took on the name Echo. She confesses that compared to her former identity as Drow Silvermoon, she prefers her new name. While her past was filled with pain, she found greater happiness in the border town, a place that transformed from insignificance to prosperity. She credits a certain ruler for this change, Roland Wimbledon, the king of Greycastle. He is the one who reshaped her fate. Ash, standing in the background, suddenly realizes that this wasn't the speech Echo was supposed to deliver. Andrea notices too, but they can't deny that Echo's words are genuine, coming straight from her heart. Echo continues, acknowledging that everyone is likely wondering why she's sharing her story. After all, Greycastle belongs to the Northerners, and it seems irrelevant to the Sand People. While this may have been true in the past, things have changed. Under Roland's rule, people of all races and backgrounds are welcomed. There's no discrimination, and the king has already embraced all from ordinary humans to witches, to foreigners. This is proof of Roland's mercy and generosity. Now he wishes to save the Sand People from the desert's brutal conditions. He wants to bring them fresh water, oases, and a future, just as he did for the witches. Echo shares that she is here on Roland's orders, as the matriarch of her clan, to deliver a message. Roland wishes to become the chief of Mojin, uniting the desert people under his rule. The crowd murmurs in surprise. Roland, it seems, wants to be the leader of all the clans, just like an envoy of the three gods. Out of the sea of people, one guy raises his hand to object. He argues that since no other king is Mojin, then how could he be ruler of the desert? His question carries weight. Even Ash starts to worry about how Echo will respond. With a beautiful, cunning smile, Echo fires back, asking if the envoys of the three gods in the past were all Mojin. The answer, of course, is no. The envoys are said to be genuine giants, legendary beings with no fixed appearance. One had 4 feet and 3 hands, while another had countless heads, but none of them were Mojin. But the loudmouth continues to object. This time he claims that the law of the envoys states that someone can only become the master of the southernmost region if they can create countless oases and impose extreme hunger, thirst, and death on the people. He questions whether the king Echo speaks of is capable of such a feat. First, Echo makes it clear that Roland can't turn the southernmost region into a land filled with greenery. However, he is willing to welcome all the Sand People into Greycastle. Once there, they can live next to lakes and forests. No one will ever have to suffer from thirst or sandstorms again. That's the promise Roland has made. He will provide them with a new oasis, and that oasis is the North. It will forever be filled with an abundance of resources and riches. Tolum finally understands the true plans of the Osha clan. They never came seeking something as trivial as revenge. They came to usher in a new order. Yet, the patriarch of the Blackwater clan continues to dismiss Echo's words and refuses to acknowledge any validity behind them. He reminds everyone of what happened to the Blackbone clan and the Sandstone clan. They believed in the words of Garcia, and both met tragic ends. According to him, all the Sand People will only end up with as much land as they can grasp, forced to fight for territory just like in the southernmost region, and ultimately serve their conquerors. But his words fall on deaf ears. No one seems to share his cynical view. Tolum knows why. Swaying the crowd with words might have worked before the duel, but not after. Everyone has seen that the Osha clan hasn't killed a single person since the holy duels began. No other clan can claim such mercy. Supporting the King of the North suddenly doesn't sound like a bad idea. Echo continues, explaining that while evil people exist everywhere, even in the North, the Queen of Clearwater might have been ill-intentioned, but that doesn't mean everyone there is the same. She emphasizes that Garcia Wimbledon was after soldiers, not citizens. That's the key difference between her and Roland. That's why she eliminated Blackbone and Sandstone, the 2 strongest powers. Roland is different. He sees the Sand People as his own. Anyone, regardless of their clan or strength, can enter the kingdom of Greycastle. He doesn't require the Sand People to make sacrifices. No enlightened ruler would stand idly by while his people die unnecessarily. Changus then asks what price they must pay to join the North. After all, nothing in this world is free, so why should Roland help the Sand People without receiving something in return? Though, whatever the price, the old man is willing to accept it. Sister Echo reassures him that Roland only asks for a simple favor from his people, which is that they work. She proudly announces that all he wants is for his people to work for their king and themselves. He wants his people to earn salaries, improve their quality of life, receive education, and raise their children. These are the things he longs for. Roland believes there is a path in this world that doesn't require constant killing and suffering. No more will Sand People shed blood, sweat, and tears for oases that might vanish one day. She asks them if they want to wait for tear deaths, or do they want a happy ending that promises prosperity for all. Of course, the crowd erupts in unison, wanting to live with her, and they all beg her to take them there. Iron Axe feels proud of Echo for finally doing what needed to be done. Echo further assures them that time will eliminate any lingering doubts. She urges everyone to start packing immediately. They will gather at the small oasis, and those who haven't decided yet need not worry. They can weigh their options and come to a final conclusion. She promises that some will be led to the north and given a nice place to settle. As long as everyone follows Grey Castle's laws, Roland will protect them. All the men drop to their knees, ready to serve the chief. Later, we cut to Neverwinter, where Roland receives the good news. The Sand People are willing to follow the Northern King. Roland couldn't be happier that taking over the southern region has been a success. Later, Roland then calls Nana, Maggie, and Lightning. He wants them to take a trip to Iron Sand City, as there's a report of a witch who's been mortally wounded and needs Nana's healing touch. He instructs them to be ready tonight as they'll set off tomorrow. He doesn't want them to rush, only ensuring they arrive at Fallen Dragon Ridge tomorrow night and Iron Sand City the day after, where Ash will meet them. While Lightning and Maggie are excited about the adventure, Lightning protests that Roland shouldn't explore the snowy mountains without her. If he did, she'd cry all day for missing such a great adventure. Roland laughs at her fretfulness but seriously acknowledges her request, assuring her that she will play a crucial role in the exploration. The scene then cuts to Third Border City. At the mine entrance, Roland has built a gigantic door, a project that cost him a third of Bordertown's metal supply. At least it will block any demonic beasts from entering the mines. Phyllis uses one of the magic stones to light up the dark mine as they venture further inside. Curious Wendy suddenly asks Roland why he calls this place Third Border City. If the border area is considered the first location and this is the third border city, then where is the second border city? Roland simply states that the name fits perfectly. He believes the number 3 is ideal for strongholds. Wendy doesn't want to delve too deeply into the rationale. If Roland likes it, she's fine with it. Roland assures her that the name isn't important. The important thing is that it will be remembered forever. Phyllis, however, has no clue what Roland is rambling about. So Wendy explains that he just rambles sometimes, and there's nothing to worry about. As they continue deeper, they finally meet the Maze Ruin Witches, who have set up camp under the mountains. Roland is both astonished and thrilled to finally meet them in person after all this time. Nightingale is trailing Roland from closely behind while hiding under her mist, making sure that these witches don't pull anything shady. Pasha is amazed by Roland's calm demeanor. He isn't even a little scared. Even the Tequila Witches usually lose their composure when witnessing in Primeval Vessel for the first time. As Pasha extends her hand for a handshake, one of the witches, Alethea, snaps at Roland. She believes he only dispatched one mortal team to escort the artifact, a team that, in her eyes, is woefully inadequate for providing proper security. It seems as if he sent those few mortals just to spy on them. Before Alethea can get more riled up, another witch stops her. Roland then reveals that the reason he is not scared at all is the fact that fear comes from the unknown. No matter what form you take, you are still witches of Tequila. There's nothing to fear when it comes to things he understands. Agatha has become an extremely valuable member of the Witch Union. Everyone loves and trusts her. Pasha agrees, noting that they have cooperated with each other for quite some time now. Roland reveals that in the face of the devils, they should set aside their prejudices and unite to fight the real threat. Returning to business, Roland wants to inspect the artifact. He is curious to see that coveted item, the one that is said to decide the fate of humankind, and for which the entire devil race is desperate. The artifact is concealed inside a crystal box stuffed with copious amounts of divine judgment stones. Because of these stones, Nightingale sadly admits she can't get too close to it, so Roland steps forward alone. The witches explain that this is the only way to restrict the artifact's influence. Without any divine judgment stones, the citizens in the cities might fall under the artifact's sway. Before Roland touches it, Pasha explains a few things to avoid any mishaps. Wendy then asks if the artifact is really that dangerous. Celine assures her that as long as she isn't facing it alone, she'll be fine. Pasha elaborates that when you open your heart before the artifact, you see fascinating images. Whether you're a witch or a mortal, the crystal will allure you to come inside. She warns them that what they might see isn't completely fictional. It's different from the Phantom Instrument. What appears in the painted scrolls will have a real impact on reality. That's why she strictly advises never to accept the artifact's summons. Roland then inquires why it's necessary to only come closer to this artifact with multiple people. Pasha explains that once trapped in the divine realm, your body reacts in unpredictable ways, slowed movements, a dazed look, or even incoherent mumbling. That's when you need someone to pull you away from the artifact's influence. Throughout history, many individuals who touched the artifact alone never returned to their bodies. Touching it in pairs or trios can significantly lower the risks. Since there are already 5 people present, that's why they're allowing Roland to observe the artifact up close. Alethea explains the second problem. As everyone knows, the huge paintings in the artifact showcase foreign civilizations, and when you see them, they will definitely try to harm you. Furthermore, No one would hold them accountable if Roland ended up scared out of his wits. Of course, Roland isn't fazed at all. He just tells her to open the gate if there's nothing else. As a modern human who has witnessed plenty of alien creatures and horrifying ghosts in movies, his tolerance is way higher than that of people from ancient societies. Finally, the sheets of stone of divine judgment are pulled out, revealing the crimson jewel. Roland proceeds toward the crystal, and they all sit around it. Alethea is annoyed that Roland didn't even flinch, especially since she expected him to get scared like a chicken. However, another witch believes that Roland being scared wouldn't do them any good. In fact, since he is the king, it's only better if he's this resilient. They all discuss how they made a huge mistake letting Roland come here. But let's cut their jibber-jabber and transition to our boy, who now finds himself inside the jewel, surrounded by 4 paintings of the 4 civilizations. While 2 frames contain imagery, 1 frame is empty, most likely belonging to the civilization that has gone extinct. The 4th frame shows the place where he and the witches are currently sitting. He calls out, wondering if they can hear him, but it seems like they can't. He then tries touching the painting where he and the witches are sitting, but he's suddenly spooked when one of the images makes noise. The sound is coming from the image of a devil sitting on a devil's throne. Roland tries speaking with the devil, but the only response he gets is grumbling noises. Then, a massive eye with multiple retinas appears. Roland lets these zesty-ass bastards know that they can't scare him with just this little trick. He greets both specimens from the 2 civilizations. He wants them to sit down and have a little heart-to-heart instead of fighting. But they don't respond to anything Roland says. Then one of the monsters extends its tentacles toward him. Meanwhile, outside, the witches are relieved that he hasn't stumbled across anything nasty yet. Alethea is sure he won't last long. During the Land of Dawn era, the longest a mortal had ever lasted was around 15 minutes. Selene reminds her that even the witches didn't do any better. So how long one lasts in the Divine Land has nothing to do with possessing magic powers. Warriors who had fought devils before usually lasted longer in there, and Lady Alice set the record at nearly 2 hours. So, for a mortal king who usually hides in the background, Roland is already doing quite well. He should be coming out any second now. Alethea thinks he's just hanging in there longer to avoid embarrassing himself in front of everyone. But Selene warns that if he tries to do that, he'll get dizzy, and eventually, he might even faint. Pasha believes that if he faints, it'll actually benefit them. The strain on his mental state might scare him away from wanting to engage with the artifact again, which would be good for everyone. Rather than being scared out of his wits, fainting from fatigue is the best way to retreat. Not only would it reduce his curiosity, but they could also avoid ruining their relationship with Roland. But another 15 minutes pass, and Roland is still hanging in there. It's not that surprising to Pasha though, since Roland has surprised them in many ways before. Still, he has now set a new record. Meanwhile, Nightingale suddenly notices something peculiar, so she quickly reports it to Wendy. Wendy, worried, rushes toward Roland, but Pasha blocks her before she can approach him. The artifact might affect her if she gets too close. Wendy insists on going inside to bring Roland back, but Pasha reminds her that even if she did, she wouldn't be able to bring him back. No matter how many people build a connection with the artifact, they all see different things. That's when Nightingale suddenly pops out of her mist with a revolver in hand. The witches of the tequila go absolutely bonkers with terror at the sight. With no choice, Pasha grabs Roland and throws him toward Wendy. Then, they immediately cover the artifact with the stone of divine judgment. Roland opens his eyes in Wendy's lap, and she worriedly asks if he's all right. He reveals that he saw the Guardian and 2 monsters from the other 2 artifacts. He had a small chat with them, but he's sure they didn't understand him. The Ruin Maze witches are shocked to learn that he encountered the devil and a massive eyeball. Pasha finds it unbelievable. Not only did Roland face the devil and another enemy from a foreign race, but he also managed to hold on for so long. Among everyone, only Alethea had lasted the longest inside the illusion, but even she only stayed in there for about an hour. When they ask Roland to omit the details, he vaguely describes how tentacles suddenly appeared and started restraining both of the specimens. The tentacles continued to hurt them until they were ultimately defeated, despite their efforts to fight back. Selene mentions that it's quite normal for black tentacles to appear. As one's mental state weakens, the artifact's influence grows stronger, leading to hallucinations, illusions, and tentacles. But what Alethea doesn't understand is the fact that the mortal king witnessed the complete opposite. The tentacles attacked the enemies, not him. Furthermore, Roland saw the guardians of 2 civilizations, and not only did he come out unscathed, but he also forced them to retreat. The only explanation for this phenomenon is that Roland's mental state is as strong as Lady Alice's, the Queen of Comet City. Roland then expresses his gratitude for them dragging him out, because honestly, he had walked through that borderless place for so long that he was too lazy to walk back himself. Pasha then asks if he wants to explore the artifact even further. Roland shakes his head with no. There are only 4 paintings in there, and no matter how much he stares at them, nothing will change. Now he wants to see the central vessel next. The central vessel looks like a lump of grotesque flesh. Countless witches sacrificed their souls and merged with this entity, all in hopes of deciphering the records and archives left behind by the underground civilization. Roland is quite bewildered as to why it's chained up like this, especially since it houses many witches of Tequila, including Lady Eleanor, the third seat of the Alliance. Pasha reminds him that these tentacles are powerful enough to crack mountains and rocks. Since this entity lacks a proper conscious mind, not restraining it could lead to serious problems. Roland acknowledges that, aside from imprisoning it, there doesn't seem to be any other option. Still, he feels sad that all those witches sacrificed everything for Tequila, only to be trapped here in the darkness with no freedom at all. Pasha reveals that they once tried testing whether the entity retained any emotions. Unfortunately, they never got an answer to that question. Souls that have merged cannot be separated using the core. As a result, they remain completely cut off from the outside world, unable to recognize anything happening around them. Furthermore, Alethea believes that merging with Lady Eleanor is every Tequila witch's fate, and the same applies to them. Hence, there's no need to feel remorseful about it. Celine then reveals that when they asked the central vessel whether it should be completely restricted, all three main tentacles responded with a firm yes. If that hadn't been the case, they wouldn't have restrained it to this extent. Roland then tells them about Soraya, who can paint objects with ultimate durability, and another girl, Softfeather, who can make objects sticky. If they work together, they could create something even stronger than chains. Using this method to restrict the vessel would also prevent harming it. So, if they allow him, he can make it possible. The witches are more than willing to have his help. But before leaving, Roland wants to ask the vessel a very important question. Once he gets permission, he poses a simple arithmetic problem. If he has 2 baskets and each contains 2 apples, would there be 4 apples in total? The vessel responds affirmatively. The witches, on the other hand, are bewildered as to why Roland is asking such a basic question. Roland keeps the same question but scales up the numbers to assess the vessel's arithmetic skills. Once again, the central vessel responds correctly. Roland is pleased to see that the entity is capable of calculating numbers much faster than a layman. Even though it can only answer yes or no, it could still prove extremely useful to the mathematics department. They could use it to validate calculations, reducing the chances of errors. He compliments the vessel, calling it an impressive marvel. However, Pasha reminds him that the vessel is incapable of fluent communication. But to Roland, even yes or no responses is still a form of communication. He then decides to push the vessel further. He asks if 1 main tentacle is equivalent to 1, and 2 main tentacles equal 2, can it light up all 3 tentacles to represent 3? Of course, the vessel fails to do so. Pasha grimly explains that this is beyond its capacity. It had to express its agreement in a more complicated way, and got confused in the process. She mentions that they have tried asking the vessel to express simple ideas and even short sentences. However, once it encounters a question that cannot be answered simply with yes or no, it slows down significantly and becomes confused, just like it did now. Hearing this, Roland begins to wonder if he has triggered some kind of logical barrier within the vessel's mind. So he asks Pasha if the vessel will be all right. Pasha assures him that it will recover after a moment of rest. She once asked the vessel contradictory questions, which resulted in it remaining unresponsive for several weeks. After this little experiment, Roland realizes that the vessel is not a simple plug-and-play tool. If he cannot find a way for it to answer complex questions using only yes or no, then it would be almost useless. If only he could transport it to the mathematics department. But that isn't possible right now, as he has yet to gain the full trust of the Tequila witches. For now, he decides to wait until the exploration of the snowy mountains is complete. More than anything, he still needs to build trust with the Tequila witches. Currently, only a rough frame of this underground city has been constructed, serving merely as a temporary underground residence. Only once tunnels connect the numerous peaks of the impassable mountain range could they consider it a true hidden stronghold. With artillery installations and military fortifications above ground, it could then be incorporated into Neverwinter's outermost defense line. Later, back in the castle, the shocked faces of Missan, Kyle Sichi, and a few other important figures reveal their disbelief. They are utterly baffled after seeing the Tequila witches, who resemble nightmarish monsters. The only person who remains composed is Iris. Roland attempts to read her expression, but he fails completely. Regardless, Roland formally introduces the witches of Tequila, explaining that they will be crucial allies in the fight against the devils. Right now, their immediate goal is to cooperate in exploring the snowy mountains. Given the wonders everyone has witnessed over the past 2 years, Roland hopes they will not struggle to accept the existence of these witches. Borov then raises his concerns. The finance department is in the final stage of balancing its accounts, so he strongly advises against any changes to current plans. Additionally, The months of demons have yet to pass, and they have already dispatched one team to the southernmost region. Sending another team to the snowy mountains could leave them with insufficient troops stationed in the border city. Meanwhile, Knight Carter expresses his skepticism about the new allies. As far as he is concerned, the witches could betray them at any time. Another military officer adds that deploying more troops might strain their food supply, which could lead to unrest among the citizens if word about these new allies spreads. Carl voices his own concerns. He worries that the witches' settlement in the northern mountains could lead to unintended consequences. If they excavate too much, they might cause catastrophic collapses in key mining areas. One by one, everyone pleads with Roland to reconsider his decision. At this moment, Roland silences them all and reveals his grand plan, which is to unite all regions by the next year. Not only that, but the following year will mark the official celebration of his ascension to the throne. Once he becomes the official king of Grey Castle, those present will become the first ministers of his court, responsible for managing the entire nation alongside him. The room falls into stunned silence, the weight of his words sinking in. Those present feel honored by the prospect of holding such prestigious titles and influence. Roland continues, explaining that Grey Castle's territory has expanded like never before. They now rule the western deserts, the eastern islands, and soon they will be the sole rulers of the southern lands and the northern plains. To ensure the nation's stability, the First Army will be extremely busy in the coming year. With only a few troops left to guard Neverwinter, exploring the Great Snowy Mountains is more crucial than ever. He cannot afford to encounter unexpected dangers at critical moments. Knight Carter questions whether they could explore the mountains using only the First Army and the Witch Union. Roland explains that in tunnels devoid of light and filled with fierce winds, guns and cannons will be of limited use. There will be no ideal locations for artillery, and they lack proper maps of the area. If they encounter a hybrid monster in such conditions, the casualties among the First Army could be devastating. This is why he insists on teaming up with the Tequila Witches. The Witches of Tequila and the Witch Union can perfectly complement each other's abilities. The First Army will secure the rear and the already explored tunnel openings, ensuring all escape routes remain viable at all times. This is the best approach. No matter how difficult this plan may seem, everyone present is here to solve complications, not create them. If they cannot fulfill their roles, then City Hall has no need for them. With that said, Roland turns to Baroff and asks if he still has issues with accounts and logistics. The old administrator, seeing the determination in Roland's eyes, has no choice but to comply. He assures Roland that there will be no issues, and that he will present revised reports with updated future plans. One by one, the others acknowledge their responsibilities and duties as well. Once the situation settles, Roland instructs Iris to repeat the finalized plan. Iris begins narrating, explaining that for this mission, Tequila will dispatch 50 witches to cooperate with the fighters of the Witch Union. The First Army, under Brian's command, will contribute 500 men. The remaining troops will stay behind to guard Neverwinter under Knight Carter's leadership, handling the demonic beasts that have been attacking the borders. Once she finishes relaying the details, Roland moves to dismiss the meeting. However, Iris suddenly interrupts, expressing her desire to be part of the expedition as well. She wants to accompany the First Army to the Great Snowy Mountains in the west. Baroff immediately voices his concerns, reminding her of the dangers ahead, especially since she is neither a witch nor a soldier. But Iris stands firm. She reveals that she was once a sword-fighting instructor for knights, and few can withstand more than 5 moves against her. When it comes to demonic beasts, she is more than capable of defending herself. Roland then asks for her reasoning. She explains that the looming battle of divine will is a threat that none of the ministers can even begin to describe. They know nothing about the devils or the underground beings they may face. This lack of knowledge could hinder their ability to assist in managing the city. Some may think that dealing with devils is solely the First Army's responsibility, but in truth, every department must understand the threats they face. Hence, to assist Roland with this matter of the country, one must understand who they're fighting and how to defeat them. Roland is really glad she brought this up. He liked her response. Her statement gave him a bright idea, which is to let everyone experience war on the front lines before they get promoted on their path to power. That way, the ministers at City Hall will stop underestimating the battle, and they'll stop giving out ridiculous and impractical orders, like how Baroff was against cooperation with the Tequila Witches. Anyway, Roland gives her the pass to join and tells her to be prepared for the unknown. Later, we see Iris preparing for her journey. As she packs, her brother Carlin asks how long she'll be gone, to which she replies she has no idea. He also notices she's not bringing her favorite bustier, which makes him wonder if she's not going out to visit noble families or attend fancy banquets. Iris is glad her brother is starting to gain perspective, but he still lacks proper manners. At the very least, he should be graceful in front of a lady. Not only is she trying to teach him manners, she also wants him to keep his true identity under wraps and only take notes of things around him. While doing this job diligently, he also wants to join the department where she works. But Iris believes his contribution isn't required there. The fact that Barov is constantly watching her means that if her brother ends up working with her, Barov will definitely bully him. In that case, as the big sister, she'd have to take action against it. If the reputation of the Candle family gets damaged, Roland's judgment of him will always be affected. So no matter how distant their relationship may seem on the outside, outsiders will still see them as a unit. In other words, no matter what he does in the future, he must understand that he's not doing it for himself. He's representing the entire family. Her brother thinks for a moment and promises to keep it in mind. She reflects on how her brother is clumsy and weak, not quite fitting to become the next heir of the family. But that doesn't matter, as the concept of nobility doesn't exist in the new government. She's sure her brother understands why they stayed in the city of Neverwinter. Her brother then asks where she's going and for how long, because he doesn't want to stay alone in this big place. She frowns at his insensitive remark, especially since he's the one who wanted such a big house, forcing her to spend 500 golden royals. Anyway, she reveals that where she's going is currently a secret. But if he wants to be part of this secret, he'll have to pay for it. Her brother is willing to cough up whatever is needed. So, she finally reveals her plans. She'll be visiting the Great Snow Mountain in the western region, and she'll be joining the First Army. Curious, her brother wants more details, asking what the purpose is. She explains that the place might be full of unknown monsters and perhaps enemies from a foreign race. It could be anything. They've also encountered comrades with tentacles, so it'll be a battle of monsters against monsters. Something to behold. While her brother almost craps his pants at the mention of monsters, he asks why she's not scared at all. But Iris is actually quite excited. You see, the only reason they serve Roland is to achieve great power and protection. Power comes from the land and its people, so the more complex the people are, the richer the land becomes. The ancients, the foreigners, and even the devils have chosen to work with Roland, which means humans need to find power that can rule over humanity and all things beyond. Now that she has explained everything he wanted to know, she wants him to pay her back for what he owes. The next scene takes us down memory lane with Lorgar. There, she is seen going up against a massive centipede. But being the great fighter she is giving the monster a run for its money. Once she takes that giant monstrosity down, we learn that this was actually her first hunt, when she was only 12. From then on, she fell in love with the thrill of fighting and killing. In pursuit of her passion for battle, she also went one-on-one with a poisonous scorpion and defeated it without a hitch. Then came the wolves of the desert. She overestimated herself and ended up getting ganged up on by a bunch of wolves. But as she was on the brink of death, her powers awakened. She transformed into a massive wolf, and all those desert wolves instantly submitted to her. With 3 major challenges conquered, her last opponent was the same 4-winged demonic eagle. As she fights the eagle, Lorgar begins to wake up from her dream. But she does not want to wake up, she wants to keep fighting. Eventually, she wakes up in her bed. Seeing her awake, her caretaker rushes toward her with a rag in hand, intending to tend to her. But Lorgar is not some weak girl. She quickly notices that she has been completely healed. There are no wounds on her hands, and her legs are as good as new. She then wraps the blanket around her naked body and gets out of bed. She questions her caretaker about what happened while she was unconscious. The caretaker reveals that the Northerners brought a new goddess over, and she healed all of Lorgar's wounds. She didn't even use any herbs. With just a wave of her hand, all of the wounds miraculously disappeared. Lorgar finally realizes that Ash was not lying when she claimed that someone exists who can heal her. The caretaker further reveals that the goddess who healed her is no longer in Iron Sand City because the Asha clan took the first batch of sand people and has already started their journey to the southern region of Grey Castle. This comes as a great surprise to Lorgar, to think the Osha clan has started their operation so soon. Out of curiosity, she asks her caretaker how long she was unconscious. The caretaker promptly holds up 3 fingers. She then fills Lorgar in on the events that took place over the last 6 days. Apparently, the Wildwave clan took over the Blackwater clan, which was critically weakened. Together, they challenged them to a divine duel, but the Blackwater Patriarch didn't fight. He forfeited. Now the Wildflame clan has taken the 3rd rank. Since they lost their number 1 position, the caretaker fears they will now have to leave the castle as well. After taking it all in, Lorgar decides to meet her father, but her caretaker suddenly reminds her to put on a hood to cover herself. There have been many outsiders in the stone castle, and some of them are here to discuss matters with the Patriarch. But Lorgar refuses to wear the hood. She is done hiding. She remembers her father's words, how he wanted her to hide her animal traits from the public eye because, as head of the clan, she might attract a lot of unwanted attention. But Lorgar is done hiding. She does not care if she looks different from a normal human. It does not change the fact that she is a warrior. So with her chin up, she proudly walks through the bustling marketplace and arrives at the castle to meet her father. The guards at the gate are glad to see her recovered. Anyhow, as soon as she enters the castle, she sees her father arguing with a man named Kabucha. Apparently, he wants Changus to leave the castle, claiming he does not belong there. But Changus argues that they were promised at least 3 days to move out, so the unnecessary aggression makes no sense. Changuz's right-hand man quickly draws his sword, ready to fight this bastard. But Changus stops him before things escalate any further. It is then that they suddenly notice Lorgar standing at the gate. While her father and his people are relieved and happy to see her in full health, that bastard trying to kick her father out is in an absolute frenzy. It just does not make sense to him. How is she alive when she had been critically injured? It is literally impossible. They had seen her bones shatter when she fell from the platform. Some of them are also shocked by her appearance, as they had never noticed her tail and animal-like ears before. Lorgar walks toward them with confidence and lets them know that she fully acknowledges the loss of the duel and is willing to leave the throne. However, she wants to have a little chat with this so-called patriarch named Kombucha. The bastard quickly responds, sternly yapping about how he has won, and since she is no longer the head of the top clan, she has no right to set foot in the castle. Lorgar shuts this bastard up with a swing of her claw, causing him to stagger backward and fall. She makes it clear that while the Wild Flame clan now ranks third, she still won't stand for any bastard yapping at her father so bluntly. Not to mention, this area is the heart of all clans, where everyone is allowed to enter. So if this bastard wants to throw a tantrum, he can do it somewhere else. Kombucha's men take their master and start leaving before they get their asses whooped any more than they already have. Changuz's son vows to his father that they will take back their title as the #1 clan in the coming months. While the soldiers swell with pride and excitement upon hearing this, Lorgar takes everyone by surprise when she reveals that she is planning to bid farewell. She wants to leave this place. Her brother questions her about the reason behind this unusual decision. Lorgar does not respond and remains quiet. Eventually, their father tells everyone to leave, intending to have a private chat with his daughter. Even her brother has no choice but to leave. Now that they are alone, the old man asks if she wants to migrate north. She responds affirmatively. She wants to go to the southern region of Grey Castle, find Ash, and then travel to the city of Neverwinter with her. But her father reminds her of the role she must fulfill in the Wild Flame clan. To this, she reminds him that if they settle in the southern region, there will be plenty of oases, so they will no longer need to fight for water and food. After all, this has always been his plan. She knows that this is the only reason he did not accept the Wildwave clan's challenge. She is certain that her father would never forfeit just because the enemy is strong. No matter how strong the Wildwave clan is, he would always try his best to make them pay. That was how they became one of the most powerful clans in Iron Sand City. He did not accept the holy duel because he believes it has lost its meaning. Fighting without purpose will only result in meaningless deaths, and her father is too smart to let that happen. It's as if she can see through her father like the back of her hand. Her sharp perception causes the old man to crack a smile. Perhaps she is too smart, or perhaps she has gained the instincts of a wolf, or maybe it's a bit of both. The only reason he hadn't spoken about this was that he wanted to hear her thoughts after she woke up. Lorgar sets the record straight. She is not the brightest person out there to seek advice from. All she cares about is fighting, so she only listens to her fists. Every time she fights, she can feel what kind of person her opponent is. She recalls how, when she was little, her father taught her how to fight. She has withstood fists, kicks, and all sorts of weapons, so it's only natural for her to understand her father's thought process. The old man gives his daughter a sly grin and asks if she can fully trust Ash. From Lorgar's experience, she reveals that Ash is like a towering mountain, capable of bringing despair, but mountains have always been silent, and Ash never bothers to lie. Ash has a strong will to protect, and she is certain that the person Ash is protecting seems kind and warm toward her. The old man is glad to hear this. Since she is heading to the southern region in a few days, he decides to leave with her. But Lorgar does not want her father or the rest of the clan to tag along. If she arrives there first, she will be able to scout the oasis and the land Roland has promised before the entire clan arrives. You see, while she completely trusts Ash, she does not want to trust the person behind her so easily. While Ash may not have lied to them, there is a chance that Roland has deceived her. If the king of Grey Castle dares to deceive them, they will make sure he pays. But her father chooses to be a little optimistic and is willing to place his faith in Sister Echo's words. This also means that the king of Grey Castle could be a potential son-in-law for him. Of course, Lorgar gets annoyed and starts yelling. Besides, she is certain that Roland would never fall for a half-beast, half-human monster. The reason she wants to visit Grey Castle is because of the foreign enemies gathering there, and she wants to see them personally. It has nothing to do with loyalty. Her father eventually agrees to let her walk her own path. The night has descended, and Lorgar has continued her journey to the north. Once she is far enough from her hometown, she strips bare, and under the starry night, she transforms into her werewolf form. Grabbing her bag with her mouth, she dashes through the desert. We then cut to Roland, who is sitting in his office when suddenly, Anna sits on his desk, just like Nightingale used to do. Of course, Roland is not used to seeing Anna in place of Nightingale. We then flash back to the past, where Nightingale has a final conversation with Anna before sailing to Sand City. Anna promises to take care of Roland and everyone, and also hopes that Nightingale returns home safely. In the present, as Anna leans toward Roland, they both begin to heat up, ready for some foreplay. But they are soon interrupted by 76, who spooks the hell out of them. Roland is bewildered to see her, especially since he had been sure that Phyllis would be eager to explore the ruins of the underground located in the Great Snowy Mountains. Phyllis admits that her fellow sisters wanted her to tag along, but she stayed behind to protect Majesty Roland. After all, she is extremely familiar with the castle, and she also knows every witch here. Anna is happy to hear this. She admits that even she is utterly powerless against the Stone of Divine Judgment. But Phyllis can manipulate anti-demon domains. Even when her opponent is a transcendent, she can still fight them without being at a disadvantage. So she is very glad to have Phyllis's help. But Phyllis humbly downplays her contributions, as she is merely doing her job. She then twirls around and proceeds to leave since there does not seem to be any danger lurking around. She further assures them that they can continue their foreplay as she won't mind. As the night deepens, we cut back to Roland, who is lighting up his night by clapping Anna once again. He gets on top of her for some fun, and once he falls asleep, he wakes up in the dream world. It looks like Zero has already prepared breakfast, and she is curious to know why he woke up late. To which he reminds her that it's a holiday today, and besides, he has plenty of things to do at night as an adult, so he doesn't see anything wrong with sleeping a little more. Zero makes a sassy remark, asking what he even does at night. As far as she has seen, he gets home earlier every day than her, meaning he is some loser who clearly does not have any friends or a career. Her bluntness catches Roland off guard, so he quickly tries to justify himself, saying that he is going out on a date later today. After a while, Roland gets up in his formal suit, ready for the date. Now that he is ready, he gets out and proceeds to knock on Garcia's apartment door. But before he can, he hears Zero screaming and running out of the apartment building. She looks terrified as she claims to have seen an unknown person inside. Roland rushes inside to check. The person does not seem like anyone we have seen before. Even Roland does not recognize this person, so he proceeds cautiously. But as fate would have it, the lady in front of him is Phyllis, who is astonished to see Roland there. Of course, Roland is also boggled out of his mind. Zero has the same bewildered reaction to see this woman calling him Majesty. Phyllis once again confirms her identity. Roland, on the other hand, is trying to wrap his head around how she was able to enter his dream world. For a moment, he wonders if this world is opening up and allowing others to enter as well. But if that's the case, then why wasn't Anna able to enter? Before Roland can ask her any questions, Zero butts in with questions of her own. First of all, she wants to know why this woman is calling him Majesty. Roland quickly comes up with an excuse on the spot, stating that she is a distant relative of his. As for her calling him Majesty, it's just a joke between them, and they basically grew up together, so it's pretty normal. Of course, Zero is not buying this bullcrap because he was just as shocked as her when he failed to recognize Phyllis. But Roland turns the question back at her, making it clear that she was the one panicking and nearly peeing her pants. As Roland and Zero continue their back and forth, Phyllis apologizes to Roland, explaining that she didn't mean to scare anyone. Eventually, Zero kicks Roland over the insult he caused her and begins to storm off. While Roland feels embarrassed after getting hit by a little girl, Phyllis notices that Roland doesn't appear to be the noble king in this realm. But Roland reveals that he is, in fact, the master of this world. Anyway, they head into the room to have a chat. First, Roland makes sure to verify that the person he's speaking to is indeed Phyllis. Once he confirms it, he proceeds to start the conversation. The first thing to note is that she must be wearing the appearance of her former self. Right now, Roland's most curious about how and why she's here. Phyllis admits that she doesn't remember much. It was already quite late, and she was about to sever her connection with her body. She just wanted to fall into a deep sleep to regain her energy. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself here. She also wants to learn about this place and why Roland calls it a dream world. Well, as the name suggests, this world only exists when he is dreaming. But he is not sure if that rule still applies right now. Though it's pretty bizarre to see other people enter this world. It's like someone has entered his memory without his consent. He decides to run some tests to figure out how everything works. Roland places a ladder in the middle of the room and reveals how his dream ends when he falls from a great height. He asks Phyllis to try climbing the ladder and falling into the bed, after which he'll remove himself from the world too. If things go smoothly, he wants her to wait for him in the main hall, and he'll meet up with her shortly. But instead of climbing the ladder, she gets uncomfortably close to Roland and requests that he pinch her hard. Roland is unsure if this is necessary, as pain won't wake her up. He knows this because he's tried this before, but Phyllis insists that she just wants to feel it. Realizing that her desire to feel pain comes from the fact that witches of divine punishment can't feel anything with their bodies, Roland decides it might be worth it for her to feel something in the dream. As soon as he pinches her, the woman starts to moan and groan. While the moans are due to the pain, they sound more like moans of pleasure. Meanwhile, Zero is eavesdropping with her ear pressed to the door to catch all the juicy details. Poor girl ends up hearing more than she bargained for, leading to intense embarrassment. Phyllis, on the other hand, is absolutely enjoying the thrill from the pinch. After catching her breath, she lights up like a kid in a candy store and asks for more. Roland suggests that she can do something like that herself, but Phyllis believes that hurting herself with her own hands is not much fun. While she is inside this dream world, she wants to make the most out of it. What if she loses the ability to come back here after waking up? So for now, she wants this dream to last a little longer. Roland acknowledges her wishes and agrees to give her what she wants. Just as Phyllis expresses her gratitude, Zero starts banging on the door, reminding them that the tea is ready. Roland is left confused, wondering what the hell she's doing here this time. She usually would have refused to talk to him after getting frustrated, but now she's even making tea. Not to mention, she's banging on the door like she's desperate to deliver it. When the angry girl bursts in, she seems empty-handed, so Roland asks her where the tea is. She sternly tells him it's in the dining room and that he can go get it himself. Also, she doesn't want him making weird noises, as she's trying to focus on her work. Out of frustration, Roland simply shuts the door in her face. Phyllis then curiously asks who she is. Instead of revealing Zero's identity, Roland just says she's a tenant who leeches off him, so there's nothing to worry about. Phyllis requests that Roland continue the pain-inflicting session, promising to stay quiet this time. Roland finds this whole situation exhausting. There are literally millions of other things she could experience, but she just wants to feel pain? This is next-level stuff. Roland suggests showing Phyllis around. This place is completely new to her, something she's never seen before. Later, Roland gets a phone call from Garcia, who's yelling at him for not meeting her, despite them already planning it. She's so loud that Roland literally has to pull the phone away from his ear. He tries to get away by telling her that he has a surprise guest at home, so he has to keep them company and can't leave. But Garcia isn't buying his excuse. She even made an effort to invite the seniors from the association, but she didn't know Roland would ditch the plans at such a critical moment. Roland pretends the signal is bad while sitting in a taxi and cuts the call. Later, they arrive at the shopping mall. Phyllis sits with Zero while Roland comes back with a tray full of KFC food. Zero is bewildered at the massive quantity of food. She thinks Roland shouldn't have brought so much or spent so much money just because he got a job. But Roland reminds her that it's not every day they come here, so she should appreciate the generosity he's showing instead of complaining. He then hands a burger to Phyllis as well. As soon as she takes a bite, literal tears start pouring down her face as if she's eaten something ungodly. Zero is confused as to why she is crying for no reason. Roland explains that it's been a long time since Phyllis ate anything. Her family doesn't treat her well. They always wanted a boy, but they got her instead. Internally, Roland reflects that a simple meal like this is something a witch of divine punishment would fight for, even if it cost them their life. Since he's not sure if Phyllis can enter this dream world again, he wants to treat her well and make her as much happy as he can. Phyllis loves the food so much that she ends up eating a mountain of unhealthy burgers. Roland, on the other hand, is relieved it's just an ordinary restaurant. If it were something fancy, his wallet would probably be crying in the corner by now. Once they've eaten enough, Roland decides to bring up the topic of dreams. He asks Phyllis if she noticed anything unusual before she was transported into the dream. Phyllis thinks for a moment and claims that nothing special happened back then. She was just leaning against the wall, cutting off her consciousness like usual to recover energy while staying alert. Roland asks if she can still sense changes in the outside world when she cuts off her consciousness. Phyllis replies that she can't control her body when she enters that state, but she can still sense danger. She can't really explain how, but it's like a different feeling, one she can't describe. Celine called it a latent connection. While they're talking, Zero is lost and doesn't understand what they're discussing. Roland simply tells her that they're just having a therapy session and educates her not to interrupt when adults are talking. If she's bored, she can go to the park and watch other people. Zero, a little frustrated, eventually walks off, leaving the two of them behind. Phyllis continues and reveals that when she enters a slumber, she should be floating in complete darkness. There should be no light, no voice, nothing at all, and she is incapable of moving. However, this time she arrived in Roland's dream world. She was too shocked to speak. Fortunately, she bumped into him soon enough. Hearing this, Roland can only think that some external factor must have connected her to his dream world. They both come to the same conclusion. It must be the light pillar. Phyllis is sure their light pillars overlapped, but Roland believes there's more to it. Otherwise, Anna and Nightingale would have ended up here too. Perhaps cutting off one's consciousness is the key factor. Roland thinks deeply about it and eventually has an epiphany. Before he can share his realization, Chaos erupts in the restaurant as someone transforms into an undead being. As people start running around in panic, Phyllis recalls how Roland had told her this place was supposed to be safe. Roland reassures her that this is just an anomaly, so she should ignore it. But deep in his mind, Roland is worried. After all, he's supposed to be the master of this world, so why is there an attack while he's out eating? For a moment, he wonders if he's just imagining things, though he's been hearing more reports of people in the dream world awakening strange powers. Most of them don't know how to control their abilities, so they end up becoming monsters. Phyllis is ready to fight the enemy, but she's not sure what it actually is. Roland reveals that their enemy is a fallen evil that just awakened. Calling it a hybrid demon would not be far-fetched. However, it's invincible against normal weapons because it's protected by the power of nature. To defeat it, she'll need to use the same kind of power. Phyllis has no idea what the power of nature is. Roland explains that it's the magic power of this world, and there's no gender restriction on it. To demonstrate, he rips the support railing from a staircase with his bare hands. Roland is now no less than a transcendent, but he can only use these powers in his dream world. Phyllis is glad to hear this, as it means he is no longer a mere mortal. Moving on, Roland questions her if she can still use her magic powers since she is currently in her original body. Now that he says this, Phyllis remembers that she can. With that, Roland flashes her a smile and tells her to get ready to take on some fallen evil. But unsurprisingly, Phyllis struggles to activate her powers, as she's long forgotten how to use them. Eventually, she summons two giant pitch-black hands. Apparently, these are demonic talons, which she can retract or lash out at will. They're much sharper than any metal and can protect her from ambushes while fighting high-level devils. She used them during her battle with the demon army. Roland didn't expect her to be such a powerful fighter witch. To him, she doesn't look like one, so it's natural for him to assume otherwise. She reveals that she was once the guard of the three chiefs during the days of Tequila. After their little talk about her powers, Roland begins ascending the stairs, as the fallen evil would have sensed her magic and should appear any second now. Suddenly, someone crashes down from the roof. It's none other than the fallen evil itself. The monster seems incredibly powerful. It quickly charges its left hand with dark red energy and lunges at them. Phyllis remains unfazed and dashes toward the creature. A giant explosion erupts as the monster's energy crashes into her. The attack is powerful enough to send her flying backward, and she ultimately crashes into Roland. Even after hitting Roland, her momentum doesn't break, and they both fall through the window together. In the aftermath, Roland looks like he's been beaten up worse than a piñata. Despite the huge impact, he only feels a slight numbness in his back, which only indicates that he's gotten stronger. Phyllis doesn't look too great either. She apologizes to Roland for being so complacent, but she assures him there's nothing to worry about. She's got this covered. The fallen evil comes back, kicking Phyllis's broken shadow hand away. It then charges up its left hand again with that same red energy, going all out. But that severed black hand of Phyllis moves on its own, and cuts the bastard's head down. The talon then attaches back to Phyllis's back. She proceeds to grab the power of nature from the monster's hand. She passes it to Roland, and as soon as he takes it, a golden light beams out of it and begins to flow into his body. Roland then decides it's time to leave, as they aren't supposed to be seen there. Though they might have eradicated the evil, not everyone has the right to prosecute it. No matter how evil a creature is, it can only be arrested and interrogated by the professionals. Of course, Phyllis is not used to this kind of laws, so this whole situation seems strange to her. Zero eventually joins them, and the trio begins their journey home. Once they reach the building, they come across Garcia in the corridor. Roland is immediately on edge, expecting the worst since he hung up on her earlier. Before Garcia can lash out at him, Roland points to Phyllis and insists that he indeed had relatives at home, meaning he wasn't making excuses. But Garcia ignores his defense and grabs him by the arm, dragging him along. Phyllis steps in before Garcia can drag Roland off and stops her. She doesn't like how Garcia is treating Roland. After all, he's the ruler of this world. But Roland quickly places his hand over her mouth before she can say anything more. He then instructs both Zero and Phyllis to return to the apartment while he handles things for a few minutes. Once they're out of earshot, Garcia pins Roland against the wall and demands to know if he has made up his mind about joining the association. Before responding, Roland settles into her apartment and requests some water to revitalize himself. Garcia, annoyed, tells him that instead of responding, he's trying to boss her around. Reluctantly, she brings him some chilled water. Roland reveals that reports of fallen evils have been on the rise. He even encountered one himself while out eating. He wonders if the Martial Arts Association has been slacking off, given the significant increase in fallen evil reports. The association contacted the closest martial artists in the area, and she was one of them. But she did not get any chance to do anything since the monster was dead already, and its core was gone, meaning someone must have gotten to it before they did. Well, it looks like she has no clue that Roland is the one who killed that monster and took the core. Roland is curious to know who that might be. Garcia responds that she can't satisfy his curiosity any more than she already has, as it's all highly confidential. She does explain, though, that the rise in reports is due to the corrosion from the outside world worsening, and a calamity might befall this world in the near future. The mention of calamity catches Roland's attention, so he inquires more about it. She claims that no one knows for sure. Maybe the world will end, or everyone will turn into monsters. That's why the association needs more people to stand up and fight against the corrosion. However, this has nothing to do with his background. Every person with the power of nature must take responsibility. She understands his fear and hesitation, but insists that they need to stand up or risk losing everything. Roland takes a moment to reflect. Originally, he wanted to join the association to earn money and gain some reputation. But it seems more complicated than that. He needs the power of the martial arts association to understand what's causing the mutation of the power of nature. As for the corruption from the outside world, he suspects that the Bloody Moon is somehow involved. Meanwhile, Garcia is dying to hear his response about whether he wants to join or not. Finally, Roland decides to enroll. He's ready to fill out any paperwork or legislation required. Later, back at our boy's apartment, Phyllis asks him about the person they encountered earlier. Roland briefs her on how people with awakened powers in this world are called martial artists, and Garcia is one of them. He assures her that no one in this dream world is a threat to him, since only Phyllis knows his true identity. Phyllis believes he created her and everyone else here, so he should have absolute authority. But Roland explains that this isn't how anyone here thinks. Everyone in this world has their own memories and consciousness, and their lives have nothing to do with him. This world operates by its own rules, and he's no exception. It's then that Phyllis realizes that this world is actually a place Roland has spent his life before. She also starts to believe that being the fourth prince of Grey Castle is just a facade he's putting up. Externally, Roland tries to stay calm and asks why she believes this. But internally, he's panicking, wondering how she figured out that he's not really the fourth prince. When he asks why she's assuming this, the lady points out how the city of Neverwinter oddly resembles this dream realm. At first, she had no idea why he was so obsessed with building flat, wide roads, even though only carriages would use them. But now it makes sense. Those roads are for cars. She also knows about his plans to build powerful machines powered by boiling water, and his promises to construct buildings over 10 stories high and wield insanely strong weapons. All of it, ideas from his previous world. Roland is caught off guard, so he decides to twist the truth. He claims he's the fourth prince of Grey Castle. But when he first arrived at Border Town, he mysteriously found new memories in his head, memories full of alien knowledge. Looks like Phyllis buys it. She's convinced his alien knowledge is a gift from the gods. The witches of Tequila often say the gods don't like humans, but it seems like this isn't the case at all. Now more than ever, she's certain Roland is the key to defeating the devils. When Roland asks why she's suddenly so sure about him, she brings up the four-wheeled metal vehicle she saw a while back. You see, back in the Tequila era, moving supplies to the camps needed tons of horses and carriages, which basically set the limit for how far they could go. So the farther a clan could push, the more powerful it was considered. That's why their enemies always had the upper hand. But in this world, she saw those four-wheeled metal vehicles, longer than any carriage, and they zoomed through like lightning, even while packed with people. That alone says a lot about how powerful this dream world really is. Since the weapons in Neverwinter are inspired by this world, she's dead sure they have a real shot at beating the devils. Roland then reflects on how the potential of the Tequila witches was stifled by the lack of technological progress, leaving them no choice but to abandon their homeland. Phyllis lowers her head in respect. She's finally ready to put her faith in him, even if he's just a regular human. Roland decides it's time to get back to business, and she quickly climbs up the ladder. Right after, she promptly falls down and lands straight back on the bed. Welp, looks like a simple fall isn't enough to get her out of the dream realm, so Roland decides he'll jump instead. If he wakes up in the real world and she doesn't return with him, this will likely mean that she will be stuck here forever. Sure enough, Roland falls and wakes up right back in his bedroom, with Anna naked alongside him. Roland is just glad that at least the fall method works to wake him up from dreams. He quietly and gently gets out of bed and leaves the room. He heads to Phyllis's room and finds her already awake. Seems like she escaped the dream as soon as Roland woke up. He explains to her that the experiment is only halfway done. They still need to confirm the second part to see whether this is just a coincidence that she ended up in his dream realm, or maybe those light pillars had caused this. He escorts her to the drawing room, where he gets ready to fall asleep again, with Phyllis waiting nearby for him to fully doze off. As soon as Roland falls asleep, his light pillar activates, and since both their light pillars overlap, they're pulled back into the dream world together. Seeing herself back in the dream realm, Phyllis gets overwhelmed with emotion and hugs the king with all her strength. She finally decides it's time to report this to her Tequila companions. If they can get into this world too, they'll be beyond grateful, and will be willing to serve him with everything they've got. But Roland's not so sure this is a good idea. It was already tough convincing Zero that Phyllis was her relative. But when she sees all the witches together, Roland has no clue how he's going to survive her fury. That girl is the other creator of the dream world. If she senses something's off, there might be consequences way worse than Roland can imagine. So yeah, he wants to play it safe. In other words, he needs to find another shelter for everyone, maybe an apartment block or something. If Roland wants to house all of them, he's going to need a ton of money just for food and accommodation. Meanwhile, Phyllis starts banging her head on the ground, begging Roland not to deny her companions the chance to exist in this world. Roland reassures her that it's not the witches he's worried about. It's how the hell he's going to afford feeding all of them. Back in the real world, Phyllis decides to take her leave. She wants to deliver this message to her brethren in the third border city as soon as possible. Roland reflects that once the tequila witches enter the dream world, they won't just be divine punishment warriors with brute strength. They'll be full-fledged witches, each with a unique skill. And they won't be affected by the stone of divine judgment either. He's actually excited. Exploring the dream world will be way easier with those ladies on board. In the long run, they might even learn new stuff. One day, they could uncover the true origin of magic using modern tech. Even after the battle of divine will ends, the tequila witches could finally have a place to belong. As Roland slips back into bed, Anna notices he's awake. He then tells her everything, his unexpected dream encounter with Phyllis, and all that happened there. Anna's happy to hear this. She's genuinely glad the witches might regain their senses and finally live like normal human beings. They suddenly get into the mood again and decide to have a little fun. Since Roland had been the one going down on her every time they fooled around, this time Anna decides it's her turn, and she blows him away. Cut to the third border city. Inside a tunnel, Phyllis's voice echoes as she spills all the juicy details about the dream world. Now every witch is dying to get in. That's when one of the senior witches shuts everyone up. If all of them suddenly showed up in Neverwinter City, the people might think the tequila witches are trying to take over. One witch even suspects it might be a trap, but Pasha disagrees. Even if it is a trap, the witches are ready to take the risk and step into this new world. The twin ponytail witch trusts Phyllis 100%, but she admits there's still a chance Phyllis was deceived. Pasha nods in agreement. Whether Phyllis is telling the truth or not, they need solid proof before doing anything big. After all, this whole thing just sounds too good to be true. Pasha then addresses Phyllis, asking if Roland is actually willing to let others enter the dream world. Phyllis responds affirmatively. While Roland did claim that he wouldn't bar anyone from entering, he's not sure how he's going to accommodate everyone there. You see, that world has its own set of rules, just like reality. To avoid influencing and causing unnecessary changes in this world, the first group of people who enter the dream world must meet certain requirements. They will be in charge of paving the way so that more people can enter in the future. Instead of feeling disappointed about the restriction Roland has set, Pasha feels relieved. After all, if Roland had any ill intentions, he would have wanted every witch to get inside and get stuck. Pasha then asks what kind of requirements Roland is talking about. Phyllis reveals that the witches chosen need to be agile, with the ability to lurk, control, or even attack when necessary. Alethea quickly picks up the fact that this king is basically want to use witches to fight in that dream world. Phyllis quickly assures them that they won't be fighting anyone. Though stealing is involved, they're only robbing sinners, so it shouldn't be that bad. Of course, the double ponytail is even more annoyed to hear this. Being a high-tier witch, she's not ready to stoop to gutter tactics. But it looks like the other witches don't mind doing this back-alley work. This only serves to annoy the double ponytail witch even more, so Pasha tries to calm her down. In the dream realm, Roland just woke up in the morning, and Zero is ready to head out for school. But before leaving, she points out how Roland is always sleeping and she's never seen him go out, leading her to believe that he's once again unemployed. Roland spins a tale about how his working hours are quite flexible, giving him enough time to slack off. This only makes Zero even more curious, and she wants to know what kind of work he's doing. To which Roland proudly claims that he's in charge of leading a research team and making discoveries in fields that haven't been touched yet. Well, we all know that's not a lie, but since Zero doesn't understand his gibberish, she simply proceeds to walk out for school before she loses any more brain cells. As Roland is alone, he reveals to us how, around 3 days ago, the few volunteering witches from Tequila experienced the dream world themselves. Once they confirmed Phyllis's claims, they could barely hold back their excitement and longing for the dream world. For the battle of divine will and the well-being of their comrades, the 3 senior witches decided to serve him, accepting him as the only leader for this alliance. Today will be the first day the dream world exploration team takes action. A while later, we reach the warehouse Roland rented with the last bit of money he had. Once he pulls the shutter, his nose catches the delicious aroma of food that the tequila witches are cooking. The ladies are having the time of their lives, munching down on food and having banter. Roland looks absolutely shocked as well as annoyed. After all, he had tasked one of the witches, Faldi, with monitoring the target, so he's annoyed that everyone is here slacking off. All four poor girls end up getting bonked on their heads. Faldi then reports nothing out of the ordinary. Her skill, known as Magic Bug Nest, allows her to attract bugs to herself and have her consciousness connected to theirs. When she releases the bugs, they will search for other magical sources. So her bugs come in handy when she wants to investigate areas that are hard to access. Even though they can't show her any images, they can tell her what kind of magic they've found. This includes the force of nature Roland mentioned. Roland then briefs them about how there are two types of magical sources here. One type is constantly moving, while the other barely moves. The moving ones are martial artists like Garcia, who lives in the same building as him. The unmoving ones are fallen evils. These mutated monsters don't leave their shelter unless they're out committing crimes. Faldi then claims to have found 6 dots that may be fallen evils. The one they're monitoring right now is the one living in the wealthy area, which she mentioned previously. It's much more worth it to rob the more expensive places. That way, they can take both the force of nature and the valuables. Once they're done robbing, they can simply dispose of the bodies. Even if the police discover the bodies later on, they will likely just entrust this supernatural case to the Martial Artist Association. The association will assume it's just another case of awakener scheming in the dark. They'd never expect there to be a new group of robbers in the city. It's finally time to grab their stuff and get going, as they have a pretty long distance to cover. When Roland mentions grabbing the ride, one of the witches envisions a cart pulled by animals. This is when Phyllis briefs them all on how they're going to ride 4-wheeled metal vehicles. Later that night, it's pretty dark in the woods. All the witches are following the path leading to their target. Eventually, they arrive at the area in question. Roland gestures for one of the witches, Dowen, to get into action. Dowen quickly begins casting her magic and forms a barrier around everyone that conceals their presence. They walk through the streets without being noticed. Her magic disconnects in a way that the people outside the circle can't smell them nor sense their magic powers. They finally arrive at the mansion they had been looking for, located in the thick woods. For a moment, Roland feels jealous that while he can only buy instant noodles for his girls, other people are living in grand mansions. Next up is the double ponytail witch, whose task is to make their infiltration a success. As she uses her magic, she begins to sink into the ground and becomes a literal shadow. Once she's infiltrated the mansion, she reports back that the enemy is inside the main hall. Given how violent the target seems, she's sure that their target is just as powerful as a hybrid demon. Roland then asks his other girls if they can deal with the threat. The ladies respond positively. As long as it's not an elite devil, Ling and she can easily deal with it. Finally, they enter the mansion and come across this baldy bastard standing there. This dude seems to be their target. Even Roland can tell that Faldi has caught a big fish to fry. Phyllis then finally lunges at her opponent and literally slices the bastard in half with just her sharp claw. It looks like the thing they killed is not exactly the real fish they should be frying. I think that statue behind Roland looks very shady. He then proceeds to collect the natural force from the baldy bastard they just killed. That's when Faldi notices something unusual. She can still sense the presence of magic, even though they just killed their target. She frantically looks around, only to realize that the statue is the monster she's been sensing. The monster attacks Roland. Phyllis quickly steps in between and rescues him out of the way, saving him from getting burned alive. The monster seems pretty pleased seeing multiple martial artists around for him to tear apart. In his eyes, they're just thieves who steal powers. So he spits out a massive attack, trying to obliterate everyone. The attack is so devastating that it breaks the magic barrier concealing their presence and sends everyone flying backward. Roland takes the brunt of the attack head-on, defending against a beam of dark red energy. The lady can tell that this monster's magic level resembles that of an elite devil. The monster, on the other hand, doesn't appreciate being called a devil. As far as he's concerned, they're the ones who stole power from the divine realm. He then lands back and captures the Shadow Witch under his massive hand. But being the Shadow Witch she is, she slips right through his grasp and jabs him in the eye. After the jab, she slips back into the ground. Her fellow witches feel proud of her, but it seems like that blade only annoyed the creature rather than doing any real damage. The monster gets serious and decides to unleash his full power. Prince Roland is absolutely boggled, watching this all unfold. His face is painted with true horror, something rare for him. He musters up his courage and asks the monster who his master actually is. The demon claims he's the child of infinity, an existence Roland won't understand. Then, the monster rises into the air and comes crashing down, unleashing a massive dark red light. This terrifying red aura seems to nullify the witch's magic. All the witches are eventually caught by these red tentacle-like things emerging from the ground. Roland clenches his fist and threatens the monster to let his friends go. The monster notices that this man doesn't seem affected like the rest of the girls, so he throws a giant laser beam at him, drilling Roland into the wall behind him. Phyllis is going bonkers with frustration, seeing Roland get trashed like this. The blow is so intense that the poor guy ends up coughing up copious amounts of blood. But he stands right back up, and the dark red energy under his influence begins to turn blue. The monster has no idea what's going on. Roland, on the other hand, launches himself at the bastard. The monster tries to retaliate, but that laser beam disappears instantly against Roland's aura. With his fist balled up, he punches into one of the monster's holes and grabs its natural force. The energy around the monster quickly shifts from red to blue, and soon enough, the entire body of the monster turns blue. At first, the monster is confused, but then he realizes that Roland is the creator of this world. He blames our boy for causing immense pain to his master. My guy, however, isn't sure how he could inflict pain to a being he isn't even aware of. What's with this infinity shit? He's got no clue. The monster then claims that Roland is ignorant of everything regarding its master. While his master is capable of everything, he can't stop our boy. Or at least that's what this whiny bitch says. He warns our boy not to come here again, as his actions are causing destruction to his brethren and everyone around them. Roland, though, is sure that the only person who is about to get destroyed is the bastard in front of him. The monster continues his weird ramblings until a blind light crashes down from the sky, obliterating it into smithereens. After the monster's defeat, my guy takes the mansion's keys, loots everything valuable, and proceeds to leave. They also grab a car, which he is driving. He's glad he learned to drive when he was in university and is really enjoying the ride in this luxury car. Meanwhile, the witches are utterly exhausted after just a single fight. They didn't expect their enemies to be so powerful. The monster's power increased so rapidly that it literally didn't make sense. Roland adds that the monster was entirely composed of magic. While he doesn't know what that creature exactly was, he's certain it wasn't a fallen evil. The double ponytail girl wonders if the dream world has a lot of monsters like that one. When the room was covered in shadow, she felt like her entire body was frozen, as though she was being monitored by a terrifying being. That experience was so overwhelming that she can't remember feeling anything like it, even when facing devils. Roland assures her that there shouldn't be many like that. Otherwise, they would have taken over the dream world a long time ago. He doubts even a dozen martial artists could hurt it. Even if the Martialist Association tried to go up against beings like that, the association would cease to exist. Brushing off the current worries, Roland reminds them that they still have a few more missions to grind through before they can start living comfortably without worrying about basic necessities and good food. One of the witches is glad to hear this because she can't imagine not having hot pot in her diet again. Roland reassures the eager girls that hot pot is just the beginning. The world of food is so vast that they'd never be able to try every dish before their lives run out. The witches are even more exhilarated to hear this and are now looking forward to their next mission. Well, it seems like it wasn't that hard to motivate them after all. Literally, all it took was food to lift their spirits. Once they get back home and open the lockup they stole from the mansion, they find jewels, money, and most importantly, a bunch of natural force. Seeing something like this locked away, the only thing Roland can think of is the fact that these guys also use natural force as a form of currency. A while later, Roland gets back into his room, where he finds Zero dozing off over the table. Seems like the poor girl studied herself to sleep. Roland finds this scene rather adorable. He cradles her into his arms and gently puts her on the bed. He suddenly notices her notebooks when he walks out of her room. Deciding to be thoughtful, he decides to put them into her backpack so she won't go to school without them. He picks up one of the books, which mentions pure math. It's actually a subject that looks cool but isn't very practical. In his previous life, he wasn't interested in mathematics back in middle school, so pure mathematics was the least of his concerns. He even refused to take pure math lessons, so he has absolutely no idea what the subject is actually about. But contrary to what Roland had thought, he finds the contents written within the books. Meanwhile, we cut to the expedition team exploring the snowy mountains. There, we meet Lightning, who is writing down every detail in her diary about today. It's day 13 of their adventure. It's been over 2 weeks, but the snow isn't letting up. In fact, it's getting heavier. The good thing is, they've got the best logistics team. The pots and pans on the ship provide them with an abundance of hot water and food. So far, the exploration is going as planned. They're using Margie's magic arc to find the ruins, and then they have Fran control the burrowing worms to create tunnels. The first army entered this way, but the process hasn't been all smooth sailing. The only thing they're sure of is that the mountain is quite hollow. It contains multiple tunnels that are all connected, making it hard to find a cave or tunnel that leads to the ruins. Maggie and Lightning aren't much help in this expedition so far. They can only act as guards or enter narrow caves, observing the cliffs and trenches that the magic arc can't easily reach. Compared to observing ruins, finding the right path to their destination is the most time-consuming and tiring part. Lightning is sure that this is what her father meant when he said an adventure is always full of challenges. Suddenly, Wendy pops into the room, concerned. She reports that while Agatha and the others have returned, there's been an accident. Fran is missing. Later, Lightning is peering into a deep pit. Apparently, Fran fell into it when Sylvie was giving directions. Fran actually is possessing the vessel of a burrowing worm. While the directions they were following were accurate, they didn't expect to stumble across a sudden drop. However, they aren't sure if Fran actually fell into the pit. According to Sylvie's report, the magic suddenly disappeared. By the time she reached the bottom, she couldn't see what was there. Of course, Lightning feels a little scared. To think that Sylvie's Eye of Truth couldn't see anything. Iris adds that she couldn't see the bottom or the burrowing worm either. The cave is abnormally deep, so deep in fact that even the Eye of Truth couldn't detect what lies there. Or maybe something is preventing it. Right now, the team hasn't decided whether to search for Fran immediately. Lightning, meanwhile, weighs her options before coming to a conclusion. She doesn't want to take this lightly. After all, it's unprecedented that even Sylvie couldn't scan the tunnel with her abilities. But in the end, being the adventurer she is, she doesn't want fear to hold her back. So, she decides to save her comrades at all costs. She finally announces that she'll go down and investigate. The rest of the party can decide what to do once she returns. One of the tequila witches, Elena, asks Lightning what ability she actually has, to which Lightning proudly reveals that she can fly, which makes it easier for her to investigate the situation. Agatha, however, believes that the ability isn't the issue. She fears that if the cave somehow restricts her abilities, Lightning might not be able to get back. Besides, Roland has explicitly instructed them not to take any risks alone. Lightning decides to have her waist tied with a rope. If there is indeed a divine judgment stone down there, they can still pull her up using the rope. Nightingale also volunteers to go down with Lightning. If they encounter enemies, she can easily escort Lightning back immediately. Wendy objects to the idea of going down. They can't be certain that it's safe. Not to mention, there's the threat of enemies, like elite devils from the underworld. They argue for a bit until Agatha interrupts the chatter, reminding them that they can't overlook the king's orders. Silence follows her words. Then Iris speaks up. Instead of arguing, she presents a solution. She reminds them that the king said all three parties need to do their part at all times. That means they just have to send the first army down there. A while later, we see Lightning descending deep down, her waist tied with a rope. Above her is a hovering platform consisting of First Army soldiers, Elena, Nightingale, and Agatha. It's all thanks to Agatha's ice ability that they don't encounter any rough patches. Finally, they reach the end of the tunnel, and Lightning lands on the ground safely. The platform they're standing on is actually one of those black stone towers they saw in the Devil's Camp. Agatha asks for a report, if they find Fran yet, but it seems like there's no sign of her anywhere. The tower seems stuck mid-drop and they can clearly see gaps all around. There's a chance that once Fran landed on the tower, she rolled off and tumbled down below. Nightingale notes that the tower doesn't affect her magic powers, though she can't walk through it like a wall. Agatha forms a giant icy crystal and hurls it at the ground. Not a single scratch appears. Rumor says these towers are made from divine judgment stone. Even though they won't drain magical power like regular divine judgment stone pillars, they still block magic. These towers aren't built, but grown. Demon corrosion warps the divine stone into obelisk shapes. Only an obelisk born under a red moon can produce true red fog. The others only hold it for a while. This used to be top secret. When Tequila fell, Lady Eleanor leaked every bit of it. Nightingale is mad. They weren't told about this sooner. Elena snaps back that no one told her there were devil towers here either. There are so many things that can mess with magic. How she had known that they are going to stumble across a devil's tower out of all the things in here. Lightning volunteers to go further down. There's still a fair distance to the bottom. She tried lowering herself earlier and heard flowing water. It's probably a river. If poor Fran fell in, she might still be kicking. Elena is astonished after hearing this. Perhaps that's why Sylvie couldn't spot Fran. Agatha agrees as well. The Eye of Truth was blocked by the stone slab. If Fran was washed away by water, that explains why Sylvie couldn't detect her magic. Agatha then instructs our adventurous girl to go up and brief Wendy on this new development. They'll also need more First Army soldiers to continue the expedition. They can set up a station here for ongoing exploration. With that, Lightning flies off to alert headquarters higher up. A while later, the team finally stumbles on the river they'd been hearing. The place looks absolutely mythical, something straight out of a fantasy tale. Nightingale feels revitalized to see glowing fruits lighting this damned mountain. If only Neverwinter had these at night, everyone could see the roads clearly. Agatha then questions the Tequila Witch if a burrowing worm can swim. Well, it seems like Elena has no clue because nobody's tested that before. The worms are massive, so even if Fran was swept away, she couldn't have gone far. To guess the river's flow, Nightingale points out it was rushing toward them when they first entered the snowy peaks. That means it must be part of the western waterways, flowing south toward the hills. Suddenly, they come across a huge lump of flesh that's moving but gives off no magical trace. Still, Nightingale senses something alive inside. It looks like a semicircular egg. The egg shifts as tendons retract and relax. It's so disgusting that Lightning shudders, imagining how massive the mother must be to lay such a thing. One of the tequila witches steps forward and shreds the egg open. A slimy goo leaks out, and a half-baked devil crawls out of the belly. The monster that contained this devil is scrambling away to save its life. Nightingale jumps up, pulls off a slick acrobatic move, and throws her sword, jabbing the thing right through the head. Meanwhile, Lightning is petrified, imagining the horror of a creature that spawns devils. Agatha inspects the body and confirms that she's never seen anything like it. Soon they find more of those ant-like monsters, each nurturing devils in its belly. So far they've taken down 5 of them. Each time they cut one open, they find corpses of mad devils, fearsome devils, and even humans. Apparently these creatures doesn't give birth to devils, they eat them. Lightning doesn't recall any human colony nearby. The only explanation is that these monsters somehow stumbled into Neverwinter City. Suddenly, Nightingale begins sensing the presence of magic, and she believes it must be Fran. She quickly enters her mist and ventures deeper into the tunnel. A few hundred meters later, she reports to her crew about hitting a dead end. Then, gunshots echo from the tunnel, putting everyone outside on high alert. Without hesitation, they charge toward the source of the noise. When they reach the dead end, they find Nightingale standing triumphantly after taking down a nasty monster. These mantis-like creatures look familiar. I hope you remember them. They're the same ones Nightingale and the others spotted when they first went to scout the devils. Nightingale was able to see these invincible mantises thanks to her magic detection ability. Inside one of the mantises' bellies, Lightning finds something valuable, the legendary ruins of the Snowy Mountains. The others finally catch up, relieved to see that Fran is alive. By the way, this giant worm is Fran. She could have been devoured by the mantises if Nightingale hadn't shown up in time. Fran then gathers all her energy and yells at everyone not to look up. Of course, Lightning's curiosity gets the best of her, and she looks up. There, they see a giant red eye glowing, illuminating the entire tunnel with its unsettling red hue. Meanwhile, the crew above is setting up camp and preparing for emergencies. Miss Iris notices a muffled horn sound. What's concerning is that the sound is coming from the direction the witches ventured into, and it sounds like flowing water. Brian thinks Iris might be hallucinating, especially since they haven't seen sunlight for days and are deep inside the mountains. He suggests she take a rest if she's not feeling right, but this mistress isn't about to sit idly while the others finish their venture. So the captain starts discussing weapon placement strategies. Suddenly, Iris senses a shift in the atmosphere. Right at that moment, one of the tequila witches loses her head without warning. These poor folks are up against the invincible mantises, who are massacring the tequila witches left and right, like they're nothing but vegetables. Iris uses her wits. She throws a dagger in the direction she guessed on a whim, and it lands on one of the invincible monsters, revealing its location. Once exposed, she takes the opportunity to injure the monster's limb, rendering it immobile. But that mantis still has another limb to spare. As it tries to strike, Iris performs some cool acrobatics and jumps back up. She then orders the first army to fire in her direction. Once the bullets hit, the mantis is instantly obliterated into smithereens. They only manage to take down one, but there are still more to deal with. Finally, one of the tequila witches, Betty, steps in to assist. She begins slashing down monsters as if she knows exactly where they are. She then extends a hand to Iris, feeling remorseful for arriving late that resulted in so many casualties. Iris takes note of how divine punishment witches can destroy the monster's camouflage. Betty explains it's a trick that works like the divine stone of judgment. So far, it can only deactivate their invisibility for a short time. Iris points out that since First Army soldiers had the divine stone of judgment, then why could they not see the enemy? To which Betty reveals there are several factors affecting their vision, like light, distance, and attention. A regular divine stone works only within a 1 or 2 step range. Since the enemies only reveal themselves for less than a second, it's not surprising they can't be seen in such darkness. They only spot the monsters once they engage in close combat. Given their long claws and advantage in the dark, by the time a normal person realizes there's a monster lurking, it's already too late unless they bury divine stones all over the ground. Without that, there's no way the First Army can engage these foes. Without that, there's no way the First Army can fight against these formidable foes. She then suggests Iris to head back up, as she's sure something's happening inside the cave. Well, it seems that Betty heard the same noises Iris did earlier. She reveals that after losing her sense of touch, every divine punishment witch's vision and hearing have become extremely sensitive. However, Betty is surprised that someone like Iris, a mortal, was able to sense it too. Brian quickly calls Iris over so they can head back up. He leaves the security of this place in Betty's capable hands before Margie uses her magic arc to take them to the surface. As they ascend, they hear gunshots from above, putting Iris on high alert. Once they finally reach the surface, the sight is absolutely terrifying. They're facing a giant horde of aggressive monsters. Iris quickly realizes that the voice they heard was probably a humming sound produced by the monsters in the cave to call for reinforcements. She remembers reading about this in a book Roland wrote. He mentioned a unique sound in this world, one humans can't hear, but animals can, loud and clear. Some animals even mimic this sound to communicate with their kind. One of the terrified soldiers stationed above reports that Maggie sensed unusual activity east of the forest. The demonic beasts seem to be closing in on the snowy mountains, which is a completely different scenario from their attack on Neverwinter. Of course, Brian has no idea what to do in this situation, especially with everything off the syllabus. Iris takes note of how this supposed captain is pretty immature for a veteran soldier who's supposed to act as a commander. As a commander, you should never show nervousness or confusion in front of your subordinates. This is when Iris steps forward and assures the panicking soldiers that there's nothing to worry about. First things first, they need to gather all the troops from the First Army stationed outside the snowy mountains. She wants everyone assembled to defend the cave entrance. That way, the front line won't be too far away. They'll only need a small squad to hold off the beasts. Brian can see the weight behind her decision. Iris then instructs them to have Maggie contact Roland right away and request reinforcements, just in case things go sideways. After all, everyone here depends on the Redwater River for their supplies. If they abandon their camp and focus everything on defending the cave, they won't last long. Not to mention, the demonic beasts can't cross water. So their best bet is to not abandon the cement boats entirely. A dozen or so people should stay behind to stall the beasts and help guide any reinforcements. Lady Sylvie will be responsible for temporarily wiping out the demonic beasts clinging to the cave ceiling. Iris also wants to collect everyone's divine punishment stones and bury them at the checkpoints, just in case of a sneak attack. Also, they can't forget to send the tequila witches down the cave. The others are still waiting for backup, and they need the numbers before they can move south to find Miss Agatha's crew. The sooner they get all this done, the better. If Iris's guess is right, that strange noise earlier is behind this massive wave of monsters. We then cut to Agatha, who's currently throwing up rainbows out of her guts. The reason is that Fran had swallowed everyone and somehow navigated them through the danger safely. If she hadn't collapsed the cave entrance, they'd be in serious trouble by now. Fran apologizes for dragging everyone into such an awful experience. The only person actually appreciating Fran's gutsy move is Lightning. I mean, getting crushed under a tunnel is still better than being swallowed by a giant worm and then spat out. She can't think of any other adventurers who've had to go through something like that. Meanwhile, the tequila witches are coping in their own weird way. They're just jealous others got to smell the stink and feel the slimy ride. That's apparently a blessing in itself. Back to the main issue. How should they navigate this twisted terrain? But before that, let's rewind to what happened before Fran brought them here. Basically, they were surrounded. Beasts and monsters coming in from every side. No way to escape. So Fran swallowed the whole group and tunneled through the ground to safety. Eventually, they ended up here. Elena questions the worm lady, asking her how'd she even get stuck here in the first place. Fran finally explains. She made an opening, but the ground beneath her cracked. Before she could react, she was already falling. She crash-landed hard on some unknown surface and passed out. When she woke up, she was being carried by a dozen or so invisible bugs. They left her here, where Nightingale eventually found her. Elena thinks Fran got lucky. Those mantis creatures probably thought she was just an empty shell. What's even luckier is that the group found her before the mantises decided to snack on her. Fran also reveals that before she tried to escape, she accidentally looked up and saw that watchful eye. Agatha wants confirmation. Was it really the magical watchful eye? Fran can't say for sure, but she's convinced the eye saw her. This thing was way bigger than the multi-eyed demon. The multi-eyed creature appeared down here too for a while. It was soaking in some weird pond. The thing was so grotesque, Fran doesn't even have words for it. It looked like someone flattened a bunch of guts and slapped them onto the body of the multi-eyed demon. The two parts didn't even look like they belonged together. More like they were forcibly fused by something else. She also noticed writhing tentacles squirming in the gaps between them. She's not sure if they were live worms or just another part of the freak show. Regardless, the gut lump was larger than the multi-eyed demon. Bigger than even the terrifying beast from hell. Nightingale suspects this monster's diet includes demons and devils. There are a ton of questions, but first, Elena decides they need to figure out how to escape this place. Right now, Fran can't move an inch. She's completely out of fuel. Everything she had stored in her stomach's been digested already. Before she can move again, she needs food in order to revitalize herself. Lightning decides to share some of their rations, but one of the tequila witches advises against it. They barely have enough food to get Fran crawling 100 steps at max. So the best solution is to risk their own necks and try to find a way out themselves. Agatha is worried that they can't stay here for long. The space is too tight. They'll suffocate in less than a day if they don't find an exit. Even if Sylvie finds them, she'll need to clear out the beasts before trying any rescue. And let's not forget that the enemy has their own burrowing worms too. But the Tequila Witch fears that charging out will only expose them to more beasts. Plus, Fran can't move. If they leave her behind, it's only a matter of time before the demons make dinner out of her. Nightingale makes the call. She's going to scout ahead and check the situation outside herself. The poor worm lady volunteers to stay behind while the others leave. As a Tequila Witch, she's not afraid of sacrificing herself if it means the greater good for the witches of Tequila. She then pukes out some leftover supplies that had been sitting in her stomach, thinking these might come in handy. These are military items that the First Army had her carry. They said the items were too heavy for them to transport, so she just devoured them. As everyone checks out the supplies, Agatha stumbles upon a chest containing explosive materials. Elena finds it absolutely frustrating that Fran had been carrying something so deadly. What could have happened if it had exploded inside her? Agatha calms the frustrated Elena by revealing that the type of explosive Fran carries can't be detonated without direct contact with fire. Elena immediately apologizes for her outburst. Agatha forgives her. But the other Tequila Witches are fascinated, wondering if this stuff can actually do the miracle they desperately need. Agatha expresses her fears. She's too scared to use these explosives. She only knows the basics of these explosives Roland invented. And as for how they work, she's no better than anyone else here. Then, Lightning chimes in with much-needed wisdom. She explains how they can detonate these explosives. Agatha is surprised by the depth of Lightning's knowledge, wondering how she knows so much about explosives. Anyway, back to business. Now that they know how to make their way through using explosives, Elena designates 10 divine punishment witches to carry Fran. But Agatha objects. Given how narrow the tunnel entrance is, one pack of explosives is enough to blow everyone into bits. The First Army probably prepared explosives to clear tunnels, but these aren't technically considered weapons. With the flames and impact, they can only be used to kill beasts that are extremely close to them. Then Nightingale pops up with a mischievous smile, as though she has something figured out. She suggests killing their leader. Of course, Elena is shocked to hear this. The monster they're talking about is hanging from the ceiling, and they can't fly at all. Even if they could, it would be too dangerous. They're definitely going to encounter hybrid demonic beasts that can fly, and Lightning will lose her speed while carrying explosives to considerable heights. It's highly likely that she won't get close to the monster once the enemies spot her and besiege her. That's when Nightingale reveals she isn't planning for Lightning to do it. She plans to put the explosives into the monster's mouth herself, given that it has one. Agatha objects against this idea. After all, her mist won't be able to hide anything from that giant magical eye. Still, Nightingale is confident she can pull it off. All she has to do is avoid the magical eye's underlings, and those minions won't notice her in her mist. She's sure she can get through them, even if they are ordered to intercept her. She slides the explosives into her bag and decides to proceed with the plan. Suddenly they hear noises. Clearly a devouring worm is coming. Nightingale can tell that the enemy is coming in huge numbers, so she tells them to prepare. And as for her, she's more than capable of handling this kind of mission. Before Nightingale joined the Witch Union, her name was famous throughout the entire central region. She was called the Shadow Killer. Nightingale quickly gets into her mist, and as soon as she makes contact with the enemy's burrowing worm, it explodes. Her next target is that multi-eyed monster. She notices that this monster isn't just a random hybrid. Even though Nightingale is cruising through her mist, the monster can still sense her presence. But since its minions can't see her, she's just breezing through them like it's no big deal. But it turns out that she is quite wrong. These bitches can clearly see her as she is being attacked by them. Before she can reach the eye, she needs to get rid of all these beasts first. She quickly charges at the monster, only to get severely injured in the process. Since she can't get closer, she pulls her revolver out and blows the world out of that bastard. The poor creature lies dead with blood splattered everywhere. But there are still plenty of monsters to deal with before she can get to the final boss, 5 mantises to be specific. She notices that instead of tearing each other apart, these hybrids are smart enough to work together and attack their enemy. This clearly means they're under the control of the eye. Nightingale's revolver is empty, so her only option now is to drag the monsters into her mist and kill them one by one. But pulling these monsters into her mist is draining her magic at an alarming rate. Still, she manages to take down the menace that had been blocking her sight. She looks absolutely enraged and intimidating to the point that those little bastards don't dare to bark back at her, let alone attack. Finally, she makes her way toward the monster in front of her. Since this grotesque creature doesn't have a mouth, Nightingale needs to find another way to take it down. She spots a lump of meat right in the middle of the monster's body, which looks like its only weak point. The monster quickly launches its tentacles to obliterate her, but she dodges left and right, evading every attack like the badass she is. Once she's close enough to its face, she plants the explosives right into it. As she falls back after setting the explosives off, her mind reflects on Roland's advice. True heroes don't look back when there's an explosion. With a smile on her face, she closes her eyes, leaving the bastard with a bunch of eyes to explode, scattering them like billiard balls. Flames engulf the creature as Nightingale falls into the river. Once the explosion subsides, she swings back up to the surface. By now, she's completely drained of energy and collapses from exhaustion. A while later, her companions arrive. Thankfully, she's fine, just exhausted from depleting the last of her magic. Elena takes charge of Nightingale's well-being from here on out. Meanwhile, the monster is still burning. Lightning decides to jab it a few more times just to make sure it's completely dead. Then, out pops a skeletal giant arm that grabs the burning monster and drags it down into the water. As the monster disappears beneath the surface, the demonic beasts that had been flooding the place above ground start to scatter and retreat. Thankfully, these critters weren't too tough to handle. The soldiers are all ready to celebrate their little victory against these monsters. But while everyone else is savoring the taste of victory, Iris wisely takes note of something crucial. The enemy they're dealing with seems to have some level of intelligence. When they realized charging into the cave was difficult, the hybrids started hanging around the entrance, growling from time to time, but never advancing. Iris notices how they growled occasionally but didn't push forward. Instead, they seem to be waiting for other beasts to walk their deaths. She's absolutely certain that someone is behind this, controlling these beasts and everything connected to the demons. Brian walks up to her, expressing his utmost respect for how she helped them navigate through this ordeal so cleverly. He's even willing to report her achievements to Roland so she can get the recognition she deserves. Iris brushes off the flattery, claiming she was just doing her job. She wasn't even sure if it was going to work. She decides against writing any suggestions in his report, but Brian insists. He remembers Roland said that armies should prioritize results over the process. It doesn't matter how it was done. At the end of the day, she secured a victory, and it would be unjust for her efforts to go unnoticed. Since he's so persistent, she finally gives in. Brian salutes her, and as the First Army is grateful, he heads off to handle other tasks. Iris can see just how loyal he is to his duties. No wonder Roland chose him to lead the main army. She stretches her body, letting the tiredness fade, feeling proud of herself for leaving her mark in the army. Back at the castle, Roland receives photos from Summer and Soraya that document the overall progress of their mission. He sees a photo of Nightingale flashing a peace sign in front of a pile of monster corpses. This makes Roland crack a smile. He can tell she's trying to tell him everything is fine. Through the reports, he learns that the multi-eyed monster in the lake was just a normal beast that happened to turn the ruins into its nest. So, there's nothing special or abnormal about it. Although the monster did show some level of intelligence. If Roland connects the dots correctly, having the burrowing worm devour Agatha's lab and taking the Blackstone Tower from the devils weren't just for food. Considering the cocoons of beasts and humans found underground, it seems like the monsters were trying to gather information on the two races. When the monster retreated into the water, there was hatred in its red eyes. It could just be Roland's imagination, but after the monster was severely injured, there was definitely an emotional expression in its eyes. At that moment, Phyllis appears to report that Lady Pasha wishes to speak with him about the ruins. As Roland walks through the corridor, he bumps into the witch known as Faldi and her companion. Both girls look completely different in the dream world. Anyway, Roland enters the conference room, where Pasha greets him with her utmost gratitude on the screen. Without wasting time with pleasantries, Roland asks how she plans to retrieve the vessel from the ruins. Pasha suggests two options. They can either transport the vessel back to Border Town, or they can transport the soul relic there. By the way, the relic is used to place souls into vessels. Though Pasha prefers the latter, Roland then reflects on how divine punishment witches can cut off their consciousness to enter the dream world, where they regain their sense of touch and other senses. This knowledge is common among all witches living in Third Border City. Now that they have found a way to regain their senses, Roland worries they might not want to fuse their souls with the vessels. After all, once fused with Primeval Vessel, there is no way their souls can escape it. He promptly asks if they've chosen any witch willing to transfer her soul yet. Pasha assures him not to worry. The Primeval Vessel can manipulate the magic core, and the burrowing worm will speed up the construction of the defense line. If this can help with the battle of divine will, the witch willing to participate in the transformation will travel to the snowy mountains with the relic. Roland is intrigued by the mention of a volunteer who fears nothing. He decides to send a fleet to escort the relic once the exploration is finished. They had been receiving written updates all along, but today, he receives photos. He shows Pasha one of the realistic photos of the multi-eyed monster and asks if it jogs any memories. The photo seems to hold significant meaning for the ladies, as they all suddenly become contemplative. After discussing it, Pasha reveals that the creature in the photo isn't a demonic beast or devil. This body was once seen in the Divine Land, as Lady Natalia mentioned. Roland isn't sure about the validity of her claims. This of course annoys one of the tequila witches. After all, they might have been living underground for centuries, but the vessels they occupy can store more memories than an average human. Lady Natalia once saw the sea and a skeleton within the third painting. Based on the descriptions, it seems quite similar to the photo. Additionally, previous updates mentioned the underground lake being connected to the sea, making the connection even more plausible. In other words, they can pretty much guess that this creature comes from a civilization that hasn't revealed itself yet. When they found the burrowing worm swallowing things in the devil's nest, there were only two possibilities behind its actions. First, these burrowing worms could have been sent by a neutral party that decided not to get involved in the battle of divine will, or it could be the unknown enemy they're about to face in the upcoming battle. Roland remembers reading something similar regarding this unknown civilization in Zero's memory shards. However, it was quite vague, but now that the tequila witches confirmed the monster belongs to the unknown enemy, the king can finally confirm that the monsters they found in the ruins are indeed from that unknown enemy. There are still many unanswered questions, though. For example, the demonic beasts. These beasts that roam the land of dawn were likely corrupted by magic, just like the witches who gain magic. But they can't understand why these demonic monsters obey the multi-eyed monster's commands. It's as if the monster is their commander. If Roland assumes the demonic beasts are part of the unknown civilization, then that civilization must have accumulated these hybrids first, using them to eliminate both humans and devils. He hasn't figured out why this unknown civilization wastes these beasts during the months of demons each year. Perhaps the origin of these mutated beasts isn't as simple as they thought. For now, though, he won't stress over this too much. Once the battle of divine will begins, they'll find the answer. It doesn't matter if the unknown civilization and the demonic beasts are related. In the end, they have to defeat these monsters together. Pasha agrees. Regardless of where the monsters come from, they still need to destroy them in the battle of divine will. Now that they've confirmed the existence of this hidden civilization, Roland decides to name them accordingly. Since they're hidden and mostly live in the ocean, Roland calls them sea monsters. However, it looks like no one is too fond of the generic name Bro just came up with. One of the tequila witches, Alethea, objects to this unusual name, but Pasha shuts her up and assures Roland that if he approves of it, they're good too. Sister Scroll then suggests calling them the Deep Sea Devils. Everyone's already familiar with the existence of devils, so there's no need to explain the term too much. Just the name alone is enough to get the meaning across. This will make it easier for City Hall to publicize the matter. Plus, people won't feel like they suddenly have multiple enemies to fight against. Roland likes the way this name sounds, so they finally settle on it. Next, we cut to Lorgar, who's roaming around in her beast form. Once she reaches the woods, she turns back into her human form and puts on her uniform. She suddenly hears muffled noises from a nearby civilization. As she steps out of the woods, she stumbles upon the port of Clearwater, now part of Roland's territory. As soon as she enters the city, she just so happens to run into Ash, who had already expected Lorgar's arrival. When Lorgar asks how Ash was so sure, Ash recalls her younger self, who was very ambitious. She had a goal she wanted to pursue no matter what. While Lorgar's goal is to spar with strong opponents, Ash had always chased revenge against the church. She explains how revenge was once the sole purpose of her life, but everything changed when she met Tilly. She made her realize there's more to life than just seeking revenge and killing. Lorgar is fascinated to hear about Tilly. She's always been curious about the person who caused such a massive change in Ash. As they walk through the city, they come across apartment buildings under construction. Lorgar notices how this place is thriving. As far as she's concerned, ever since the Queen of Clearwater left, the port had been burned down. Ash reminds her that this place is now part of Neverwinter City. The King of Grey Castle had his people build shelters for the Mojin people, and all the workers they see are refugees who volunteered to work here. They're getting an extra 10 silver royals for their efforts. This of course doesn't make sense to Lorgar. You see, the first few clans that moved here added up to only a few thousand people. It doesn't make sense for Roland to send workers from thousands of miles away instead of having the Sand People work. Ash then reveals that many people have gone to Endless Cape. There, Roland plans to build a new city called Festivity. The Osha clan went there as well. Only clans that helped build the city will have the right to live there and receive supplies, just like the people of Neverwinter. It's almost unbelievable to Lorgar that Roland plans on building a city in the middle of the desert. If she hadn't known Ash, Lorgar would have thought it was all nonsense. They talk about Roland's plans to expand his territory and influence. Everything sounds too good to be true. Lorgar is still curious about why Roland wants to build a city in Endless Cape, especially since there's nothing there. Then Ash reveals the reservoirs of oil there, and Roland plans to extract it. Since Lorgar doesn't understand the significance of what she considers dirty black water, she's flabbergasted to learn that Roland is doing all this just for that. Ash has to admit, she doesn't fully understand Roland either. But at the end of the day, Ash doesn't doubt Roland's motives because Tilly trusts him completely. If Tilly believes it's the right thing to do, Ash is fine with it too. As they walk through the city, Lorgar notices common citizens looking at her with smiles on their faces instead of resentment or disapproval. You see, when the Mojin people see her like this, they usually avoid her like a plague or judge her. But the people of Grey Castle see her as their equal, as if they're used to her half-beast form. Ash assures her that no one will judge her here, even if she's half-beast. Eventually, everyone gets used to it. Even if you're ugly, they won't judge you. Lorgar reflects on how she went through so much just to come to terms with her ugly self. But it seems like it was all for nothing. Out of the blue, Lorgar asks Ash if she's the strongest witch in Neverwinter. Ash gets contemplative. After all, the answer depends on whether or not a stone of divine judgment is involved. You see, a witch wearing a divine stone can't use her powers. There are individual witches in the Union who are unbeatable without such stones suppressing their powers. The thought of witches even Ash can't defeat sounds insane. Ash admits she can defeat most witches if their powers haven't evolved. But for evolved witches, the only word to describe their power level is madness. Sister Leaf is a living example of that. While fighting in her heart of the forest, she's like a literal demigod. Even with a stone of divine judgment, escaping her traps would be incredibly difficult. Similarly, Anna may not be an expert in combat, but her sheer abilities make her stand out. She's impossible to take on without a stone, though she's Roland's most beloved witch, so it's rare to see Anna in duels. Then there's Nightingale, and Ash strictly warns Lorgar to avoid challenging her at all costs. Lorgar is quite excited at the prospect of fighting witches stronger than her. She then insists on learning more about Maggie, who can turn into a beast just like herself. While Ash admits that Maggie could make a good opponent for her to fight, she advises against it. After all, everyone who duels Maggie ends up getting very unlucky, and if someone were to accidentally hurt her, they'd have to deal with the wrath of the entire witch union. Moving on, Lorgar inquires about witches who are still capable of fighting even with divine stones. Ash emphasizes how their strength and speed would still be nothing less than superhuman, and they'd seem virtually invincible. Their performance wouldn't be affected by injuries either. They could even recover from otherwise fatal wounds. Lorgar is now very interested in knowing exactly who they're talking about. Ash reveals that it's a witch named Phyllis, though Ash herself has never challenged her. Once, when Ash was training her swordsmanship in the castle gardens, Phyllis happened to pass by and gave some solid suggestions. And when Ash followed that advice, she found her attacks had actually become smoother. Sadly, not long after that, Ash boarded a ship and left Neverwinter, so she hasn't had the chance to talk to Phyllis since. Once again, Lorgar is impressed by Phyllis's keen eyes. It's rare for someone to find flaws in swordsmanship with just a single glance. Even the most talented instructors usually need to exchange a few blows before they can figure out any weaknesses. And to think that out of all people, she was capable enough to highlight gaps in Ash's swordsmanship. This must mean that Phyllis is the strongest in Neverwinter. After all, in a real battle, no one can safely assume their opponent won't have a divine stone. By now, her excitement for the trip to the west has only grown. That's when Ash drops a giant truth bomb. There are over 100 witches in Neverwinter who are just as good as Phyllis. It goes without saying that Lorgar is flabbergasted to hear such news. Ash, on the other hand, assures her that with the plethora of witches they've got, she'll definitely find someone worth sparring with. We then cut to Clearwater Port. Andrea arrives, more than ready to spill all the juicy details about why Roland wants to extract that black water, though she warns Lorgar beforehand that this stuff is a lot more complicated than it sounds. Someone as dumb as Ash could never grasp the full reasoning behind each step Roland takes. His policies are even more complex. Even Andrea had to spend a lot of time wrapping her head around them, so she asks Lorgar once again if she's ready for the brain orgasm she's about to get from the upcoming lore dump. Well, the determined wolf lady is ready to hear every last detail. She may be just a fighter, but her father taught her that expanding one's knowledge in other areas can also aid in martial growth. Eventually, Andrea briefs her on how this black water is connected to Neverwinter's economy, and how it's going to help them prosper even more. From industrialization to farming, from politics to legislation, everything Roland has built so far is interconnected. Lorgar is genuinely impressed to see how far Roland has come with such complex ideas and planning. She can't help but think if only he had been born in Iron Sand City, he would have become a true force to be reckoned with. Now that she's gotten the gist of Roland's plans, she shifts her focus back to the reason she came here in the first place. With that, she bolts off in search of the right candidate to fight. Andrea can tell that Lorgar is just bailing out of here because her mind is scrambled from all the information overload. The scene transitions to Kingdom of Dawn, where we meet Otto after quite a long time. Then Fox enters the scene, here to meet Otto. It looks like he had a tough time finding this hidden location. Otto takes note of how his fellow went out of his way to track him down, which means something urgent must be at stake. Since they're on the second floor of the building, Fox asks about the backup route in case they need to get out quickly. Otto promptly walks over to a manhole chamber, slides the slab off, and reveals a hidden path. If they slide down from here, they'll arrive at the back garden. There's a hidden door, and both routes are dry and safe to choose. He can't help but note how cautious Fox always is, just as Yorko had described. Getting back to business, Fox asks him what the King of Dawn is planning. Otto grimly reveals that the king plans to launch an attack on the church to avenge his father. Even though the ministers have tried to dissuade him, he refuses to change his mind. The city of Glow has started collecting grain, and when the months of demons end and the snow melts, they'll take action. By then, the Royal Knights will set out with Duke Carb, who's in charge of the western fields. No wonder why Fox noticing that porridge has become so expensive lately. It's a good thing the Kingdom of Dawn hasn't run out of supplies yet. If they were in Grey Castle, Roland wouldn't be preparing for war during the months of demons unless he wanted to trigger a riot. Otto then reveals how the refugees have flooded the Old Holy City. Fox takes note of the information and decides to report it back in Grey Castle as a priority. Otto then points out another concerning matter. During last week's court meeting, the Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned Grey Castle. He said that Roland Wimbledon can't be considered the ruler of Grey Castle. After all, he's not coordinated and has never lived in the palace. Moreover, many nobles actually oppose him, especially those in the east. Since he's completely disregarded the alliance between the two nations, the Kingdom of Dawn must proceed with caution and put a stop to his actions. For example, Appin wants to support the nobles to help them continue fighting against Wimbledon. Judging by the current situation, Grey Castle and Dawn's relationship is worsening. Since the House of Luoxi has supported the royals for generations, Otto can't bring himself to go against King Appin's decisions. But then again, he doesn't want to support the unnecessary killing of witches either, as that's a direct threat to his beloved Andrea. No matter how hard Otto tries to explain that witches and pure witches from the church aren't the same, his pleas have been futile so far. Because of that, Otto can't see Appin as the true ruler of Dawn, nor does Appin see his friend as a supporter. Fox promises to report every bit of the detail to Neverwinter City. Speaking of reporting, Otto gets shy when he asks Fox if he has any updates on Andrea's well-being. Fox gives some positive news, but before he can reveal anything worthwhile, they're interrupted by the commotion below. Otto instructs one of the maids to check what's going on, but Fox decides against going down since the situation sounds serious. He hears swords clashing and the sound of armor rattling. Fox is pretty darn sure these guys are here for him, so he opens up the hidden path to slip out quietly, while Otto decides to stay behind and stall the enemy, much to Fox's surprise, as he was expecting his fellow to join him in this escape. Blondie reminds his fellow of his position as the oldest son of the Luoxi family, meaning no soldier can harm him. Not to mention these guys are after the emissary, so leaving would only raise suspicions. This path may be secret, but it's not that secret. Someone's got to stay behind to distract them. Fox finally jumps down, and right at that moment, a broken bald man and his companion barge into the room. These guys show no regard for Otto's title and start forcibly apprehending him. It looks like these bastards are here under the direct orders of the king himself. So Otto ends up behind bars, and not long after, Appin comes to greet his old friend. He looks absolutely furious, accusing Otto of being involved in the escape of those witches. He clearly knows that his friend asked Yorko, the ambassador of Grey Castle, to participate in the auction at Black Money, and his friend also helped him escape the City of Dawn. In Appin's eyes, this is a clear act of betrayal against the king. If it weren't for Otto's background and the fact that they've been longtime friends, he would have lost his life by now. After laying all his frustration on Otto, the foolish king proceeds to walk out, but not before throwing a final warning at him. As for Otto's father, he's doing fine and even attended court as usual today. He sternly instructs his friend not to starve himself. After all, it's his own fault he ended up in this situation. The scene then cuts to the border of Grey Castle. In one of the post towers, soldiers are carrying out their duties as scouts diligently. These guys are stationed here to keep an eye on the church's movements. But it seems like they haven't seen a bird flap from the church's side for months. Just as they're about to lose hope, they spot a group of people marching down the road. All the soldiers get on high alert and ready their weapons. When the people finally come into view, it turns out they're just refugees in pretty bad shape. In this case, one of the soldiers decides to stop them before they trespass into their territory and get shot by the soldiers in the tower. He yells at them to stop, reminding them that this is the border of Grey Castle. But those hopeless people take the soldier's plea as a glimmer of hope in their gloomy lives and increase their speed, eventually crossing the border. However, as soon as they do, they are brutally shot dead on the spot. The refugees finally come to halt when they see their fellows dead on the ground. The soldiers on the tower finally cease fire. When the soldiers on the ground interrogate these people, they reveal themselves to be desperate refugees who fled from Hermes. They were deceived by the church, and now the church's armies are after them. They had no choice but to run for their lives. They abandoned their belongings and fled. They beg for food and shelter, as they haven't rested for 3 straight days and have had nothing to eat. The soldiers discuss among themselves whether they should trust these refugees. After a lot of back and forth, they eventually decide to help these poor people. After all, their generous ruler would have done the same. The soldiers then inquire about Hermes. One of the refugees reveals shocking news that the church in the new holy city has collapsed. There are rumors that a huge hole appeared underneath the church, and the entire building was sucked in. The Judgment Army immediately fenced off the area, but with such a huge building disappearing like that, it was impossible to hide it. The church is meeting its end, and the gods no longer protect them. All the people living around the border have started fleeing in secret. These guys left a little later than everyone else, and they bumped into the Judgment Army. There were a few hundred of them at first, but these guys were the only ones who managed to escape. Basically, Hermes is in utter chaos, with no one guarding the gates. It's obvious that all the guards have run away as well. There are rumors that the old holy city is even worse, with barely any merchants entering the city. Hearing this, the soldiers feel ecstatic, thinking they might be able to take down Hermes before the army arrives. We then cut to Hermes, where we meet Tucker Thor, acting as the bishop. He had been predicting that Hermes would be razed to the ground by swarms of demonic beasts. All followers of the church were ready to sacrifice their lives. Thankfully, barely any enemies have appeared, and they don't even look like they're going to climb the city walls. Nobody expected the cathedral to collapse on a windless night. Even the senior executives disappeared into the pit that swallowed the cathedral. He himself only managed to escape from death because he happened to be doing his patrols. This has affected the church even more than a military defeat. Military defeats can be blamed on the commander or on the power of the enemies. However, the cathedral held spiritual significance. Now that it has collapsed, it's almost like the gods have abandoned them. Just then, the Judgment Army commander, Farina, appears on the scene. She reports that the troops responsible for chasing the refugees have returned. However, some of them never came back. She reveals how those recruits were absolutely useless. There were about 20 soldiers when they left, but only a few returned. No matter how slack their training might have been, it's not like the refugees killed them. She's going to find those traitors and punish them. The fake bishop simply tells her to forget about it and wants her to report on how many soldiers they have left. The lady mentions it's 564, and all of them are guarding the inner city gate. She's sure no citizens will be able to escape now. The bishop decides to head east, be it Everwinter or the kingdom of Wolfheart. He wants to move toward the shore and build a new holy city. The concerned woman points out that if they abandon Hermes, then there won't be anyone left to fend off the demonic beasts. The Pope is the least concerned about this demonic beast threat. If the beasts make their way to the central region, they can just blame it on Grey Castle. Right now, their priority should be maintaining their strength. They can always rebuild the cathedral, but they can't keep disappointing the followers like this. When demonic beasts plague the Four Kingdoms, people will remember them again. The lady highlights that the followers who chose to stay behind are extremely loyal. They're ready to die with the city, and she doesn't think they'll agree to leaving Hermes. The Pope then tells her that the holy city was built by the people, so he's sure they'll agree to this. She just has to convince them well enough. Turns out all their worries are pointless anyway, because they finally see the yellow hue of sunlight leaking through the dense snow clouds, clear proof that the months of demons have ended. He promptly instructs her to notify everyone. Since the snow will melt very soon, they can start getting ready now, and will be leaving in another 2 or 3 weeks. As she runs off to carry out her duties, the Pope guy takes off his glorious hat and probably jumps off the wall. The next scene takes us to Neverwinter, where Roland is having a meeting about the upcoming spring plowing battle plan. First of all, Roland wants to explain the meaning behind the phrase battle plan before moving forward. It's actually because this is a battle, and this will decide whether their military and food plans for the year go smoothly, and whether the right choices have been made for Neverwinter. Before he gathered the refugees, he promised they wouldn't starve as long as they worked. Roland's managed to keep that promise for 3 years straight. His territory expanded from a tiny border town to almost half of Grey Castle. He doesn't see why this year should be any different. The kingdom can only stay stable if the people don't have to worry about food. That's why he wants everyone to take spring plowing seriously. Everyone must follow the regulations and procedures set by the Ministry of Agriculture this year to ensure a good harvest. From now on, agricultural work will also be part of evaluations. The area of land you manage to cultivate, the number of farmers you hire, and the amount of crop yield, all of it will factor into whether someone deserves to become a governor. It's pretty natural to be confused right now, but Roland assures them the Minister of Agriculture will explain everything to them within the day. Anyway, if anyone doesn't meet the required standards, it just means their potential is still limited, which also means they're no longer fit to be a governor. Roland finally pulls off the covers hiding the whiteboard and reveals the massive number, 5,000 tons. That's the target each of them has to hit to qualify for a governor's seat. Leaf and Iris look absolutely flabbergasted. Roland reassures them that this number isn't far-fetched, especially thanks to the newly developed, well-engineered seed that Sister Leaf produced. This new seed is capable of producing double the yield compared to its predecessor. The ears of wheat will be so heavy they'll bend the stalks. But it's not all sunshine and roses. This new seed, referred to as Golden Number 2, does have its fair share of problems. Iris has one serious concern. Since magic was used to help the wheat ripen, she's worried it might have side effects on regular people. Roland explains that Golden 2 isn't much different from Golden Number 1. Both were cultivated by Leaf. Golden 2 just happens to have a higher yield. And while it was enhanced using magic, it doesn't store magic, so it's perfectly safe to eat. In fact, he's been eating oatmeal and pancakes made specifically from Golden Number 2 this whole time. Also, the secondary city halls must be in charge of monitoring all food-related trade in their cities, just like Neverwinter. It's prohibited for people to sell food in private. As for how to do that, Barov will explain the details to everyone later. Spear Passy, representing Fallen Dragon Ridge, then raises a point. If Golden Number 2 really does double the yield, she's worried they'll have a surplus. If City Hall has to handle all that, it could strain them financially. Plus, Fallen Dragon Ridge only has around 10,000 people, so she's not sure producing that much food is even necessary. That's when Roland reminds them that the extra food isn't meant to be eaten right away. It's meant to be stored for the upcoming Battle of Divine Will. Finally, the exploration team dispatched to the mountains arrives at Neverwinter's dock. Nightingale is the first to get off the ship and immediately hugs her beloved Roland as soon as she can. Roland recalls how much she contributed to the expedition and tells her not to risk her life like that again. Nightingale, however, doesn't see it that way. Since she isn't as skilled as Anna, who can manufacture anything, she sees this as her way of contributing and living up to his expectations. She promptly vanishes into her mist, while the other witches disembark the ship. Lightning and Agatha also make sure to give Roland sweet hugs. Then, the Divine Punishment witches, who look pretty scary, don't hug Roland but simply tilt their heads down in respect. Afterwards, they begin unloading the treasures they gathered from the mountains. It seems the reason the Divine Punishment witches are looking at Roland this way is that he now grants them real bodies in the dream world. Once Roland is back in his office, Nightingale emerges from her mist, eager to learn more about this dream world. Roland confirms that the dream world does exist, and the witches of Tequila can enter it as long as they cut off their consciousness under the Pillar of Light. Rather than being a connection they share with the deities, it feels more like a passage. Seeing Nightingale lost in thought, Roland quickly realizes what she's considering, and scolds her for even thinking about it. Apparently, she wanted to turn herself into a Divine Punishment witch and enter the dream world. But Roland won't let her do that. Entering the dream world doesn't mean someone enters his consciousness. It also doesn't mean they'll exist forever. It's just a strange, artificial world, corrupted by unknown power, and there's a chance it might cease to exist one day. He might dream every night, but he's not sure sacrificing one's senses to live in a shell for the rest of their life is worth it. Nightingale seems jealous of the others who've been able to visit this strange place inside and wants to experience it too. But Roland reminds her that those girls have sacrificed a lot to get there. Living without senses is more terrifying than being trapped in an invisible cage in the dream world. Also, since Nightingale is always there to protect him, he doesn't want a divine judgment warrior with a prickly beard being in charge of his safety. After all, he's grown fond of looking at her big assets. Of course, Nightingale gets flustered and twirls around to hide her embarrassed face. To lift her spirits, Roland decides to have some drinks and dry fish, a little thank you for her efforts. As they enjoy themselves, he tries to make her realize that she's just as important as Anna in their fight against their enemies. They each shine in their respective fields. She then questions him about the dream world, mentioning that he said the world had been affected by some unknown power. While Roland has a lot to say about it, he sums everything up by assuring her that anything happening inside that world won't affect him in the real world. As long as he chooses not to dream, the light pillars won't appear. As for the unknown power, Garcia said the Martialist Association would uncover the mysteries with their new recruits. Roland doesn't know exactly what she meant by that, but he hopes to figure it out soon. Compared to the corrosion, he's more worried about that math textbook that suddenly had new content in it. It's actually a sign that something has changed. When he first entered the dream world, he was certain that any book he hadn't read appeared with blank pages in his dream. He concluded that the book titles only appeared because he had seen their covers before. Since he didn't know the contents, he assumed that was why the books were empty. But then he found out that the math textbook on Zero's desk proved him wrong. The book had content, even though he'd never studied it. He wonders if he just missed it at first, or if something has changed recently that caused this development. If it's the latter, things have just gotten a lot more interesting. If the math textbook can generate content on its own, the same might be true for other books he hasn't read in his previous life. Gaining strange powers, exterminating fallen evils, and unleashing the power of nature, he is sure there's a connection he needs to figure out. While he's lost in thought, Nightingale pulls him back to reality by calling his name. It turns out he had been squeezing her thighs while deep in thought, and now she is taking it the wrong way. Just then, someone knocks on the door, causing Nightingale to retreat back into her mist, sparing Roland the trouble of explaining himself. It's Agatha, here to report that all samples from the snowy mountains have been transported to the third border city. She asks if he would like to check them. Roland, eager to see the samples, decides to accompany her. She suddenly notices Roland's awkward voice and startled face, making her wonder if he's sick. Of course, Roland quickly tries to convince her otherwise. Still, she insists that he visit Lily for a thorough checkup before proceeding. Nightingale teases him from under her mist, causing the poor guy even more embarrassment. Finally, they arrive in the third border town, where Phyllis and her companions have been waiting for their king's arrival. Once inside, Roland faces the annoyance of Alethea, who's upset about his plan. Apparently, Roland wants to breed mutated bugs they captured from the mountains right here in the town. Even Pasha seems against this idea. His curiosity to research these deep-sea enemies might end in disaster. Well, this is exactly why Roland is conducting his experiment here, so the tequila witches can guard them. The bugs that have been captured aren't hostile at all, and they have no idea how to burrow through the rocks. All she needs is one chamber to keep them under control. According to Agatha's observations, these bugs don't have a sense of self. They only feed and breed. Maybe that multi-eyed monster was able to control them in some way. So, if a creature like this were hostile enough, it may have already reached Neverwinter City, and had caused a lot of trouble. Pasha apologizes to Roland on behalf of Alethea for her initial outburst. She was just worried that these bugs might be harmful to Neverwinter. Roland understands Alethea's concerns, but he can't ignore what Agatha and Lightning wrote in the report. According to the report, killing all the bugs just because of a small possibility of danger would be overdoing it. Keeping them underneath the mountains is already a secure enough plan. Roland then decides to take a look at these creatures. After walking for a short time, they finally arrive at the designated location. There, they see giant mushrooms. It's actually a nursery that Fulin set up. There's only one entrance, and the water comes from the rocks, so there aren't any nooks or crannies left for the bugs to get out of here. Agatha points out that these huge mushrooms will serve as a food source for the mutated bugs. If they can thrive here, they'll only have to put in a little effort to harvest lots of mutated bugs. Roland starts weighing his options. If he can't transplant the mushrooms, they'll have to get Lily to cultivate them. It's a pity the mushrooms growing in the ruins are poisonous and inedible. Otherwise, they'd make a great substitute for meat when it comes to protein intake. Phyllis is curious to know why Roland wants to grow so many bugs. After all, a handful of bugs would suffice if he only intends to experiment on them. Well, it looks like Roland has bigger plans that could potentially help with the development of Neverwinter. Agatha then uses her magic to take one of the bugs down. After killing it, she tears open the belly of the monster, and out comes this sticky, cum-like substance. This sticky fluid can be used as a perspective, and it stays liquid most of the time. But this sticky stuff isn't the highlight of the show. She tears open the monster further and pulls out this green stuff that seems like a gallbladder. The difference is this doesn't contain bile. As soon as she tears open the gallbladder and mixes the green liquid with the sticky white stuff, the mixture solidifies right away. It turns into a gummy, non-sticky, bouncy substance. Basically, it's natural rubber. Roland is also glad at this discovery. They've had people searching for rubber plants all this time, but they didn't find anything even remotely close to rubber. So, all this time, he had been relying on Soraya for any elastic material. Just as he had thought, there were no rubber plants on this land, but the ruins gave him a pleasant surprise. That's why he's willing to risk trying to cultivate these mutated creatures from the deep sea. Pasha finally understands the significance of this stuff. She's sure it can easily be used for making fishnets and ropes. Alethea, however, doesn't agree because this stuff is too bouncy to act like a rope. Nobody likes pulling on ropes that just keep stretching. While this stuff could be used for fishnets, Alethea is pretty sure Roland would never risk bringing these unknown bugs to Neverwinter just to make fishnets. Right now, she has no clue what crazy idea the Majesty is cooking up, but she's sure it's something much more significant. Roland is rather surprised to see Alethea not acting like arrogant bitch for once. She always had a problem with him, but this time she chooses to appreciate him. He then assures her that she'll be able to witness rubber's significance soon enough. Pasha then questions how they're going to make these creatures spit out the fluid themselves, as killing them each time would be very inefficient. Agatha isn't worried about this at the moment. If they don't find an optimal solution, they can just cultivate more of them to make up the numbers. After their little visit to the bug cultivation farm, they head back. Pasha introduces Jasmine and Lyra, who have volunteered to become devouring worms. However, they have this wish to experience the beautiful world Roland has spoken of, the one that exists in his dreams. Roland is more than happy to let them experience it. 2 days later, we see the steel warship cruising through the waters, This ship actually carries a relic that can help transfer souls, and Jasmine and Lyra will become devouring worms once the soldiers ship this relic to the third border town city. Counting Jasmine and Lyra, Neverwinter City will have 3 devouring worm vessels. Not only will this bolster their overall power, but it will also help speed up their development. We then get a glimpse of a few days earlier, when Jasmine and Lyra had fun in Roland's dream world. Seeing them so happy really made Roland happy as well. If it weren't for the tequila witches, he would have refused to believe that anybody would be willing to give up their human bodies and dedicate their lives to defeating the devils. 400 years ago, these girls made this exact decision in front of the magic core. It's not that they desired to have their senses stripped for eternity, it's that they had no choice, and they don't regret it either. Suddenly, Phyllis arrives at the dock. Roland questions her, asking if witches can't disconnect themselves once they possess a vessel. Just like Jasmine and Lyra, would they be able to disconnect themselves from the devouring worms? Phyllis explains that divine punishment witches are different from vessels. Witches can still maintain their consciousness to a certain degree, even after their souls have been transferred. Rather than fusing with the vessel, it's more like the witches are the manipulators. However, vessels are different. They are containers. Once you force a connection with one, you can go into hibernation when the vessel is not in use, but nobody has ever successfully separated themselves from the vessel entirely. At least Pasha and others failed to do so. Roland wants her to confirm. Even if they are inside vessels, they still have the pillars of light? Phyllis confirms it. After all, without magic, it would be impossible to move those huge bodies. Roland is sure that one day he will find a way to bring them back to the dream world. Phyllis is also hoping that day arrives soon. We then cut to this warship. On board is Lorgar, and it's her first time riding such a massive and advanced ship. Later, she meets Andrea on the ship and questions him about how this ship is even moving without any wind. Andrea then briefs the curious girl with all the juicy details about steam engines and how they work. And the one who is backing all this advanced technology is Anna. These modern weapons are so powerful that even an ordinary human gave Ash a run for her money. That ordinary human, who was Knight Carter in this case, was equipped with a weapon Anna created. Basically, Lorgar could further harness her potential if she requests Roland to make a personalized weapon for her. Andrea is sure that with those giant machine guns strapped over her back once she's in monstrous form, she could be a force to be reckoned with. It seems like Lorgar is not ready for it yet. But still, she decides to keep this possibility in mind as well. After all, her father did say that she should always be open to new things. Suddenly, Maggie arrives in the sky in her pigeon form. Lorgar gets excited to see such a potential snack heading right her way. But that snack zips right past her and heads to Ash. Once Maggie is done exchanging information, she flies back to Tilly. Ash then briefs the curious girl that the bird they just saw was Maggie, who is capable of transforming just like her. Lorgar acknowledges this, though it doesn't make sense why Maggie is looking like a cute pigeon when she was supposed to be a furious devil. Ash then tells Lorgar to get ready because they're about to reach Neverwinter City soon enough. Finally, they arrive at Neverwinter City. There are folks on the dock who salute Ash and her crew out of respect. Since Lorgar has never seen this kind of greeting, Ash explains to her that it's a military salute. And whenever the First Army ships arrive at the dock after their expeditions, they always salute like this. To them, it means their family has returned safely. All members of the army are from Neverwinter. This means most citizens here would have had somebody in their family join the army, though nobody is forced to join. In fact, becoming a soldier and serving Roland is seen as an ambitious and glorious endeavor. They're just happy that other people's sons and daughters are returning. In return, other people do the same. They basically cheer for each other to keep the positive vibe going. Inherently, this is what the People's Army truly means. Well, it looks like Lorgar is liking the ways of Neverwinter City so far. They finally make it to the castle. Lorgar takes note of how the entire area has already been cleared of the snow. A divine punishment witch steps forward to escort Lorgar to Roland. As the wolf girl follows her escort, she feels very nervous. Eventually, she finally comes across the chief of this place, the one who flipped the southernmost region upside down. Of course, she wasn't expecting Roland to look this ordinary and young. Before she realizes it, the king himself takes the liberty of walking up to her and introducing himself to this wise wolf. Lorgar, of course, has no clue what all this wise wolf talk is about. She thinks perhaps there are unwise wolves as well. Anyhow, she introduces herself as Lorgar Burnflame. Since they're in Neverwinter City, calling her a witch will be more befitting. She also pays respects on behalf of her father, while she is going through her own inner turmoil. With all sorts of questions and realizations bubbling up inside her, Roland takes note of her tail and ears. He is quite fascinated, to say the least, and wants to know if she keeps her tail and ears by pouring continuous magic into them, or if they are part of her body. She finally satisfies his curiosity by revealing that she can't make them disappear. She knows how weird and creepy they look, but they're now part of her body. The only thing she can do is stay away from the public eye to avoid scaring anyone. She then reflects on how the title of goddess is seen as a symbol of power and beauty by the Sand People. Anyone with this title is worshipped by every clan and admired by all young warriors. Yet she had always been the exception. Roland, meanwhile, isn't sure why she would want to hide from the public's eye. She might see them as a flaw in her body, but it's more like a unique aspect of her. Not to mention, they're pretty. So pretty, in fact, that he wants to feel them with his own hands. Either way, he would never ask her to hide them in any way. She can do whatever she's comfortable with. In order to normalize her appearance, he can just have Sroya draw some comics about her. She could even join the Starflower troupe and do stage performances. After all, becoming a celebrity is the best way to make the public aware of her. Of course, Lorgar has no idea what this stage performance jargon is all about. But that's for later. Roland wants her to confirm if she's here to contribute to the upcoming divine war and fight devils. Lorgar responds positively. Not only that, she also came here to further improve her skills. She has heard about a witch called Miss Nana in Neverwinter City, who is capable of healing any injured witch. To a warrior, she's extremely important. Being able to fight without worrying about injuries is something every warrior dreams of. Roland acknowledges her fighting spirit and assures her that once she signs up for the Witch Union, she'll have plenty of chances to fight. Lorgar then wishes to fight alone. She wants to be like a mercenary. Aside from fighting, she doesn't want to be distracted by anything else. Internally, she thinks that she doesn't want to become absolutely loyal to this king without knowing anything about the North. She's from the Sand People. If this king fails to deliver his promises to them, those who migrate here will one day split away from Grey Castle. If that day comes, Grey Castle will become their enemy, and she can't be hasty with her decision. Though Roland rejects her mercenary proposal. This, of course, makes her curious why he's saying that, since mercenaries are highly coveted among the clans. In fact, she's even willing to fight for free. Roland, on the other hand, gives his peace of mind. They are facing a war, so it's much more complicated than little fights among clans. Lorgar feels rather annoyed that this guy treats her fights like nothing more than toddler squabbles. He reminds her how powerful Ash actually is. So powerful, in fact, that she's considered one of the extraordinary fighters. However, there's something even above that. When a witch breaks through the limits of the mortal body, they become stronger and stronger, and nothing can stop them. That's when a witch becomes transcendent. Yet, with 3 transcendents, dozens of extraordinary fighters, and countless battle witches, they still failed to defeat the devils. A huge kingdom once turned to dust. This time, his kingdom will be the one to turn to dust if they don't do something. His reason for saying no is simple. This isn't just a one-on-one battle she can fight. This is a war to decide which civilization survives until the end. No matter how strong an individual is, individual power is insignificant in war. More importantly, he doesn't want to send her recklessly to her own death. It seems like nothing is going as Lorgar had expected. She had wished to become his mercenary on the condition that she could practice fighting with other witches. She also wanted to receive medical treatment from Miss Anna, but she would pay her own bills. She had been sure that this plan would work, and then Roland would assign her mercenary tasks to carry out. She would diligently take down her opponents. But what happened now is the exact opposite of what she thought. Hell, he even likes her and complimented her ears just now. It's very unusual for her to be considered pretty. Anyhow, she can say no to his proposition, but she's not losing much even if she accepts his terms. Her original plan was to learn new things about this city, find out more about the devils, and align with other witches. And she can still do that, albeit at a slower pace. He's also right about one thing. One shouldn't rush into things without knowing the full danger. As she walks through the town, she considers all the possibilities and how thoughtful Roland is with each step. This makes her even more confident about his plans and ambitions. She suddenly stumbles across a pub selling turbulent drinks, and newcomers can get a 50% discount on their first drink. By the way, these were called turbulent drinks in previous translations, but now they're being called chaos drinks. Lorgar gets curious when she hears the unusual name for the drinks. We then cut to Nightingale, who reports to Roland about how Lorgar wasn't being completely truthful. She warns him to be cautious around her and even suggests letting Wendy test her out. But the Majesty feels that keeping an eye on her is only necessary if she joins the Union. Since she hasn't applied yet, there's no need for concern. Plus, Lorgar definitely came to Neverwinter City to fight the devils and improve herself. That alone is reason enough to trust her. The Witch Union was formed to give lost witches a sense of belonging. There's no point in forcing someone to join if they're not ready. Not to mention she's new to this foreign city, so it's natural for her to be cautious. Roland decides to let her be. Though it's a shame she isn't joining right away. The guy's got a serious crush on wolf girls with tails and pointy ears. If only he could have touched them. Even Nightingale can sense his pervy thoughts, so she starts throwing deadly daggers with her sheer glare intensity. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. In comes Barov. He's here to report that the members of the Joint Chamber of Commerce have just arrived at the castle and want to see the Majesty. The next scene shows Roland entering the guest room, where all the merchants, including Margaret, greet him with utmost respect. They're here to deliver the good news. The sample of chaos drinks they distributed among merchants has instantly gained everyone's approval. Literally, no one is getting tired of praising it. It's only a matter of time before the drinks go on sale and become the most successful product in the fjords. More importantly, it's not just drinks. For instance, that bottle of spicy juice might not quench one's thirst, but it can elevate the taste of your fish and barbecue to a whole other level. Not to mention, it keeps your body warm and your senses sharp. It's even more effective than rice liquor. Those who drink rice liquor can't drive due to dizziness. But that's not an issue with the chaos drink. Adventurers have also taken notice of the chaos drink. After all, it keeps your body warm without any side effects. This drink could very well save their lives in certain situations. Hence, they suggest selling the chaos drink in different price brackets. With such a special item, all it takes is some advertising to bump up the price. Not to mention, the drink is consumed in bottles. Roland isn't surprised at how well the merchants understand the market and handle the product. They only needed some samples to realize this item can be divided into various varieties. To maximize its value, the best approach is to price them differently based on their purposes. In light of this positive feedback, Roland suggests signing the necessary contracts before getting ready to sell the products. He's confident they'll agree with the terms for pricing and distribution. In addition to the terms he's already revealed, he also adds that everyone is required to pay a 30% deposit before receiving the goods. One of the merchants reveals that he's got the gold ready in his cargo ship. With that, Roland decides to visit the drink factory. The merchants follow Roland to the factory, and in the basement, they see dozens of barrels stacked up. Roland reveals that this place can produce 20 barrels of chaos drink every month. The merchants are advised to divide the haul accordingly, with each merchant receiving 5 barrels. It doesn't matter how long it takes for them to sell their share, they'll receive 5 barrels every month, as long as the factory's production goes as planned. It's up to the merchants whether they want to collect their haul every 3 months or every 6 months. For now, 100 barrels are ready to be shipped. One of the merchants inquires if they're allowed to taste the drink. Roland reminds them that this isn't wine that gets better with time. While some chaos drinks can last for a long time, that doesn't apply to all of them. After brewing, the drinks need to be sterilized and sealed. Well, none of the merchants have a clue what sterilization is about. Roland brushes off their confusion, explaining that chaos drinks can spoil like any food. The warmer the climate, the faster they'll go bad. So sterilizing it can counter that problem. They don't need to understand the science behind sterilization. Just need to keep in mind that once the barrel is unsealed, the drink won't be at its freshest anymore. They can choose to sell them right away or store them properly. As long as they keep them in a dark place, away from light and humidity, they'll easily last 1 to 2 months. One of the merchants raises a question. Since every barrel is filled with a different kind of drink, some are bound to sell better than others. So how are they supposed to choose the barrels with the highest sales potential? If only Roland could divide every barrel into 4 parts before sealing them, then every merchant would get the same variety of drinks as everyone else. That would level the playing field. Roland considers this option, but after thinking it through, he realizes it would just pile more unnecessary work on Soraya and Lily. It's not like he benefits from doing this. He doesn't care who sells which drink. So he rejects the merchant's proposal. See, sterilizing the drinks isn't easy. If he starts splitting up barrels, each chamber of commerce ends up with fewer stocks, but more variety, which doesn't actually help their sales. And when it comes to flavors, the northern and western regions have completely different preferences when it comes to drinks. The unpopular ones here might do great over there. As merchants who move goods around all the time, they should already know this. Besides, flavor isn't the issue here, it's how you sell it. They should get the most out of each drink and find their own niche. Eventually, he tells them to go ahead and pick whichever chaos drinks they like. As all the merchants start wandering around, trying to grab the best barrels, Roland sneaks up beside Margaret and gives her a little tip. He points out a certain barrel number and tells her those are the most delicious ones. It's a thank you gift. If she hadn't brought those merchants over in the beginning, the West wouldn't have developed so quickly in just 2 or 3 years. He knows she didn't come to Border Town for business at first, but the town still benefited from her efforts. So giving her this little help now is nothing in comparison. Though this is the only time he'll do something like this, if the others catch on, they'll definitely get suspicious. Margaret gladly accepts the offer, and since he's being so generous, she decides to return the favor with a little inside info. She leans in and whispers that one of the merchants she mentioned earlier, her good friend Hogg, is planning to visit the western region soon. But from what she's read in his letter, he won't be coming alone. Turns out the machines my guy had been selling are becoming pretty popular. Pretty much every businessman who owns mines wants to know more about these steam engines and all that stuff. So there's a good chance Roland will need to ramp up production in the next 6 months. Looks like the pieces are finally falling into place. See, if any of the small kingdoms or towns need machinery, they'll have no choice but to buy the raw materials, equipment, and key components from Neverwinter, because they lack their own industrial system. Which means this will seriously benefit Grey Castle. It's finally time for Roland to start building even more factories. We cut to Tilly, who's writing a letter to her assistant, Camilla, on Sleeping Island. She reports that the months of demons are finally over, and peace has returned to the western region. The celebration was pretty fun, and townsfolk gathered for hot pot. Roland had broths going in 4 massive metal pots. Then he threw in meat, vegetables, whale chicken, and birdkiss mushrooms. The smell was so good, you could catch a whiff from the other side of the river. He called hot pot a Neverwinter specialty, and no party was complete without it. Tilly writes about all the fascinating stuff happening in Neverwinter and why it feels so good to be living there. She also talks about Ash and Andrea's exploits, like how they successfully conquered the southern region. Right then, Ash shows up in the room. The two share a light, friendly chat before Tilly goes back to writing her letter. According to her promise with Roland, the relocation of witches will happen in spring. Now that the months of demons are over, the merchant routes of the fjords will get busy. It will become hard to hire ships and sailors. If they run into any trouble during relocation, they can count on Thunder for help. He's currently out looking for adventurers interested in exploring the sea line. Tilly also tells her fellow to make sure to inform the leaders and merchants in the fjords where the witches are relocating. Spread the word. The sleeping spell service is still open for everyone. There's no need to worry about witches being too far from the fjords after the move. If anyone needs help, they'll still be able to get the right witch for the job. Tilly has a feeling that the route from the west to the fjords will soon become one of the busiest trade routes. Crossing the straits will become commonplace, especially when the converted paddle steamers at the port are finally complete. She further reminds Camilla of the objective behind their relocation to Neverwinter. It's not because they are abandoning Sleeping Island. Neverwinter City is the first line of defense against the devils. It's also the most dangerous place during the Battle of Divine Will. As humans, they must do their part and fight their enemies with all their might. However, even Roland cannot guarantee that victory will certainly be theirs. When the western region falls into the hands of their enemies, the fjords will be the only place they can take refuge. That being said, Tilly's first wish is that they never fall to their enemies. As long as Sleeping Island is still there, they still have hope. We then learn a bit about Camilla Derry. She was originally a noble of the old royal city. Even though she supports Tilly in her decision, Camilla is still reluctant to abandon Sleeping Island. While Sleeping Island may be important, it doesn't mean they should stay there forever, isolated. Tilly wants to see them experience life like ordinary people. Of course, this letter might not completely convince Camilla, but as more witches understand the western region, Tilly is sure that she'll change her mind. Suddenly Molly arrives. It looks like Molly and a few of the witches are leaving for Sleeping Island, so she's here to ask if Tilly has any letters she wants delivered. Much to Molly's astonishment, there are actually multiple letters, all addressed to one person, Camilla. The energetic girl gladly takes on the task of delivering the letters as told. She finally runs off to board the ships. Tilly watches her fellow witches head to Sleeping Island for good. She feels glad just thinking about how all those witches, who had to abandon their home against their will finally return to their homeland. And thus, a new chapter of their lives will begin. The scene then cuts to one of the apartment buildings, where we see Sister Blade waking up. Once she changes her clothes, she heads downstairs to find her fellow Annie already having breakfast. They chat a little, and from their conversation, we learn that Annie is working in the factories, doing the job that Miss Anna used to be in charge of. After a brief chat, Annie heads off to work, and Blade grabs some warm water to take to Hero. It seems that the legless Hero has finally started to grow her legs back. To understand how this miracle happened, we flash back a month. In the infirmary, Nana grimly revealed that Hero's condition was beyond her scope. She could only repair small injuries, like broken fingers, and that was it. That's when Roland breaks it to her that she's more than capable of doing it with the help of Blade. Once Blade turns into her blade form, Nana takes the dagger in her hands. Just by holding it, Nana can tell that her healing abilities have gotten stronger. She promptly starts applying her magic to Hero's amputated limbs, and miraculously enough, Hero's legs begin to grow back like roots, though the process is so draining that Nana can only hold it together for less than a minute. That's when the other witches step up to help Nana. Sister Leaf suggests that Hero take some sleeping pills to avoid the unpleasant experience. Since Spear Passy is also present, she can channel the other witch's power into Nana. A few days later, at the clinic, Hero returns for her leg treatment. Nana once again grabs Blade in her hand, just like the other day. Furthermore, Spear Passy helps transfer Sister Leaf's immense magic into Nana. Anna quickly slashes Hero's ungrown part of her legs, and the little girl begins the healing process. An hour goes by, and both Blade and Nana are utterly exhausted. When Hero wakes up from her unconscious state, she finally has new legs. Tears begin streaming down her face as she's overwhelmed by the sight. In the heat of the moment, she hugs Annie. We then cut to Roland, who is reading reports about the success of Hero's surgery. This surgery helped prove that Blade's abilities increase other witches' power limits. For example, Hummingbird has a limit on how long she can keep heavy objects light. Similarly, the same logic applies to Nana. Creating limbs was way beyond her power limit. However, Blade was able to raise this cap. Something impossible was made possible with her presence. Based on Wendy's report, when Blade merges with other witches, those witches can feel their powers getting significantly stronger. So far, Blade has helped Soraya, Agatha, Lucia, and a few other witches harness their powers even better and do wonders. Well, it seems like Blade is going to be the busiest witch in Neverwinter. Suddenly, an officer arrives and reports that Sir Kyle of the chemical industry wants His Majesty to visit Research Lab number 4. He says he's found an answer to the matter Roland had requested. It looks like Kyle Sichi has outdone himself again, and our boy can't wait to see the results. We promptly cut to Research Lab number 4. Inside one of the rooms, Kyle Sichi is busy conducting experiments with chemicals. He bows his head respectfully to Roland before revealing that the black water from the southernmost region actually consists of multiple types of liquid. Kyle Sichi carried out some experiments following methods in intermediate chemistry, and discovered that he could separate these liquids through distillation. Not to mention they're all combustible. The liquids that rise to the top are the most reactive ones. The liquid in the tube is the most explosive among all categories. Roland is glad to see the discovery. Up next, Kyle is responsible for figuring out how to mass-produce them. We then transition to Neverwinter City. There, we see one guy in the crowd particularly in high spirits. Actually, his poultry farming business is booming, with over 100 employees working under him and countless chickens and ducks on his farms. Since his business is doing so good, people often call him the Ducking Chicken Knight. As he's having the time of his life talking to himself and laughing with joy, the onlookers can't help but take note of this guy's unusually happy mood. Suddenly, a guy calls out to him and tells him that Roland needs him for something. The guard who came to relay the message didn't explain why His Majesty was calling. The chicken farmer has no clue why he's being summoned out of the blue, especially since the farmer mobilization meeting just ended. Being overly optimistic, all his success is getting over his head, making him believe the Majesty perhaps wants to make an example out of him for others. At the third border city, under the foot of the North Slope, we meet Roland being followed by the chicken farmer. It looks like they're heading into a tunnel where Roland is farming those deep-sea creatures. The farmer is flabbergasted to see such a massive and spacious tunnel. We then cut a little earlier, when he first met the Majesty. Before coming to Border City 3, Roland had explicitly told him the job he's about to perform is very confidential. He's absolutely not allowed to tell anyone about what he's going to do. While the chicken guy agreed to the terms, he's sweating about the unknown ahead. I have a feeling this guy will be in charge of taking care of those deep-sea bug farms. Right away, they come across 2 divine punishment witches. They stare at the commoner before asking His Majesty if having a mortal around is really safe. Roland reveals that he doesn't intend to keep his people in the dark about what's happening behind the scenes. Sooner or later, he plans to reveal everything to the public. So by involving important people, like those working in City Hall, it's the first step. At this moment, Pasha drops down from the ceiling with her massive body, causing the poor chicken farmer to absolutely lose his soul out of his body. Bro literally feels numb down to his knees and plops over, while Roland casually greets Pasha like they're best buddies forever. Roland wants a brief report about how the bug farming is going. Pasha reveals that there's significant growth in their numbers. As long as there's an abundance of mushrooms, they can keep eating forever. Roland is relieved that raising these bugs isn't a big headache. He then finally introduces her to the chicken guy, mentioning she used to be a very famous lady in her time. Of course, the chicken guy isn't sure from which angle this giant monster looks anything like a lady. That's when Pasha pokes the guy on the head, giving him a visual of her human appearance in his mind. Roland proceeds to walk towards the bug farming nest. As they walk, Roland briefs the guy about how 400 years ago, these witches lived on barren land and built their own towns. However, a disaster befell their town, and they somehow ended up in these grotesque bodies. Now they're immortal monsters, forced to live with this pain forever. Now that Roland has decided to take in these survivors, they're considered Neverwinter's allies in the fight against the devils and citizens of Greycastle. But, as anyone can see, it's pretty normal for people to think negatively of them because of how they look. The farmer guy is more than willing to accept and respect their existence. While it sounds very bizarre, if it's Roland endorsing them, then there's no other choice but to believe it. That's what a loyal minister should always do. They finally arrive at the farming fields filled with giant mushrooms, where the bugs are eating away at them. Of course, the farmer guy is literally sweating just standing there. Roland reveals how they call these things rubber bugs. They're able to produce a very useful industrial material, one that's just as important as food. Since this chicken guy has a lot of experience raising ducks and chickens by feeding them worms, Roland wants him to raise these bugs as well. Unsurprisingly, the chicken guy feels like his whole world just got turned upside down. Roland further reassures the chicken guy by casually kicking one of the rubber bugs, trying to show that these big fellas aren't hostile at all. Despite their freaky size, they're extremely timid. All you have to do is collect the slime inside their stomachs from time to time. The rest of the details about these bugs are written in a manual, which Roland hands over. Chicken guy can study it first and then figure out a way to make them mature faster, so they can harvest slime more efficiently. While the chicken guy is fine with the job, he's not sure he can handle it alone. Roland already thought of that. He's free to recruit help from the First Army if needed. Plus, if he does a good enough job, the Majesty promises a reward during this year's award and merit ceremony. Later, Roland runs into Jasmine and Lyra, except they're in their devouring worm forms. After greeting Roland, the two girls quickly retreat back into their hideout. Pasha explains that Jasmine and Lyra just came out to say hello before entering hibernation. Burrowing worm vessels burn through a ridiculous amount of energy, and usually, Fulan alone handles all the digging and transporting work. No need for 3 vessels at once, but Roland tells the girls to stay awake. There are going to be plenty of new projects soon, and Neverwinter will need all the help it can get with construction. As for food, City Hall will provide everything they need. Jasmine lights up like a kid in a candy store. She never liked hibernation in the first place. Since Roland clearly has plans for them, Pasha leaves the 2 girls under his care. The next day, as Roland sits in his office, he feels like things are finally settling down. With the exploration phase wrapped up, there shouldn't be any new problems from the western region. Then a pigeon flies in, carrying a secret letter from Hill Fox. What Roland reads absolutely devastates him. He jumps out of his seat, furious, and immediately calls for a meeting with all relevant officials. In the meeting room, Brian is visibly losing his marbles after hearing the latest developments. Apparently, the royal family of Dawn has decided to stir up trouble in the eastern region this time. It's only a matter of time before they make their move, maybe even cross the border and launch a full invasion. Barov takes the opportunity to throw a polite jab at Brian, wondering aloud, if the Dawn army could just waltz into Grey Castle without a fight, what's even the point of Brian being the captain of the First Army? Brian gets a little awkward, trying to clarify he was just using an example. Barov tells him to be more careful with his words. Besides, if diplomacy can fix this, there's no reason to jump straight to violence. Roland cuts through the back and forth with a sharp clap, telling everyone to grab some food and clear their heads. They'll discuss things properly afterward. As the officials sip on turbulent drinks, Neverwinter's specialty for stressful times, Roland reviews Hill Fox's letter again. The key points are, Apen Moya is planning to disrupt the eastern region. Things are not looking good in the Holy City with Otto Luoxi being imprisoned. After 3 days of debates, the consensus is to take back the eastern region and destroy the church. However, Roland hasn't yet decided how they'll deal with the Kingdom of Dawn itself. He's looking for a way to get the best results with minimal sacrifice, and he's sure Andrea is the key to this. But he wants her to approach him first, not the other way around. As fate would have it, Andrea walks into his office without being summoned, a perfect chance Roland had been anticipating for. Nightingale offers her some dried fish, but Andrea looks too serious to snack. Turns out she's here to beg Roland to save Otto Luoxi, her childhood friend. Roland is sure that she acknowledges the harsh truth they discussed in the meeting. To pressure Apen into surrender, they'd need at least 3,000 soldiers. To attack the Holy City, they'd need more than 5,000, about 80% of the entire First Army. That's not even counting the costs of horses, carriages, food, and supplies. Roland is trying to subtly talk her out of it, mentally starts listing all the problems out loud, basically trying to deter her without saying no outright. Of course, Nightingale notices and pinches him hard for causing Andrea even more distress. Finally, Roland softens his tone and assures her that if everyone in here is willing to take the initiative and shake up the situation themselves, they can also find a way to overcome the disadvantages. They'll need the help of the 3 major families in the Kingdom of Dawn. If those families cooperate, they can overthrow the Moya family and end the reign of that madman Apen. Basically, Roland wants Andrea to become the ruler of the Kingdom of Dawn. She's of course completely shocked to realize this. But then her face grows somber as she insists she's not interested in the throne. Roland then suggests her father take the role. The graceful lady doesn't hesitate for a second before admitting that her father will likely say yes. If that's the case, Roland is ready to put the plan into motion, assuring her that Otto will be out of prison before she knows it. Later, once he's alone with Nightingale, she is in disbelief that she is willing to let Andrea become the ruler of Dawn. As they chat, Isabella enters the office room after a long time. She seems a little worried after learning from Agatha that the Church of Hermes is about to break apart. Roland confirms this, or at least that's what the reports say. Refugees who've escaped from the church have started showing up in Coldwind Ridge and the western region of Dawn. According to their statements, the cathedral representing the holy city collapsed overnight. Besides, Roland is sure she's not here to talk about the church. Well, of course she's not. She's not at all concerned about the church. She's here to remind him about the countless berserk pills. A lot of people already know where these pills are stored, so if that information spreads, it could cause unnecessary complications in their plans. When Roland asks where the pills are, she reveals that they're hidden in well-secured warehouses across the Hermes Plateau, though she can't provide their exact coordinates. However, she's willing to tag along with the First Army to help find those pills, but only if Roland wants her to. The Majesty has no objections to her traveling with the First Army, but she's not to engage in any battles. Once she finds the pills, she's supposed to destroy them on the spot. Roland then gives her another task. In the Old Holy City, several monasteries still exist. Since the church has lost its ability to maintain order, those places have likely turned into living hells. He needs her to bring any orphans back to the western region. Isabella doesn't understand exactly what Roland is thinking, but she doesn't dare question his judgment. She simply bows her head in respect. Next, we cut to Iris's lavish house. When she enters her room, her brother follows, questioning why she's so late today. Iris shares how Roland has set up a defense department responsible for national-level military matters. If she's going to be this late again, she suggests he just eat on his own. But her little brother believes it's worth the wait as long as he gets to eat with his beautiful sister. While eating, he asks why she didn't speak much during the meeting. She's pretty sure she already had all the answers to the daunting problems Roland has been facing. She reveals that the reason she stayed quiet during the meetings is because she's positive Roland will have Andrea take charge of the issue with the Kingdom of Dawn. She noticed how his gaze landed directly on Andrea 17 times over the past 3 days. Since Andrea isn't a member of City Hall and isn't a main decision-maker, there must be some other motive. She brags how she had to use her peripheral vision to observe this, and she's sure Roland didn't realize she was watching him all along. Her little brother can't help but feel disturbed seeing how full of herself she's become. Moving on, she reveals that she had talked to Andrea and tells her to support Roland in his endeavors. Only then will he be able to help rescue Otto. The next day, in the courtroom, Brian is once again going bonkers, promising that the First Army will exterminate all enemies, no matter how far they are. Roland then gives his verdict. He will split their troops into 2, sending one towards Hermes Plateau through Coldwind Ridge, while the other heads east to the kingdom's border. They'll attack the Kingdom of Dawn from 2 sides, aiming to take over the City of Glow by early fall. Everyone in the conference room is pleased with the decision. Iris can already tell that things are about to get a whole lot more hectic from here on out. We then cut to Lorgar, who is counting down her money, and it seems things aren't looking great for her. It only took her 2 weeks to spend over 3/4 of the money she had. Most of her money went to buying expensive drinks at Evelyn's complex winehouse. The prices at that damned place are literally daylight robbery. Then again, she shouldn't be blaming others for her own financial failure. After all, she willingly paid for everything herself. She continued to chug down drinks, and Evelyn kept bringing more and more. Honestly, now that she thinks about it, those drinks were so delicious that she just couldn't resist herself. Every drink tasted amazing, no matter how distinct or unique each one was. Anyway, seeing her dwindling reserves, the only thing that brought poor Lorgar any comfort was immense sorrow. A while later, she finds herself in a forest. She strips off her clothes and transforms into her wolf form. As she's running through the forest, a monster suddenly charges at her. But Lorgar simply leaps out of the way, causing poor Maggie to dive headfirst into the ground. Of course, we all know it's Maggie. Even Lorgar begins to recognize the sound of the monster, realizing it's someone she's heard before. The wolf lady musters up the courage to ask if the monster is Maggie. Naturally, Maggie reacts with immense shock upon hearing a wolf speak. Just then, Lightning arrives on the scene and asks this wise wolf for her identity. Lorgar immediately transforms back into her human form and introduces herself as Lorgar Burnflame, from the desert. She came here following Ash and Andrea. During her travels, she mentioned Maggie, which is how she had a hunch it was her. Maggie recalls seeing Lorgar back on the ship when she delivered a message to Ash. Meanwhile, Lightning finds it unfair that nobody told Lorgar about her. So, our adventurous girl takes it upon herself to introduce herself to this wise wolf, the greatest explorer in the western region. Well, more like the greatest explorer in Grey Castle. It's then that Maggie notices a small but interesting detail about Lorgar. "Why are you naked?" she asks while staring at her. Poor curious Maggie continues to stare at the naked wolf, earning a bonk on the head from Lightning for making their guest uncomfortable by staring at her. Lorgar quickly gets dressed and asks both of them why they attacked her. Lightning embarrassingly admits that they thought Lorgar was a mutated snow wolf. You see, both of their jobs include patrolling for demonic beasts, hunting food for the castle, and keeping an eye on the entire Northwest. Not to mention, they also steal bird eggs, pick beehives, and play hunt games. Though these activities aren't part of their original job, Maggie is a sucker for them. Anyway, very few people find their way out here. Plus, months of demon activity just recently ended, so it was unusual to see a monster in the wild. Now that Lightning has explained their side of the story, they throw the question right back at Lorgar. This isn't barren land. She could have bumped into demonic beasts, and there are much more dangerous things out here. So both girls are curious to know why she came all the way out here by herself. She then finally comes clean that she's looking for the devils. There are rumors about an abandoned city, and she's heard they were once spotted there, and she plans to hunt those nasty beings down. Lightning can barely hold back her laughter as she watches this gullible woman speak so bluntly about devils, as if they're just stray dogs she can take down. She finally reveals to this not-so-wise wolf that it's been over 400 years since devils appeared in Tequila. There's always the danger they could return at any moment, which is exactly why she patrols these lands. However, if she wants to find the abandoned city, it's going to take at least a week. The barren lands cover a vast area. If her directions are off by even a little, she won't find that city. You see, that place used to be known for its fertile soil, and it's much bigger than Grey Castle. In fact, it's even bigger than the Four Kingdoms combined. The poor girl feels dejected, knowing it's going to be a pain in the ass to find those devils. Meanwhile, Lightning can't help but notice how Lorgar's been putting her life at risk. Following rumors to find Devil's origin. So, both adventure-seeking girls get excited and invite Lorgar to join their exploration group, offering her more security and freedom to explore uncharted territories with them. But it looks like the unwise wolf isn't interested in playing games with these little kids. However, her curiosity peaks when Lightning reveals she knows where the Tequila ruins are located and is willing to take her there if she joins their team. Lorgar is sold instantly, and Lightning further glamorizes how she and Maggie are the only ones who've had the liberty to touch its walls. It's not just Tequila though. Lightning knows a lot about the devils too. She's even fought powerful elite devils before. She knows things nobody else knows. Night falls, and while Lorgar may be reluctant, she has no choice but to tag along with these little girls, especially since this seems to be the only way to gather more intel on the devils. After a short journey, they stumble across a little hut smack dab in the middle of nowhere. It seems to be Lightning's base, where they'll rest for the night and continue their journey tomorrow morning. Lightning starts a bonfire and sits down to smoke some barbecue sticks. Lorgar is quite impressed by how cozy it is, wondering if they built it themselves. Lightning claims they didn't build it. It's just a natural shelter they stumbled across. The trunk was hollowed out by bugs, and its branches fell due to weathering. The branches and leaves created a natural canopy. As for the windows and door, Maggie and she made them. There are plenty of resting places like these in the barren lands. Lorgar feels the vibe here. She sits down and takes a bite of the meat Lightning just roasted. The food is so delicious that the wise wolf can't hide her joy. Apparently, this isn't just any regular meat. It's a lake frog caught in the icy springs of the snowy mountains. It took Lightning quite a bit of effort to catch it. Lightning adds that, as explorers, trying new foods is part of their job. The food is so tasty that Lorgar can't get over it. The next day, they continue their journey and finally reach the place they've been looking for. When Lorgar takes in the full view of the abandoned Tequila City, she can't help but realize how massive it is. The sheer size of it is 6 times that of Iron Sand City. Assuming a ratio of 1 to 10, there would have been at least a few million people, including the villages outside the city. This place was once the last line of defense for the Witch Kingdom, but unfortunately, they failed to defend themselves against the devils. Lorgar is fascinated by how they were able to build such a huge city, yet still failed against the devils. Now that she thinks about it, Roland was right when he emphasized the level of threat the upcoming Battle of Divine Will represents. Lorgar then questions if the devils happen to enter Neverwinter, which direction they would come from. As far as Lightning's understanding goes, they could come from anywhere west of the ruins. It gets pretty dangerous deeper into the barren lands, including traveling in the sky. The reason behind this is that there's fog, and the sky sometimes turns red. It's something the devils need to survive, similar to how humans need air to breathe. The weather's great today, so the sky is clear and blue, but when it's cloudy or rainy, you'll often see red fog on the horizon if you fly high enough. It's like poison to the witches. Any contact with it is enough to critically injure you. Since they don't know how far the fog can spread, they rarely cross over Tequila. Devil's main weakness is the tube on their bodies, but if Lorgar ever bumps into enemies, it's better for her to retreat immediately and report the matter to His Majesty. Lightning then hands her a map since she's part of the exploration team. The map marks all the unexplored areas, and if Lorgar happens to go into these areas, she can draw anything she finds, like bird nests, beehives, or wolf dens. The most important rule is that she's not allowed to keep all the loot for herself. She has to share it equally among the team members. Lightning then reveals that they'll be leaving Neverwinter because Roland is about to dispatch the First Army to the Eastern region and Hermes. It's likely that she and Maggie will have to leave with the First Army and won't be back for a few months. So, while she helps the First Army sniff out the enemies and fine-tune the cannons, Lorgar is to stay here and explore the barren lands. We then cut to Border Town. In the office, Roland looks utterly exhausted. Ever since he gave orders for the expedition, he's been holding several meetings a day. The feeling of having power was great at first, but now it's starting to tire him out. If he didn't have Scroll organizing and filtering out the numbers, he would have left all this work to his subordinates. It's then that Iris appears in the office with a revised battle strategy in her hands. According to her strategy, they can use the powers of the witches and tequila people to initiate random raids in various locations. This way, their enemies will have a hard time defending themselves, and they'll be fighting them both in the sky and on the land. Roland understands the effectiveness behind her strategy, which is expected of Iris, though it's not perfect. If he wants these strategies to be carried out smoothly, he'll need to ensure the tequila witches are willing to listen to his orders. So, to make sure of that, he'll need to get them experience the dream world at least for once. The next scene takes us into the dream realm, where Roland wakes up to a phone call from Garcia. He picks up the phone, and she's already mad that he hasn't shown up at the promised time. After all, he was the one who wanted to learn more about the corrosion of this world. The association decided on a time for newcomers to visit, and it's happening this afternoon. She tells him to come to the designated place after he has breakfast. Roland questions why it's so urgent since the meetup was supposed to be this afternoon. Garcia yells at him again, reminding him that he's not the only new member, and they need time to meet with other members from different regions. In order to avoid her wrath, Roland gets moving. He meets Zero in the other drawing area and informs her before leaving the apartment. She thinks maybe he's going out for a morning jog, and Roland kind of confirms it. Before leaving, he assures her that he might be a little late, so she'll have to fend for herself. With that, he walks out, shutting the door behind him. As Roland walks through the streets, he notices a lot of people on their daily jogging routines. This motivates him to go jogging himself. Once he arrives at the storeroom where he's set up his new base, we meet all the witches from before. After pleasantries, Roland drops a tidbit about a special task he has for them. According to Garcia, the association will bring the new members to their headquarters when they show them around. They usually keep the location of the headquarters a secret, and that's why Roland wants to take this opportunity to figure out where they've been storing the force of nature. To do that, he needs their help. Fadi is all in to assist Roland with her bugs. She plants one of her bugs inside his body so she can always know where he is and what he's doing. Looks like Bro dislikes these creepy crawlies just as much as I do. Back to business. He wants to confirm if they've all learned how to hail a taxi by now. The girls quickly explain the step-by-step procedure for getting a taxi and the etiquette for riding one. Once they arrive at the headquarters, Roland wants Ling to sneak inside. Even though there are no divine judgment stones in this world, there might be another method the association is using to disrupt magic, so they all need to be cautious. If they think the infiltration plan is falling apart, they can prioritize their safety and retreat. One of the witches is told to stay behind and take care of everyone else. Roland further offers her money for takeout, which should be enough for 3 meals a day. The meat girl quickly expresses her desire to join the infiltration team, as she's also good at infiltration. But Roland assures her that her contribution isn't necessary. If she does exactly as she's told, he promises to take her to the cinema next time. The girl's eyes light up and she becomes all cute and smitten when Roland pats her. A while later, Roland finally spots Garcia in the corridor. The guy sprinted down here and is now panting heavily, as if he just ran a marathon. Garcia notices him and decides to end her phone call. It looks like Roland overheard a bit of the conversation and wonders if the Clover group is talking about demolition again. Garcia responds coldly, saying it's none of his business. They have some small talk, and during the conversation, Garcia asks about the girls who have been living with him in his house. Roland quickly brushes the topic aside, eager to change his clothes before doing anything else. A while later, Bro returns looking like a true gentleman in a 3-piece suit. Since it's his first time visiting the headquarters, being a little formal is natural. Now that he's becoming an official member, he can't afford to be too casual. Otherwise, they might think he's rude. It's clear Garcia is a bit flustered seeing him look so good, but being the tsundere type, she brushes off the compliment and decides to move on to avoid further embarrassment. Later, the pickup bus arrive and they proceed to get on. Roland notices the bus doesn't have any number plates, and he can't see what's inside through the windows. Just as he's about to board, Fadi and the other witches signal Roland before getting into a taxi, letting him know their plan is going just as intended. Garcia finally ushers Roland onto the private bus, so private that even the windows are meticulously blocked. As she drags him to the last seat, he asks if the guys on the bus aren't her colleagues. Garcia explains that the Martialist Association isn't a company, Most of the people on this bus are like him. They've just awakened, so it's their first time seeing each other. Roland notices the strong hostility emanating from these guys. Garcia then reveals that not every awakened person has noble intentions. Some of them used to be fence-sitters, and they were forced to lean toward the association due to how bad the erosion had gotten. It's normal for these guys to be in unusually bad moods. In the past, conflicts arose where new awakeners killed association members during their missions. Eventually, the defenders had to step in and eliminate them. If any of them try to provoke him, she suggests ignoring them. The association will punish them severely. The force of nature granted to them by the gods was meant for self-defense, not to take things from others. If they don't stop the erosion, this world might cease to exist. Many are so busy enjoying their powers that they've forgotten their responsibilities. Roland understands. It's possible that the witches 800 years ago thought the same way before they established the Union to fight against the devils. Out of the blue, the bus comes to a sudden halt and begins to descend. Garcia reassures a nervous Roland that they're just in an elevator. She shifts his attention to the outside, where they can see the floors as they descend. Given how many floors this place has, even the entire third border city seems like a small town in comparison. The others are also fascinated by the massive size of the headquarters. Roland starts to worry if Ling will even be able to find her way down here. Eventually, they reach a spot with a giant monument standing in the middle. Soon after, people start pouring out of their buses, instantly crowding the area. The reason for the crowd is that the association has countless branches, but only 2 headquarters. If he wants to experience the erosion by himself, he must visit one of these 2 headquarters. Not only can you see erosion here, but you can also touch it. However, it's better to avoid physical contact. The lights go down, leaving only spotlights illuminating the monument, and one on a woman who appears out of nowhere on stage. She welcomes everyone to Prism City and introduces herself as Lan, the chief disciple of Rock's defenders. The audience, however, isn't really interested in hearing her talk. After all, they didn't travel all this way just to be greeted by a chief disciple. They want the real deal. Lan calms the eager crowd down and explains that the defenders usually welcome the new disciples. However, something happened in Sky City, and as a result, the master and the other 3 defenders had to leave a few days ago. Since she didn't want to delay the tour, she stepped in to continue it. Since many people here have been awakened for years, she can't truly treat everyone as newcomers. But now that circumstances have changed, she views their arrival as a sign that everyone here acknowledges the association's power. Naturally, everyone must push everything else aside for now and focus on defeating the fallen evils. The association doesn't care about their identity or status, they only care about future performance. The more dangerous the situation, the more important it is for the Awakeners to work together. If any of them can't accept the association's methods, they're free to leave. The room falls into silence as Roland can't help but notice how cunning the chief disciple actually is. Garcia grows a little agitated at Roland's unspoken criticism of her soul master. She further suggests that Roland stay out of her master's sight, as she has no patience for irresponsible people who are always late to arrive. The chief disciple cuts through the chatter with sharp, resounding claps. Since no one is leaving, she assumes everyone has made their choice. With that, the association welcomes all newcomers. She requests everyone to follow her as she wants to show them the disaster the world is about to face. Everyone will soon realize how close the battle of divine will is to them. The mention of the divine will shocks Roland. It doesn't make sense as to why is she speaking about something that doesn't belong to this world. Roland then notices Garcia's calm demeanor, which indicates that she already knows all about divine will and whatever else the chief disciple has mentioned. Once the speech concludes, the chief disciple leads everyone down more floors. By now, Roland is dying to know why the headquarters is so deep underground. It seems excessive if they're only trying to protect themselves or keep things confidential. Garcia assures him not to be too surprised. This place used to be a mine, and the lift tunnels were modified from abandoned mining caves. She then points out that some of the floors are new, dug further down as the erosion spreads. She reveals that no one can stop the erosion, not even the association. Rather than just protecting itself from the erosion, the association focuses on dealing with awakened individuals who have ill intentions. While it doesn't make sense to Roland now, she promises he'll understand soon enough. As all the participants take their seats in one of the auditoriums, Roland notices how well guarded the entire room is. The chief disciple grabs everyone's attention and begins narrating how an evil force has appeared in their world. The number of fallen evils increased drastically, threatening the lives of awakened individuals. However, she clarifies that the so-called evil force is not evil at all. Another world is overlapping with their own. She then reveals the source of this erosion, which is a dark red hole-like thing. Roland has no clue what it is, while Garcia reveals that this is a small part of the erosion. The entire world is becoming riddled with such holes. This is the essence of the erosion. One person stands up and insists on further explanation about this erosion. Everyone has questions. They all want to know what this other world is and what these fallen evils are. The chief disciple silences them all and proceeds with a little presentation to clear up the confusion. After a brief verbal explanation, she demonstrates by shoving a stick into the red hole. The stick erodes as soon as it makes contact with the bubble. One of the guys volunteers to try it by himself. Once given permission, he stands in front of the red hole, pours magic into his hand, and tries to grab the bubble. The poor bastard loses all of his fingers the moment he touches it. As he is escorted to the infirmary, the chief disciple confidently states that this demonstration is enough to convince them just how dangerous the erosion is. Roland stands up to get a closer look himself. When he examines the red light coming from the hole, it looks strangely familiar. He recalls seeing something similar on the Divine Land. Specifically, one of the 4 paintings had shown this. The chief disciple seems to recognize Roland. Garcia has mentioned him several times to her. As she had described it, Roland is one of the very few awakened individuals who awakened independently. She finds this quite rare for an ordinary person, and is glad he is willing to join the association. Even though she despises people who are always late, she supposes it's a common flaw among many. In her roundabout way, she assures him that his shortcomings can be overlooked if he showcases his full potential without holding anything back. Otherwise, he will be eliminated eventually. She then suggests he return to his seat if he is done examining the hole. Roland says nothing and sits back down. According to the research files from the underground civilization, the red moon is key to converting magic. It is also the foundation for the existence of dreams. Witches can see the true form of the red moon because they are in the real world. But this place was created using his and Zero's memories. Meanwhile, Garcia is certain that Roland must now believe her, as everything is right before his eyes. Roland has never doubted her judgment. However, he doesn't think her master is as intimidating as Garcia had made him out to be. Of course, the eye patch lady has no idea what he is trying to imply. Roland then adds that the chief disciple has said a lot of things to him, something about him being extraordinary, and how the association really desires his contribution. Garcia isn't sure what she's talking about, since she didn't see her master say a single word while he was over there. The way Garcia mentioned it, though, makes it sound like she literally saw nothing, which kind of shocks Roland out of his wits. Meanwhile, the chief disciple decides to start explaining all the juicy details she's got. First, about the source of the erosion. The world they're living in isn't flat. It's more like a membrane. The membrane has a curvature, in other words, it's bent. Some places are more curved than others. So, if there are other worlds outside their world, there's one possibility. 2 worlds have started overlapping at a certain point, which is causing the erosion. Of course, whatever she's saying makes absolutely no sense to anyone. Meanwhile, the lady continues to point out how this overlap caused the 2 worlds to temporarily share a connection. She doesn't know how this will affect the world over there. But this world they are currently living in is definitely being influenced. Power coming from that other world is causing natural phenomenons. Whether it's martial artists or fallen evils, the power gained by all awakeners is connected to this. Everything is linked together. Of course, the awakened folks get annoyed when they hear the harsh truth. Their powers are a byproduct of this erosion anomaly. They strongly object, stating that their powers belong to them and no one else. She admits that martial artists can control their powers, but fallen evils can't because martial artists are in the early stages of the overlap. As the energy spreads, more and more martial artists will turn into fallen evils. It's a struggle for survival. If they don't defeat the fallen evils, not only the normal awakened people, but the human world will be completely destroyed by them. Roland suddenly wakes up in his office, startled by Nightingale. Once he's done dismissing Barov, Nightingale points out how he's been zoning out a lot lately. She wonders if it's related to the dream world's erosion. Roland assures her that there's nothing serious going on. It's just that he's a little confused about a few things, nothing to worry about. Seems like it's already been 4 days since he left the dream world. Faldi managed to locate the headquarters, but Ling failed to infiltrate it. Then again, there weren't any setbacks, so it's all good. Nightingale creeps up on him again to remind him how he's zoning out once more. Once again, Roland assures her that everything is fine, but Nightingale knows he's not being completely honest. She suspects that maybe he's been doing some questionable, immoral stuff with those witches in his dream world. Poor guy defends himself against the baseless allegations, claiming that he only let them try various kinds of food. Nightingale assures him that she's just joking around. She's actually worried about his safety since she can't be in his dream world to protect him. She fears that being left alone with 20 thirsty witches craving pleasure might end up causing him more harm than he realizes. Of course, her wild imagination only earns her Roland's disdain while she continues to act sly and nonchalant, claiming she's just joking. Roland teases her back, saying that if he had her ability, it would definitely tell him she's lying and that she's been trying to ask this question since the very beginning. Finally, Nightingale admits her mistake. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and in walks Hunter Iron Axe. Roland hopes that Iron Axe already knows the battle plan for Neverwinter. Looks like Iron Axe isn't aware of all the details, though. He only got a little information from Brian. But there's one thing he doesn't understand. Brian will be responsible for taking over for him and protecting Miss Echo in Port Clearwater. If that happens, who's going to be responsible for the Eastern Battlefront? Roland points out that Brian is still lacking in experience. His defense is solid, but accidents are bound to happen if he leads a huge army by himself. So, Iron Axe will be in charge of the army heading east. The brave hunter then curiously asks who's heading to the west. Roland expresses his desire to handle it himself. We then cut to Agatha, who's asking Isabella if she's ready for their trip, since they'll be leaving tomorrow, and she doesn't want her falling behind. Isabella reveals that she doesn't have any spare clothes, and she doesn't know what to bring. Hearing this, Agatha decides to take her shopping for new clothes. While Isabella feels warmth from Agatha's kind gesture, she reveals that she doesn't have any money. The Icy Witch is more than happy to lend her some. Even then, Isabella isn't sure if she can muster up the courage to enjoy pleasures unless she finally sees the outcome of this divine war. Well, the Icy Witch isn't sure if staying dejected like this all these years will be worth it. After all, the divine war won't end that soon, so she gotta lift her chin up and enjoy the time she has, since worrying about the future won't help at all. This is the moment Isabella gets overwhelmed with emotions and happily embraces Agatha's extended hand. Later that night, we see Roland sleeping with his best girl, Anna. The girl isn't sure if they should be getting laid when there's so much to take care of. Roland reassures her that they've been preparing all this time, so they deserve this little break together. Plus, this expedition isn't just about fighting. Publicity is important too. They've got to make an impression, and it's not possible if he doesn't have a beautiful female partner by his side for the banquets. Let's not intrude on their privacy and let them enjoy this night they are sharing. The day of departure arrives, and Roland's big steamboats have started sailing. On one of them is himself and Nightingale, and they're about to arrive at Redwater City. He tells her to inform all advisors to gather in the upper observation room for a meeting. Later, once all the big shots have arrived in the meeting room, one of the guys reveals that Redwater City is the second most developed city in the central region, aside from the old royal capital. Its territory is huge, and there are many nobles. So, he's afraid they won't be able to take care of things as quickly as they did with Willowtown. He suggests organizing a meeting with the leader of Redwater, Earl Delta, to try to convince him before issuing orders to redraw entrustment rights. That being said, the guy is sure that many nobles already know the purpose of their visit, and if those guys still decide to go against their plan, the guy suggests sending out the army right away to obliterate them. Roland then inquires if there's a faster way to handle this. Actually, he doesn't want to spend too much time visiting Willowtown, as there are still a few cities left to visit after their current target. If they take this much time in every city, summer will be over before they even reach Coldwind Ridge. This is when Iris steps forward with a solution in mind. However, her solution might tarnish Roland's reputation a bit. We cut to the nobles of Willowtown, who are fuming after reading the letter sent by the Majesty. The letter highlights how Roland Wimbledon has taken away all the rights belonging to the leader of Willowtown and claimed the land for himself. The nobles are livid just thinking about how this so-called king has been stripping every noble of their status and taking their inherited lands for himself. But what can they do against such a powerhouse of a king? Timothy was defeated within days, and the church was too, leaving no thorns in Roland's path toward his dictatorship. They all remember how the Western army came to Redwater and defeated their enemies within days. Anyone touched by that white powder Roland produced dies. Even those wearing heavy armor struggle to survive against it. This is when a blonde man comes up with a plan. As far as he's concerned, that white powder may be powerful, but it's not invincible. It requires a large area of space to release its full power. The more spacious the area, the more powerful the powder becomes. But if they can restrict it to a smaller space, its capabilities will be limited. For example, when Roland arrives at Redwater, he will likely stay in the palace. As long as they have more of their people in the castle, Roland will be at a disadvantage. A silver-haired man questions if Earl Delta is willing to cooperate in this endeavor. The blonde man believes Delta would never do something like this, given his personality. He wouldn't even fight for himself if they put a knife to his throat. However, the blonde man has heard from workers that the castle has many secret passages leading outside. All they need to do is split their men up and get them in there beforehand. One man raises the concern that this action will be considered an act of rebellion, and if they kill Roland, his army will crush everyone there. The blonde man quickly reassures the group that they don't plan to kill him. All they need to do is take control and hold Roland hostage. As long as he stays alive, his army won't dare to act rashly, and they might even force them to retreat. Once this spreads, the other nobles will surely side with Willowtown. Not to mention, the only land this king controls is that small region in the west. Just thinking about overthrowing Roland makes the blonde man grin maniacally. The others begin chattering among themselves, realizing how much they stand to gain if this plan succeeds. The first step is to select a few trustworthy knights to follow the blonde man's orders. As for the rest, the blonde man suggests practicing patience. Finally, Roland's giant steamships arrive at Willowtown's port, much to the blonde man's annoyance. He can't stomach how much attention Roland is attracting with his massive ships that need no air to sail. Under his breath, he asks the knight next to him about the current preparations. The knight reveals that they have 51 people in place, and they just need 2 more days to get the rest of them in position. The blonde man can't help but smirk at the prospect. He's confident that they have plenty of time, and the chances of winning have just increased marginally. As soon as Roland approaches, these filthy backstabbers, who are about to betray our boy, introduce themselves and pay their respects. The blonde man also introduces himself as George Neri, the owner of Rock Ridge and an earl. George wastes no time bragging about how his Rock Ridge is known for its top-quality tea and fruit wine. It would be an honor if Roland would visit his humble territory. Roland seems quite interested and asks where it's located. Of course, George wasn't expecting Roland to show such interest in Rock Ridge. He thought this conversation might end with our boy showing no interest, but the opposite happens. With no other option, George starts rattling off precise directions to his territory. Just a short walk east 2 leagues at most, and the first ridge comes into view. Nestled beneath it lies the land of the Nurley family. Roland smiles politely in response. He even tosses in a few honeyed words, saying he hopes George will treasure the peerless view from the Rock Ridge. Then he just walks off, leaving that bastard George standing there, stewing in his own thoughts. Everything's going according to plan. He wants Roland to fall soon enough, because he's damn tired of pretending in front of this soft-spoken trash king. The night is still young, and love is in the air when Roland enters the banquet hall. On his arm is the woman he treasures most, a vision in formal wear that makes half the room forget how to breathe. Behind her trail Iris, Isabella, Phyllis, and a contingent of knights dressed like royalty. As he catches up with the nobles, we see some guy offering a drink to George. The guy accepts the drink and asks the man if he has any insider info regarding Roland. While the man doesn't have any strong leads, the lady beside Roland feels kind of suspicious to him. She just stands out too much. If she were from a noble family, he would have known about her by now, but that doesn't seem to be the case. That's when George smirks and reveals that she's likely a witch. This bastard clearly has a massive hate boner for witches, and he's already thinking about enslaving all these bitches. I mean witches once Roland falls. The 2 bastards then clink their glasses and have the time of their lives drinking and scheming. As the banquet continues, with these shady dudes plotting Roland's downfall, one of the fat cats silences everyone so the Majesty can speak a little. Once everyone's eyes are on him, Roland starts his speech by thanking the Earl for hosting such an extravagant banquet. He's also genuinely happy to see so many important figures attending. He's sure that almost all the nobles residing around Redwater City are here tonight. That fat cat confirms that aside from 2 nobles who claim to be ill, everyone else is present. With that, Roland decides to seize the moment and drop a truth bomb. From today onwards, Redwater City and all the surrounding territories will belong to the Kingdom of Greycastle. In other words, they'll belong to him, and literally, no one else will own any land. This, of course, shocks the hell out of everyone present, especially George, who looks absolutely boggled out of his damn mind. He can barely believe Roland Wimbledon managed to convince Earl Delta ahead of time. Earl Delta himself is sweating his sagging sack of balls, worried about the backlash he'll face for siding with Roland. He was hoping Roland would ease into this bombshell, not drop it like a damn meteor. But Roland shuts this pig up real quick. He knows exactly what kind of people he's dealing with here. Some of them will hop onto the carriage of progress and ride alongside him. The rest will turn to dust trying to block his path. Naturally, the fat cat is boggled by the idea that Roland already knows about their shady schemes. In response, Roland assures this bastard that he has the ability to read people's hearts. Iris steps in to emphasize Roland's might. All the nobles need to do is repeat what she says and they'll realize there's no hiding their true thoughts. Roland can tell that none of them have been truthful to him so far, but understandable. If he were them, he wouldn't trust some king from Greycastle's borders either. He gestures for Iris to continue. She begins the next line they're supposed to say, "Even though I don't understand what Roland wants, my right to freedom isn't that important to me. As long as I have other ways to gain profit, I'm willing to give it a try." Naturally, the nobles all start parroting the line, but Roland notices that only 4 of them actually mean it. Still, just being willing to try is enough to earn a ticket on the bus of evolution. In the face of change, the courage to try is the most valuable trait. So he tells a few selective nobles to step aside. Meanwhile, George is absolutely losing his marbles watching these bozos so willing to follow Roland's ideals. Since they don't seem the least bit worried about losing their lands, George starts thinking maybe these idiots are just puppets under Roland's control. Now, it's time for the 3rd sentence these hobos are supposed to recite. And since Earl Delta is the biggest coward in the room, He is first to recite the lines. The others follow him soon after. Roland once again filters out the two who were being honest. George, on the other hand, has officially lost his bananas. He has no damn clue how this new king managed to get everyone on his side. This should have been impossible. If Roland had been in talks with these people, George would have noticed. Roland, meanwhile, tries to hammer some sense into these bastards that surrendering to a higher power isn't something to be ashamed of. Human society has always formed hierarchies based on power. It's important to understand where you stand and to know your limits. He then further assures them they won't be treated unfairly. Iris continues to chant each line our guy wants these nobles to agree to. Eventually, Roland presents the final sentence he wants these bitches to say. This line is designed to confirm whether they still harbor any intention of assassinating the king to save their lands. Once they hear that last line, a heavy silence falls over the room. George looks like he's about to pass out. One of the nobles hesitantly declares that he'd never betray the Wimbledon family, and George and the rest echo the same. But Roland knows better. He already sees through their thoughts. He knows they're planning this shit in their heads right now. He promises them that if they act on those thoughts, their crimes will be revealed. And by then, they won't even deserve to work in the mines. They'll get only one thing: death. With that, Roland commands his unit to bring these traitors to their knees. George, of course, thinks he can easily wipe out this small unit. Even if one of them is a witch, as long as he and his crew are wearing the stones of divine judgment, she can't do jack shit. He instantly gestures for his fellow to execute their plan, but the guy immediately starts throwing a tantrum, complaining that they're being accused of something they haven't even committed. Roland shouldn't be so sure without any hard evidence. These bitches can whine all they want, but my guy remains unhinged. Meanwhile, George is foolish enough to think that he has the upper hand. His ally charges at our party with a massive sword, but it's the bastard who loses his head in the process, leaving George and the others shitting their pants. One by one, Phyllis butchers all of those who had been plotting Roland's demise. George is struck by a reality check he can't even fathom. The few others who remained behind quickly fall to their knees and surrender right away. It is then that George realizes that it's Roland who is playing real chess while the others are playing checkers. Roland intentionally left the First Army outside on purpose. There were only about 100 guards, and only 6 of them attended the banquet. He pretended to be forceful, not leaving them any room to back out. He finally realizes the harsh truth. Roland never planned to spare the remaining nobles. Even if they surrender now, it won't change the outcome. It's already too late for everyone to surrender. And thus, everyone present meets their demise instantly. Iris is glad to see how the plan is being carried out meticulously. First, Isabella nullified the stones of divine judgment the nobles had. Then, Nightingale used her lie-reading ability. Lastly, Iris butchered every motherfucker with ill intentions, leaving only 4 nobles who had passed the first question. Iris can't help but marvel at Roland's cunning and meticulous planning. She's now feeling glad she chose to follow a ruler like him. Roland then questions Delta if there are any other banquet halls in this manor. Delta quickly spills the details that it's right next to them. Roland decides to go there. He also wants Delta to produce a list of traitors because he wants it tonight. He then loudly assures the other noble guests that only traitors will be punished. Now that this kingdom has obtained peace, Roland's priority will be to restore order around Redwater as soon as possible. For that, he needs their help. All the remaining nobles kneel in submission, as it's better to adhere to orders than to be dead. Roland then tells everyone to get up. He assigns them their first mission to prove their loyalty. Now that all land belongs to him, there is no longer any purpose in keeping the original boundaries. So he needs every noble family to gather in Redwater City, including their residences, people, and animals living on their lands. Earl Delta raises the concern of food shortages if they were to gather everyone here. Redwater wouldn't have enough food to keep everyone fed. Even if they made them all farm, there wouldn't be enough fields for them to work with. Not to mention, many people might fight back when forced to relocate. Roland assures them there's nothing to worry about. In just a few minutes, he fills Delta in with some juicy details, which is enough to get this fat cat assured. A while later, Roland is alone with Iris. With the food problem solved, Roland believes they've successfully secured Redwater City. Now, it's time for Silver City and the old capital. However, Iris reveals that the latter has already been taken care of, so all they need is a suitable candidate to sit there as leader. Roland isn't sure how the other routes are doing. If everything goes smoothly, Iron Axe should reach Golden Wheat City tomorrow. He then orders her to return to the office for now, as there's plenty of work to get done tonight. According to their plan, the moment they get the list of all the traitors, they will be dealt with by the First Army. Iris acknowledges the orders and decides to take her leave. But before she leaves, Roland stops her and compliments her for the flawless strategy she had suggested. Of course, this sudden flattery takes her by surprise. Nonetheless, she maintains her sincerity and simply pays her respects for the acknowledgement. It seems like everything is going just as she had intended. She wanted Roland to rely on her, and she's glad she can now take care of things the way she desires. We then cut to Golden Wheat City, where we see Iron Axe Hunter along with his sidekick. Iron Axe is surprised to see this city in such a sorry state, especially since its name suggests prosperity. Whatever the case, the guy beside him doesn't care about the city's condition, as long as he manages to fulfill Roland's orders. Their job is to take over one city at a time. Iron Axe Hunter then highlights that using force is not their priority. As Iris told him, if they want to reclaim the eastern region, taking care of rebelling nobles is the best move. The scene then shifts to the officials of Golden Wheat City. They're paying respects to their fallen king, Timothy. The Big Cheese then instructs his butler, Bell, to note down everything he's about to say. Roland's armies are said to attack Golden Wheat City today after a night's rest. So, as the Duke of Golden Wheat, William Burger plans to fend off the enemy in the former king's name, and his chief knight, Grenada Wayne, shall fight alongside the Duke. The knight in question is this chick in his arms. He further tells his writer to jot down some cheesy lines about his and Grenada Wayne's bravery, but then he gives the writer the option to skip that part if it sounds too over the top. The writer, though, doesn't think there's anything wrong with the last line about bravery. For him, it's impossible for any record in this world to be written without bias. He's the scribe of Golden Wheat City, so it's only natural that his writing leans a certain way. Regardless, the Duke tells his writer to make sure he records each and every line with truth. His goal is to document the entire incident from beginning to end and tell the whole story. The Duke wants the entire world to remember the part of history he's about to make. We then promptly cut to the Golden Wheat City wall, where Duke William is trying his best to defend against Roland's massive steel ships heading their way. The cannons the Duke's team is using seem pretty inefficient and downright horrendous in terms of power and range. He then takes note of the weapon the First Army is using. They put a palm-sized shell in a thin tube, light it up, and boom, obliterate everyone over the walls. The Duke is absolutely bombasticated to see such massive power come from such a tiny weapon. The city is set ablaze within minutes of Roland's army arriving. Some of the wise guys suggest Duke William surrender instead of getting murdered unnecessarily. Knight Grenada Wayne volunteers to follow every command the Duke gives. Duke William gives his companions the option to surrender, though he himself has no plans of backing down as he wants to show his true loyalty to the late King Timothy. He and his close companions mount their horses and start charging at the enemy recklessly. What happens next is pretty predictable. These poor hobos can't stand up to the barrage of bullets coming at them, and thus, the battle ends with the enemy dying a dog's death for not surrendering. But those who did surrender are met by Hunter Iron Axe, expressing their desire to meet Roland. The captain shuts down their request, since His Majesty is too busy to come to the eastern region himself. If they want to talk to someone, he is standing right there, the one in charge of this operation. The nobles start murmuring among themselves, whispering how Roland picked a sand guy to lead the army. Not to mention, expeditions are a big deal, so how could Roland not be here himself? Iron Axe hears all their yapping, but he doesn't care what they think. Facts are facts, no matter how they feel about it. He then asks them where the Duke of Golden Wheat is. One guy starts sobbing as he reveals the Duke perished in battle. He insisted on charging headfirst with his knights and got mowed down in the bullet storm. Iron Axe takes note of the man's bravery and can't help but commend it. He then turns to his soldiers and tells them to toss the surviving nobles into the dungeon. A while later, we get a wide view of the entire city on fire. One of the soldiers rushes in, reporting that the castle is also burning. Hearing this, Iron Axe doesn't even flinch. Given how nonchalant the captain is about this fire, the soldier figures that it's an elaborate arsenal, ordered by the captain himself. Well, the humble hunter coldly admits it. Yeah, it was his order. However, the public will hear a different version. The rats hated the nobles, so they snuck into the castle through secret passages and lit up all the wheat stocks stored in the prison. To put it simply, Iron Axe doesn't have the time or energy to figure out if the nobles were actually surrendering or not, and His Majesty is already on a very tight schedule. That's why Roland decided to have him handle all matters concerning cities in the east. He then shows the soldiers some stats about Golden Wheat City. Around 5 years ago, about 230,000 people lived in Golden Wheat City and its surrounding areas. It used to be one of the most developed places around. But this year, that number dropped to 60,000. The Duke had been prepping for war, widening city walls, planting obstacles, and blocking all the roads into the city. He even flooded the fields and turned them into marshes. As a result, the city got cut off from trade. Its prosperity vanished. The decrease in farmland caused a massive drop in population too. Now the soldier finally gets why the city looked so run down. We then cut to this bald bastard who never expected Golden Wheat City to meet such a fate. He's actually the same writer who was supposed to document the brave tales of Duke William and his Lady Knight. But those two are long dead, already shredded to pieces by bullets in this confrontation. The writer was strictly told to write only the truth in the records. Still, he never intended to fake history. That's his job as a scribe. But hey, Nobody in this world can be completely unbiased. Since he lives in a city owned by Roland, it's natural for his writing to carry a certain slant. Or rather, maybe that's what you'd call unprejudice. The next day, Roland receives a bunch of secret letters from the east. These letters report the fall of Golden Wheat City. It took no time for the city to crumble, thanks to firearms. Then, Roland notices something interesting in the letter. Apparently, as we already know, Iron Axe's plan to burn the city to embers had been successful. Not to mention, it worked wonders. The nobles were horrified and couldn't care less about their fiefdoms. Eventually, they started escaping to the border. With things going this way, Roland is pretty darn sure that City Hall will soon take control of Seawinshire and other fiefdoms. Well, it seems like capturing the Silver City next will be like a gentle breeze. When they arrive at Silver City, we find ourselves in the banquet hall, where Earl William introduces himself. Surprisingly, he willingly surrenders his power and pledges support to Roland's governance. The other nobles clap in applause. Earl William had always been curious about those magical machines, and he can't describe his excitement after finally having the person who invented those machines standing right in front of him. Every noble is also quite interested in learning about the machines, with many expressing their desire to own one. Roland is a bit overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. If only other cities were as cooperative as Silver City, it wouldn't take him long to conquer them all. Later, Roland stands on the balcony with Earl William. When he asks if William knows anything about the Gillen family, the dude reveals that the last member of the Gillen family changed his surname. Now, that piece of land belongs to the Somi family. Roland inquires why this surname change took place. William explains that the Gillen family likely couldn't bear the weight of their responsibilities alone, so they decided to join another family. If Roland wishes to know more, William is willing to summon Gillen for him right now. Roland turns down the offer. Later, when the Majesty gets into his tent with Nightingale, she assures him that she is no longer connected to the Gillen family. Roland already trusts her on that. The lady then expresses her shock that her family changed their surname. She explains that the Somi family used to be close with her father. So, why would they make the only heir of the Gillen family change his surname? Since she has a hard time believing this fact, Roland suggests she investigate it herself. He'll have Sylvie and the Divine Punishment Witches protect him while she's away. Nightingale insists against digging into the past of the Gillen family, especially since she's no longer involved with them. Roland reminds her that this land belongs to her father, so she's relevant to this too. He gives her another reason, reminding her of the childhood she spent there while growing up. She doesn't get to come back often, and she doesn't need to worry about the church being after her. All she has to do is take a trip down memory lane and reminisce about the past. While she seems unsure about going, she asks Roland to promise one thing. If he needs to leave this place, she wants him to make sure he summons her first. Furthermore, she only desires to take a look at the new developments, and that's it. Roland waves her goodbye as she dissipates into mist. He can tell how reluctant she is about this matter, but instead of hiding something in her heart, he believes it's better to face the matter head-on. Only then can one truly let go. The next day, Nightingale arrives at the destination and finds something totally unexpected. Contrary to what she had imagined, her home isn't a rundown place. It's bustling with life. As she looks around, she notices food being distributed to the underprivileged. And the one distributing the haul is Hyde Gillen, the man who was once her brother. She decides to move forward and check on other places too. But then she notices something unusual. It turns out that her supposed brother, Hyde Gillen, isn't wearing any stone of divine judgment, even though other knights are already equipped with one. She overhears some hushed whispers between the knights. They point out how Hyde Gillen is just a normal knight who grovels at their master's feet. But it's quite unusual that this guy has a complete personality shift whenever he changes his clothes, as if he's a totally different person. After eavesdropping on their conversation, Nightingale heads toward the house where the Viscount is staying. Once she enters, she overhears the Viscount's bald butler, who is concerned about how his master lashed out at Hyde yesterday. Hyde had already surrendered everything, so showing him a little kindness was the only right thing. The Viscount acknowledges his mistake, but he couldn't control himself. After all, it took him over a decade to get where he is today. Those pieces of land in the east were supposed to be his, but Roland Wimbledon took them away with a single command. The butler reassures the Viscount that Roland is only taking away the right to the fiefdoms. If they do what Earl William did, it would be in their best interests. As long as they continue operating the businesses they have on this land, they won't suffer significant losses. The Viscount again expresses his discontent, as without power, the greedy patrols will eventually come barging into his home. And since he's running some shady operations, he fears that if Roland finds out, he'll be hanged immediately. The butler starts thinking, and decides to abandon the shady source of income. This shady business was just a temporary thing to begin with. Now that they've accumulated enough capital, they should focus on running legitimate businesses. Not to mention, the church will no longer be a thorn in their path. The Viscount reluctantly agrees. After all, he still has the Gillen family's land. The two Gillen kids have no idea what happened to their parents, and they still believe that they died in a revolt. Of course, this shocks Nightingale to her core when she learns that her parents' deaths weren't just a tragic accident, but part of an elaborate plan. The scene shifts to Nightingale's tragic past, where full-blown chaos can be seen. It was then that her parents left her behind, promising they'd be back soon enough. One day faded into another, but they never returned. Eventually, someone did come back, only to deliver the devastating news. Later, she reports all this to Roland through the listening sigil. She further reveals that she'll be staying there until evening, as she needs to ask Hyde herself. He might know something. She apologizes for causing further delays in his plans, but she must get to the heart of the matter. Roland reassures her and is willing to wait until she's done with her investigation. As for his safety, he's pretty much out of danger as long as he stays inside. He suggests she be careful though, and not to be too rash. No matter what happens, he tells her to report back to him every 4 hours. The night deepens, and the guards stationed outside begin to feel the fatigue of staying up all night. Hyde in his room suddenly jolts awake when he senses someone behind him. It turns out to be Nightingale, pressing her blade against his neck. If he makes any sound, he's as good as dead. She gives him permission to look around and take a good look at her. As he rolls his eyes at her, he notices Veronica, his sister. The lady doesn't waste time with pleasantries and demands to know how he ended up working under Somi. The guy claims it's a long story. The family had been fighting ever since Gillen Sr. died, and he didn't know the details either. All he knows is that by the time he had to take over the title, they barely had any savings. That's when the Viscount came to find him, and he had no choice but to side with him. Of course, Nightingale can sense his lies, so to get the finer details, she asks if the Viscount perhaps forced him to join the Somi family. The guy admits to this, revealing that his life had been threatened. Well, that's another lie that doesn't go unnoticed. Nightingale continues her scrutiny, asking her next question. What is he doing for the Viscount now? Perhaps he's helping the poor with food. To which the bastard claims the Viscount is using him as a cover, and he's secretly selling Dreamland water. His rats are hidden in the crowd, responsible for transporting the goods. He claims he didn't know about the shady operations the Viscount was running until recently. Well, it looks like he's lying about just finding it out. Nightingale presses him about his future plans. The scummy brother drops to his knees and begs her to help him. He admits his wrongdoings and wants her sister's support. The Viscount never treated him like a noble. He only refurbished the mansion to put up a facade. He's going to stay there and eventually be killed by the Viscount. Before the Viscount kills him, he wants her to kill the Viscount first. Because if he just ran away from there, he'd have nothing left. So he wants her to kill that bastard and his heirs. If she manages to do that, all the business will belong to him and her. Nightingale throws a disdainful stare at him, and then promptly asks a question before saying anything. She wants to know why he betrayed her back then. He reveals his fear of witches. He acknowledges his foolish mistake and admits he chose to believe the lies of the church, something he now regrets. The brother is crying like a girl. The sister can sense the sincerity in his regret. He was merely deluded by the church's lies. But then again, while everyone chose to follow the church's lies, Roland was the only one who placed his faith in witches. He wasn't afraid of trusting witches cursed by the devils, and she won't abandon his trust either. With that in mind, she begins to disappear in her mist, leaving the bastard sobbing in his mess. She then scans the entire building and gets inside one of the offices. There, she finds the ledger containing all the information concerning Dreamland water, including the amount sold and to whom it was sold. With this record, along with the goods in the mansion that have yet to be sold, she's sure she has enough evidence to expose these guys' shady business. The next day, she visits their father's grave. To get the full context of what's going on and how her parents got killed, we flash back 10 years. In the little water stream running through the Gillen family's lands, a peasant finds gold in a water bucket. They realize the source of the gold must lie underneath the Gillen family's land. And so, they paid a few contract killers a handsome amount and had Nightingale's parents killed. Once her parents were out of the way, these scumbags took Nightingale and her brother as captives. They were going to wait until Hyde, Nightingale's brother, reached adulthood to force him into giving up his land and title. However, once Nightingale awakened, she messed up their plans by killing Senior Gillen, who had been taking care of her and her brother. Viscount Somi was left with no choice and took Hyde under his wing. These bastards played with Hyde like a pawn and acquired everything from her brother, even though all this power and money originally belonged to her brother. A few days later, Hyde is behind bars. Viscount Somi has been sentenced to death by hanging, and all other family members involved in the shady business have been sentenced to 20 years of labor. With no original owner, all the land now belongs to the kingdom. She tells him to feel lucky since he wasn't considered a member of the Somi family. Otherwise, he would be slaving his life away in the mines. The bastard of a brother is pissed as well as heartbroken that his own sister does not give a fuck about him. She only intended to take her revenge, and she has succeeded. Now he is left with nothing. Nightingale also admits that she never forgave him for what he did to her. They shared a blood bond, which only gave her more reason to hate him for the betrayal. While he may think he has nothing left to his name, she points out the freedom she has granted that he desperately wanted from all those Somi family bastards. She doesn't care if he perceives this generosity as a punishment or a blessing. He's free to hate her all he wants, but from now on, they owe each other absolutely nothing. As she walks through the dark streets, she comes across Roland, who is rather surprised that she is letting her brother off the hook. He had personally been waiting for that guy to come out, just so he could deliver him the beating of his life. She in response teases him for abusing his authority as a king. The scene takes a serious turn when she drops to her knees and pledges her loyalty to him, expressing her desire to stay by his side forever. Unsurprisingly, Bro is startled by her sudden gesture, especially since they've already gone through this once. But as it turns out, Nightingale just felt like saying it again. So she did. In this case, Roland also decides to say what she desperately wants to hear. He responds to her words by approving her pledge multiple times, something Nightingale longed to hear. They share this moment with warmth and camaraderie. Days go by and we find ourselves in the old capital city. There, two kids on a rooftop are watching the king's carriage make its way through the streets. The crowd seems quite welcoming of his presence. That rooftop girl is smitten when she sees Roland waving back at them. But her brother reminds her that he's simply waving in their general direction. The girl gets annoyed at how stingy her brother is being. She can already tell that His Majesty Roland Wimbledon is a hell of a lot friendlier than the second prince. Her brother then reminds her that this so-called friendly king took the lives of a bunch of nobles, including his own brother, Timothy Wimbledon. And if you add all the rats who got executed too, that makes this king the most violent ruler in history, having killed so many people. Despite all that, the girl remains a persistent supporter of Roland. Not to mention, the king also has this sweet lady beside him, and she's undeniably pretty. Among the common folk, we notice an assassin with a crossbow on one of the towers. But before he can take his shot, Maggie knocks the bastard out, and the soldiers immediately arrest him. It's all thanks to Sylvie, who's sitting inside the carriage, keeping a bird's-eye view over everything happening. Roland can't help but thank her for that. The humble witch sees no need for gratitude as she was merely doing her job. Agatha argues that they should have taken an entirely different route if there were signs of danger to begin with. After all, Roland is just a mortal, and one brutal injury is enough to end him. That's when Anna chimes in, assuring the concerned witches that she'll block all incoming attacks. Not to mention Nana is also on the team, so they're covered. Agatha still thinks they shouldn't have taken any risks. Roland reminds her that his presence is important. After all, he's got to show his face to the people at least for once. Still, Agatha sticks to her guns, reminding him that there were several safe routes he could have taken. But he chose the hardest one. She's got a point. He could have just yelled from the castle walls if he really wanted to be seen. Finally, they arrive within the palace's boundaries. The nobles and knights are already present to welcome Roland. And so, my guy proceeds to enter the place with his entourage of cherished witches. Once he enters the king's chamber, the high-status folks are already lined up in double file, dropping to their knees as Roland walks past them. A big hooter lady makes sure to serve Roland the scepter he deserves. Once Roland reaches his throne, he initiates the meeting without bothering with pleasantries or unnecessary introductions, especially since everyone already knows who he is. He's here for two very simple reasons. First, he wants to eliminate all threats. Second, he's here to maintain order. The old capital city will adopt a governing system similar to Neverwinter. It goes without saying that members of his government and city hall will receive generous salaries and excellent working conditions. What's more, even a peasant can become a government official, if they've got the qualifications, that is. Everyone in the chamber erupts in cheers and applause at such great news. Honestly, I get why they're happy. Roland has leveled the playing field. Doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, aristocrat or peasant, everyone gets a shot to thrive. A few days later, we find Roland reflecting on the progress they've made so far. The old capital city has seen its fair share of turmoil, and the noble class is practically non-existent now. Taking control of this city has been much easier than Roland anticipated, especially compared to other cities. With some time on his hands, Roland decides to have a chat with Theo. Suddenly, a man rushes in with important news. A report from the north says that the Dawn army has been spotted west of Hermes. The news alarms Roland, and he quickly relays his orders. He wants the First Army to depart immediately by boat to head north. Though he sent the First Army off without delay, he is sure that they won't make it in time. So he decides to take extra precautions. We cut to the thick of the battle, where the Dawn army has burned down all the villages surrounding Hermes. The poor church followers are left hanging dead on spikes, while the surviving villagers run for their lives. With the speed of the Dawn army's march, It's clear they'll be attacking the holy city soon. One of the surviving villagers barely manages to escape the hell the Dawn army has brought to the villages beneath the mountain of Hermes. He eventually stumbles upon a few people from Neverwinter City, who are carrying out a scouting mission in the Hermes area under Roland's orders. The leader of the group is a thin guy with a mustache, though the name escapes me for now. The reason they've brought this survivor is to guide them to the bottom of the mountain without passing through the new holy city. Though the old man is reluctant to help these strangers he doesn't know, the thin mustache guy offers him a generous reward for showing them the way out. He'll receive 5 golden royals up front, and another 10 golden royals once they reach Grey Castle. If they can make it down, the thin mustache further assures him there are reinforcements waiting. With that amount of money on the line, the old man has no reason to refuse. The group finally navigates the treacherous mountain terrain, descending until evening. To the old man's shock, the first army has already arrived. When he sees witches among them, he mistakes them for kids. His first reaction upon seeing these ladies is how the hell are these kids supposed to be the reincarnations of their warriors? The group that followed the old man, however, knows who Maggie and Lightning are and bursts into a happy dance. Meanwhile, the old man is still trying to process everything. Then, he suddenly notices Iris, the Pearl of the North, meeting with that thin mustache guy. Iris shows him a letter, an approval letter stating that she'll be commanding these forces temporarily. Their current mission is to execute the bombing machine plan. Once all preparations are made, the battle will begin. The thin mustache guy promptly salutes his new commander, ready to carry out his duties as she sees fit. Iris reciprocates the gesture and dismisses him to get to work. As the thin mustache guy walks off, he can hardly contain his excitement to see what this bombing machine is capable of. After all, if it's called a machine, it's bound to be impressive. It looks like Lightning, Maggie, and Sister Hummingbird are the core of this bombing machine mission. We see a massive rack stacked with giant missiles, ready to be dropped from the sky. Hummingbird ensures that this heavy missile-laden frame is lightweight. Maggie's job is to carry these missiles in the sky, ensuring the missiles face downward. Once everything's set, they're ready to take off. They're absolutely certain this old holy city deserves to be demolished, along with the church followers. However, they also worry about innocent people and orphans stuck in monasteries. So, to avoid killing innocent lives, Lightning knows exactly where to drop these bombs. As they get right on top of the Dawn army, the soldiers below panic at the sight of a massive monster in the sky. They don't get a chance to figure out what's coming for them. Lightning gives the green light to Sister Hummingbird, who promptly drops 2 missiles. The tranquility of the place soon gives way to the horror of Nagasaki when the nukes hit the ground, causing massive fires to erupt right in the center of the city. Panic spreads across the city, while Lightning is having the time of her life nuking the hell out of these bastards. The soldiers are scattered and burned to a crisp as soon as the bombs drop, causing massive destruction. The bastard Dawn Army commander quickly orders a retreat, but their story ends when they're ambushed by the First Army soldiers, who had been hiding behind bushes, drilling bullets right through them. Soon, everyone trying to retreat finds themselves dead. A while later, the thin mustache guy presents the good news to Iris about the fall of the Dawn Army. The process of cleaning up the battlefield is already underway. Iris reads the reports for thorough details and learns that Apen Moya, the king of the Dawn Kingdom, is still missing. The thin mustache guy reveals that of all the bodies they found, none resembled Moya. When they interrogated the slaves, some claimed to have seen him. However, the situation was chaotic, and everyone was dressed like commoners, so no one could confirm with certainty if they had seen him in the mayhem. The last location he was allegedly seen was within the old holy city. Hearing this, Iris deduces that it must have been Apen Moya. To think that he disguised himself and ran away at the last moment, throwing away his dignity as a king. It may sound cowardly, but it's the wisest decision he could have made. The thin mustache guy is frustrated with himself for letting that big fish slip through their grasp. If only he'd had a team in the beginning to track the bastard down. Iris assures him that everything has actually turned out in their favor. Since everyone in the Kingdom of Dawn knows how terrifying it is to be an enemy of Grey Castle, she's sure Apen Moya will no longer feel secure on his throne. The thin mustache guy then asks what they should do next, perhaps claim the old holy city. Iris suggests waiting for now since Maggie is on her way to pick up an important individual. If everything goes smoothly, they should be able to take over the city without much effort. The next day opens with Isabella and Agatha flying over the old holy city, assisted by Maggie. As they land, Isabella steps off Maggie's back and is hit by a wave of nostalgia. It's been almost a year since she last saw this place. A soldier arrives promptly, reporting that Lady Iris has been waiting for their arrival at the tents. When Iris sees her guests, she introduces herself as a member of the advisory board and mentions that she is temporarily in charge of the Holy City's battle plans. Isabella can't help but notice Iris's blinding beauty, a maiden dressed in white, which only highlights her elegance even more. Iris hands over the battle reports, Lightning has already checked the 3 main monasteries and discovered a serious problem. The orphans within the monasteries seem to have banded together, determined to protect the buildings with their lives. Iris isn't sure how to proceed and suggests that Isabella might have some new ideas. After thinking for a moment, Isabella decides to speak to them. Later, Isabella meets one of her fellow pure witches, who uses a cube magic that can transport them anywhere. Once they arrive at their destination, Isabella instructs the transporter witch to return, leaving both Agatha and Isabella behind. Outside the orphanage, a girl spots them and blows her whistle, summoning a group of women to defend the building. But to their surprise, they are faced with Lady Isabella, who works under His Holiness. Isabella is surprised that these girls haven't forgotten her. It seems Roland's task won't be that difficult after all. The girls immediately drop their weapons and kneel before Isabella, begging her to save them. Isabella is startled by their sudden submissive behavior and quickly clarifies that she no longer holds the authority she once did. Agatha cuts her off, suggesting they focus on the mission. Isabella plays along, sternly asserting her authority with a commanding tone, asking where the judgment warriors and the priests are, since it was their responsibility to guard the place. One of the girls quickly reveals that all the personnel ran away. The girls are in a panic, speaking in conflicting statements. Isabella senses the confusion and fear they've endured, and though she feels pity, she maintains her tough exterior, silencing them and allowing only one girl to speak. The scrawny girl reveals that ever since the battle at Cold Wind Ridge, the monastery has been receiving fewer and fewer supplies. To give more context, we flash back to the past when the girls were going through starvation. With limited supplies, they had to ration their food. Things worsened when the church transferred all the judgment warriors and priests, leaving only the followers behind. One of the followers reveals that the Hermes church collapsed, and the church is still fighting for survival. To combat their enemies, the higher-ups decided to abandon the old holy city, with all officers being transferred back to the plains. They also left one final order. Everyone remaining in the monasteries was to fight to the death in the name of God. The newly appointed priest turned out to be a scoundrel who abused the young women. Unable to bear it, the women eventually killed him. With no choice left, they picked up weapons to defend themselves. Isabella thinks for a moment. According to what she knows, there are passages in the old holy city that lead directly to the divine hall. This city is incredibly important, so she doesn't understand why they'd abandon it so easily. She then asks the girl her name, and the girl introduces herself as Autumn. Isabella points out that if the girls stay here, they'll eventually starve without any food supplies. However, the girls insist they have nowhere else to go, having never left the monastery walls. Isabella understands that they aren't staying just because of the church's orders. They have no other options. Before she invites them to come along, Isabella wants to confirm why they consider her holiness. The girl explains that since Holiness Maine and the 3 archbishops have passed, Hermes has yet to announce a successor. According to the submission rules, Isabella is the only one worthy of the title, so the girls beg her to save them. Isabella is pleased that they see her as their last hope. This gives her an opportunity to capitalize on their confusion. With her voice raised high, she announces that she is here to deliver a very important message. The church is no longer the institution they once knew. Maine betrayed Master O'Brien, the previous pope. Greycastle is no longer their enemy. To defeat their true enemies, Master O'Brien even wished to form an alliance with Greycastle. She assures everyone that they are safe now. There will be no more near-death battles, and they don't need to guard the monastery until the very end. All they need to do now is bring order to the holy city once again. Isabella is crafting a story that is half true to overthrow the old beliefs. She plans to reveal everything eventually. With this, His Majesty Roland will have true control over the city. Suddenly, one of the ladies' stomachs growls, catching everyone's attention with the loud noise. Isabella decides to make sure everyone is fed before they continue their discussion. All the ladies start praising Her Holiness for her generosity, which makes Isabella feel extremely awkward. After all, they can't rely on the substitution rule when it comes to passing on powers. She's merely the acting pope for now, just like before. A few young girls from the monastery come out and express their gratitude to Isabella for her kindness. Isabella can't help but notice how they thank her. Ever since becoming a pure witch, many people have hated and cursed her. But this is the first time someone has actually thanked her. This, of course, triggers something deep inside her, and she begins to understand Roland's intentions even better. We then cut to the First Army's base. There, Roland is reviewing the current reports about what's going on in the Holy City. Apparently, the ugly battle everyone expected never happened. Neither the witches nor the new cannons were used. The reason they didn't have to use any of their resources is that the church's personnel just disappeared without putting up a fight. After settling the orphans in the monastery, the army advanced further into the old holy city, only to find all the buildings empty. A few residents remained, giving outsiders the illusion that the church was still present. However, these were just civilians from the outskirts who hadn't had time to leave. That's all the letter said. They'll have to go there in person to get more details. So Roland orders his army to continue their march toward Hermes. Eventually, he meets Isabella and Iris in the Holy City. He is actually surprised that the church has abandoned the city. This only means they've decided to protect themselves this time, hoping to rise again in the future. He finds this rather troubling. It means they'll have to keep their guard up against those maniacs forever. Isabella reassures him that the church isn't a threat anymore, confidently stating that they left a messenger behind. To the north of the city, Roland and Isabella visit a cathedral where the priest is staying. Once the priest realizes he's standing in front of the majestic Roland Wimbledon, he congratulates him on the successful subjugation of the church. He assures His Majesty that the church will no longer be Grey Castle's enemy, and that this city will now be handed over to the new king. The priest also warns him about the nightmarish danger he has inherited along with the city. The dude then further gets worked up as he reveals about the danger the church had been preparing for centuries. Now that Roland has destroyed the church, it's up to him to bear the consequences. He'll be responsible for the extinction of humanity. My guy simply brushes off this over-the-top priest's assumptions. After all, he knows everything there is to know about devils, divine will, and God's smile. He knows all about the events that happened 400 years ago. Naturally, the priest is flabbergasted. The only explanation he can come up with is that Isabella told Roland everything. But Isabella honestly admits that she didn't reveal anything. He actually knows far more than anyone in the church ever did. Perhaps the church underestimated him so much that they never considered this possibility. Roland then gestures for his knight to lock the priest up in a cell. He genuinely thanks Isabella for her contribution. If it weren't for her, the holy city wouldn't have been brought to order so quickly. The lady reveals that she used the name of the acting pope to carry out orders and control those who were abandoned. Well, she got results regardless of the methods she used, so he doesn't mind at all. He even suggests she continue acting as the pope and enjoy the privileges that come with it. For instance, she could live in fancy suites, enjoy food prepared by the best chefs, and have an abundant supply of chaos drinks. Of course, if she doesn't want any of that, she can take golden royals instead. Isabella is fine either way. In the Holy City, in a warehouse, soldiers find supplies consisting of food and weapons. Roland arrives there, and after inspecting the supplies, he notices that aside from golden royals and riches, they didn't take any supplies with them. They really did leave everything for Roland to claim, just like that priest said earlier. A soldier then reports that they've finished counting the supplies, and turns out there are over 400,000 berserk pills stacked there. He then gives them permission to destroy them all. So, the soldiers begin tossing the pills into the fire and dumping the ashes off the castle walls. Looks like Bro is finally done with the Holy City siege. Now, all that's left is to wait for Iron Axe to handle the east, and for the army to gather near the borders. Together, they'll march on the Kingdom of Dawn. With a bit more free time now, he decides to visit the Shadow Church. He brings up the idea to the witches. See, he's been dying to visit the land of illusions Isabella once mentioned. The legendary queen of Starfall City, Alice, used illusions to record the past, making it possible to pass down centuries' worth of faith and beliefs. That's also how Zero evolved from a pure witch into the Pope. Bro already mapped out the optimal route, so he's all set to go. That's when Lightning bursts into the camp, yelling about how Roland's planning such a cool adventure without her. She immediately starts begging to join. And soon enough, the other witches jump in too, pestering him about how they'd be crucial to the journey. Even Phyllis looks super eager to come along, practically begging with those puppy dog eyes of hers. Eventually, Bro gets swarmed by all the witches dying to tag along. Sometime later, the whole group heads out with him and arrives at their destination. Once inside the chamber, they find portraits of every past pope lining the hallway. This is the praying room, where all the old popes' images are hung like a gallery of holy power. Roland also notices magical stones lighting up the place, and right in the center is Lady Alice's portrait. While he's gawking at her, Isabella uses her magic to open a hidden gate behind the painting. Inside, she reveals 9 magic stone seals, each one recording major historical events. She activates the seals, and suddenly, everyone starts glowing with this strange blue energy swirling around them. Panic sets in as none of them can see each other anymore. Isabella quickly explains that the illusions from these seals directly affect the eyes. To an outsider, it looks like they've vanished, but in reality, they're all still standing exactly where they were. Nightingale sighs in relief that at least there's no danger threatening Roland's life this time. Meanwhile, the said Roland refuses to grab Nightingale's hand and instead grabs Anna's. Bold move, bro, bold move. Finally, the visuals start playing. The witches they see now are the original founders of the Federation, the extraordinary ones who survived the first battle of divine will. They also spot ancient scripts etched on discs, vows made by the 3 queens. Those vows were the foundation that helped unify the Federation. After the first battle ended, witches formed their own federation, but things were chaotic. Every novice had a different idea about leadership and how to fight the devils. Arguments dragged on for years until three powers rose and took control, forming a leadership system where suggestions were welcome, but the chiefs made the final decisions. These three cities were Starfall, Tequila, and Enleta. Their rulers were known as queens. Queen Alice led Starfall, Queen Natalia ruled Sunchaser, and Queen Eleanor was over Moon Radiance. These three became the last chiefs of the Federation. Then Roland notices something odd. He spots a woman who looks a lot like Garcia's master in the dream world, the one called Lan. He's seen her before. She's the same woman referred to as the chief's disciple. After that, we cut to Lorgar, who's absolutely thrilled after spotting some hybrid demonic beasts in the wild. As she's about to transform and fight, she hears rustling nearby. Even the monsters freeze up, sensing something else. Turns out 2 devils have shown up. Seeing them for the first time, Lorgar is stunned and a bit anxious. She recognizes them from Lightning's descriptions. The moment one hybrid beast lunges at the devil, but one of these gray guys easily stops the demonic beast right in its tracks. Lorgar remembers Lightning's warning that if she sees a devil, she gotta retreat immediately and report to Roland. But right now, she's torn between the two, whether to run or fight. She steals her resolve, transforms into her beast form, and leaps straight at them. She literally overpowers both the hybrid demon and the devil by catching them off guard, even managing to rip off the devil's hand while killing the hybrid beast on the spot. The other devil quickly blows the horn to call for reinforcements, much to Lorgar's surprise. But despite the clear threat to her life, she decides she must take down these 2 devils at all costs. The devil with both hands charges at Lorgar, but she quickly dodges by sidestepping the attack. She then hits the one-handed devil hard enough to knock the crap out of him. She turns her attention toward the other devil, who still has both of his hands, and throws a strike. But much to her shock, the bastard easily stops her claws. Meanwhile, the devil whose arm she had cut off has already regrown it as though it was never amputated. And that bastard further throws a spear with some godly strength. She risks it off by turning back into her human form, and that spear directly hits the other devil over its face. She quickly jumps toward the other devil, who has finished regrowing his hand. With just her claws, she crushes his skull like it's no big deal. Suddenly, she notices a horde of monsters heading in her direction. She climbs the tallest tree, only to be horrified by the sight of an entire devil army charging toward her. We then cut to Neverwinter's port, where the ship carrying a bunch of Slumber Island witches is about to reach its destination. It had been a tiring month-long journey, but they have finally arrived. Camilla, the one in charge of this operation, doesn't seem as thrilled as the other witches. She still harbors doubts about the king. Since she doesn't have a good impression of nobles, it's natural for her to be skeptical of the third prince. The ship's captain reminds her that she too is a noble and shouldn't be judging others based on their past. As they're having this conversation, the guy in the crow's nest spots something. As they arrive, Camilla is taken by surprise when she notices a group of little girls warmly welcoming the new guests into Neverwinter. This gives the captain a chance to speak positively about Neverwinter City and convince Camilla to think otherwise. Meanwhile, Sister Scroll and Wendy are also there to welcome the new witches. While the civilians have already given the new witches a warm welcome, now it's the association's turn to represent their hospitality. As soon as Camilla and the other witches walk toward Wendy, she introduces herself as the person in charge of the new witch union and warmly welcomes all the witches here. After a while, Camilla and her fellow witches are awestruck when they see the massive apartment building they're supposed to live in. Wendy proudly reveals how this building was built specifically for the Slumber Island witches, and it wouldn't have been possible without Lotus. The witches instantly feel a sense of adoration for their fellow witches who contributed to building such a massive structure. The meat girl downplays her contribution, claiming she only assisted in the slopes for the workers. Whenever they needed to build a new floor, she would alleviate the ground for them. That way, they'd have enough space and height to work on the building. Another girl curiously asks if she's ever been looked down upon by mortals because of her identity as a witch. She responds with no. In fact, the people are so kind to her that they often share food with her. Wendy acknowledges that these new witches have come here with a lot on their minds, so it's natural for them to be skeptical about this place. After all, they have no idea about Neverwinter City's traditions. However, Wendy promises that they'll soon feel a sense of belonging here. Even if they don't join the witch union, they can still come to her. It doesn't matter whether the trouble they face is big or small. Sister Scroll flashes a thumbs up, impressed by how well Wendy has represented the witch union's hospitality, and how accommodating Neverwinter is to witches. Later, all the new witches are given a form to fill out. Though they're not interested in writing down a single detail, especially since they never intended to stay here, a few want to head east, while others have their own plans. Since there is no church hunting down the witches anymore, they're free to move wherever they desire. Then Ash walks up and points out that these witches are thinking about joining another witch association. Apparently there's a witch organization from the eastern region. Tilly assures Wendy that while the witches may have conflicting opinions about Neverwinter, they aren't evil like the Bloodfang Association. Tilly then walks up to one of the girls, Azima, who is eager to join the Eastern Association. She emphasizes the importance of sticking together for now. Although the church has been destroyed, many civilians are still extremely hostile toward witches. But Azima refuses to believe Tilly unless there's proof backing her claims. For all she knows, Tilly might be biased just because Roland Wimbledon is her older brother. It seems Azima is crossing the line a bit, which absolutely enrages Ash. She throws a deadly glare at the girl, her intense gaze practically sending daggers at her. But Azima isn't scared at all and is ready to confront Ash head-on. She throws a tantrum, accusing Tilly of using violence against her fellow witches to restrain them, just like what she did with Heidi and her group. Before things escalate further, Sister Scroll cuts through their argument, stepping in with a few questions of her own. Sister Scroll is sure that the reason these witches long to visit their hometown is because the church forced them to abandon the families who loved them so much. Now, they want to return to the families they once cherished. But the problem is that things aren't going well in the East. The lands are barren, and many people are displaced. 2 years ago, Roland introduced the refugee plan. Now there are over 100,000 people in Neverwinter City. Over 70% of them are refugees from other parts of Grey Castle. So she believes that the families these witches long to see might already be in the Grey Castle after all. She asks the girls if they can tell her the hometown they once lived in. The purple-haired witch reveals that her village doesn't have a name. If anything, people just called it 16. A while later, a woman brings in a commoner who works at the kiln. Apparently, Sister Scroll has everyone's identities memorized, and once she came to know the family tree and the name of the hometown, she was able to pinpoint the person related to that witch. Turns out, the guy is the purple-haired witch's uncle, who is flabbergasted to see his niece alive. He remembers her by the name Orchid. The witch gets teary-eyed after finally being reunited with her uncle after such a long time. While they're at it, she reveals that her name is now Doris. She then asks her uncle about the rest of her family, her parents and brother. The man's eyes well up as he reveals that they didn't make it to Neverwinter City. During their journey, they all died. Her mother kept mentioning her before she passed away. The scene fills with sorrow as the reality of the situation sinks in. The other witches begin to fear and tremble, worried their families might be long gone as well. A heavy silence follows, leaving the room filled with sorrow. But Sister Scroll interjects once again, emphasizing the importance of registering their identities. You see, if their identities are recorded, it would be easy to determine whether the families they once belonged to are alive or not. If their families are gone, they may still be able to find close relatives. So, with all that in mind, Sister Scroll stresses that these registration papers aren't just a formality. They serve a purpose. A while later, Sister Scroll and Wendy can be seen walking back to their departments together. Wendy is fascinated by how she can keep the identities of hundreds of thousands of people memorized in her mind. She wonders how Scroll manages to keep her thoughts straight with so much information in her head. Well, it looks like even Scroll doesn't know how it works. At first, she would always get headaches when she started memorizing things. But as time passed, things began to feel more organized. Almost like there's some invisible order to it all. She feels like she's omniscient, and just thinking about something triggers all the related information. While she can remember everything up until now, she fears her abilities might fall short when Roland unifies Grey Castle and expands the City Hall's power to cover the entire nation. Well, it's kind of spooky that Scroll can literally keep everyone's life memorized in her head. She's a walking, talking history book. As they reach the City Hall, an officer comes rushing to report some bad news. Apparently there's a guy inside the main hall who refuses to budge an inch unless he gets to talk to a member of the Witch Union. Once they enter, they meet the panicked guy, who reveals that he found a girl in the wild covered in blood. She looked like a witch, though she was barely conscious. Sister Scroll reveals that she doesn't remember any witches leaving the city today, so it doesn't make sense for a witch to be out in the wild. She wants to confirm with the man if the woman he saw was actually a witch. The old man reports that the girl had animal-like features, mostly closely related to wolves, such as a tail. Of course, it doesn't take Wendy long to take the hint and realize it's Lorgar. With that, she insists that the old man take them to the girl. A while later, they find themselves shaking upon seeing Lorgar's bruised and battered state. The sheer amount of injuries she sustained makes everyone question what in the world she went through. The farmer guy is even doubting if she can be helped at all. After all, Nana and Lily aren't in the city right now, so they gotta think of alternatives before it's too late. Suddenly, the knights patrolling the city hear sirens blaring, sirens that represent the highest level of urgency. While the senior knight understands the weight of this alarm, the common citizens have no clue what it's all about. So the senior knight takes it upon himself to educate the masses, explaining that this is a warning about enemy infiltration, and everyone is ordered to get into their homes and clear the streets. The soldiers go on high alert, increasing personnel on the boundary wall. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Sister Wendy is getting grilled by Baroff, who's going bonkers out of frustration because she rang the highest level alarm based on some injured witch murmuring unverified intel. Well, little does Baroff know, Lorgar had been warning them about devils that are practically breathing down their necks. But this crusty old coot doesn't seem to take her seriously. That's when Pasha steps in to calm the bald old man down, because she believes Wendy did the right thing. Anything related to devils has to be taken seriously. It's not like they're up against some dumb monsters. Baroff argues that they haven't spotted a single trace of these devils, so blaring the highest level alarm like that wasn't necessary. Well, it looks like Ash is willing to take the devil threats seriously. You see, Ash can boldly claim that Lorgar is a tough lady when it comes to fighting. So, given how critically injured she is, it's only right to assume she must have fought more than 10 devils at once. Also, the map they found on her indicates she was likely in the Barren Lands when she fought them. And it makes no sense for devils to be roaming around the Barren Lands. Since no one knows what their main agenda is, everyone in Neverwinter's gotta be on high alert, ready to face the threat. Baroff fears they might have to abandon the original plan His Majesty gave them to follow. Wendy assures the old man not to worry about it. You see, she already sent a message to the north, and she's sure Roland will pass down his orders very soon. 1 week passes by like a gentle breeze, and it seems like there's been no sign of the devils at all. Tilly is concerned about the public's reaction. They might think the trouble they're about to face has something to do with the arrival of the Sleeping Island witches. But Baroff assures her that City Hall has everything under control. Nobody's pointing fingers at the witches. Tilly's relieved to hear that, as she was worried some scumbags might try to spread rumors about the witches being spies sent by the devils. Right then, a little witch comes rushing in to report that the wolf girl is finally awake. Wendy is overjoyed to hear the news, and everyone decides to go see her. Baroff also expresses his desire to tag along, but Ash shuts this over-the-top old bastard down, reminding him that it's a lady's bedroom, so it's only natural for this baldy to wait outside. Honestly, I've started to hate Baroff, because he's the most realistic person in this whole series. He doesn't react like some little anime bitch. We then cut back to the severely injured Lorgar, who's struggling to even breathe. The only reason she's still alive is thanks to Sister Dusk's symbiotic seed. Given how critical her situation is, the only person who can save her is Nana. Lorgar expresses her gratitude to the girl who's literally her lifeline at this moment. But it doesn't seem like Dusk has any complaints about the exhausting job she's doing. After all, she's getting to enjoy chaos drinks every day, so it's actually kinda cozy in here. Back to business. Ash wants to know what exactly Lorgar encountered in the Barren Lands. Lorgar mentions sightings of devils. They were in large groups, heading toward the Tequila Ruins. There were so many of them, she couldn't even count. Some of the devils were massive and grotesque, something out of nightmares. These creepy skeletal creatures had countless tubes from their bodies digging into the ground, killing all the plant life around them. It was like they were sucking the life force out of everything they touched. She also saw land stained with crimson fog, and the devil army sinking into the ground like they were setting up camp. As for how she ended up so messed up, she simply underestimated them. A devil with a horn alerted the others ahead of time, so while she was retreating, she got sabotaged. This freaks Dusk out a bit, who had just been chilling a moment ago. Up till now, she thought devils were just muscly beasts with no intelligence. But it turns out that only applies to low-tier devils. There was probably a high-tier devil calling the shots. That's when Ash pats Lorgar, acknowledging the bravery and courage she showed back there. To think she stood against an unknown danger all by herself, and even managed to retreat alive, that's a damn impressive feat. When Ash praises you for your bravery and warrior spirit, you know you've reached the pinnacle of being a true warrior. Later, the witches discuss the new development with the witches of Tequila. After hearing everything, Pasha comes to the verdict that they can't let the devils take over the Tequila Ruins. If those Blackstone towers get built there, the red fog will definitely spread across the mountains of despair. And once that happens, the devils will be unstoppable. This is their chance to strike before the devils do, especially since the devils have ended up exposing their motives. Then Old Man Baroff interjects, more concerned about Neverwinter City's financial and economic state. As far as he's concerned, keeping Neverwinter's gates closed is causing substantial financial losses. Since the devils aren't attacking immediately, that emergency alarm ended up doing more harm than good, with farmers abandoning their fields. One of the knights admits Neverwinter City needs a more reliable alarm system. Maybe building some beacon towers on the borders would be a viable option. Just take a look at Roland in the background here. How the heck is he here? He's supposed to be in the Holy City leading the army. Looks like a glitch in the Matrix if you ask me. Back to business, Pasha decides to take on the scouting task herself. Now that they know exactly where the devils are, the tool in her hands can spy on them. The catch is they'll need someone to plant an illusion relic on the Tequila Ruins beforehand to get live footage. Alethea isn't worried about it at all. After all, every divine judgment witch has already dedicated their life to defeating the devils, so a few sacrifices mean nothing. But Tilly has another plan, one that requires no sacrifices. She wants to entrust the sleeping spell witches with the mission. If you don't remember, Sleeping Spell is a business run by the Slumber Island Witches, providing services to anyone willing to pay fat cash. With the diverse abilities of the Sleeping Spell Witches, pulling off this task won't be hard. Plus, it's a great opportunity for these newly joined witches to prove their worth and get acknowledged by everyone. In the next scene, Roland is sitting alone, lost in thought. Looks like his previous appearance in that meeting was just a mistake in the art. He's still away leading the army. Nightingale pulls him out of his daze and points out that he's dozing off again. He's been acting strange like this ever since retiring from the Shadow Church, which makes her wonder if something's weighing on his mind. Turns out there is. It's about that chief disciple from his dreams who looks a lot like the high-tier witch he saw in the visuals. Nightingale suggests he share his problems with Anna. She might have a solution. But Roland believes Anna won't help. In fact, no one can help him. He has to figure it out on his own. He even tells Nightingale not to tell anyone about his problems. Back to that high-tier witch with the patch over her face. We cut to when Roland first saw her in the visuals. Curious, he asked Agatha and Isabella if they knew anything about her, but neither had a clue. That woman was already a legend even back in Agatha's era. She was once famous. In the present, Roland decides to visit the dream realm again because his curiosity is gnawing at him, and he wants answers immediately. The next scene shows him in the dream world. The first thing he does is pick up his phone and call Garcia, interrupting her regular jogging routine. He has some questions he wants answered and is hoping to meet her today. He's even willing to treat her to breakfast. After setting up a meetup place, he puts his shirt on and heads out. Zero is also there, still half asleep. She drags herself up and starts getting breakfast ready, but Roland pushes her toward the restroom, telling her there's no need to make food. He'll bring breakfast when he gets back. With that, he leaves. A while later, Roland and Garcia sit at a ramen shop, ordering 2 beef noodle bowls. The lady looks disappointed he picked a street-side shop for breakfast, especially since he's with a girl. Well, Roland picked it out of convenience. He wanted to bring breakfast to Zero, so if he ate somewhere far away, he'd be late. Their food arrives and Garcia digs in right away. The elegant way she uses chopsticks surprises Roland. He thought she'd struggle with street food, but her proficiency with the chopsticks makes sense. This lady has lived here almost 10 years, so she's used to every bit of life here. Getting back on topic, she asks him why he wanted to meet so abruptly, though she makes it clear up front that the association won't help him with anything illegal. Roland simply says he wants to meet her master, the chief disciple. He claims he only wants to apologize in person for his misconduct during their last meeting. Garcia doesn't beat around the bush and makes it clear her master won't meet with insincere people who don't honor their commitments. Roland keeps coaxing her, and eventually the lady decides to call her master since he sincerely wants to apologize. She's cautious while calling because she doesn't want to upset her master. After the short talk on the call, Garcia feels immensely disappointed as she reveals that her master refused his request to meet in person. Her impression of Roland seems completely shattered beyond repair, and just hearing his name brought an immediate drop in her mood. Roland then reflects back on the last small talk he had with that woman, and if he takes that conversation into account, it's pretty unusual for him to be turned down like this. Anyway, since she won't come to meet him personally, he decides to visit the headquarters himself. But Garcia reminds him that he can only do that after completing a mission on his own and officially becoming a martialist. Well, the conditions aren't too harsh, so Roland is confident he'll be making his trip to headquarters soon enough. He then asks about the Battle of Divine Will, the one chief disciple Lan had mentioned. Garcia reveals that her master has a deep love for a certain book written half a century ago. The book talks about the dawn and development of civilization, calling it the will of the divine. Of course, this divine isn't a person. It's more like a rule, or maybe the ultimate purpose behind everything. It sounds like an entirely new kind of book with content he has absolutely no clue about, just like that math book from before. He expresses his desire to take a look at it, and Garcia reminds him that the book is at headquarters. She'll borrow it from the library when she heads back. He then snaps back to the real world. He went into the dream world in search of answers, only to return with even more confusion clouding his mind. That's when Lightning shows up with an important message straight from Neverwinter. Looks like Roland is finally learning that an army of devils has made an early appearance in the Badlands. So in the next scene, he calls all the representatives and breaks the news about this unexpected development. Given this devil crap popping out of nowhere, he has no choice but to derail from their current plan. From this point onward, he wants all troops to prepare for a retreat from the Holy City. Meanwhile, he himself plans to head back to Neverwinter City as soon as possible. As for the Dawn Kingdom, he has figured out what needs to be done. Even though he's got to retreat for now, the leader of Dawn must still pay the price. The fury of the Wimbledons may be late, but it never disappears. So for now, the First Army will fall back. A while later, Roland has a private chat with Andrea about how they're going to handle the situation in the Dawn Kingdom. It goes without saying that the First Army's main forces need to return and defend Neverwinter, so they'll have to change the plan. The Divine Judgment witches will be staying here, and they can handle Appin while breaking no sweat. To restore order in Dawn, the three major families will have to step up and take over from here. Andrea worries that if those three families run the kingdom, Roland will gain nothing in return. But this wise king believes it's better than getting nothing at all. At the very least, he can still save Otto's life. Just like he said during the meeting, he won't abandon those who contributed to the future of Greycastle. Andrea finds it kind of amusing that he is actually allocating resources just to keep Otto alive, just like Iris said he would. Apparently, Roland being merciful wasn't a surprise. Iris already knew he'd help Otto before she even left. If she's being honest, it was Iris's words that pushed her to ask Roland to help Dawn's people. Later, as the king sits in his office, Iris comes by to keep him company. Well, she's actually here to share her thoughts, suggesting they don't interfere too much with the Dawn Kingdom. Of course, Nightingale's annoyed. Iris was the one who convinced Andrea to ask Roland to save the people. But now, she's the one saying not to interfere with Dawn's business. Iris explains that the circumstances have changed. Originally, they could have taken over the Dawn Kingdom entirely by following Roland's plan. But now, they'll only end up with a decent allies. So instead, she suggests letting the kingdom fall into chaos. After the battle in the Old Holy City, Appin lost the power to rule. Very soon, everything's going to break apart in Dawn. And the reason she wants chaos to take over is because of witches. See, the Dawn Kingdom's location is better than Greycastle's. Maybe the devils will hit Wolfheart and Greycastle first. Either way, witches from both nations will be forced to take refuge in the Dawn Kingdom. If Dawn becomes peaceful and stable, those witches might never want to move to Greycastle. So in the long run, maybe in a decade, Dawn might end up with more witches. And that's something she's not too happy about. Nightingale bluntly asks her why she has a problem with everyone just staying alive. To answer that, Iris emphasizes the potential of each individual witch. Just look at Anna, Agatha, or Soraya. All of them are incredibly powerful. It was because of their contributions that Neverwinter City rose to power. Right now, Roland is around who is smart and strategic as hell. With the smart leadership paired with the Witch Union, the only real threat left to Neverwinter right now is the existence of the devils. But in the future, centuries from now, when the Witch Union is gone, there's a chance a powerful witch could rise in the Dawn Kingdom. If that happens, Greycastle could end up looking significantly weaker by comparison. Roland actually applauds her for her prediction. Still, he can't retract an order that's already been given. He understands that a ruler should prioritize long-term gains over short-term ones. But Roland doesn't want to be that kind of ruler. He clearly has a different idea of what a ruler should be, and he intends to live by it. Dusk begins to settle when Roland comes back to meet his beloved girl. Since he's exhausted from the meetings he's been holding for a while now, Anna decides to give his feet a well-deserved warm shower. She takes off his boots, puts his feet into the water, and starts heating it up, causing the guy immense satisfaction and relaxation. As he's revitalizing himself, she wants to know if those recent meetings bore any fruit, since she hasn't seen him look so relaxed since he received letters from Neverwinter City. He then reveals everything he had discussed with Iris. Anna finds it kind of amusing how Iris is being way too over-strategic and meticulous to a fault. From what Anna understands, the future holds a totally different outcome than what Iris is thinking. She's sure that he will destroy the church and win the battle of divine will, and the witches will remember that for the rest of their lives. The survivors of Tequila will worship him. He will share his knowledge with the public, and every book will carry his name. The rulers of other kingdoms will seek his protection, and they shall all show their loyalty to him. Nobody will be brave enough to challenge the legacy Roland is going to leave behind. After all, those who betray will always have sorrowful ends. Centuries later, perhaps there will only be one kingdom in this world, and its borders will expand across the fertile plains, and humanity will regain its glory. Roland likes the way Anna describes everything, though that doesn't mean he doesn't value Iris's words. After all, her perspective on the matter is rather unique. When she said those words, she transformed from a noble to a minister of a nation. Her thoughts no longer centered around the northern region. Instead, she was thinking about Greycastle as a whole. She made her decisions and formed opinions based on that. That's very rare for a person from this time. Another thing in her favor is her opinion of witches. She was able to understand the technological advancements the witches could bring. So her unique and rational perspective on matters alone makes her better than the majority. Anna wants to get an answer for a question lingering in her mind for a while now. She wants to know if he has ever considered the future. If they survive the Battle of Divine Will, what does he want to do? Well, he plans to cross the fertile plains, look at the Dawn region, and even visit Devil's Land. He wants to cross the sea and leave his footprints on the other side of the ocean and uncover the secrets of gods and the truths of this world. Cute Anna also wants to accompany him on his adventures, and Bro is more than willing to take her along. After all, she is the only girl he likes to clap with, so why wouldn't he? Cut to Princess Tilly, watching that magic stone with utmost impatience, waiting for any response from the sleeping spell witches who went to spy on the devils and plant magic stones. Pasha assures the concerned girl that since the stone in front of them hasn't shattered yet, it likely means those witches are still safe. And if they run into devils, they will definitely crush the stones. While Tilly already knows this, she still can't help but feel worried. It seems like the poor girl has been there ogling at the stone tirelessly, and now desperately needs to catch some Z's. Pasha suggests she go get some rest. If any update comes up, she'll inform her as soon as she can. We cut to the sleeping spell witches, who have been on this venture for more than 5 days, and still haven't found the ruins. This sky blue witch helps everyone jump from one tunnel to another using her teleportation tunnels. These girls are young and naive, having the time of their lives munching down wheat biscuits, and Sky Blue just can't get enough of them. This is when Evie stops the girls from goofing around and strictly warns Sky Blue not to munch down all their food supplies just for fun. But Sky Blue doesn't seem to like Evie in the first place, especially since this woman hails from the notorious Bloodfang group, who once tried to harm Tilly. So Sky Blue ain't giving a shit to her, let alone the jerkies to eat. Ash then finally steps between the two ladies and scolds Sky Blue for pulling out buried bodies unnecessarily. If Tilly had heard her talking shit, she would have gotten mad. Still, while Sky Blue agrees not to shit talk, she still looks dismissive. Back to business, Ash is looking at the map, figuring out why they still haven't reached their destination. It is then that Evie hears something suspicious above ground. It turns out there are devils patrolling. While it's quite nerve-wracking, it also means they're on the right track. Though Lotus points out the main concern. Without seeing the city ruins, they can't set up the magic relic that is supposed to be used to spy on these devils. They do a lot of back and forth strategizing about how to reach the Tequila ruins and place their spy stone. After planning, they finally decide to execute their plan. With night about to descend, Sky Blue transports Ash above ground. Once she's floating in the air, she notices nothing, literally no trace of Tequila ruins, which makes her wonder if they walked the wrong way. If that's the case, they might need to turn around and head south. Soon enough, she's spotted by devils who are riding some weird grotesque fleshy creature. Ash quickly shatters the magic stone in her hands, a symbol meant for Sky Blue to open a portal. Since there are more devils than she can handle, she's sure retreat is the only wise decision. As she crosses through the portal and is about to hit the ground, Evie uses her magic to stop her from getting hurt. She then quickly reports the situation, stating that the devils are coming, so they need to retreat toward Misty Forest. About 3 days later, all 4 girls return to Neverwinter City with defeated looks on their faces, looking worse for wear. Tilly seems pretty disappointed to see Ash fail such a crucial mission. Given how miserably Ash messed up the directions, Tilly is genuinely wondering how they even managed to get back from Hermes to Neverwinter. Pasha, on the other hand, is just relieved that everyone came back alive. That alone is more than enough to be thankful for. With Sylvie now back in Neverwinter City, they'll finally be able to keep a proper eye on enemy numbers. It looks like Tilly is still upset with Ash, or rather, she was just worried sick about her. When they're alone, Ash hugs Tilly from behind, apologizing for making her worry. But the princess isn't about to let her off with just a hug, not after the stress Ash put her through. So she insists this brute woman should properly apologize. She even throws a mini tantrum over it, scolding Ash for making her worry so much. After a lot of back and forth, the two finally make up. We then cut to Lorgar, who is fully healed thanks to Nana's arrival in Neverwinter City. Through her blurry, hazy vision, she remembers seeing a little goddess who appeared out of nowhere and healed her. Soon after, Roland comes to visit and checks in on her well-being. Unsurprisingly, the girl is doing fine for the most part. The poor guy can't help but let his instincts take over. He starts patting her ears. Then he immediately feels guilty about laying hands on a woman without her permission. But he really couldn't help it. He had always wondered what wolf ears felt like in real life. From what he'd heard, they were supposed to be ticklish, but turns out they aren't tickling the girl at all. Lorgar then asks how long she'd been out, and where Nana went because she desperately wants to thank her. Roland explains she'd been out for about 3 days, and she would have slept even longer if Nightfall hadn't retracted her symbiotic seed. Before they move on to anything else, Roland wants to thank her on behalf of Neverwinter. That acknowledgement lights her up like a kid in a candy store, like she's finally proven her worth. To be fair, Roland never said she wasn't powerful. You don't have to fight on the front lines to be part of the war. As long as you're contributing in any way, you're in the fight against the devils. That said, he's firmly against anyone fighting the devils alone. If they'd been just a little late rescuing her, or if she hadn't had Nightfall's symbiotic seed, she'd be pushing up daisies by now. Then again, if she hadn't risked her life, Neverwinter wouldn't have known about the Devil Army either. Still, that doesn't mean she had to jump into battle. All she had to do was retreat and report back. Roland applauds her for what she did, but he also sternly makes it clear that he won't approve of reckless decisions made for personal reasons. The poor girl looks like she's about to cry, seeing Roland go from kind and gentle to terrifyingly serious in a split second. Anyway, it's finally time to talk about the reward she deserves. It could be anything: golden royals, chaos drinks, or even a custom-made weapon just for her. Out of everything Roland mentions, the idea of a custom weapon grabs her full attention. She wonders if maybe she'll get metal talons or fangs for her wolf form. Roland hasn't figured out exactly what kind of weapon will suit her best yet, but it'll likely be a firearm, something that'll seriously boost her offense. Still, she'd rather rely on her body and her fangs than on strength that doesn't come from her. So eventually, she chooses to join the Witch Union. After all, golden royals will run out, so do chaos drinks. And she doesn't really have any skill she can monetize, except fighting on the battlefield. Joining the union is the best option. Once she's a member, she'll get a monthly supply of gold and drinks. Plus, she already promised Lightning and Maggie that she'd explore the barren lands with them. Since they're union members too, it'll be easier for her to travel with them. This is the only reward she truly wants right now. Since she previously refused his offer to join, Roland wants to make sure she's serious this time. She confirms it with no hesitation. She's ready to sign the contract thingy right away. But Roland tells her to rest for now. They'll take care of it later. As for Nana and the other witches who helped her, once she joins the union, she'll have plenty of chances to meet them again. As Roland leaves, Lorgar can't help but notice how he chose to come visit her out of all the things he could have been doing. That alone gives her just a little more reason to put her faith in him. Finally, Roland is about to hold a grand meeting with most of the big shots present. Once everyone takes their seats, he starts the meeting by making it abundantly clear that Neverwinter City will not allow devils to find shelter on the fertile plains, especially not this close to the border. Their enemies arrived earlier than expected, but Neverwinter City won't be falling behind either. The majority of Grey Castle is now under his rule, which makes Neverwinter City more than capable of dealing with them. So, he declares that taking back the Tequila Ruins from the devils is their main goal now. Literally no one objects to his full and final decision. Wendy suggests running an awareness campaign to educate the common folks about the existence of the devils. After all, if they don't disclose everything up front, those with ulterior motives might use this situation to their advantage and spread false rumors. Pasha agrees with this too. For this, Roland puts the awareness campaign's responsibility in Barov's capable hands. As for the fearmongers and troublemakers, he gives Barov full authority to deal with those kinds of guys however he sees fit. Up next, Pasha asks how they plan on dealing with the devils around the Tequila Ruins. As far as the Tequila Witches are concerned, they're willing to make any sacrifice necessary. Roland then pulls out a map and suggests setting up cannons so they can destroy the devil's red fog supply from a distance. Though, without adequate preparations, it'll be hard for his army to find footing if all the devils suddenly rush them. So the major concern they have is transportation. At the northern mines of Neverwinter City, Roland unveils his latest invention, the steam trains. He introduces this massive hunk of metal to all these backward bitches. Barov points out that while building the railway tracks, there's a chance the devils will execute ambushes on their workers, hindering their railway track progress. Roland then reveals they need 2 tracks to make sure they can constantly travel in both directions. Secondly, he doesn't plan on crossing the plains. Instead, he wants to depart from Misty Forest, get close to the Tequila Ruins, and then head east. The region is completely under Leaf's control, so they won't have to worry about hybrids. As for the devils, they just gotta fight those bastards with the cannons. Even if they somehow survive the bombing and ruin the tracks, the only optimal solution is to build them faster than the devils can destroy them. Suddenly, the blaring sound of an alarm catches everyone off guard. Apparently, it's a warning of the highest level. Since Roland is outside right now, his protection is the utmost imperative. Ash and the other witches quickly surround him. Even his sister grabs his hand, just as a safety measure. This surprises Roland quite a bit. After all, he hadn't realized she even cared about him as her brother. We then cut to the border wall. There, a red mist has started to spread, courtesy of devils making their way to the boundary wall. There are more than 5 of them. Sylvie is absolutely shocked to see these devils acting out of the blue. As far as she's concerned, they were supposed to be gathered around the divine ores within the ruins, waiting for the arrival of the Red Moon. So it doesn't make sense that these bastards are attacking so soon. The soldiers on the wall quickly prepare for retaliation, with their cannons ready to fire. Sylvie and her assistant inside the watchtower strategize how to deploy the troops given the devils' movements. Meanwhile, the devils close in on the wall, and one of them grabs his spear and throws it so hard that it literally demolishes part of the wall, knocking out a few soldiers. They then throw a few pieces of paper, and just like that, they turn around and leave. Those papers contain drawings of humans along with hybrid beasts. Later, those drawings are shown to Roland. From what he understands, this is supposed to be some sort of provocation. That's why Roland won't fall for their trap. One picture shows a human begging and kneeling, while another shows a captured witch. The other one shows burning city walls. From his understanding of this message, they want him to hand over the wolf girl and surrender. Or else, everyone will be killed. Pasha also chimes in with her 2 cents. From what she can tell, it's a trap. She assures him not to feel overwhelmed or panic, as devils often pull stunts like this. Roland wants to know if she's encountered something like this before. She reveals that the former mortal kingdom received threats like these. During the first battle of Divine Will, the devils used similar plots to turn witches and mortals against each other. That's how they managed to take over the Dawn region. During that battle, the leaders of the 2 main cities fought the devils with their armies. The only difference was that one army consisted of witches, while the other was ordinary humans only. During the chaotic battle, the leader of the mortals suddenly sided with the devils, sabotaging the retreating witches and using weapons made from stones of divine judgment. The betrayal was later dubbed the Twilight Betrayal, and was seen as a hard lesson learned. That was when humans split into 2 factions. This event was never recorded in the books. Instead, it was spread among the higher levels of the Alliance as confidential information. The devils may have despicable threats and schemes, but they learned them from mortals. Legend has it that humans came into contact with devils way before the Battle of Divine Will took place. Back then, devils were no different from beasts, but a human passed their knowledge to them. Some believe this is why some elite devils resemble humans. But the 3 chiefs thought that was ridiculous and forbade people from talking about it. That's why only the higher-ups have heard such rumors. Roland is more interested in knowing if Pasha believes those rumors. Well, she isn't sure. They still don't know if that human who met the devils was an ordinary person or a witch. The Majesty then inquires what's going to happen next, now that they aren't falling for the devil's bait. She reveals that devils will continue attacking the target city until the leader surrenders or their army arrives at the borders. In other words, if Neverwinter City doesn't make its move, the devils will definitely come back. In light of that, Roland decides to avenge the fallen soldiers by spilling the blood of their enemies. He plans to lay a trap and get those bastard devils. He wants to let them know they aren't dealing with the humans from 400 years ago. A while later, as he sits in his office, he can now be certain that the devils have reached the western borders more than once after Lorgar exposed their plans. Otherwise, they would have predicted that this city was mainly populated with ordinary humans, and wouldn't have used the same threats they used during the first Battle of Divine Will. Be it in the posts in the Mountains of Despair or the Divine Punishment witches who are out patrolling, none of them has noticed anything suspicious. In fact, even Sylvie didn't notice the approaching threat until the devils arrived right outside the gate. This just shows how Neverwinter's greatest weakness is the open sky with their current technology. So, to build a machine capable of detecting enemies in the skies, Roland pays a visit to the Astrology Association. First of all, Misan, the leader of the Astrology Association, can't help but brag about the progress they've made so far, thanks to the geometry book Roland provided them. After a lot of talk about astronomy and recent developments, our boy finally reveals the main reason he's there. With the help of the geometry knowledge, he wants Misan to work with craftsmen and make a machine that can predict the movements of a projectile. For a vague idea, it's supposed to be controlled by 2 variables. One controls its horizontal position, while the other affects the vertical. Roland has a rough idea, but needs him to confirm the final numbers after some trials. Misan acknowledges the orders and promises to try his best to make this device. As Roland is about to walk away, he notices the old man wants to say something. Actually, Misan has had one question for a while. He realized that for all the books the Majesty gave him, including the geometry book, all the books are labeled as intermediate, and he wants to know why. Roland reveals that there is a subject called advanced mathematics that comes after intermediate geometry. Instead of simple geometry or calculations, it also contains advanced mathematical theories. Let's just say the beginner and intermediate books are like the tree trunk, and advanced mathematics is like the leaves that spread out. However, this subject is extremely challenging, which is why it also has another name. The title of the next book is Get Started and Give Up. Of course, that old man is already charged with so much optimism that the word give up ain't even in his dictionary. This old coot is even willing to put his life on the line for the betterment of this world, let alone failing to understand a mere book. So he insists to His Majesty that he be granted the right to learn from this book. As expected, Roland promises to give him the book, but under one condition only. He has to finish the project he has been assigned, and only then can he visit the castle to claim the book. After that short trip to the Astrology Association, Roland goes to meet his favorite girl at the factories. She's out there grinding, trying to learn and develop new blueprints for their weapons. After a bunch of hectic days, Roland finally finishes preparations, and the weapons are ready to fire. Now all they gotta do is wait for the devils to make their move. About 5 days later, a horde of devils is heading toward Neverwinter City. Pasha looks worried, seeing the devils moving earlier than expected. It should have been at least 2 weeks, maybe even a month based on her past experience. But it doesn't make sense for these bastards to show up this early, especially since the distance they have to travel takes over a day just to reach Neverwinter. The devils are trying to spread as much fear as possible. When rumors start spreading, humans will lose faith regardless of what their leaders say. That's what makes their second attack so effective. And it takes time for rumors to spread and fear to take hold in people's hearts, so devils usually wait before each attack. Alethea asks what their next step is. Roland simply wants to get rid of them. Even though there wasn't much time and the new weapons were only tested once, most of the witches have already returned. With Nightingale, Lightning, and Maggie there, at least they can take down a few of these bitches. He wants them to follow the original plan, but that doesn't mean they should overlook their own safety just to make the plan succeed. The little ones acknowledge their leader's orders and get ready to follow through. Nightingale promises to take care of the little ones. However, it seems Lightning doesn't like being called little. Both of the little girls then start their childish theatrics, so Nightingale has to drag them both out of the meeting room. Moving on, Roland hands over defense responsibility to the witches from Slumber Island. With all the chess pieces in place, the only thing left is for Roland to hear the phone call announcing their victory. With that, everyone gets ready to carry out their assigned duties. Meanwhile, Pasha questions him if he's sure about this decision. She says too many witches showing up will make the devils change their minds once they realize this isn't just a mortal city, but one full of witches. They'll plan their next strategy accordingly. Roland's aware of that already. The war between humans and devils is inevitable, so there's no point in holding back. These initial battles will serve to teach the First Army and the witches how to fight devils. You see, the First Army wasn't always this powerful. In the early days, it was just made up of ordinary hunters, miners, and farmers. But now, they're facing enemies like never before, and the more experience they gain, the more confident they become. That way, at least they won't freak out when the real divine war hits. Roland may call them elite warriors, but the truth is, they've just survived near-death experiences a bit more than others. Hearing all this, Pasha admits she's touched by his determination. This alone is enough to separate him from the rest of humankind. Hearing such a discriminatory remark about humanity, Roland reminds her that humans are known as mortals, not because they're weak, but because there are too many of them. That's precisely why they're easily underestimated. He's learned from records in his dream world about a legend where humans were underestimated, and that very thing caused the downfall of colossal dragons and ancient deities. All of them became stories of the past because of just 40 mere mortals. Pasha wonders cluelessly if such a legend really exists, to which Roland says yes. Now that technology has advanced, they don't even need 40 people. Also, letting the devils think Neverwinter City is an alliance city is just a trick. By doing this, they'll believe those strange attacks are caused by the witches, which blinds them to the truth. Neverwinter City is neither a city of the past, nor does it belong to the Alliance. It's an industrial city, a hybrid of both. We then cut to the walls of Neverwinter City, where a newly appointed soldier is seen fearing for his life. The horrific bloodshed he's seen in past battles is really messing with his mind. Then his captain arrives to give him some words of comfort. His Majesty Roland invented some new weapons, and the devils won't be able to hurt them. The soldiers are loading up these machine guns with bullets. And soon enough, an announcement comes from the scouting tower about the approaching threat. Once the soldiers take note of the devils heading their way, they confirm and lock onto the targets. That same scared soldier also grabs his gun, ready to take his shot when the time comes. The devils are also prepared, ready to throw their spears with that same godly speed. Seeing this, the scared soldier remembers his training. If the devils get within spearing range, they're free to shoot. But until that happens, they're not allowed to open fire. After all, they gotta save their bullets until the devils basically run into their own deaths. Once the enemy is within range, the soldiers begin firing, taking these bastards down left and right. Soon enough, the barrage of bullets takes one of the devils down, sparking a burst of confidence and a swell of pride in Roland's priceless weapons. Seeing this inevitable rain of bullets, the devils make a smart decision and scatter around instead of sticking together in a group. That's when the other soldiers start firing their guns too. One devil is heading straight toward that scared soldier. The devil is armed with a spear, and now it's a run-or-die situation. But instead of running, the brave soldier steals his resolve and unleashes a barrage of bullets. He manages to brutally kill the beast the devil was riding, but the devil himself hasn't taken any damage. That opening is enough for the bastard to catch the poor guy off guard, and he hurls his spear with full force. Just when it looks like it's the end for the brave soldier, a barrier forms right in front of him, saving him from that brutal hit. The one behind that shield is of course a witch from Slumber Island, here to assist the mortals in battle. The sky is literally lit up with machine guns emptying round after round, giving these bastards a real run for their money. Eventually, one of the devils blows the horn of retreat, so Sylvie decides it's time to enter the final phase of their plan. Lightning is already on it, telling Sylvie to just sit back and enjoy her beautiful performance as an awesome adventurer. With that, she takes off with Ash in her arms. Once they're high enough in the sky, she tosses Ash toward the devils, and this brute lady quickly draws her sword and slices one of those bastards in a single, clean hit. Just when the devils thought things couldn't get any uglier, Maggie appears in the sky, carrying Nightingale to deliver the final blow. The devils throw their spears at them, but Maggie quickly shifts from her giant bird form into a pigeon, causing the spears to strike nothing but empty air. Now it's Nightingale's turn to show what she's got. She pulls out her guns and takes down one of the bastards with precise shots. Then she lands right on top of the beast the devil was riding. Another one comes charging. With help from her mist abilities, Nightingale crashes her beast straight into the devils. Once the bastard loses his ride, Nightingale slices him into multiple pieces using a magic I straight up can't even explain. Honestly, this part is absolutely horrendous. I have no idea what the hell just happened. Anyway, it looks like their plan has been a success, with all the devils down. Nightingale makes sure to celebrate her little victory over Ash by killing 2 targets. A while later, Lightning and the others are out looking for the 2 beasts that ran off after the devils died. Sylvie is the one giving them precise directions, and once they get the pinpoint location, Lightning puts on her glasses and gets ready to fly. Roland also gets the good news about the successful subjugation of the monsters. The mad devils have all been exterminated. They've even confiscated some canisters filled with red mist, and Sister Leaf managed to capture a mad devil who fell into the misty forest. Roland is satisfied with the report and hangs up the phone on a good note. This battle was critical for boosting morale, and it looks like it's been a success so far. Now the soldiers know the devils aren't invincible. When it comes to actual fights, they're no better than the divine punishment army of the church. And now, they even have a hostage. That'll make future announcements way easier. All Roland needs to do now is show the public what these devils actually look like. That way, their prejudice toward witches will naturally disappear. Later, Roland meets with Pasha, who's looking forward to crafting new sigils by herself, assuming they've really captured a living devil. Meanwhile, Roland reflects on the current state of his strength. This battle showed him that the Mark I machine gun was barely strong enough for aerial combat. What really hurt the enemy was the volley fire. And that just makes his mood worse when he remembers he still doesn't have an air force to properly deal with flying beasts. A few minutes later, he orders Barov to hold a celebration in the central square tonight. It has to look like a victorious celebration, lively and extravagant, as this is all part of the publicity push. We then cut to the central square, where the hustle and bustle has already begun. The scene shifts to a boy, someone you guys probably don't even remember. He's the kid who used to live in Longsong Fortress with Pepper. But one day, Pepper was taken to Border Town, while he and his friends worked under rats just to survive. Eventually, thanks to Roland's new policies, the rats were purged, and these kids came to Border Town looking for work. Now this boy has finally gotten his ID card, making him an official citizen of the city. Along with the ID card, there's also a notice about joining the rail construction project in the Misty Forest. He and his friends argue a lot about the job, thinking it might be dangerous as they could end up facing devils during the railway construction. But the blonde kid stays optimistic, saying they'll brave through it all. The scene shifts to one of the biggest families in the Dawn, the Quinns, starting with Andrea's father. Every day, nobles come by trying to persuade him to side with Roland Wimbledon. But this pussy is too scared to betray Appin Moya, even though his son keeps pushing him to think differently. Still, the father sticks to his guns, wanting to stay loyal to Appin Moya. Sure, Appin might have lost ruling power, but he's still got plenty of soldiers under his command. If he's betrayed, he won't forgive. It could mean assassination. But everything seems about to change when Andrea shows up to see her father. The man's completely bewildered to see his daughter after all these years. His mind drifts down memory lane. How his little girl had to fake her death and leave the Kingdom of Dawn just because she was a witch. Seeing Andrea fully grown, the old man's eyes well up. Even her brother is shocked out of his mind as he thought she was dead for sure. The butler shares the same bewildered look. The reason the old man is so shocked is because he wanted to keep her death a secret. He didn't even tell his wife about Andrea's witch awakening. To cover it up even more, he killed his own servant who knew about Andrea's condition. He even staged that cliff incident to hide everything. Before starting his conversation with his long-lost daughter, he orders his son to leave, reluctant at first, but he eventually goes. Then the old man tells the butler to keep Andrea's arrival a secret. Close all the gates to the castle and blow out all the lights in the hall. And he mustn't be disturbed at all costs. The butler acknowledges but wants to confirm what to do with the young Mrs. Friends. The old man tells him to bring them to the banquet hall and serve them something to eat. Once father and daughter are alone, the old man starts with skepticism about her identity. To prove she's really his daughter, Andrea uses her magic and produces the bow she always uses. It doesn't take long for the old man to remember. That's the same bow he had a craftsman build solely for Andrea. Now convinced, he wants to know why she came back. After all, he sent her far away just so she can live comfortable life. Andrea expresses her disdain for his selfish plan to send her away. His plan never made her feel protected. Instead, she felt abandoned. After all, there's no safe place for witches. If she hadn't met other witches, she'd be dead long ago. But she's willing to let go of the past, and she's not here for what he did back then. He's probably curious how she managed to get into the mansion so casually. After all, the guards wouldn't just trust her words that easily. Also, when she saw the butler, she stopped outside the door for a while. And as for the guy who called him father, she doesn't remember having a younger brother. He reveals he's a brother from another mother. Her mother passed away from an illness a year after she left. Finally, Andrea drops the atomic bomb she came to deliver. As head of the Quinn family, Roland Wimbledon wants her father to step forward and take the throne instead of hiding behind the scenes. Of course, this mustache bastard is bewildered to hear it, so Andrea repeats herself to make sure he heard it loud and clear. The bastard staggers backward, hit hard by that brutal bombshell. Andrea, meanwhile, continues to reveal that Roland doesn't want to see Apen Moya on the throne anymore. And he definitely doesn't want to watch the neighboring nations suffer from endless war. In order to stabilize the situation in Dawn, it's imperative to elect a new king as soon as possible. Since Roland doesn't know many people from Dawn, he chose her to be the next king. But since she refused, now he wants her father to take the role instead. The old man finds it rather suspicious and questions why Roland isn't here himself. To which Andrea reveals that if the nobles of Dawn want to battle him head-on, with all the soldiers they have, he's open to the idea. Put simply, His Majesty has more urgent enemies to deal with at the moment. He doesn't have the time to waste a few years just to make Dawn part of Grey Castle. After all, he can easily strip any noble of their authority, but rebuilding an entire kingdom from scratch is way more complicated and time-consuming. As for the more urgent enemies she's talking about, it's the devils he's after. She then further explains to her terrified father all about the divine war that's coming, and how the church was involved in it. The old man is in shambles, realizing that the current situation in Dawn is nothing more than a squabble in the grand scheme of things. Even he understands that humans have already lost twice, and if they lose again, only hell awaits them. Even with the massive risks and threats, Roland Wimbledon is still willing to shoulder the responsibility of fighting this war of divine will against such powerful enemies. That just goes to show Roland's courage and willpower are on a whole other level. The old man grows curious as to why Roland is putting his life on the line, and what he stands to gain from all this. Andrea shakes her head. Even she doesn't understand what Roland is thinking. Rather than doing this for humanity, it feels like he's doing this for himself. It's almost like he's constantly looking for a new challenge, and humanity just so happens to benefit from it. The old man is willing to contribute to the cause and asks what he's supposed to do to help. Andrea insists him to just stabilize the Kingdom of Dawn and provide support to Grey Castle when needed. The Quinn family will also have to pay Roland in ores and supplies. The old man is actually glad Roland's asking for something in return. Otherwise, he would have assumed His Majesty had some kind of ulterior motive for helping the Quinn family. Then again, not like he could do anything about Roland Wimbledon's strength, regardless of motive. It's basically like opportunity just landed in his lap without him lifting a finger, so he sees no reason to reject it. He expresses his willingness to support Roland Wimbledon's efforts in whatever way is necessary. With that settled, Andrea moves forward with Roland's proposed plan. He wants to completely destroy Apen Moya in front of everyone. He wants the entire noble class to witness the end of the Apen family's rule, and for all nobles to bow to the new ruler. The old man questions as to how is that even going to be possible. Andrea simply says he'll get his answer soon enough. The only thing the Quinn family has to do is rebel against Apen Moya and make a huge scene. Cut to Otto, who's rotting away in a prison cell. We're skipping all the fluff here. He gets a secret letter from Fox, who craftily slipped a handkerchief carrying a hidden message. He's coming to save him. The next scene takes us to Apen Moya, who's pretty pissed after hearing that the Prime Minister has rebelled. He never expected the Quinn family to be a problem. He had assumed the three elderly ministers would never betray him and would just keep a low profile, minding their own business. After all, the capital's still under his control. If they try to anger him, they're basically signing their own death warrants. Still, he can't figure out where the Quinn family's confidence is coming from. They don't have followers, they don't have soldiers. The only thing they've got is maybe a dozen guards. Honestly, it's laughable. Then the butler reveals something new. The Earl has contacted nobles from other territories. However, he didn't meet them personally, he sent out invitations. He openly invited all nobles to his estate, trying to convince them to pledge their loyalty to the Quinn family. Of course, this revelation only annoys Apen further, so he orders Sir Barkov to lead the patrol team and bring him the head of Horford Quinn. For now, the rest of the Quinn family is to be thrown into prison. If anyone gets in the way, he gives open orders to kill them. While he may have given these orders, it's clear the guy is still traumatized from witnessing the nuking in the Holy City. He literally saw his soldiers die like dogs, without even putting up a fight. He starts spiraling, ranting that he surrenders, cursing Roland for stripping him of everything. If not for that, he claims, he could have been a great ruler. Now he just slumps onto his throne, waiting for Quinn to arrive, just so he can show him what happens when you anger a king. Well, the old man shows up with some bad news. Sir Barkov is pushing up daisies. The Mad King loses it and lashes out at his butler because he can't freaking believe that a handful of Quinn soldiers managed to beat 200 of his own men. To which the butler calmly drops the bomb. They weren't up against common soldiers. The opponent's power and speed were literally ungodly. Of course, this description only makes sense if the opponents they are facing are witches. And this realization only freaks Moya even more. He then summons his senior knight Rhys and orders him to gather all the mercenaries in the City of Dawn as he wants them to flatten the Quinn residents with their fire arrows and bows. He doesn't care if they're witches, be it monsters or humans. He wants everything reduced to dust. His knight reminds him that Earl Quinn resides in the inner zone of the city. If a fire breaks out there, the entire city could suffer the consequences. But this Mad King is dead set. If this knight fails to carry out the orders, then he is of no use to the king. He is certain that even the divine punishment warriors will be helpless in the face of such a massive army. And everyone who sided with the church or the witches must die. Later that night, Rhys takes his fellow soldiers and sneaks into the inner zone of the city to carry out the Mad King's command. But there, in the distance, he spots a few figures. As they draw closer, they turn out to be clowns. Naturally, Rhys asserts his authority over these lowly circus performers who dare to block the royal army's path. But we all know these shady clowns aren't your average jokers. They suddenly lunge at the soldiers, aiming to take them down. The next morning, a large crowd gathers in the capital square of the Kingdom of Dawn. They're currently discussing the famine, blaming App and Moya for allegedly reducing the number of farmlands outside the city. However, Earl Quinn has promised prosperity to those who support him, and many are already considering switching sides. Cut to App and Moya, who is absolutely losing it over the accusations being hurled at him. He has no idea when or if he ever did anything to the fields. He believes Roland Wimbledon should be held accountable for the abandoned villages. According to him, it was Roland's witches who murdered the innocent farmers. The butler tries to calm his fuming king. Right now, his focus should be on stopping Earl Quinn's advance. Only then can they suppress the rebellion. Appin then asks about the number of people still loyal to him. Counting the knights, guards, and mercenaries, the soldier reveals the total to be around 1,500, but if they include servants, it could easily be over 2,000. Appin Moya then tells his soldier to take all the gold inside the vaults and announce among the servants that for every monster they kill, they will be rewarded with 100 golden royals. If someone manages to stop the other party from rebelling, they'll be granted a title and some land. And if they already have a title, they can expect a promotion. He then asks his butler whether the head of the Quinn family received any support from other nobles. To that, the guy reveals there's a rumor floating around that the auction house known as Black Money is in touch with the Earl. Of course, this only pisses Moya off even more. The butler goes on to reveal that the Torcat family is now openly supporting the Quinns. Though before the king goes into a complete frenzy, the butler quickly reassures him that the Luoxi family has refused Quinn's invitation several times. Appin Moya can't help but gnaw at his nails, thinking how there were 3 big families his father used to pride himself on, and now every one of them is turning against him. He tells his butler to issue a threat to the Luoxi family. If they don't show loyalty, they're as good as dead. Betrayal and treachery will not be tolerated. A while later, Appin receives a message from Earl Luoxi. The contents are surprisingly reassuring. It says the Luoxi family has cut all ties with the other 2 families and are willing to stay loyal to Appin Moya. Bro's glad that slowly but surely, the 3 major families will be under his thumb again. The next day, we see the representatives of all 3 families heading toward the king's castle, and it looks like things are about to get real spicy. We then cut to Andrea up on one of the watchtowers. She spots a fiery arrow blazing through the sky, a clear signal that the battle has begun. She grabs her sniper rifle and locks onto the soldier in charge of the catapult. With bullets fused with her magic, there's no way she's gonna miss. The moment the bullet leaves the nozzle, it finds its target. It's a clean hit and 1 down. Andrea reloads and takes out another soldier. Before the enemy can figure out where the hell this ambush is coming from, they're already dropping like flies. Soon enough, one side of the wall is wiped out. When the soldiers realize divine punishment witches are scaling the walls below, they start firing flaming arrows. But those are useless. Witches march right up to the castle wall, grappling hooks in hand. In no time, they scale the walls and are ready to obliterate these fools. All it takes is one swing of their blades to slice down multiple soldiers at once. Once the way's clear, they charge straight toward the castle. Meanwhile, Appin watches the chaos unfold from the window, absolutely losing it when he realizes Luoxi betrayed him. Now he's finally ready to kill Otto for the betrayal of Otto's father. Looks like not just Luoxi, but every noble who swore loyalty has now turned their back on this mad king. Furious beyond reason, he orders his knights to execute Otto immediately and bring back only his head. As the soldiers head off to carry out the order, he sits quietly on his throne, broken and defeated. He knows that this is the end. Soon enough, the Divine Punishment Witches, along with representatives from the 3 major families, barge into the chamber. They lay it all out for this trash king. His kingdom is in shambles. Otto has been freed from the prison as well. If it weren't for Roland's plan to spread rumors about what a terrible king Appin Moya really is, Appin would have lost his head long ago. Appin tries to coax them, warning they're making a deal with the literal devil. Not only have the 3 families broken the sacred vows their ancestors made, but they're also handing the kingdom over to a devil. He points a finger at the head of the Quinn family, questioning if he's really capable of taking the throne. He yaps a lot of nonsense, but none of it matters once Andrea finally steps in to answer every question Moya has. She reveals that Roland wants Appin Moya stripped of his kingly title to protect the witches and Otto. Of course, this trash king is stunned, seeing Andrea Quinn standing right in front of him. He can't even process this madness. He doesn't bother asking how she's alive or any of that crap. He just gets straight to the point, asking why she's siding with Roland. She keeps it simple. She's a witch, and Roland has been trying to protect her. Appin's eyes widen in disbelief. Andrea's father then reminds this half-witted ruler that a kingdom can't be run on sheer arrogance. The witches must be treated like normal citizens and enjoy the same rights. They will be allowed to walk the streets freely, take on various occupations, inherit titles from their families. They could even govern the kingdom. Well, we already know Appin has gone mad, but now it's official. He's abnormal. So let's skip over his childish tantrum as he leaves the king's chamber, disappointment written all over his face. A while later, Otto thanks Andrea for saving his life. The woman brushes off the flattery. After all, they're childhood friends, so no need for formalities. Oro almost chokes the poor guy when he reminds them both about the long-lasting friendship they share and how Andrea is the glue of their group. He suggests hanging out at their old spot. Andrea isn't even sure if the Silver Antler Tavern is still in business. Oro informs her that the Luoxi family now owns it, so it's still running. With their next meeting scheduled, Oro decides to leave them some much-needed time alone. Andrea even sends her escort away just to have absolute alone time with Otto. But before they start catching up, Andrea heads out to the courtyard. As she walks, her body trembles and she can barely stand. Otto, worried by her declining health, asks about it. She assures him it's just fatigue from overexertion, nothing serious. Now that it's just the 2 of them, she asks why he wants to talk alone. Otto reminds her of the encounter they once had in the border town. He recalls how he told her Oro would leave flowers at her grave every year. And he has done the same, literally every year, because he misses her and can't forget her. What he's about to say next might embarrass her, but he has to say it out loud. He wants her to stay by his side forever. Well, we all know her answer. After all, she already has someone she wants to spend her time with, so she won't stay in Glow City any longer than she already has. Though she might have accepted his request if he had proposed a year earlier. For a moment, Otto thinks maybe it's Majesty Roland she likes, but it turns out the person she's talking about is Nightingale. Though she makes it clear she doesn't share that kind of relationship with Nightingale, she further reminds him witches are incapable of bearing children, so they can't keep the family line running. Besides, she doesn't want to restrict herself to the rules of nobles. It has been 10 years since she left Glow City, so she's no longer the same person she was. With those final words, she departs, leaving Otto behind. What a poor guy. He worked so hard to get that pussy, but all he gets in return is shit. Andrea then visits her father before leaving the city. Her father reminds her Otto will be very upset by her departure. Well, she has good reason to leave as soon as possible. After all, someone is waiting for her, and it's been far too long since she's been away from Neverwinter City. Not to mention, this kingdom is in the middle of a power shift. They can't afford to waste time on leisure and feasts. Moving on, the old man inquires what Neverwinter has in mind. To that, she reveals that she doesn't know much about politics. But in Neverwinter, instead of putting nobles in charge, they hire citizens who've passed exams. If her father wants the details, he should ask Fox. If she desperately had to advise her father, she would suggest he avoid making the same mistakes as Appin. Well, the old coot has already witnessed the kind of terrifying power Roland holds, so it would be foolish of him to go against Grey Castle now. Or perhaps worse than foolish. Andrea then points out that it's not just about power. The upcoming Battle of Divine Will is the final battle that's going to decide the fate of humankind. so internal conflicts will only accelerate their doom. With that glimpse of the future, she's sure her father already understands that the top priority should be surviving this divine war. Hence, he should maintain order in Dawn and stand with Grey Castle. They need to work together if they want to survive the battle of divine will. That's the only advice she can give him. With that, she proceeds to leave. Before she walks out, the old man musters up the courage to apologize for the decision he made for her back then, against her will. And he's really sorry for that. We then cut to App and Moya, inside one of the ships, cursing his damn luck and reflecting on his past. He's plotting some dumb shit against Roland while trying to escape somewhere safe on this ship. Suddenly he hears a commotion above. When he gets there, he finds no one. It's eerily silent. That's when he's confronted by the divine soldier witches, who slay him on the spot because this guy yaps way too much unnecessarily. With the threat neutralized, they decide to sink the ship too, just to make it look like an accident. Do you guys remember this old man? If not, he's the same guy we saw meeting Pasha and the other witches for the first time. He follows the witches' orders in exchange for an elixir that grants him more years to live. He'll be in charge of getting rid of this ship. He's got these guards who can't hear, can't talk, can't listen. They only respond to gestures, and he's got 50 of them. With that, the witches hand over the task of disposing of the ship to the old man. They further suggest he keep an eye on the Quinn family, especially since Appin had ties with the auction house, known as Black Money, and had planted spies in the new government. As for the reward, the guy gets 2 drinks as usual, 6 more bottles, and his body will finally catfish the basic requirements for his transformation. He's told to do his job diligently. Once this is all over, the witch promises he'll be able to join them soon enough. I don't know what their deal is with these drugs, but let's hope we find out soon. We then cut to Roland, who's glad that everything went smoothly. With the way things are going, he's sure his alliance with Dawn is going to flourish, all thanks to Andrea. He's also pretty happy that the phone lines are gradually being set up. In the past month, Anna has set up phones in the witches' offices, City Hall, the military camps, and even the third border city. Longsong Fortress is on the list now too. The only thing left is setting up a private line that goes straight into Anna's room. Well, he's kinda joking. He doesn't want to use something that important just to get his daily dose of Anna's breathing ASMR. He then starts reviewing a booklet listing the new witches who've been the most problematic. According to Wendy's report, these 2 girls refuse to cooperate, and they've always had a massive dislike boner for literally everything going about with the Witch Association. It was Skrull who managed to calm things down, but the situation still hasn't totally improved. So, it's highly unlikely these 2 are going to accept the invitation. The redhead lady uses source tracing, while the purple-haired witch has the ability of demonification. Source tracing is an extremely useful ability that points them toward natural resources, and it's even more useful than Sylvie's Eyes of Truth. For example, they can now easily locate a gold vein using just a single nugget. As for demonification, it can turn magic into a loop. By reducing power consumption, it grants dead creatures a new life. Though it's a pity Roland barely knows anything about this magic, so there's no way to verify how strong it really is. Still, based on what he does know, it's got great potential. If he's being honest, the lack of cooperation isn't a huge problem. He's figured things out before. He'll find a way again. Roland has a strict policy: never force anyone to do anything. This time, he's got to think of something more appealing to make them join. After all, motivational speeches and golden royals alone aren't enough, especially since the Sleeping Island witches already help human captains for their own bread and butter. Then, out of the blue, he asks Nightingale if she's ever felt underpaid. He's only asking because he wants to know if the other witches feel like they're not being paid enough for all this. Nightingale quickly gestures that none of the witches feel that way. An average person earns just 1 golden royal every 6 months, so getting a golden royal every month is actually a crazy good deal. Besides, witches barely have any expenses. They don't struggle to feed or clothe themselves, everything's provided. Living like this is actually what they used to dream of. Roland's still not fully convinced though, so she tells him to go ask Wendy if he doesn't believe her. Soon enough, Wendy arrives at the office. Once asked, she goes absolutely nuts, saying she's never thought they're being underpaid. Hell, they'd even work wholeheartedly without pay if needed. She once said this place was their new holy mountain, and the other sisters feel the same. If the city hall is ever short on money, she's even willing to donate her own golden royals. Well, Roland was just asking for feedback. He then poses another question, asking if there's anything else they'd like. Wendy thinks for a moment before saying that if she had to ask, maybe she'd like 1 more bottle of chaos drink each month. Roland wonders if Nightingale has the same request. Well, our big hooter lady doesn't hold back. She boldly asks for 2 extra bottles, if possible. We then cut to Hunter Iron Axe, who has returned to Neverwinter City along with Sister Echo. Once inside Roland's office, Sister Echo proudly reveals that the Wild Flame clan has fulfilled their promise. The first group of immigrants has arrived at the port of Clearwater. The smaller clans are starting to follow the big clans now, and they're all willing to pledge loyalty to the great chief Roland Wimbledon. After meeting with various patricians, she estimates that the port of Clearwater will welcome up to 30,000 migrants by the end of the year. She then sings her song and summons a mirage of Spear Passy. She looks worried sick, realizing she's got to take care of 30,000 people all at once. She's losing her mind from all the work lately. While the City Hall folks have been a huge help, she still needs about 300 helpers to settle all the migrants. If this workload keeps piling on her, she might just run away from her duties and become an ordinary witch in Neverwinter City. Seeing how she just summoned Spear Passy's mirage, Roland can't help but internally commend her for it. Back to business, he assures Spear Passy that he'll allocate more officials from his next batch to help her out. Sister Echo then thanks Roland for writing those songs for her. She says if it weren't for those, she wouldn't have achieved what she has now. Roland can tell managing the South and keeping relations with the clans isn't as easy as the reports make it sound, but she's been shouldering it all alone. He promises to get someone to copy down the new signs and deliver them to her room. She's glad to hear this and promptly leaves now that she's finished reporting everything. Roland then turns to Hunter Ironaxe and gives him props for a job well done. The brave hunter feels proud to work under such a diligent king, as it brings him joy to work hard. Roland asks about the nobles who fled to the Seawind region. The news isn't good. Ironaxe wanted to burn those bastards alive, but they were one step ahead. By the time he rushed to the Seawind region from Golden Wheat, the place was already a wasteland. Multiple granaries were in flames. It's unsettling that those nobles chose to destroy the city rather than hand it over peacefully to Roland. This is likely